He was known as the youngest national archery champion, hitting the bullseye 10 points every time, and was loved by his family and everyone. But now his boss throws documents in his face and curses him with unspeakable words. As he bent down to pick up the documents, his thin hand suddenly began to tremble, and his boss wore an openly displeased expression. His boss even mocked him, calling him a Nepo, an abbreviation referring to a parachuted in hire through family connections. But they didn't know. At night, Sang Yun would endlessly replay old scenes in front of a screen, alone and tirelessly. The reason he lived such a reclusive life now was that 10 years ago, all he knew was archery. However, pursuing this sport required a lot of money. Since Sang Yun lived alone with his grandmother, he had no choice but to apply for scholarships. Day by day, Sang Yun trained diligently, with the hope of becoming excellent in every aspect. He believed a bright future awaited him. But a sudden tragic accident occurred, leaving his hands trembling constantly just as they were now. Yet Sang Yun didn't become idle because of it. Thanks to his coach's recommendation, he was able to join a company and live an ordinary life like he did now. Sang Yun sometimes looked for game streams in his free time. It had become his hobby after the accident. Today, the game Sang Yun chose was Full. It was a game where you logged in with a player capsule device, giving you the feeling of entering the game world itself. But for him, a salaried employee, the price was too high, so he could only watch these things online where he saw someone shooting archery terribly in the game. Yet people still flocked to his channel to watch and chat. Sang Yun felt a little jealous that despite his many shortcomings, many people, including himself, liked the streamer. Suddenly, he remembered how he used to always do his best to be recognized by people. But now everything had come to naught. Eventually, he turned off the screen in despair and went to bed. The next day, his routine of going to work to listen to his boss's grating insults began again. Reaching a certain limit, Sang Yun decided to resign, and his boss without hesitation handed him the resignation papers and threw them in front of him. Moreover, his boss sneered that he got in due to connections, and that others were far more capable than him. Specifically, Sang Yun was considered redundant staff at the company. That night he lay face down on his bed, burying his head in his hands, recalling his glorious days as the youngest national champion. However, having just graduated high school with nothing on his resume, no matter how much he reconsidered, he couldn't return to his 18-year-old past. As he was agonizing over his future, the phone suddenly rang. It was a notification that a game's online broadcast would begin soon. Then he recalled what the streamer had said, that everything was possible in this game called Full. He thought it would be the same for him to play archery, just like in the past. Sang Yun immediately sat in front of his computer screen. He thought that even if that young man wasn't good at the game, many people watched him. So he believed the same would be true for him, only he would be better. After logging into this game, it felt as if all truths permeated his life. As it turned out, there were many other talented streamers here and others proving their skills online. There were also others who wanted to improve their skills by watching streams. He thought this game was truly a world of sports. In reality, there were too many variables: family, children, debt, studies, and so on. But here it was like the life he had always dreamed of as a child, a life dedicated to skill and process where advancement was simple and fair. And as the light of truth illuminated his mind, Sang Yun decided to jump into this game as both a player and a streamer to earn money. The next day, in a small cafe, Sang Yun asked his friend for his opinion. Yu Hyuk heard him and asked back, "You're going to buy a player capsule?" Hearing the answer, Yu Hyuk was very surprised and began to interrogate Sang Yun. "Are you going to spend all your money on gaming? Are you crazy? You said you've never played a game before, right?" Sang Yun merely responded with a quiet "yeah" from across the table. Yu Hyuk continued, "Don't you remember how you gave up archery?" he exclaimed, furious. "And yet you're going to buy a player capsule? Are you even good at games?" Sang Yun raised his hand, his face calm, trying to reassure his friend. "Yu Hyuk, don't worry. I'll do well, I'm serious." At this, Yu Hyuk's face turned beet red as he angrily tried to dissuade him. "How do you know without even trying? Don't talk nonsense. Think realistically." Hearing Yu Hyuk speak so firmly, Sang Yun paused, his eyes thoughtful, and murmured to himself, "If Yu Hyuk is this worried, is there really a problem?" At his previous company, Yu Hyuk was the only colleague he could confide in. This was in a place where there was no one else he could trust. He lived a life completely opposite to mine. He grew up in a wealthy family, walked a smooth path to success, an elite among elites. So whenever I talked to Yu Hyuk, it felt like everything would be solved. Seeing him look serious, Yu Hyuk called out, worried, "Are you listening to me?" After a long attempt to persuade Sang Yun, Yu Hyuk finally gave up, clutching his head and saying, "Hey, you'd be better off going to Kangwon land." Hearing this, Sang Yun looked bewildered and replied, "But I'm not good at games." Hearing his naive answer, Yu Hyuk, both angry and frustrated, said, "It's just a metaphor." Since Sang Yun was so determined, Yu Hyuk eventually had no choice but to go along with his wishes. He asked, "How much is that capsule?" Sang Yun replied with a pitiful expression, 4 million won. Yu Hyuk heard the price and immediately began to calculate seriously. "The machine itself is 4 million won, but you'll need auxiliary devices, and your electricity bill will increase too." Sang Yun, sitting opposite him, asked with a bewildered expression, "What else do I need besides a 4 million won machine?" Yu Hyuk immediately explained, "Of course. Do you think a mere 4 million won machine is all you need?" Hearing that, he was momentarily flustered. So it could cost up to 40 million won? Yu Hyuk ignored Sang Yun's question and continued to explain, even if you have a car worth hundreds of millions, you need money to operate it, right? Sang Yun slammed the table hard with a shocked expression. No way. Finishing his sentence, he firmly said, "Hey, wait here until I get off work." In the afternoon, the two of them stood in front of a building. Sang Yun opened his mouth, bewildered. Is this a player capsule rental place? Sang Yun followed Yu Hyuk inside, murmuring to himself, this is a rental place, not a sales place, isn't it? I need to buy one. Yu Hyuk calmly walked inside and greeted cheerfully. Kong Sok Hung. Kong Sok also greeted brightly. Hello, I'm Lee Kong Sok. I heard you're looking to buy a capsule. We might be able to sell you a used one cheaply. Please come in. Only then did Sang Yun feel relieved. So is this person the owner of this rental place? Immediately, Sang Yun gave a thumbs up, praising internally, as expected of an elite. Yu Hyuk didn't understand what he was thinking but responded to Sang Yun with a thumbs up. What on earth is he thinking? The room was filled with capsules. Sang Yun couldn't hide his surprise at the sight, capsules everywhere. While he was still engrossed in looking around, Kong Sok suddenly spoke to him. Sang Yun SSI, then he approached him, putting his face very close. Before buying or selling, why don't we try it out first? He answered, startled, thinking to himself, yes. Too close. Before Sang Yun could fully collect himself, Kong Sok happily hummed a tune and pulled Sang Yun inside. So shall we collect your physical information? Sang Yun SSI, let's go, because you need biometric data to use the capsule. Yu Hyuk, standing nearby, waved his hand as if fed up with the sight. Kong Sok and Sang Yun's voices were heard from inside the room. It'll be over soon. Okay. Yu Hyuk approached the room, stood behind Kong Sok and said, thank you for your help. Kong Sok replied brightly, you're welcome, he stammered. In fact, before he could even finish his sentence, the biometric scan screen suddenly started. Loading. Kong Sok quickly manipulated the screen and continued, regarding your friend, if possible, I'd like to discourage him. There have been too many like him already. They were tempted by gamers and streamers. Games nowadays can be quite expensive, and many people think they can show off their talents through gaming, but in reality, that's not always the case, Yu Hyuk asked back skeptically. Even in 5, the game and reality were quite different, but is it really that different? Kong Sok replied immediately without hesitation, of course. Will you be able to use your physical abilities? And he carefully looked at Sang Yun's physical ability chart, assessing it. Because there are no limitations on physical abilities, it makes things opaque for people. Ultimately, it also relates to mental health. About your friend, you said he was fired because the company was in a bad situation, right? He'll probably try this game once and give up immediately. When that happens, please comfort your friend. Yu Hyuk heard that and remained silently. He thought to himself, this is for the best for Sang Yun. It's much better than him betting all his life savings on a capsule. After inputting the biometric data, Kong Sok began giving instructions to Sang Yun. The game he'll play is called True Olympics. Since you do archery, I'll set it up that way. Tell me your score and we'll decide afterwards. Closing the capsule. As the capsule closed, the body synchronization process began. Sang Yun slowly felt the sensations and suddenly thought, it's a really interesting feeling. My body is here but my mind feels like it's gone somewhere else. When Sang Yun came to his senses and opened his eyes, he felt as if he was in a completely different world. Sang Yun's face clearly showed great surprise, as if he couldn't believe the reality before his eyes. He looked down at the bow in his hands. Sang Yun raised his other hand to feel the sensation. At this moment a voice was heard. It was the MC's introduction. Archer Yu Sang Yun has stepped onto the shooting line with his bow. Yu Sang Yun has possessed innate talent since childhood. Sang Yun began to feel anxious from the cheers and encouragement of the crowd. He thought, I can't believe it. This is too much like reality. It really feels like a true Olympic competition. The MC's signal sounded. First shot. Suddenly, Sang Yun remembered Yu Hyuk's words. Don't you remember how you gave up archery? Unconsciously, Sang Yun's hands began to tremble. He worried, can I do it? My hands are trembling. Suddenly, Sang Yun lowered his bow, his face blank. Outside, Yu Hyuk saw this and wondered, why isn't he shooting? Kong Sok also observed and said he's probably nervous. Players are usually like that. Hearing Kong Sok's words, Yu Hyuk thought, he used to be a calm kid in everything. So why is he nervous now? At this moment, Sang Yun raised his bow, regained his composure and slowly felt the sensations. It's really different. The tension of the bowstring, the feeling of gripping the bow tightly. It doesn't feel like reality at all. My hands aren't trembling now. This isn't reality. Thinking that, Sang Yun pulled the bowstring with all his might and released it, and the arrow flew straight to the center of the target. The audience cheered at the sight. Outside, Kong Sok and Yu Hyuk also watched through the screen and simultaneously shouted, 10 points. At this, the MC began his commentary. Archer Yu Sang Yun quickly drew his bow and hit the 10-point mark. Before the MC could even finish speaking, he continuously hit the center of the target. Again scoring 10 points, Sang Yun's gaze became resolute, and he released the bowstring straight ahead. 10 points. The MC, witnessing this scene, fidgeted and exclaimed, every one of his shots is a 10. Yu Hyuk and Kong Sok watched this spectacle, their mouths agape in admiration. My goodness, this is archery, isn't it? After witnessing this scene, Yu Hyuk asked suspiciously, Hung, didn't you say it was different from reality here? Kong Sok, still unable to hide his surprise, replied, that's true, but he probably adapted quickly. Suddenly, Kong Sok looked at Sang Yun and said, wait a minute, I don't think that's the only issue. He looks different. He asked Yu Hyuk, full of questions, what exactly is your friend's true identity? Before Yu Hyuk could answer, the system suddenly spoke. Game completed. Sang Yun was still slowly returning to reality. Kong Sok and Yu Hyuk stood in front of the capsule and spoke. Kong Sok said to Sang Yun, "That was amazing, you did really well." Then he asked Yu Hyuk, "Isn't it a waste for him to just buy and use a used capsule like this? What do you think?" When Sang Yun responded, the two asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you okay? Are you dizzy? Why do you look so exhausted?" Sang Yun raised his trembling hand and gently rubbed his temples. Seeing him, Yu Hyuk's face changed color and he asked worriedly, "Sang Yun, you?" At this moment, Kong Sok still didn't stop prying for information. What exactly is his true identity? Only then did Yu Hyuk open his mouth and reveal, "He's the youngest gold medalist athlete." Kong Sok heard this and asked back in surprise, "The youngest?" Yu Hyuk immediately replied, "Yes, he might have been the best archer in the world." As he finished speaking, sad memories flooded Yu Hyuk's mind again. He continued painfully, "Until that accident." Kong Sok heard that and hinted, "So you really want to help your friend, is that right?" Yu Hyuk choked up. Yes, Sang Yun truly loved archery. After finishing his story, Yu Hyuk asked Sang Yun again, "Do you remember the last time you shot an arrow?" Sang Yun immediately replied as if he couldn't possibly forget. "How could I forget? It's as vivid as yesterday. The sudden accident, the doctor's cold indifferent expression, and my dream that I had to give up." Sang Yun recalled the most painful memories of his life. Yu Hyuk approached him, calling out his name with a choked voice. At this, Sang Yun bent his head and pushed him away, saying, "Don't come near me, damn it." He wiped the tears from his eyes with his hands and softly said, "It's embarrassing." Yu Hyuk stood to the side, a slight curve to his lips, watching Sang Yun intently. Finally, Sang Yun decided to bring the game console home. The system voice chimed, announcing player capsule connection complete and program installation complete. Numerous screens appeared before Sang Yun's eyes and he opened his mouth in surprise. "Oh, it's starting." Inside the capsule, Sang Yun shouted excitedly, "I can start streaming today." What a challenge. He thought it was fortunate that Kong Sok had sealed a good deal for him. He hoped it wasn't a loss for the shop owner. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Sang Yun immediately got to work. "Alright, let's start streaming." The top of the screen immediately displayed broadcast preparation complete. After setting the category, he chose a game that suited him. He had already selected a game. It was a game set in the medieval era, focusing on the life of a mercenary. This game was realistic and full of fierce combat, and while not widely popular, it had its own fanbase due to its unique charm. Popular games are usually played by many streamers, so Kingdom had a moderate level of recognition. Due to the game's difficulty, not many streamers chose it. Therefore, this was a good choice for a beginner. After a few manipulations, the game he chose began loading, and a moment later, the system announced character appearance customization complete. Fall will begin in 5 seconds. Sang Yun looked at the screen with a surprised face. Suddenly, a beam of light burst forth. At the same time, a shout was heard, "Wake up, you idiot!" Sang Yun opened his eyes in bewilderment. He was lying in a very abnormal position, and he rolled his eyes to look around. Sang Yun slowly got up, wondering where he was. Inside the carriage, he suddenly looked out. Outside was chaos itself, with the sounds of sword fighting everywhere. Sang Yun with a blank face said, "Are we in the middle of a battle?" Before he could collect himself, a shout was heard. "Still slacking off? You worm, do you want to get hit more until you come to your senses?" The man pointed a sword at Sang Yun, his face full of menace. He was Roman, the mercenary captain. Sang Yun cautiously got out of the carriage and said, "I'm sorry." He thought, "Did that person hit me? It hurt so much." Roman snarled at Sang Yun, "You useless worm, the bandits are attacking, grab a weapon." Immediately after, the screen also paused and a notification window reappeared. "Choose your weapon." Sang Yun slowly looked around and said, "It stopped. Is it time to choose? Let's see. Spear, sword." He was puzzled that he couldn't find what he needed and asked, "I don't see a bow. That's an option too." Suddenly, a comment appeared in the chat window. "Is it a bow challenge?" Sang Yun was bewildered. "When did the viewers come in? 5 people. I seem to have chosen the right game." He read each comment, wondering, "A bow challenge? Does that mean bows aren't good? If they were good, they wouldn't call it a challenge." "Is this my first time playing?" one viewer explained to him. "Bows can hit teammates, bounce off armor, and you have to manage the number of arrows, so it's going to be a bit difficult." Sang Yun listened and admired. "Ah, so that's how it works. Thank you for telling me." Comments continued to pour in. "Is he really a beginner? Look at him creating his ID. Admiral Bang Jun is the best." Suddenly, a comment offering advice appeared. "If you're a beginner, a sword is the best." Sang Yun quickly decided to choose the bow. The system announced, "You have selected the bow." Seeing Sang Yun's decision, they angrily hammered on their keyboards. "This beginner is like a cute puppy. He's shamelessly flattering with his skill. I feel like I smell capsaicin through the screen." Capsaicin is extracted from hot peppers. That's why new streamers are always the most fun. He looked at the comments and thought, they seem to really welcome newcomers. But I chose the bow. Where is it? At that moment, a bow fell from the sky and rested neatly in Sang Yun's hand. The system announced, "You have acquired a bow. You have acquired 20 arrows." The viewers were delighted and burst out laughing at the scene. "The newbie has started. He killed him. This always happens when you choose a bow." Just then, Roman pulled Sang Yun back to reality. "Hey recruit, snap out of it. You damn bastard, pick that up and attack." The viewers commented, "He's stupid. Don't mess with the recruit, he's really annoying. Even if you snap out of it, no one will hit anything." After Roman finished speaking, the viewers reassured Sang Yun, "Newbie, don't listen to that guy. It's been a long time, but Roman is still a harsh speaker." He raised the bow and aimed straight ahead with resolute eyes, and the arrow lodged in the enemy's head. The viewers were very surprised to see this scene. He hit him in the head. Lucky shot. Sang Yun rested his chin on his hand and thought, it feels similar to the actual Olympics. It's a bit different from traditional archery. Somewhere between traditional and modern archery. Sang Yun, curious, asked the viewers, does this arrow always kill in one shot? The viewer Rubusworld replied, no, you have to hit a fatal spot to kill. This game is quite realistic, even mimicking actual organ locations. There's a headshot mechanism, so hitting the head usually ends it in one shot. It's a mechanism to instantly subdue if you aim for the head. He drew the bow forward and said confidently, okay, thanks for the explanation, Rubusworld. I'll take them down one by one with a single shot. Several people commented, he's a newbie but too confident, how cute. Sang Yun thought they didn't believe him, and then I'll have to prove it with results. This is sportsmanship. There are about 20 bandits and I have 20 arrows. I have to hit each one precisely. I'll finish quickly. Let's continue. Sang Yun took down the bandits one by one. He hid behind a fence and observed, unlike the fixed targets in practice. The enemies could move. I might miss, but it's easier than I thought. Next, only that one boss remained. Sang Yun immediately assessed, he has a shield, this will be difficult. Should I just shoot? But if he did, the arrow might bounce off. However, fortunately, at that very moment, Roman stepped forward and attacked him. Sang Yun noticed that a shooting angle had opened up. He drew his bow and shot with all his might, and the arrow swiftly flew to the enemy, lodging in his temple. Sang Yun lowered his bow and cautiously looked around. There don't seem to be any more bandits. Was the one with the shield the last one? At this, he opened the chat window. What? No one's chatting. Is archery alone not interesting enough? But soon, comments appeared as if they were about to explode. WTP what? H always H. Is it a game bug? I need to go out for lunch. The acting is too much. This newbie isn't normal. How did he create a new account? What on earth is this? He conquered the world with just one bow. He's the best, but he killed the boss. Reading the viewer's question, Sang Yun wondered, am I not supposed to kill the boss? The viewer replied, it's not that you can't, but they usually don't die that way. But didn't you just say that if you hit H everyone dies? That's true, but bosses usually don't get hit in the head. Okay, but I hit him. That's the point. How did you shoot him? Sang Yun asked himself in bewilderment. Did I? The man continued. Bosses have shields and move quickly, avoiding everything. Unless your arrow fires with maximum power. Maximum power, drawing the bow to its maximum. What's so difficult about drawing the bowstring to its maximum and shooting? The man replied reluctantly. But it's not easy to draw it like that. What? Do you always draw the bowstring to its maximum? Back in the game world, Roman approached him. Hey recruit, was that last arrow really shot by you? After that gameplay, Sang Yun's viewers re-uploaded the scene of him taking down the boss. A post appeared on the bulletin board titled, I saw a strange broadcast today. A new player in Kingdom who is incredibly good at archery. Roman makes this kind of face too. People who were curious about the title also clicked to watch. The first scene was of an arrow being shot and Sang Yun taking down an enemy. It then continued with the captain patting him on the shoulder and praising him. Recruit, you're really good. I've never seen anyone shoot a bow as well as you. The comments increased accordingly. Roman seems to be melting with happiness. Roman says lines like this too. This is the first time I've heard him say something like this. Is it really the first time? You're really good. These words are truly heard for the first time. He doesn't seem like a newbie. I don't know who he is. There's a nickname at the end of the video. After that, someone curious rewound the video to the end. Roman lowered his voice and asked, what's your name? I really want to know. I'm going to report it to the commander. Sang Yun smiled and replied, my name is On. Everyone searched Kingdom On in the Google search bar. Streamer On. I'll remember that name. Kingdom S player community. Or the community known as Kingdom S was stagnant just like this game. Most players are passionate about combat, but there were also questions like, is anyone still playing this game? Numerous posts and thousands of comments appeared. 23. Is it okay to use this equipment? Due to a lack of interesting moments and interaction, the community was stagnant. Conversations on the same topic kept repeating until one post appeared that changed everything. The super newbie player Roman praised. Some idiot Roman praised 153. Watch this video. It's real. Below is that person's capsule information. Roman praised and highly evaluated him. Moreover, no one kills the boss and then immediately runs away. Below the post, comments like, what is this? Appeared. At first I thought it was clickbait. But it turned out that clickbait uses provocative content to lure users to click, but ultimately disappoints with meaningless content. Did Roman really praise him? Am I dreaming? The account was even created yesterday. Creation date. End of 2020? No way, it's definitely a scam. It's just newbie clickbait. I'm sure without even watching. Below, numerous comments about Sang Yun appeared. Or is he a pro doing the ultimate bow challenge? Isn't this an alt account? Alt account. There's only one capsule. It's definitely an alt account. What's difficult about just creating a new body? Right. Just program all the fingerprints and change the iris. Does that sound simple? People still seemed unable to believe Sang Yun's play. Immediately, the post author said, I am the author of this post and the person in the video is definitely a newbie. The streamer's name was auto-generated. Sang Yun read the comments, unable to believe that something like this had happened. What? I didn't expect this. Several question comments about him continued to appear. The streamer doesn't even have a unique name yet. He must be a real newbie. It's definitely an auto-generated title. Sang Yun thought, I hope everyone shares the link, it will also help promote my name. While reading what others were saying about him, one comment caught his eye. Wasn't the challenge of taking down a boss with a bow difficult even for veteran gamers like Electron? Electron, it's definitely Electron. A name at the top of the list of skilled streamers. I heard he's a former pro gamer. A legendary pro gamer, the most skilled streamer. Electromagnetic Sangyeon was also curious and clicked on that comment. Several players replied, Electron couldn't take down the boss with a bow. How can a newbie who just created an account yesterday do that? Electron doesn't play this game anymore. He's too high tier for a game like this. No way, killing a boss with a bow is too difficult. Sangyeon sat in front of the screen with a blank face and said, now I'm being compared to Electron. He had only just started streaming a day ago, and he was already starting to get flustered by the fact that he was being compared to the top streamer in the industry. Looking at the continuously appearing comments, Sangyeon couldn't believe it. If they keep comparing him to Electron, the pressure might make him quit. Right, comparing an amateur to a world-class player is too much. Is this real? His phone, which had been buzzing with joy, rang. Kim Yoo-hyuk. What's up at this hour? He answered the phone and said hello. Yoo-hyuk on the other end said cheerfully, your streaming last night must have been pretty good, huh? He replied triumphantly. Thanks, Yoo-hyuk continued, glad to hear it. Is the capsule working well? The owner seemed a bit worried. Sangyeon immediately replied without hesitation, it's fine, I'm using it very well. Are there many viewers? Suddenly, Yoo-hyuk's household servant spoke. Mr. Kim, please enjoy your meal. Sangyeon answered Yoo-hyuk's question nonchalantly. About 20 people watched the game. Yoo-hyuk, as if he had expected the result, repeated, 20 people. But in less than 2 minutes he sprang up and exclaimed, 20 people? Everyone around looked at Yoo-hyuk with puzzled expressions. Yoo-hyuk asked Sangyeon in a curious voice, how did so many people watch your first stream? Sangyeon, also unsure of the reason, replied, I just chose a game I'm good at. You have such talent, so why were you working as an employee at a company? If someone told you that you could work even without experience, would you do it? Of course I would. After talking for a while, Sangyeon told Yoo-hyuk, I have to go now, I need to prepare for streaming. Yoo-hyuk sensed Sangyeon's unusual attitude and asked back, prepare, weren't you streaming after dinner? Sangyeon replied to Yoo-hyuk calmly, what's the difference between lunch and dinner? This is my job. Yoo-hyuk paused for a moment and then smiled, amazing. I never saw you working during mealtimes at the company before. While talking to Yoo-hyuk, a familiar shouting voice was heard beside him. Assistant Manager Kim, you're sitting there eating in this situation. Where are your subordinates? Yoo-hyuk quickly said, I'm busy. The person continued to shout, are you listening? Yoo-hyuk hastily hung up the phone. Sangyeon was leisurely drinking his beverage. Before he could even comprehend what had happened, he sighed and said, Director Park is still the same. Just then, Sangyeon went to the capsule and pressed the start button. He put his hand on his stomach and thought he should eat something substantial for his health, but eating a meal would take too long. He wanted to start as soon as possible. Since discovering that player community, my heart had been pounding. The pressure from comparison, the tension from judgment. How long had it been since I felt this way? I never thought I'd feel so invigorated amidst people's attention and evaluation. I truly felt like my old self, a true athlete. The system screen displayed start, and once again countless comments appeared. He's not here. What? Wasn't he usually streaming at night? Awesome. I entered right when the notification popped up. This is really fun. Sangyeon saw the comments scrolling faster than usual and wondered if it was his imagination or if the chat was genuinely faster than yesterday. How many people are watching right now? He looked up and was surprised. 180 people. The number of viewers has increased 9-fold in just one day. I didn't expect such a big reaction in this small community. This situation is new to me, so I'm a bit nervous. Whenever this happens, I imagine that this isn't reality but a game viewed from a third-person perspective. When I distance myself from reality like this, my worries magically disappear. Alright, let's pick up where we left off yesterday. The scene shifted to Yoo-hyuk. He sat at his desk sighing. People say there's always a way out even if the sky falls. What Section Chief Park just said wasn't serious. Good, let's keep eating. Yoo-hyuk cursed at Section Chief Park in his mind. A damn bastard. After finishing his thought, he took a sip of coffee to calm himself. Calm down. As Yoo-hyuk picked up his phone, a message from Sangyeon came in. You Sangyeon, thanks for your help. Next time I'll buy the drinks. Yoo-hyuk quickly took a screenshot. Screenshot taken. He was happy to see Sangyeon working so hard. It's really good to see you working so hard. You've always been a diligent kid. Suddenly, Yoo-hyuk paused as if something had just occurred to him. Right, I called Sangyeon to tell him something, but I forgot. Yoo-hyuk tried hard to remember, saying it was important. I must tell your friend again. What was it? I remember, it was about the capsule, wasn't it? While Yoo-hyuk was struggling to recall, a voice came from behind him. Assistant Manager Kim, the meeting in Conference Room 3 is starting. He quickly replied, yes, I'll be right there. Yoo-hyuk scratched his head, trying to remember what he was going to say. Was it about optimizing the body or what? Sangyeon recalled last night. Before going to bed last night, I had searched several websites, mainly about how famous streamers manage their viewers, cases of controversy, and some taboos. Mentioning viewer count can disrupt viewer immersion. Not create a competitive relationship with other streamers. They wrote, don't let viewers think of you as just a streamer. Make your broadcast friendly like watching a friend play a game. As soon as he read these guidelines, Sang Yun began to apply them to his live stream. He thanked Rubusworld, Mr. Dummy, whom he had watched yesterday, and everyone who had returned to watch. The mentioned viewers cheered excitedly. Rubusworld, he even remembers my name? I'm rooting for you. It's only his second stream and he already has a fandom? Is he a genius streamer? Sang Yun felt a little shy when they praised him like that. To be called a genius is a bit. Sang Yun quickly composed himself. Alright, let's get into the game. A beam of light burst forth and full began. Sang Yun squinted his eyes and a moment later found himself sitting on horseback. He said in surprise, "The game starts right on horseback." Sang Yun began to analyze everything for the viewers. "It's because I played the game a bit longer yesterday. So now the march has begun. Chief Roman said he would introduce me to the mercenary captain, so a new mission has appeared. First, I have to start this boring task." While Sang Yun was speaking, comments appeared in the chat window. "Mercenary captain. Respected mercenary captain, that's too arrogant." Sang Yun immediately started working. "I need to briefly explain everything to the viewers. This mission isn't special. I thought mercenaries had to fight, but it seems it's just escorting." One viewer immediately commented, "This game is really realistic. Those are the Nabarine mercenaries, except for a few capable ones. Mercenaries are originally just weak escorts." Sang Yun then began to feel something strange. "This game is really realistic. It feels like I'm actually riding a horse." Suddenly, Roman asked, "Is this your first time riding a horse?" Sang Yun turned to him and replied, "Not exactly, but I haven't ridden much." Sang Yun thought to himself, "Is this a fixed dialogue? I just said it naturally." At this, Roman continued, "Then hurry up and get friendly with the horse. Learn quickly, you useless fellow, you still have a long way to ride." He said this with a smile at Sang Yun. With this simple action, the viewers reacted explosively. Countless comments kept appearing. He smiled. "This is the first time I've seen Roman being so kind. He must be a fake Roman. What did you do to my Roman? On?" He read the comments and was immediately flustered. "No, what does that mean?" Suddenly, a viewer raised a question. "What mission are you doing now? Is it similar to starting a new game?" Another viewer asked suspiciously. "Wasn't this where the bandits appeared? They should be coming soon." Sang Yun was surprised to hear this. "Bandits?" Suddenly, the surroundings became chaotic and he was slightly startled. All at once, everyone shouted, "Bandits, they're bandits!" Roman immediately commanded, "Mercenaries, attack!" A rugged-looking bandit charged forward, and he quickly took down quite a few of Roman's subordinates. Roman then shouted nervously, "The front line has broken. Protect everyone and help the rear quickly." At a moment when everyone was in danger, Sang Yun said with a bewildered expression, "They really came. We're in big trouble." The viewers were excited to see this scene. A tribe, the first mission is to eliminate bandits. How many missions did he skip? Sang Yun thought, these people are really generous. As he read the comments, comments kept pouring in. Is he finally starting to shoot arrows? The video is going to get interesting again. The Legend of Archery, how to shoot an arrow in a virtual battle. Seeing them say that, Sang Yun thought, are these people doubting me, hoping I'll fail? This attitude is common in the sports world, so I'm used to it. It's very easy to silence them. I just have to prove my skill with results. Sang Yun said, they're moving too fast, about 50 bandits. He raised his bow, assessing the situation. It wasn't even an ambush this time, so why is this mercenary group losing so badly? The viewers agreed with him. Right, Sang Yun's gaze became resolute. First, let's deal with the one in front. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrow accurately pierced the chieftain's head and he fell without being able to do anything. His subordinates knelt and wailed. No way, the chieftain? His viewers were once again surprised. What just happened? It was too far to see anything. No way, the tribe leader is dead. No way, I didn't see anything. He killed him with a single shot. What did my eyes just witness? Sang Yun replied to the viewers with a bewildered expression. Why are these people like this? In the chat window, the number of viewers increased to 213, and others commented. Why is he asking them what happened even after taking down the boss? Haha. As expected, the video was real. Theoretically, you can do this by hitting an arrow in the head using maximum range and power. Sang Yun just thought he shot first because he was standing in front, but it turned out he was the chieftain of the bandit group. Despite the viewer count, the chat kept flowing. The power step that someone said was effective is true, Sang Yun then said happily. Everyone seems really excited. I'm really proud. Without making everyone wait long, Sang Yun continued to raise his bow. To the next one, the battle was not over yet. I'd be really happy if I left this battle as a winner. The next one, it's unknown how much time passed, but the bandits were almost annihilated by him. Countless praises poured into the chat window. Really cool. I thought it was a fake video, but I'm watching it live now. The remaining bandits turned pale and shouted, no, run away quickly, one viewer joked. Now who's the villain? Sang Yun stared straight at the remaining ones with cold eyes. I won't let you go, sorry. The viewers heard this and cheered excitedly. Go on. No sooner had he finished speaking than an arrow pierced the bandit's head and comments continuously appeared in the chat window. He's dead. Awesome. I almost suffocated. Viewers felt something was off but thought his posture had changed. Back in the game world, Roman shouted, the enemies are running away. Quickly chase and kill them. A notification popped up from the system. Mission updating. Mission to pursue and kill the bandits. Sang Yun opened his eyes wide in surprise. The mission has been updated. Let's quickly chase and finish the mission. On an online forum, a post about Sang Yun gained attention. It's real. Day 2, the rookie unlocked the bandit elimination mission. Someone saw it and exclaimed in surprise, what? Scrolling down, comments appeared. Is there a way to instantly kill bandits in the bandit elimination mission? No way. I've never heard of such a thing. I paused for a moment to check if there was any news about myself. A young man looking at the news was curious when he saw the name on the front page. On is not here. Who's here? He uses a bow, the screen displayed, broadcasting. Come in and watch. He saw that and thought it seems like a bow challenge. Interesting. What kind of foolish streamer would want to play such an unpopular game? I'll have to see if he's good. The man was Mook, known to others as the streamer Game on Jelly Mook. Mook then said excitedly, he's probably similar to me, but after watching the video he was startled, his face changing color. What? All these bandits just died from a headshot with a single arrow. A normal arrow isn't enough to instantly kill someone, but they died without time to react. This must be a perfect shot. Mook then fidgeted, extremely surprised. That was a perfect shot. In Kingdom, if an opponent is hit in a weak spot, they die instantly. But this only applies to enemies of a certain level. In other words, boss-level enemies don't die instantly even if they're hit in a weak spot. Everyone said so, but in reality there was a hidden system in this game. The only skill that could overcome weaknesses and had higher accuracy than HT was the perfect shot. However, most players didn't know about the existence of the perfect shot. Don't joke. Is that real? Prove it. Even among longtime players, opinions were divided on its existence because no one had ever used it. Mook with a pale face said nonchalantly, life goes on, believe what you want to believe. He was so shocked that he slumped down. He can meet the conditions for activating superhuman abilities. That's the first attack. Approaching closely and accurately hitting the target's weak spot within 5 seconds is normal. Furthermore, this streamer not only succeeded, but it seems all his attacks are perfect shots. After a moment, Mook leaned back, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Is he hacking? Besides, if he's not an idiot, why is he doing this in this terrible game? Is he only playing Kingdom? What on earth is he doing? An Olympic gold medalist. Mook was even more shocked by that fact. He's a rookie. Switching back to Sang Yun, he was chasing bandits on horseback. Roman said loudly, go chase them down and kill them. At this, Roman, who was beside him, spoke up. Hey On, are you going to shoot arrows while riding a horse? I think a spear or a club would be easier to attack with. The viewers also agreed with Roman. Right, it's hard to shoot arrows on horseback. I don't think it'll be easy. Sang Yun also implicitly understood the old man's good intentions. The elder is right, but I prefer to use my bow. But he soon replied to Roman, it's all right, Captain. You understand too, right? Roman smiled and agreed. All right, I'm sure you'll manage. The viewers who saw this scene vehemently hammered their keyboards. Oh my god, what blatant favoritism. It's like seeing a girl spit at me and then suddenly smile like sunshine at a popular guy. This is crazy. Lol. Sang Yun reached for an arrow while riding his horse, thinking to himself. I've never ridden a horse before and it's my first time shooting at moving targets, but I know I can do it. Yes, no matter how much I imagine this situation, my hands tremble, but I can't give up. With that thought, Sang Yun shot an arrow, and it pierced the neck of a fleeing bandit. The chat window displayed, he's insane, a mounted archer, like a Joseon dynasty cavalry archer. Sang Yun began to analyze the shot he just made again. I aimed for the head but hit the neck. This won't do. I need to adjust my body and the horse's movements faster and sharper. And the arrow flew swiftly through the wind, accurately hitting the head of the next unfortunate bandit. Damn, that's incredible. He seems even stronger than before, with all his might. While the young men hammered their keyboards, Sang Yun quickly aimed his bow and selected his next target. One fell, then two, and finally all the bandits were dealt with by Sang Yun. Roman also spoke up at this moment, filled with respect. I didn't expect so many enemies to be eliminated so quickly. On, you truly are a genius archer indeed. I've never seen such archery skills in my life. You're a reincarnation of Robin Hood. We're lucky to have you join our mercenary group. Comments continuously poured into the chat window. These people, I've never seen them care for someone so much. Lol, my colleagues just sound unpleasant when they talk like that. He read the comments and smiled happily. Truly amazing, fantastic. Why is such a talented person playing in Kingdom? Why is he interested in this messy game? Just then, a notification appeared that surprised Sang Yun. Acorn Jelly sponsored 100,000 won, all perfect hits. Is this for real? A notification also appeared in the in-game message window. Successfully defeated the demon. A nobleman approached him and said, An, I will surely remember your name. He kept repeating these words. Sang Yun didn't seem to care much. He was focused solely on the message he had just received. This sponsorship message, it's my first time receiving one. Acorn Jelly sponsored 100,000 won. Other viewers also reacted with surprise. Why are you here? Is it you? Are you Acorn Jelly? That's amazing. Let's watch the live stream, this young man, Sang Yun wondered. Moreover, judging by the viewers' reactions, he seems very famous. But why are only 200 people watching my stream? When Sang Yun stood dumbfounded even after seeing the gift, viewers asked curiously, why no reaction? Others added. He seemed shocked to have received 100,000 won. React quickly. Only then did Sang Yun respond awkwardly. Reaction, what should I do? People instructed him. React like you do when you shoot an arrow. React like I shoot an arrow. Sang Yun's mind suddenly lit up. He thought to himself, react like I shoot an arrow, then I should do that. He had a brilliant idea, raised his bow 90 degrees, adjusted his aim, and said, now I will show you my reaction. With that, the arrow flew vertically into the sky. The viewers were puzzled. Sang Yun still calmly watched the arrow fly and said, done. The chat window immediately erupted. Is that a reaction to a gift? At least explain before you shoot. This is crazy. He's just shooting an arrow into the air. Then he turned to the viewers and said the arrow disappeared. Immediately after, the arrow he had shot into the sky fell backward and hit him in the head. It was truly a foolish viewer reaction debut. A game over notification appeared. In the chat window, viewers laughed their heads off. Shock from self-shooting an arrow is too funny. Shut up. He died because of 100,000 won. Sang-Yun looked at the viewers' reactions and thought to himself, I played like this even when I was a pro gamer. Fortunately, everyone's reaction is very positive. Then suddenly his game console disconnected. He was ejected from the capsule. What is this? The capsule turned off? Well, I just got a game over notification, so it's fine. Opening the capsule door, he soaked in sweat, lamented. Is this capsule too old a version? It doesn't even have a cooling system. Looking at his phone in his hand, Sang-Yun wondered how the live stream was doing. Fortunately, everyone is still actively chatting. Live stream ended. What just happened? The stream just ended? What was that reaction? That's really advanced technology. Sang-Yun also left a comment. I just came out of the game because of an old capsule. The viewers then expressed regret. You suddenly left, come back, you're truly a legend. Looking at the screen, Sang-Yun thought to himself. The reaction is better than I expected. One viewer praised. You're very talented. He repeated the words blankly. Talent. It's probably not a bad thing for a streamer. I also like it when these unexpected accidents happen in entertainment shows. Wasn't it a perfect moment for Ansu? It's so good that I met her. No, I did that, controlling the arrow's flight speed to hit the target. That's all for today's live stream. Comments continued to pour into the chat window. He suddenly stopped the live stream? So funny. He's the only Archer streamer who died from his own arrow. Really unique. Ended stream after reacting to 100,000 won sponsorship. When will on stream again? I turned on On's channel notifications. Is there more streaming time? I didn't see it on Hot Megapixel 4 end. Really crazy. Damn. Sang-Yun came out of the bathroom and stared at his phone. Several messages appeared. Hey, you're super famous now. Be careful. You'll be banned soon. But why are you bothering with a live stream that only 200 people are watching? He received a gift from Acorn Jelly. Sang-Yun was also convinced that his initial guess was correct. As I expected, he was a famous person. Sang-Yun, with a curious face, thought, I'll have to check him out. He slowly searched for Acorn Jelly. Sang-Yun was quite surprised by the fact. He's truly amazing. I'm not really interested in the Bow Challenge, but his other videos are also this good. Why would such a talented streamer watch my live stream? While he was wondering, a message arrived. Hello On, this is Acorn Jelly. Sang-Yun looked at the profile and the message in front of him, thinking to himself, Acorn Jelly is not only a kingdom master but also a versatile game streamer. Becoming as successful as him is one of my goals. This would be very good commercially. But how should I reply? Hello On, this is Acorn Jelly. I've been active in Kingdom recently. I find your gameplay quite charming. Are you interested in collaborating with me? We could share game tips or create monster hunting videos together. I sincerely hope you agree. Sang-Yun was surprised. A collaboration offer? He deeply thought about what Mook had sent him. Don't feel any pressure. Contact me if you have any questions. He unconsciously tapped the table. Why should I feel pressure? Acorn Jelly is a versatile streamer. He's also my ideal model. It would be great if I could collaborate with him. However, if I agree to this offer, it might be seen as riding on his fame. This is really difficult. I don't have anyone to ask for advice. While he was agonizing, Yu-Hyuk called him. Yu-Hyuk opened his mouth and asked, Hello, I just found your channel. You're on, right? Sang-Yun replied expressionlessly. That's right, Yu-Hyuk asked curiously. Alright, how was the reaction today? Was it positive? He answered nonchalantly. Well, it was, Yu-Hyuk heard and retorted. It was. Aren't you answering too indifferently? Sang-Yun answered Yu-Hyuk indifferently. I'm an archer, so I always have to be calm. Besides, I've been called a genius since I was little, so it's nothing surprising. On the other end, Yu-Hyuk, annoyed by Sang-Yun's arrogance, crushed the drink can in his hand. This guy is out of his mind. Sang-Yun saw his reaction and continued. Did you just call to talk about that? Yu-Hyuk stammered. Oh no, actually before that. Sang-Yun heard the news and his face changed color. Why did you suddenly quit? Yu-Hyuk replied without hesitation. I had a conflict with Section Chief Park. That guy is really a son of a bitch. I almost threw an ashtray at him. Sang-Yun cut Yu-Hyuk off. Wait a minute. Kim Yu-Hyuk, you're the best in this field and now you're unemployed? Then Sang-Yun began to hesitate. Yu-Hyuk started complaining to him again. You don't know how hard it was because of that guy. He's really an unspeakable son of a bitch. Suddenly an idea flashed through Sang-Yun's mind. What if I made him my manager? No, I can't do that. I might not even have enough money to pay him a salary yet. Before Sang-Yun could even speak, Yu-Hyuk suggested, Alright, I think I'll be your manager from now on. I'm really looking forward to working with you. Sang-Yun asked in surprise. What did you say? Yu-Hyuk saw his reaction and immediately asked, You don't want me to? Hearing that, Sang-Yun quickly denied. No, I want to, he asked as if something had just occurred to him. Don't you have a savings account with 100 million won? Yu-Hyuk also answered honestly. Yeah, that's right. Oh, and speaking of the player capsule, you cried when you first used it. Suddenly hearing this, Sang-Yun shouted, Hey, why are you bringing that up all of a sudden? Yu-Hyuk clarified. Seeing you like that made me think a lot. You seem to love being an archer, don't you? Watching you, I realized I've never been passionate about anything, Sang-Yun said, slightly choked up. But if you do that, you'll lose the opportunity to work at a big company. Seeing him worry, Yu-Hyuk reassured him. You worry too much. I have enough money to take care of myself even if I take a year off. And if we do well enough, big companies will come looking for us themselves. Why still hesitating? What is there to hesitate about? Then Sang Yun said with an excited face, we'll be rolling in money together. So you quit your job right away too? Yu Hyuk also laughed heartily and replied, you're accepting my request to be your manager, right? Yes, Manager Kim, start work tomorrow. Sang Yun seemed too eager, so he had to ask again. Tomorrow, that urgent? Sang Yun explained to Yu Hyuk that he had just received a collaboration offer. And upon hearing that, Yu Hyuk's face turned excited. A collaboration offer? That's great. That's my specialty. Sang Yun scratched his face and asked, can you handle it? Yu Hyuk immediately asserted, of course, trust me. But Sang Yun, still uneasy, said to Yu Hyuk, but I'm bad at making a good impression on people. He smiled and comforted him. It's okay, I'll take care of everything. There are a few ways, just show them your talent. That'll be enough. Good. Inside a building in a cafe, someone was looking at On's information on their phone. The woman propped her chin on her hand and sighed. Is it okay to meet him in such a shabby place? The woman was Na Yin, Acorn Jelly's manager. Sitting next to her, scratching his head, Acorn Jelly Joe Cook said, I chose him because of his amazing talent, but I'm a star after all, the manager said in disbelief. Last time your channel almost went bankrupt collaborating with mediocre streamers. When old events were suddenly mentioned, he immediately retorted, why are you bringing that up? Mook, confident in his judgment of people, said, firstly, his physical abilities are the best in this country. Collaborating with him is a wise investment. Hearing Mook's words, she cupped her cheeks and sighed. You only care about his skill. What do you know about his personality? At her question, he paused for a moment, averted his gaze, and answered briefly, not yet. Hearing that, the manager was aghast. What, are you really a pro? What if he had another hidden agenda? At that point, you'd just have to cling to him, crying and begging. Just then, someone appeared and spoke. You must be Acorn Jelly, right? Hearing this, he was startled and turned to look at the person standing in front of him. Yes, that's right, hello. Sang Yun quickly said, hello, my name is Anmu, my real name is Yu Sang Yun, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Seeing Sang Yun, the manager's face flushed, her eyes sparkled, and she quietly murmured, he's handsome. Mook, who had been bewildered, quickly composed himself and straightened his posture. Mook also stood up and replied courteously, yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Du Mook. And the person behind you is Yu Hyuk, now the center of attention, quickly introduced himself. I am Kim Yu Hyuk, Mr. Yu Sang Yun's manager. This is my business card. Mook took the business card and thought to himself, I thought I was a big shot in this field, but I've never seen anyone as professional as this person. The manager standing next to him took the business card and quietly said, thank you. Mook stared intently at the card. He wanted to verify his identity. Both Mook and the manager looked surprised after checking the business card. Manager, that's impressive. You worked at a very large company, Yu Hyuk replied with a humble smile. It's nothing really. Sang Yun still stood there blankly wondering when did he prepare a business card. He really prepared thoroughly. Yu Hyuk turned to the woman next to Mook. And this person is, the manager quickly replied. I'm just a simple manager. I'm not as impressive as you, director. She then bowed and said, please take good care of us. Mook, seeing this from the side, quietly said, there's no need to go that far. Mook then spoke courteously, shall we discuss it then? Please both of you have a seat. At this, Yu Hyuk began to speak. For the broadcast schedule, please refer to this table. If there are any adjustments needed, please let us know and we'll discuss them again, he reiterated as if to confirm. Is there anything missing? After a long discussion about the cooperation issues, BGO Mook said, now shall we talk about profit distribution? Sang Yun reached out to take the lead on this matter. I'm new to this field and I need your help to become famous. I won't take a single penny. How does that sound? Mook also cut him off, concerned. I apologize, but that's not how we do things. We're past the era of slavery. If we did that, we'd be criticized. As Sang Yun was about to blurt out more disadvantageous nonsense, Yu Hyuk quickly covered his mouth. There was no such precedent even in the era of slavery. Anyway, it's a bit embarrassing to receive money due to our lack of experience, but if you insist, we'll only take the minimum wage per hour. Mook replied, in this industry we don't pay by the hour. Instead, let's do this. We'll give you both half of the sponsorship money received while our channel is broadcasting. Yu Hyuk heard that and was delighted internally. Half? That's a good amount. Yu Hyuk immediately asked Sang Yun, how about it? The scene transitioned outside the building and Yu Hyuk was very excited. That's a smooth start, isn't it? He smiled at Sang Yun and said, that's half of the sponsorship money from today's stream. Sang Yun heard that and asked, that must be quite a lot, right? Yu Hyuk replied cheerfully, of course. From what I've found, Acorn Jelly's stream earned at least 2 million won last month, so we can expect to earn at least 1 million won. That's quite a lot of money. Seeing that Yu Hyuk knew so much, he immediately became curious. When did you start researching? Yu Hyuk held up his phone and showed Sang Yun something. Look at this, he asked blankly. What is it? A recording file. Yu Hyuk replied excitedly. We might need to prepare for anything, right? Sang Yun inwardly admired him. He really prepared meticulously. It turns out he was an executive at a large corporation. Yu Hyuk turned to Sang Yun. Oh, and regarding profit distribution. If you earn more than 3 million won per month, I'll take just 20 extra. Sang Yun was puzzled. I haven't even earned minimum wage yet, are you sure? Yu Hyuk reassured him. I have plenty of savings. They even call me a financial genius, you know. My friend, I've prepared everything. Alright, I'll trust you, Sang Yun thought to himself. Born with a silver spoon, he's really generous. Sang Yun then returned to his work. A little later, many people started commenting. It's Anmu, Sang Yun smiled and said. Hello everyone, it's been a while. Comments continued to pour in. Anmu, why didn't you stream yesterday? He's greeting us as Anmu. Anmu's stream is a must-watch. A comment that caught everyone's attention appeared. I heard you're collaborating with Acorn Jelly. Is that true? Sang Yun was surprised. The rumor's already out. When did that leak? Acorn Jelly collaborating with An is huge, isn't it? He's already teamed up with a top streamer. That's insane speed. It seemed like there were more viewers than usual. Sang Yun couldn't help but feign ignorance. Collaboration, what could a humble person like me do? He quickly changed the subject. Today we're going to pursue the Bandit Chieftain. I'll try to take him down in one shot. A notification appeared in the system. Logging into Kingdom. Viewers commented, sounding disbelieving. A chieftain in one shot? He can take down a chieftain with a headshot from one arrow? As a newbie, reading the comments, Sang Yun wondered. It won't be one shot, but last time the Ka was taken down in one shot. A viewer immediately explained to him. It's not the Ka, it's Bo Ka, which is plenty. Anmu is really crazy. Bo Ka is just an elite boss, not a chieftain. Real chieftains are much stronger. You'll know immediately who's a chieftain and who's a boss when you see them. Only then did Sang Yun realize he wasn't a chieftain. Understood. At this moment he began to regret it. Oh no, I shouldn't have boasted about taking down the chieftain in one shot. Suddenly a notification window appeared. Red Jade Sword sponsored 10,000 gold. Mission, take down the chieftain in one shot to receive 100,000 gold. Accept reject. Seeing this amount, Sang Yun was surprised. 100,000 gold? Let's just accept it. He really accepted. How could you refuse 100,000 gold? Accepted. 100,000 gold reward mission. Take down the chieftain in one shot to receive 100,000 gold. Reading the notification window that he had accepted the mission, Sang Yun finally remembered. That's right, chieftains can't be taken down in one shot. But even for an impossible mission, things were going well. The large sponsorship reward would reduce the burden on future sponsors, so let's just shamelessly accept it. Sang Yun said, thank you for the sponsorship, Red Jade Sword. Take your 100,000 gold. Aubergine sponsored 2,000 gold. Good luck with the mission. Kill the Bandit Chieftain with one arrow. I'll give you an additional 110,000 gold. Tattooed Boss sponsored 1,000 gold. Show me. Sponsorship notifications kept appearing. Look, there are additional mission funds too. Sang Yun's face brightened with a smile at this moment. These absurd sponsorship missions leading the stream like this will really help maintain high earnings. I haven't even logged in yet, and I've already received so many sponsorships. Thank you for the sponsorships, Aubergine and Oregano. I'll do my best. Let's make it happen together. Transitioning to the in-game scene, Sang Yun was recalling his memory. Last time I was over there. Suddenly a voice was heard. Anmu, thank you for saving us from the bandit attack. As soon as the female character appeared, the chat window became lively. She's finally here. Amelia, I love you, I love you, I love you. So pretty. Amelia said shyly, I don't know how to thank you. Sang Yun, standing in front of Amelia, thought to himself, Amelia must be the game's heroine. The game's progression will change depending on how I answer. A selection window appeared. 1. It's nothing, it's just a mercenary's duty. 2. If you're grateful, repay me. That's all a mercenary wants. Sang Yun expressionlessly chose option 1. It's nothing, it's just a mercenary's duty. Viewers immediately commented, boring. Amelia also replied, even so, I am truly grateful. As soon as she heard Amelia's reply, comments once again poured in. She's the best. I play this game for Amelia, you fool. Kingdom is all about Rosanita. Sang Yun, looking at the comments, wondered. Rosanita, the second heroine. At this moment, Roman approached and informed. Lady, there's still a risk of remaining bandit remnants ambushing in the mountains. Shall I call a special assault team to suppress them? Of course, that would be wonderful. Understood. Then the guards will remain here and prepare to set up tents. Sang Yun immediately understood the game's progression. So this is how it begins. As night fell, the surrounding grass and flowers were still, and suddenly a rustling sound was heard. Shadows of people appeared with weapons, swords and bows. Roman and his mercenary corps were ambushing the bandit camp. Roman raised his hand to signal. Approach as close as possible and ambush them from behind. Everyone to your positions, Sang Yun thought to himself. This is more tense than I thought. The sensation of the grass is so realistic that I can't tell if this is reality or virtual. I can't simply think of it as a game. Roman began to draw his sword. He gave the command to attack and everyone rushed out to ambush the bandits. Damn it, where did they come from? From a distance, one fell to Sang Yun and another shouted in panic. Damn, there's an archer. But it wasn't long before this one met the same fate as the other, and the other bandits likewise fell with a single arrow from Sang Yun. At this, the bandits loudly shouted, get that archer first. While taking down the bandits, a system notification suddenly appeared. 3 conditions completed. 3 consecutive headshots, rapid-fire skill unlocked. Sang Yun was surprised. I had an auxiliary skill. Still, a game is a game. A viewer wondered, do you always unlock skills so easily? Crazy. Sang Yun raised his bow and aimed at the target. Magic appeared and enveloped the bow. Let's see the difference. Rapid-fire skill activated. Numerous bandits fell that way. Viewers witnessing this scene continuously wondered how it was just a sensory skill before he got consecutive headshots in that chaos. A viewer commented, "It's not that the skill is fast, it's that Anmu is too fast." Sang-Yun sighed after continuous firing. He looked at the chat window. Everyone was surprised again. "Anmu, Anmu, Anmu," he wiped them all out. "He wiped out all the bandits. I've never seen anything like this in a game. It's always been like this. The atmosphere is truly incredible." Sang-Yun didn't pay much attention. He looked at his bow and said to the viewers, "Everyone, this bow is better than I thought, isn't it?" Viewers commented, "It's only you. Anmu, Anmu, you cheat." A notification reappeared. "Single for 30 years, sponsored 1,000 gold. At least tell me you don't have a girlfriend." He also smiled and replied, "Thank you, single. Don't worry, I don't have a girlfriend." Seeing people's reactions, Sang-Yun thought to himself, it's fun. Not just the money but the realism full provides, and people's reactions and encouragement are truly addictive. As he was immersed in this pleasant sensation, Roman approached, patted his shoulder and praised him. "Anmu, you are truly amazing. With skills like these you could become the best in the empire." "It's nothing." A viewer donor sponsored 5,000 gold. Cheering on the stream. "Calm down, but it's already over." "What about the chieftain?" Reading the comment, he finally realized. "Now that you mention it, I just noticed." Suddenly a soldier shouted, "Captain, it seems this corpse is the chieftain." Notification window. "Bandit Chieftain has died." Viewers were once again surprised. "No way. One headshot. No way, you can't take him down with one headshot. Is the chieftain this weak?" At this, Sang-Yun also scratched his head, wondering, then did the 100,000 gold mission fail? But he died. Something strange. A chieftain wouldn't die from a headshot, would he? The notification sound rang again. Acorn Jelly sponsored 100,000 gold. Killed in one shot. Critical hit will take down even the chieftain with one arrow. Sang-Yun thanked donor, likely meant Acorn Jelly here, but still didn't understand. Acorn Jelly suddenly sponsored. The chat window continued to move. "Where does critical hit come from? His critical hit is truly legendary. Give up, Jelly Boy. Critical hit really existed." Critical hit? Was that really a critical hit? "I thought it was just a rumor. Was that really the boss just now?" Even while reading the comments, Sang-Yun still wondered. But what is a critical hit? At this moment, viewers were still endlessly debating. "You really can't think that way, can you? You can one-shot a boss. What are you talking about? It just looks like a bug. I really can't believe it." Mook watched Sang-Yun's live stream, trembling and crying because he couldn't believe it himself. "It's real. I can't believe it either." After the donor sponsorship, Mook wished for a clear explanation from him. "Now I hope Anmu explains everything." But even Sang-Yun was bewildered by that one shot. A perfect critical hit. "What's that? What did I do?" As he turned to the viewers, they reacted intensely. Acorn Jelly sponsored 10,000 won, and he doesn't know what it is, Sang-Yun said innocently. "I really don't know." At this point, Mook thought blankly, goodness, he's been landing perfect critical hits this whole time since the game started, and he doesn't even know what they are. He doesn't even know the extent of his own talent. It's a stroke of luck that I got to know him. Thanks to him, the viewer count also seems to have stabilized somewhat. Something more needs to be done. Then a notification window reappeared. Acorn Jelly sponsored 100,000 won. "This time I'll show you a perfect critical hit, everyone. Anmu, how about we do a joint live stream tomorrow? What do you think?" The viewers' comments were absolute chaos. "So they'll play together. Acorn Jelly is appearing on stream with that guy. This is huge, absolutely huge." Sang-Yun looked around and thought, is he gathering viewers for me? He immediately decided to cooperate. "Alright, I should show some favor in return, right? Streaming together." The viewers saw this and immediately said, "Hey, don't stream with Acorn Jelly, hung. He'll be completely overshadowed." Other viewers agreed. Right. Sang-Yun was amazed to see the increasing viewer count. There really are a lot of new viewers. The chat window moved ceaselessly. "He's playing with Acorn Jelly, hung. Anmu is just all show and no substance. Acorn Jelly and on. That'll be really fun. Anmu, show your talent." Everyone seemed quite excited about this joint stream. There was no better time than this. A notification appeared. Red Jade Sword sponsored 10,000 gold. "If you really show your skills in the joint stream, I'll sponsor another 10,000 gold." Sweating yet smiling, Sang-Yun replied to the comments, "Thank you, I'll definitely participate in the joint stream with Acorn Jelly. I'm happy to play together, Acorn Jelly." A notification appeared. Acorn Jelly sponsored 10,000 gold. "I'll be waiting." As soon as he saw the comment, he rejoiced internally. "Glad to hear it. I'll be waiting too." As expected, everyone's reacting positively. Aren't all of Anmu's viewers going to switch to Acorn Jelly? We'll see. Sang-Yun quickened his steps, thinking, I'm really looking forward to this. Since Acorn Jelly said he would show a perfect critical hit, he felt quite a bit of pressure, as expected of a top streamer. He's only just made a move and people are already this excited. At this, the viewers debated fiercely. "By the way, he sponsored Anmu 120,000 won. Why is there no response?" He must have turned off the broadcast. That's why he was silent. As expected, there'll be something to see. "Please don't turn off the stream, Anmu, we're still watching." Sang-Yun raised his bow. "I've taken down the chieftain and I've also set up a joint stream. I've started things off quite well. Now it's time to end the broadcast. Thank you for the sponsorship, Acorn Jelly." After speaking, he raised his bow and shot an arrow into the sky. Oh no, the outcome was predictable to anyone and it was game over. Returning to the real world, Sang-Yun had just exited the capsule and was standing in the bathroom thinking to himself, the viewers' reactions are incredible. But is it okay to just exit the game by dying like this? This game was too realistic. Just then, Yu-Hyuk sent a text message. Let's meet tomorrow, Sang Yun replied, but we can just do it online, Yu Hyuk reminded him again. Don't you remember what I said last time? We agreed to do an offline interview and stream together in the game. Only then did Sang Yun scratch his head and remember. Oh right, I'd forgotten. He looked at himself in the mirror thinking meeting outside is fine, no problem. He then sent a text to Yu Hyuk. Then let's meet at your place tomorrow. Sang Yun returned to his room. Alright, I need to see how people are reacting. Everyone was still endlessly discussing. That shot, it's too funny. Anmu, did he die again? Today Acorn Jelly is streaming with An. At that moment he saw a video playing and his jaw dropped. An's video of taking down the Bandit Chieftain took the online world by storm. The Chieftain really died from one arrow. No matter how many times I replayed it, I can't figure out how he took him down. The viewers' comments were, as expected, he died from one arrow. Too fast and too dangerous. As expected, it's difficult to explain just by watching the video. Sang Yun looked at the comments and was surprised himself. It's true, I didn't know I could take down the Chieftain that quickly either. People in the chat window were still endlessly discussing. Alright, I'll have to wait for the next stream, Sang Yun agreed. Right, they're right? The comments continued to pour in. Then tomorrow will we see Anmu's real face? Yes, he's probably a game-obsessed dwarf. Right, I'll try to predict his real face. Everyone take a look. He glanced at his watch and said, I should go eat dinner. Enough about their talk. As Sang Yun left his seat, Yu Hyuk called him. Why is he calling again? We already agreed, Yu Hyuk urgently informed him. Did you just see the video of him taking down the Chieftain? It just went up and already has 40,000 views in just 1 hour. He asked again blankly, but we don't have a YouTube account, do we? Acorn Jelly uploaded it to gather viewers for the joint stream. The video showed Sang Yun continuously shooting arrows. Alright, you'll do well, Anmu. The next scene showed the bandits dying, and finally an arrow hitting the Chieftain's head. At the end of the video a message appeared. Perfect critical hit. Is it real or fake? Tomorrow you can get the answer in our joint stream on Acorn Jelly's channel. The viewers' comments were amazing. I'm looking forward to both of them. So this is the game Acorn Jelly is playing these days. He seems good. It's been a long time since I've been this excited. I'm really looking forward to this stream with a guest. So in the Kingdom game, are they still shooting bows like this? It must be video editing. How does he shoot like that? I'll wait for tomorrow's video. One viewer praised inwardly. He's a rookie, but he's good. Everyone seemed to be looking forward to their stream tomorrow. And Acorn Jelly's joint stream broke the record for the highest number of live viewers on YouTube. Acorn Jelly's live broadcast building, he said. Anmu, you'll be revealing your face now. There will be around 3,000 to 4,000 viewers at first, so be careful. Prepare well. Anmu replied, yes, I'll wear something more presentable. Yu Hyuk, standing behind, also admired him. That's incredible. Yu Hyuk approached, sat on a chair and silently wished Sang Yun good luck. Good luck, Sang Yun. And the broadcast began. Alright, stream start. Hello everyone. Immediately, countless comments poured in. Look also exclaimed in surprise. The viewer count is 10,000. 10,000 viewers right at the start. That's truly a record. Hello everyone. Thank you for subscribing to my channel. Hello everyone. It's already lunchtime. What did everyone have for lunch? Sang Yun stood to the side watching this scene and praising. He's interacting to increase the viewer count. He's really good. Just then, viewers called for Anmu. Anmu, hurry. I can't wait any longer. Anmu, Anmu. How is he not coming? Anmu, Anmu. Anmu. Mook read the comments and began his introduction. Today we have a guest joining us. Since this is his first time, we'll do a brief interview so everyone can get to know him. Most importantly, today we'll show you the perfect critical hit. The chat window became chaotic. Alright, I'll wait. Hurry up. Don't say that. Let's see the perfect critical hit. Alright, stream start. Perfect critical hit. Mook excitedly called out Anmu's name. Anmu, welcome. Immediately, thousands of comments poured in. Anmu, finally. The face reveal. My heart's pounding. Is he finally showing his true form? Please, I hope he's ugly. Sang Yun approached the chair and slowly took off his hat. Hello, I am Anmu. At his face reveal, the comment section erupted in frenzy. Amazing. This is crazy. Don't enemies sponsored 1,000 won. He's handsome. How can he be so handsome? I'm so disappointed. Please stop. He's too handsome. Please show us that handsome face. 1,000 won sponsored. His face is a national treasure. Anmu, the worst streamer on earth. Mook took advantage of their excitement to speak. What do you think? He's handsome, right? I was really surprised when I first met him too. The viewers immediately reacted. Absolutely not. It must be manipulation. Didn't he change his face to look handsome? Mook asked for their opinion. Should we do the interview first or play the game? Viewers began to choose. Let's just play the game. Go, Kingdom. I just want to see his face. Truth Seekers sponsored 1,000 won. I want to see the perfect critical hit. Hurry up and start the game. Acorn Jelly's Day of Judgment. Is he bringing in a rookie to nurture him? Seeing the viewers this excited, Mook smiled contentedly. Alright everyone, I know you're all excited, but we have a guest, so please be polite. The chat window was moving too fast and Sang Yun sat there blankly. The chat messages are too fast, I can't read anything. Mook turned to Sang Yun and spoke. Alright, I understand your opinions. Shall we start the game? Sang Yun replied. Yes. Mook began speaking. What's your optimization code? Sang Yun heard and wondered. What's that? Mook paused at his question. He quickly explained. It's a code you use to optimize your capsule. It adjusts brainwave and body synchronization. Sang Yun had question marks over his head from the unfamiliar terms. I don't know what it is, but is it important? Mook listened and doubted. Does he really not know that? No way. He's been playing without optimization until now. Then it must feel like playing with sandbags on. He can actually do that. Just then Yu Hyuk suddenly realized. He recalled his conversation with Kang Sok. This is important. I have to tell your friend, Yu Hyuk thought to himself. Oh right, I completely forgot about that. Then he approached Mook and whispered softly. Hey Acorn Jelly, Sang-Yun really doesn't know anything. I forgot to tell him. Mook, upon hearing the information, said shocked in front of the live streaming camera. What? Ah, I see. Now I understand. Sang-Yun, even after hearing their conversation, still couldn't understand the situation. The viewers were also curious. Is that Anmu's manager? Why, tell us. I don't want to hear that. Really? What's going on? Is there a stream problem? Tell us. He really doesn't know about the optimization code. That's a bit too much. Anmu, what's wrong really? Is that true? Is it okay to do that? Mook explained with a resigned expression. Everyone, I'm so embarrassed. Anmu bought a used capsule and has been playing without knowing anything. The viewers were once again surprised. What's going on? That guy is truly a legend. But how can he play without optimization? Wait. So that's why he suddenly exited the game. Mook read the comments and then turned to Sang-Yun. You said you sometimes suddenly exited the game, didn't you? Sang-Yun replied, ah yes, every time I died. Mook was surprised again. What? Then how did you keep playing after dying? Sang-Yun explained to everyone. The viewers saw this and once again admired him. It's true, so this game makes you start over from the beginning. If you die, then don't die. Actually, he never died, he just shot himself in the head. Was that the power button? Mook listened to the explanation and expressed respect. As expected, you're a true genius, Sang-Yun replied with a confident smile. I think so too. At this, Mook began to see Sang-Yun in a different light. My goodness, I shouldn't underestimate that guy. He's the quintessential genius type that people always want to see. He's really calm, he must be a professional. Of course he's a genius, moreover he seems skilled at interacting with others too. He's really well suited to be a streamer. Why do I feel so good? Then let's create the optimization code first. Yes, let's start. After that, Sang-Yun quickly went to create the optimization code. At this moment, Sang-Yun thought, it's done already? I thought it would take quite a while, but it finished really quickly. The system displayed optimization code Z102.938. Mook asked Sang-Yun, it seems to be all done. How do you feel? Sang-Yun experienced it and replied, it's really great. So this is what virtual space is like. It feels like I don't have a body. Mook explained, of course, because this is the world of our consciousness. Then that's settled since it's all done. Then let's go for the perfect hit, as Mook excitedly suggested. The viewers also urged, let's go, the time has finally come, hurry up. Alright, let's go. A notification window popped up with Kingdom Start. Sang-Yun worried whether he should show off his skills here. As he entered the game, Captain Roman said, I will explain today's mission. Lady Amelia has entrusted us with another mission. The viewers watched intently, excited. Ah, is he matching On's progress? Really? It started. Let's defeat the boss, Roman informed the captains. There's a goblin cave nearby that has been harassing the farmers in this area. We will find that cave and eliminate them. It's been a long time since we've had a mission with so many rewards, so we must achieve good results. Understood? Did you understand? Sang-Yun and Mook simultaneously replied. Understood. Then the mercenary band set off. Sitting in the carriage, Mook said, then you need to know when to use the perfect hit. He began to analyze this damn game. Even weaknesses were divided into a scoring system. Imagine there's a circle on the forehead and a few smaller circles around its center. The first condition is to hit that, just like in archery. Sang-Yun's eyes widened as he asked, it's really similar to archery. Then what's the second condition? Mook sighed and replied, the second condition is really difficult. You have to succeed on the first attempt while satisfying the first condition. In other words, you only get one chance. After hearing this, Sang-Yun replied with an indifferent expression, understood. So that's why it's called a perfect hit. Mook looked at Sang-Yun's reaction and thought to himself, why is he reacting like that, as if these conditions are nothing? Since he's achieved a perfect hit before, it might not be that difficult for him. Suddenly, Roman approached Mook and hit him on the head. The viewers burst into laughter. Roman's at it again. At this moment, Roman shouted, what are you doing? We just arrived, don't talk back to me. Do you want to be split in two? Mook didn't understand but could only carefully reply, I'm sorry. Roman scowled at Mook and glared at him, asking, where did this guy come from? Then his expression became friendly again, and he said to Sang-Yun, Anmu, let's do well on this mission too. Mook's face twisted at this, and he wondered, why am I the only one treated this way? The viewers were once again amused. Our Roman is always like that. Roman is so funny. In front of the Goblin Cave, Mook said to the viewers, is everyone ready to see the perfect hit? Alright then everyone. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit by Roman again. If you want to help, just stay still. The viewers were once again amused. Phew, is this Roman's stream? Roman continued. Anmu, you lead the way and show this rookie a thing or two, Sang-Yun replied. Understood, Mook said with a disgruntled expression. Why do I keep getting this treatment? From a distant bush, Sang-Yun held his bow and thought to himself, after my character was optimized, movement became much easier. That unpleasant feeling had completely disappeared. Sang-Yun shouted. Mook, hidden in the bushes, quietly observed. Is he going to shoot in that stance? No matter how impossible it looks, Anmu will surely do it. And an accurate shot took down the first goblin. Mook, witnessing all this, showed a surprised expression. The viewers were also surprised. When I saw it myself, that shot was a bit different. Then Sang-Yun took out a second arrow, and the second goblin and the third goblin fell in succession. Watching Sang-Yun's method of eliminating enemies, Mook admired. Amazing, he's improved even more than before. He even adjusted to reduce the sound of his shots during this ambush. truly remarkable. In addition to his incredible physical abilities, his demeanor and speech show a very unique characteristic. As if in the spotlight on a stage, he was the star of this performance. In front of the cave entrance, a pile of goblins lay with arrows stuck in their heads. A notification appeared. All common goblins have been eliminated. A viewer commented curiously, "Is this the right way to go?" Roman turned his head, looking at him with approval and a smile. "You did very well, Anmu. All right, let's go now." Everyone there also praised him, vying with each other. Unbelievable. This is when all the mercenaries should be working together to defeat the monsters, but that guy handled it all by himself. Another person in the chat window also wrote admiringly, "This place was supposed to be filled with people's blood." Sang Yun, hearing the praise, beamed and shouted loudly, "Everyone, did you see that? How amazing a perfect hit is. The enemies die instantly." Then the viewers burst into laughter, teasing him. "What are you talking about? That's just a headshot and they die instantly?" After a moment, everyone composed themselves and stopped joking, focusing seriously on the task. "All right, now block the cave and set it on fire. By blocking the cave like this, the remaining groups won't be able to escape and will be roasted inside." While Roman watched the fire consume the cave, the soldier next to him suddenly flinched. A deafening roar echoed from within. Then a massive foot and blood-red eyes appeared. The soldier stumbled backward in shock. It's coming. Walking out of the cave was a goblin chief, much sturdier than the goblins they had just defeated. A mission notification appeared. "Defeat the champion goblin." The viewers were very excited by this scene and kept chatting. "That's the big boss. Can he defeat it with a perfect hit? Use the perfect hit to defeat it." Captain Roman immediately turned around and with a solemn voice told everyone to prepare for battle. "Quickly, prepare." And everyone's resounding voice replied, "Understood." While everyone was still inactive, Sang Yun rushed towards the goblin, confidently laughing loudly. Anmu first condition. People in the chat window were also very interested in his audacious act. "Isn't this the perfect opportunity to show how strong a perfect hit is? Shoot the boss now." But as he held his bow and prepared to shoot, he thought of something and lowered his bow. Seeing this, all the viewers were dumbfounded and despised him. What? Why did he stop? Is he nervous because he has to succeed on the first try? After all, Anmu is human too. The reason Sang Yun stopped shooting his bow was that he had clearly observed the enemy in front of him. He grumbled to himself, "Damn it, that monster is wearing an iron mask, so I can't shoot its head." Then he began to analyze and calculate a plan to quickly defeat the goblin in front of him. Aiming for the forehead won't work. Should I shoot somewhere else? No, the forehead is the most fatal weakness and the easiest target. No other weakness can compare to the forehead. Then, thinking this far, Sang Yun without hesitation immediately took a perfect stance and aimed straight upwards. This confused all the viewers. Shooting at the sky, is he trying to end the live stream again? Who sponsored that guy? 100,000 won? What is this? Wait. While everyone was confused and guessing why he was doing that, the arrow flew in the blink of an eye. Even the goblin had no idea that a dazzling light was approaching it from behind. The live stream viewers also slowly guessed the next step. Perfect hit. Just hit the weak spot. You don't necessarily have to hit the forehead. The very next moment, the arrow pierced the goblin's nape and the goblin screamed in pain. The viewers on the screen and all the team members witnessing this unexpectedly spectacular scene from Sang Yun were all surprised. My goodness, he really killed it in one shot. He really killed it. Is it real? It's real. Even he himself hadn't expected to be able to do such an illogical thing. He watched the goblin fall with a dumbfounded expression. For a moment, everything was quiet, as if time had stopped. He was the one who broke that death-like silence with a proud and satisfied shout. The viewers also commented wildly excited. "Hey Acorn Jelly, your wish came true. Insane. Is it real? It's over. He did it. Congratulations. Truly amazing." A notification sound also rang. Rubus World sponsored 200,000 gold. "Congratulations on your victory." Anmu, Sang Yun, getting more and more excited, shouted, "I told you so." "Thank you, Rubus World." Then he seemed a little flustered, thinking he had received too much money. Chidori Brega sponsored 10,000 gold. "Congratulations." Goose sponsored 3,000 gold. Domino sponsored 5,000 gold. "Congratulations." Perfect Hit Believer sponsored 100,000 gold. Perfect hit. A dream come true. He was a little bewildered because he hadn't expected to receive so much support and love from so many people. He came out of the game drenched in sweat and feeling the heat. As he came out, he thought admiringly, "Does even the latest version capsule not have a cooling system? So hot." After taking a few steps, he stopped and stared blankly at Mook, who was grabbing Na Yian's hand, crying with joy and smiling broadly. "Na Yian, do you see? I finally did it." Na Yian stood helplessly and echoed, "You did well." Then she continued to say to Mook, "The server crashed, so the live stream was cut off. You know that, right?" Mook, still smiling broadly, replied repeatedly, "Yes, I expected it to stop. There were a lot of chats and a lot of sponsorships. This is the first time this has happened." Yu Hyuk stood behind them, raising his hand and saying, "It's like an elementary school student who wants to present something." "Right, I didn't expect problems with messages and viewer sponsorships either. But the live stream is still going on. If the two of you do an interview in front of the screen, you can still receive sponsorships. What do you think?" Mook replied very quickly. "Alright, let's do that." Sang Yun turned his head and started to say, "Wait, my head," but Na Yian, before he could finish, quickly interrupted him, flattering, "No, you look really cool right now." He didn't believe her, but asked with a slightly suspicious expression, "Really?" A moment later, Mook and Sang Yun simultaneously smiled brightly and said in front of the camera, "Hello everyone. The viewers rushed in, cheering, "They're back, I was waiting. The legendary talk show has begun, hello." Another viewer jokingly added, "Help me level up." Mook introduced himself in a very arrogant tone, like a peacock spreading its tail. "Hello everyone, I'm Mook." When it was Sang Yun's turn to speak, he instead said with a naturally serious expression, "Actually, I didn't know anything about the perfect hit at first." The viewers showered him with endless praise. "That guy's really good, so handsome. His looks are like an NPC, but his skill is Robin Hood." While sweet compliments poured in for Sang Yun, the teasing words for Mook were just as relentless. As expected of Acorn Jelly. "If I were you, hey," you cried when the screen went off, "didn't you?" As soon as he read that, Mook, as if a switch had been flipped, instantly became adorably sulky and flared up. "I didn't cry, rude people." People saw this and teased him even more. "Really? Scary. Give me some money." As soon as this was said, a viewer donor Singh sponsored 5,000 gold. Mook was flustered and quickly explained. Sang Yun, on the other hand, was like a statue just sitting there blankly. "Everyone, we can't read all the sponsorship messages." The viewers were very generous, like big spenders. "You two just open your mouths and we'll throw money at you." "Thank you everyone, you sponsored 10,000 gold. Dream Come True sponsored 30,000 gold. This is for Anmu." The broadcast continued like that. The more Mook chattered cheerfully, the quieter Sang Yun was, like a statue. "Thank you Doran." Sina Ganjang Joram, Dream Come True. Although quiet, Sang Yun's heart was thumping like a drum. Over 40 people sponsored. "How much did we earn?" Then everyone in the room was aghast, and even he was flustered and confused. "Celia sponsored 1 million won. She just sponsored me 1 million won. Even Yu Hyuk was incredibly shocked, shouting, 1 million won? The viewers also exclaimed in surprise. "That's a huge amount of money, crazy." Mook could no longer contain himself and excitedly stood up, shouting loudly, "I've never seen anything like this. My goodness." Then, the very next moment, his face turned black and he slumped weakly. "Anmu, you're really handsome. Keep up the good work." That's what the message said, but he had to admit the truth. Of course. The notification rang again exactly as before. "Celia sponsored 100,000 won. On, you're really handsome. Keep up the good work." This made Mook shout crazily. "Seriously, she sponsored you twice? Does her family have money to burn?" He just sincerely bowed his head. "Thank you very much, Celia." People in the chat window kept commenting like a flowing stream. Everyone's only gifting Anmu all to Anmu. Anmu is really no joke. Keep up the good work. That guy is really handsome, so funny." Mook quietly cried, inwardly helpless, then voiced his sorrow. "Enough, stop now, let's start the interview." He cleared his throat and said, "I made the questionnaire based on the results of the poll on my personal page. The poll results displayed very profound questions like, what's your skincare routine? What lipstick do you use? Do you have a girlfriend? What's the secret to your success?" These questions, coupled with our cheerful notification sounds, infuriated him. "Hey everyone, what kind of questions are these?" The viewers immediately burst into laughter. "Didn't Acorn Jelly have many female fans too?" Sang Yun replied very calmly. "I don't use any moisturizer or lipstick." Mook, sitting next to him, turned red with anger and shouted, "Why are you answering such ridiculous questions?" He ignored Mook and continued to answer, smiling with clear, transparent eyes. "I don't have a girlfriend." Mook quickly changed his demeanor, no longer red-faced or annoyed, and smiled brightly again, saying, "It's a warm feeling. Perhaps this is the joy of live streaming. But playing games during a stream is a much cooler thing to do." That night, though it was unclear who was speaking outside, only the sound of everyone saying good work could be heard. Inside, Na Yin handed Sang Yun a towel and said worriedly, "The capsule doesn't have a cooling system, so you're sweating a lot like this." He took the towel weakly as if his energy was completely drained and replied tiredly, "My capsule at home is the same." "Thank you." Behind them, Mook stood blankly, pointing at his own face, but no one paid him any attention. Na Yin turned back and asked him, "Is there a problem though?" Mook, confused by the question, replied, "No, it's just that I think it would be better to stream from home." "What do you think? Of course, you both worked hard." Finishing his words, he cheerfully approached Yu Hyuk and smiled brightly like a flower. Yu Hyuk handed him a gift box and said, "Thank you for taking care of us. It's a small gift, please accept it." Mook eagerly took and opened it. Inside were neatly and delicately packaged cookies. "What's this?" Na Yin, standing nearby, couldn't hide her joyful expression. "Looks delicious, I'll really enjoy them." Sang Yun, feeling slightly shy, inwardly praised Yu Hyuk. "I never even thought of something like this. He's truly amazing," Mook said. "While Na Yin prepares, shall we talk for a bit?" He held a tablet in his hand and said, "This is the total amount we earned today." At these words, Sang Yun and Yu Hyuk both focused intently. Mook smiled and held the tablet in his hand and said, "This is the total amount we earned today." Sang Yun and Yu Hyuk maintained serious expressions for a few seconds, then saw the number on the screen and were so surprised they dropped their jaws. 5 million won? Sang Yun, surprised, asked Mook suspiciously, "Do you usually earn this much?" Mook also seemed a bit flustered. No, actually this is the first time I've earned so much." Na Yin brought a few glasses of water and said with a bright smile, "Then if we divide this money exactly in half, it'll be almost 3 million won." Upon hearing this, Sang Yun and Yu Hyuk's eyes immediately filled with light. Yu Hyuk bowed his head, then Sang Yun's head, and sincerely said to both of them, "Thank you." Mook quickly waved his hand and stammered, "No, I should be thanking you." Even 50 million gold was considered a huge hit in joint streaming. Yu Hyuk keenly realized inwardly, then giving to his family wasn't his main source of income. Perhaps, thinking this far, he immediately asked Mook, could you tell me a bit about your income generation methods? Mook replied happily without any hesitation about the question. Of course, if we consider advertising as the main source of income, Chibi's ad revenue is proportional to the number of viewers. That's like a basic salary. Additionally, I've attracted third-party advertisers. That's a manager's job. Na Yin added to explain in case he found it difficult to understand. It's similar to game advertising or sponsorships. For example, sponsorships for outfits, broadcasting equipment, or player capsules. She pointed to Mook and said, "These clothes are sponsored too." Yu Hyuk's eyes widened in realization. "So it's similar to a celebrity?" Na Yin gently added, "That's right, for people with good looks, over 90% of their income comes from donations." Then she pointed to Mook again and said, "But for him, because he looks like this, he has no choice but to earn money in a celebrity-like manner." At the mention of being insulted, Mook quickly flushed and retorted, "Hey, what about me? And in this industry a handsome and humorous appearance is the most advantageous." Hearing that, Na Yin teased him again. "So funny. Haha, so funny." Yu Hyuk watched the scene, sighing and clutching his forehead, while Sang Yun, like a child unaware of what was happening, just blankly sipped his water. After a moment, Na Yin, feeling a little shy, called Sang Yun. "Ah, Sang Yun, this is just my personal opinion, but I think you could become quite famous like a celebrity." Mook, sitting next to her, turned dark-faced and asked sulkily, "That's completely different from what you just said, isn't it?" Sang Yun put down his water glass and replied quietly, "Thank you, but I want to be a game streamer." Na Yin, not surprised by his answer at all, smiled brightly. "Of course, I was just suggesting ways to generate additional income." Mook also chimed in. "It's also important to increase the proportion of activities other than game streaming. For example, there's a streamer named Sogi Ramen who used to be a cartoonist. While live streaming games as their main content, they also participate in entertainment activities such as appearing in mainstream media as celebrities. For reference, for such people, YouTube is usually the main source of income, and live streaming is seen as a way to communicate with fans." Sang Yun was slightly swayed. "Doesn't seem bad." Na Yin continued to explain so that Sang Yun could choose. Streamers can be divided into two types. Those who focus on image promotion create content on YouTube, while live streamers focus on live streaming, making them more secretive. I would advise Sang Yun to go in the direction of image promotion. However, on YouTube, video editing also has a big impact, so it's important to find a skilled editor. After saying this, she asked Yu Hyuk, "Yu Hyuk, have you ever done any editing? This is quite important. Good videos attract more viewers." Yu Hyuk was flustered and embarrassed. "No, I don't have experience in that field," Mook said. "Then we'll have to find someone else. Since your income isn't high yet, don't rush." Yu Hyuk was very pleased with their advice and said emotionally, "Thank you so much for the advice." Both of them also smiled brightly. "You're welcome." The two saw Sang Yun and Yu Hyuk off to the underground parking lot. Sang Yun grabbed Mook's hand and said emotionally, "Thank you so much for your help today." Mook was very pleased by this. "Yes, let's stream together again next time." He also immediately affirmed, "Of course." Then he looked straight at Mook's sun-like beaming face and thought inwardly, "By then he'll probably be far ahead of me." As the two got in the car and left, Mook stood there and thought inwardly, "I'm really envious." Then he sighed towards Na Yin and said, "What should I do? His talent is just on another level." Na Yin, not understanding what he was muttering, suddenly said, "What's wrong now? It's cold. Let's go inside." The scene transitioned to Sang Yun's neighborhood. He got out of the car and sincerely told Yu Hyuk, "Thank you for the ride." Yu Hyuk replied, "You're welcome." As he was about to enter his house, Yu Hyuk's voice called out from behind him, "Sang Yun, you still seem to be concerned about YouTube and Chibi, don't you? Don't be too impatient. In my opinion, you have a lot of talent, so whatever you do, you'll succeed." Hearing such warm words at the end of the day, Sang Yun felt very good and smiled at Yu Hyuk, saying thank you. Walking step by step towards his house, he said, "The weather's starting to get chilly. When winter comes, all the stairs will freeze over." Then he remembered his grandmother who used to walk these stairs with him, but now he was alone. He remembered carrying his grandmother's luggage and holding her arm so she wouldn't slip, saying, "I'll carry your bag, it's slippery and dangerous." His grandmother, feeling sorry for her ailing grandson, had said, "It's okay." He spoke in sadness, but no one knew he wasn't talking to himself, but rather telling his grandmother about what had happened today. "I used to worry about you slipping, Grandma. Grandma, today I earned about 2.7 million won. Yu Hyuk helped me, and he didn't even take a single one for his efforts. Money is money, but honestly it was quite enjoyable. I'm thinking of continuing this work." He stopped speaking, clenched his right hand tightly and stared at it, then slowly continued, "And in there my right hand doesn't tremble anymore. It's completely stable." Old memories resurfaced in his mind. The traffic accident was a devastating memory not only for him but also for his grandmother. He still remembered her wrinkled eyes as she secretly cried alone. So his right arm was more than just a bad memory. It was the most detested presence. It had made his grandmother sad, but at the same time it was the part of him that had been with him through everything. Since then his right arm had always followed him like a deep discontented shadow. Now with that right arm he could finally draw a bow again. Sang Yun sighed and forced a smile and said, "It's truly amazing, isn't it? If Grandma saw me like this she would have fainted with joy, and now I have so many good people around me helping me. It's like angels sent them, Grandma." For some reason the way home felt unusually long today. He continued walking. "I don't know how to repay them. I'll do my best, but is it too late? His tears suddenly fell without warning. He recalled his grandmother lovingly scolding him. You won't say it's too late, will you? If you knew that, you should work even harder. Wiping the tears from his face, he lightly repeated his grandmother's words. Okay, I'll work hard. Then he dragged his tired feet along the path. It was full of regret and sorrow. It was simply regrettable that his grandmother couldn't see this. That was his greatest regret. Viewers and fans who watched Sang-yeon and Mook's live stream showed very passionate and enthusiastic reactions. Anyone who missed Jelly's broadcast today really missed half their life. Who's Anmu? These people missed out on life too. Are they lining up to buy? A truly perfect shot appeared. The boss really fell in one hit. It was a champion Goblin. Anmu is Kingdom's savior. Watch the crazy video Acorn Jelly released as a preview. Crazy. This game can be like this. I requested a refund within 2 hours. This is an absolute difference in talent. Mook, seeing all these comments himself, felt a bit dazed. Then his daze turned into excitement, as if he had found a large gold nugget. But this enthusiastic reaction, isn't this the first time a Kingdom post has been in the top 10 of the community? Na-yeon, seeing him like that while working, asked blankly, Are you looking at the community? Is the video that good? Mook pointed at his phone and replied, Doesn't seem like there are any other special posts. Hearing this reply, Na-yeon had to add, No, I was talking about the editor community. He was slightly surprised. Editor community? Na-yeon now realized he had no idea about the editor community. I'll send you the link, take a look. As soon as he opened the link Na-yeon sent, Mook's eyes widened in surprise, and sweat beaded on his face. Sang-yeon really seems to be blessed by heaven. At this moment, Sang-yeon had just finished showering and was wiping his wet hair in front of the mirror. Based on what I heard yesterday, let's organize what needs to be done. Streamers have 2 main revenue models: viewer donations and advertising revenue proportional to viewer count. This is Chibi's primary focus. Yesterday, in Mook's other live stream, he said, Everyone, if you've received advice, repay it with donations. It's give and take, truly. And as for video editors, in another stream he said, Everyone, do you know how to choose a headset when buying a PC? Receiving many advertisements and sponsorships is mainly what YouTube focuses on. Remembering this far, Sang-yeon thought inwardly, Among them, the one that suits me best is probably the star type active on air. Yoo-hyuk said something similar before. Yoo-hyuk had said then, I think both of them are right. You're not like Acorn Jelly, you're closer to that type. He recalled when Yoo-hyuk, as if excited, was even aiming for CF modeling. At that time, he could only helplessly watch and say, Slowly, slowly. Then he thought that Mook's streaming style was completely opposite to his own. What Yoo-hyuk had mentioned must have been his income model, on-air advertising and sponsorships. Then, as if realizing something, he inwardly exclaimed, I need to find an editor quickly. Sitting in front of his computer screen, he blankly muttered, Income is stable, but I need a skilled editor. Should I look for talent in popular game videos? Seeing a post titled Kingdom S Archer Highlights on his computer screen, he inadvertently exclaimed, I can't believe this is trending. I was lucky. Then he realized he was the subject of the post and shouted in surprise, Wait, this is me. Reading the post author's name, he became even more dazed. The name was Celia. He sat blankly, remembering that Celia was the person who had sponsored 1 million won last time. Inside the post was a video and audio of Sang-yeon's gameplay when he was on the mission to eliminate bandits. At that moment, Roman said, Lady, there's a high risk of bandits running wild in these mountains. Shall I send a special assault team to subdue them? The next scene was of him fighting on horseback, and Sang-yeon, watching it, jumped up in disbelief, surprised. Sang-yeon narrated the scene selection, weaving a story as if it were a real movie. It was hard to believe that similar gameplay could be depicted with such tension. Even he was surprised by his own play, thinking, Is that me? He beamed with delight, mouth agape, at his cool appearance on the computer screen, and his joy doubled as he read the comments. Realistically, no one can play like this. It's truly a waste of money. Needless to say, if they logged in once and lost, they'd give up immediately. Anyway, the video quality was truly insane. The original gameplay was already astonishing, but this video took it to the next level. He was incredibly excited internally, thinking all the comments were positive, and he decided he had to contact Yoo-hyuk right away. As he picked up his phone to call Yoo-hyuk, he found a message from him. It was a message with a link to that very post saying, I found a great person. I'll contact them directly in the comments. He was startled. What? Yoo-hyuk was watching too? Sang-yeon immediately replied to Yoo-hyuk. Congratulations, but what about the money? Your income isn't stable yet. I still haven't paid you back. Contrary to Sang-yeon's fluster, Yoo-hyuk replied very calmly. Relax, that's my job as your manager. You just focus on the game. Strike while the iron is hot. He was startled by Yoo-hyuk's message, but soon sighed, composed himself, and reminded himself, It would be rude not to focus on the game when I have such a capable manager. Alright, he stood up, stretched, sat in his game capsule, and muttered to himself, I'm confident in archery, but physically I'm not superior to other streamers. I need to learn how to aim, develop my sense of direction, strengthen my reflexes, and improve my dynamic vision. If I want to continue streaming based on skill, practice is essential. A message appeared on the notification board. Select training difficulty. He stared blankly for a moment, then said, Difficulty, the highest level. After quite some time he came out, sighed, went to the refrigerator and took out some food. It took 3 hours to finish everything. Now that I mention it, it's already time to start streaming. Sang-Yun dished out some dried food and said, "No choice, I'll have to grab something quick to eat." As he ate, he thought, besides, it'll soon be time to see the reactions to the collaboration in YouTube video, won't it? What will the results of the first live stream be like? I'm suddenly a little anxious. A message appeared on the notification board. Live streaming will begin in 5 seconds. The scene shifted to a man sighing and grumbling face down on his desk. Did I make this fantasy game into nothing? Outside was Bangsa, the country's largest game publisher, and the man worked right there. I knew this game genre wouldn't be a huge commercial success, but I didn't expect such low sales. The man wanted to cry right then, but he thought, it'll surely get better, right? The experts' reviews were great. He rested his elbows on the desk, supporting his head, and muttered with tired eyes as if he hadn't slept for days. Would it make a difference if we held an event to attract new players? No, that's unlikely. No one would promote a game that isn't selling well. If only a star player would fall from the sky. He sighed again and looked up, deep in thought with a sad expression. What am I talking about? This isn't an esports game. And a star player? How can I save this failing game? After lamenting for a long time, he went online to find new information in the gaming world, and Sang-Yun's recently popular video caught his eye. He found it strange and clicked to watch the video. After watching the entire video, the man admired inwardly. The quality is truly outstanding, the editing is superb, but this person's playstyle and skill are truly amazing. There was a rookie like this, my goodness. This account was created just a few days ago. A rookie? He sat dumbfounded, surprised by the fact that Sang-Yun was new to the game streaming scene. He had talent not only in skill but also in how he conducted his broadcasts. He read the comments praising Sang-Yun. Anmu's headshots are truly on another level, literally. Famous streamers 1 million won reactions ended the stream. When is Anmu's next broadcast? I've turned on Anmu's notifications. He praised himself once more, then felt a surge of wild excitement brewing within him. And that guy is really handsome. It's definitely him. He sprang up, excited. Since he's a new player, his ratings won't be high, but if we give him a proper push. He immediately followed Sang-Yun's account. Then as soon as he received the notification, he became even more excited, as if electrified. It was a notification that Sang-Yun had just started broadcasting. He rejoiced inwardly, thinking he was very lucky. I just followed him, and I immediately got a broadcast start notification. What perfect timing. I have to see his playstyle for myself. The man without hesitation clicked to watch Sang-Yun's live stream, and he froze dumbfounded, watching Sang-Yun's viewer count exceed 1,000 and rapidly increase. He thought frantically, as if utterly bewildered. Was this person's viewer count always this high? Over 1,000 viewers were displayed on the computer screen. In front of the screen, Yu Hyuk was surprised and dumbfounded. His viewer count is this high right now? It's already over 1,000 as soon as the stream started, and it's still increasing. Perfect camera angles and excellent editing. Even so, he's crossed the 1,000 live viewer barrier, so now he can become a full-time streamer. Yu Hyuk was so excited he jumped up. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened, and the question, "What's going on?" appeared in electronic letters. This was followed by a disgruntled curse. "You idiot, the broadcast is on right now." This was immediately followed by countless messages appearing simultaneously. The chat window was a veritable maelstrom of chaos. If the people behind the messages could meet in person, they would surely fight. Yu Sang-Yun recalled his two friends Na Yin and Jae-Mook. They managed everything very stably, even when the viewer count exceeded 50,000. They were experts in this field. Yu Sang-Yun sighed, but now he was alone. But it's okay, I'll do well. After taking a long deep breath, he optimistically cheered himself up. He turned on his microphone and welcomed the viewers to his live stream. His energetic voice rang out. A warm welcome from the start. Thank you, everyone. After finishing his opening remarks, Yu Sang-Yun continued to talk about today's live stream topic. Have a good evening, everyone. Today I'll continue with Kingdom. Chat window was continuously bombarded with demands to show his face. They complained, it's the main stream, but he's not even showing his face. As messages demanding to see his face kept repeating, Yu Sang-Yun was very flustered. Somewhere in the chat window his photo appeared. It seemed old videos had been circulated. The chat window exploded over Yu Sang-Yun's handsome appearance. Everyone praised him incessantly, and he blushed with embarrassment, lowered his head and murmured, "Thank you for the compliments." Anyway, since the photo was already out, he clicked the mouse without hesitation and turned on the camera. Everyone in the chat window was very excited by the fact that their favorite streamer had finally turned on his cam. Viewers sent donations like crazy. "Thank you all, I'll work even harder for you. It's getting late, shall we start now?" After loading and setting up the game space for a few minutes, a twilight sky and grassland appeared. As soon as he entered the game, Sang-Yun met a young girl and a clear voice was heard. "Anmu, I've heard about your skills. The news of you easily eliminating the goblins that were causing problems in our territory has set the chat window abuzz." Yu Sang-Yun awkwardly declined. "It's all thanks to everyone's help." "No," Amelia continued. "I heard everything from Captain Roman." She took his hand. Under the twilight sun, the scenery was truly romantic. The chat window frantically sent messages like, "Why are they so intimate?" As the chat window continued to explode, Amelia went on, "You have another mission." She was trying to manipulate him into doing the mission. The chat window laughed in disbelief at the two of them. Sang Yun also found it absurd and asked her, "Why don't you ask Captain Roman?" Her eyes sparkled and she said, "I'd like you to do this mission alone." The Lord has also agreed. As she finished speaking, she pointed across the grassland and a faint castle could be seen in the distance. The smile vanished from her face, replaced by an expressionless one. Her entire body turned ashen. "Please eliminate the master of that castle." Sang Yun was stunned as if struck by lightning. He asked again, "Does the master of that castle often come out?" "No, you'll have to infiltrate." Amelia replied very calmly. Amelia's angelic image shattered, and the chat window was in chaos over this surprising situation. Her eyes sparkled, and she held on Emu's hand, pleading earnestly, "You can surely do it." Everyone in the comment section sent him cheering donations, encouraging him to bring down the castle with a single arrow from his magnificent bow. In front of the computer screen, Sang Yun was quite hesitant about the given mission. With limited equipment, he wasn't sure if he should take on such a reckless challenge. At this moment, Deputy Manager O, who was nearby, was also quite troubled. He knew this mission was very difficult in Kingdom and completing it with a bow was impossible. Moreover, even before entering the castle, just by leveling up outside, he could be surrounded by guards and crushed by rocks, or become like a hedgehog riddled with countless arrows. But all of this wasn't the biggest problem. What Deputy Manager O worried about most was that the armored Lord Taloran was the most difficult opponent for bow users. But what if he completed this mission with a bow? Deputy Manager O thought incessantly. He highly regarded Sang Yun. He was very capable and handsome, but that alone wasn't enough to survive in this industry. To become a star, a little magic was needed. While Deputy Manager O was deep in thought, Sang Yun had already accepted the mission. Seeing this, Amelia gently tilted her head and smiled. "I knew you would agree." Then everyone in the chat channel cheered him on simultaneously. Sang Yun closed his eyes, thinking with a resolute expression. "It'll be really difficult, but I have to try. If I shrink back, I can't even start." Opening his eyes, Sang Yun was much more energized and spoke passionately. "Medieval castle walls aren't as sturdy as you might think, right everyone? There are probably only up to 50 defenders. I think I can do it." But the next moment, he wondered to himself why Amelia wanted to eliminate the master of the castle. He mustered the courage to ask, and she hesitated for a moment. The next moment her answer greatly shocked him. "That lord enslaves the people. He lends them money at high interest and then turns them into slaves. Children and women are no exception. If he is dealt with, my family can take care of them, but I don't want war, and this is the only way." After hearing Amelia's explanation, Sang Yun became even more resolute. His eyes were filled with an indescribable determination. A yellow piece of paper with torn edges appeared. The mission Sang Yun had to complete was the assassination of Lord Taloran. As night fell, the howling of wolves echoed, sending shivers down his spine. Sang Yun was hidden in the grass near the castle. He followed the instructions from the chat channel. After completing all preparations, he moved lightly and agilely through the grass, surprising everyone in the chat channel. Sang Yun felt the worth of his 3 hours of daily practice and was happy with his improvement. As he reached the castle wall, he saw guards patrolling back and forth. He quickly vanished from sight, then moved swiftly in one go. As he got close to the castle wall, Sang Yun asked himself, "How can I climb without being detected? I need to be careful. Carelessness could lead to reinforcements being called. The textbook says to approach from behind, cover their mouth, deal with them and take them down silently. But honestly, I'm not confident with any weapon other than a bow." The chat channel was startled. "Use a bow? No, you'll get caught. You'd have to kill 2 of them at the same time," but others didn't agree with that opinion. At that moment he realized, "Everyone, I have an idea. There's a way to deal with them simultaneously with just a bow." Would Sang Yun's plan succeed? The comment section buzzed noisily. "He's not going to shoot 2 arrows at the same time like in a movie, is he? Just go do it, you won't be able to. That's a movie. This is Kingdom." Sang Yun held his bow and aimed firmly, and the comments continued to debate. Is he really going to shoot? It's like 50 against 1. If even one of them gets hit by an arrow, the rest will all scream. If you can't kill them all simultaneously. His gaze was firm, and his confidence exploded. "I can do it." Sang Yun looked up at the castle wall and thought. First, to the left at a high enough angle for the arrow to fall slower. Then he drew the bow fully and shot an arrow straight over the castle. Some comments wondered, what is Anmu doing? The first arrow was fired and soared into the air. As the arrow flew successfully, he drew another arrow from behind his back, aimed precisely, and continued to shoot. The arrow was fired successfully again. The arrow flew up and dropped straight down to the guard's position. Sang Yun timed it perfectly, shouted "now" in his head, quickly drew his bow and shot. Each arrow hit a guard nearby and the other guards quickly fell in succession. The comments erupted. What just happened? Did it happen all at once? How could he do it simultaneously? This is crazy, that guy's a monster. I can't believe I'm seeing a scene like this firsthand. Is Anmu a god? He watched, covering his forehead with his hand. There won't be any more, right? Praise poured out. This is absolutely insane. Is something like this really possible? The chat window displayed Rubus World sponsored 10,000 gold. What? Crazy Man sponsored 1,000 gold. Mom, I want to be Anmu when I grow up. I want to be Anmu. Sang Yun sat down and happily replied to the comments. Thank you for the sponsorships, Rubus World and Crazy Man. Comments kept coming. Sip sponsored 3,000 gold. Even the game developers couldn't have predicted this. Unbelievable. Hearing that, he smiled humbly and replied, "No." Outside, the people in the observation room were so surprised they were speechless. Deputy Manager O wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and was horrified, thinking he had not anticipated this situation at all. I've worked in game distribution for years and met countless players, but I've never seen anyone like that. Then he quickly picked up his phone from the table and called Director Mao, asking him to prepare for tomorrow's meeting. I'll text you the streamer's detailed information. We must recruit him, no matter what it takes. In the game, the desolate castle walls were sparsely populated, with only the wind blowing through. In the deserted area, a hand struggled to climb over the castle wall. Sang Yun climbed up, exhausted, leaned against the wall and lamented, "Damn, I'm so tired. Other games are really like Q games compared to archery." There were 2 fallen soldiers near him. Comments started coming in again, but that's the hardest part. Just climbing the wall is amazing. Most people would need 2 or 3 tries. Really? You prepared for this, right? Sang Yun wiped his sweat and scoffed inwardly. Yes, I practiced beforehand. It was the highest difficulty. He had repeated this section countless times. Repetitive practice is fundamental for athletes. Then he muttered to himself, "First I need to clear the bodies." Suddenly he noticed something. A guard was approaching from not far away. As the surroundings were quiet, he wondered, "What's going on? Where have all the guards gone?" While he was complaining, unaware that death was approaching him, he thought, did he fall asleep somewhere again? Right beside him, he aimed his bow at the guard's head. Sang Yun handled it quickly and cleanly, ensuring the soldiers inside the castle noticed no difference. After dealing with the last one, he casually took off his hoodie. In front of him, there were only comments praising him. Crazy. Did he aim for the neck to silence him? 1 arrow to the neck, it must have been a vital spot, so he died without bleeding or struggling. Perfect. Keep it up. Bodies piled up in the corner of the wall, and comments remarked admiringly. Seeing the bodies piled up like this mission seems too easy for Anmu. He might pass through easily now, but it will get harder once he goes inside, as there are more enemies. After tidying up, he casually brushed his hands. The comments continued to say, "Anmu is definitely a sniper, but how will he handle close combat with so many enemies?" Sang Yun scouted the area below the castle and thought, "Yes, below the castle won't be easy. What can I do?" After a short while, the area below was still heavily guarded. He had already changed into a guard's uniform, and a slightly displeased expression was etched on his face as he thought, "More unpleasant than I thought. This is the armory. Let's quickly grab some arrows and go." Then he approached very naturally. Just then a guard, yawning, approached and spotted Sang Yun, shouting, "Hey, what are you looking for?" Before he could finish his sentence, Sang Yun immediately shot an arrow at his head. However, the witnesses were very surprised. "Oh, what is he doing? Is he really going to kill everyone? I don't think he understands the mission yet. You only need to kill the Lord Anmu." Another soldier approached from behind him. Sang Yun immediately went on high alert. Comments said, "He's been spotted." He slowly drew his bow, lost in old memories. What a memory. It reminds me of participating in competitions back then. At that time I heard nothing else. I only focused on the target in front of me. At that moment all complicated matters became simple. Only hitting or missing. Then the arrow flew swiftly towards the target. In this world there are only 2 outcomes. Then the arrow continued to hit the soldier's head precisely. He looked straight at the direction the arrow was heading, serious and confident. Facing such difficult crossroads, I've become much stronger. Sang Yun quickly moved forward. Comment said, "The sound is too loud. This is an assassination, Anmu." Anmu seems too immersed to even read the chat. A soldier with a spear approached him, shouting a warning. "Hey, you bastard," Comment said. "Here he comes again." Then he failed. "No. Anmu makes mistakes too." Sang Yun turned and drew his bow, shooting an arrow at the soldier's leg. Comment said, "Anmu seems nervous and can't perform well. This is a disaster. Run away quickly." A loud noise attracted everyone's attention. A soldier rushed over and shouted, "Damien, that archer bastard, stop him quickly." But what greeted him was Sang Yun's innocent back. Sang Yun, running, slammed on the brakes, a beautiful movement. He drew his bowstring and aimed at them. The arrow flew and accurately struck the head of the soldier who had just shouted loudly, terrifying those who followed. The soldier who had been shot in the leg gasped in horror. "What is this?" Then Sang Yun quickly shot 2 arrows at 2 soldiers. Comments became lively again. And some people gave him likes. "That bastard killed his own friend. He's using enemies as bait." As expected, he has military experience. He's an archer trained in the military. Having dealt with the obstacles, Sang Yun moved forward without delay. "It's all over, now let's go inside." As he climbed the castle wall, 2 bewildered eyes met again. He glared at the guard, and in front of the startled guard's eyes he quickly drew his bow and shot. As his body fell, other soldiers noticed him. A soldier shouted in surprise, "Intruder!" The soldier blew a trumpet to signal, and as the trumpet sounded, numerous soldiers rapidly approached Sang Yun's position on this side. They aimed their weapons and spears at him, and he still stood very calmly. Sang Yun's eyes gazed indifferently and coldly at the soldiers, and comments came up again. "Oh no, why was he caught? You can't eat him." Anmu, no. Then an army surrounded him, all fully armed. They approached ferociously. A suspicious comment appeared. "Anmu, what will you do?" The soldiers shouted and rushed at Sang Yun all at once. "Die?" Comments appeared, some worriedly saying, "Damn it." Some angrily said, "There are no basic rules in assassination." Some confusedly said, "He's been caught. What now?" Oh, he was not to be underestimated. Each arrow held a life. He thought quietly, "It's okay to be caught." A system voice rang out. Rapid-fire skill activated. Sang Yun reached back, grabbed a bundle of arrows and slammed them back into the ground. Sang Yun took a defensive stance and with quick hands drew and shot his bow behind him where arrows stuck straight in a line, and with each arrow shot, one person fell. One by one everyone fell. The soldiers were killed by arrows and those who survived were terrified, but their turn was next. As the soldiers in the lead quickly fell, those who followed dared not advance. A soldier with a spear stammered in fear, "What is this?" All the arrows hit their heads. Then, looking down at the fallen soldiers, he whispered in a trembling voice, "Monster!" The soldier shouted in fear to warn everyone. "He's a monster, run away!" Hearing that, the soldiers turned and trampled each other as they fled. In the dark night, the moonlight hidden behind the clouds was indeed perfect for killing people. The soldiers, still terrified, looked back at Sang Yun as he fled. Dust rose from behind. He chased with incredible speed and a murderous face. Seeing that, the soldiers ran even faster, shouting, "He's chasing us, run away quickly!" Comments were once again astonished. "He's shooting while running, is that possible while running so fast?" Sang Yun aimed his arrow while running and thought, "Of course it's possible. Although my right hand is not free in virtual space, what makes this possible is absolute concentration." The accurate arrow flew and precisely struck the soldier's head, and he continued to draw his bow calmly. With each arrow shot, one soldier died. The soldier with the spear who had just witnessed the scene continued to flee in terror. He ran with tears and snot begging, "Please." But before he could finish his sentence, an arrow precisely struck the back of his head and blood splattered everywhere. After a long time of shooting arrows and killing enemies, the soldiers lay dead on the ground as if it were early morning. Sang Yun stopped, breathing heavily, and sweat poured down like rain. Then he smiled charmingly, wiped the sweat from his hands and looked at the screen saying, "Alright Anmu, you're crazy, you're really cool. Is this what people call a killer smile? Fantastic skill, fantastic face, cool." QWERTY word sponsored. Jane sponsored, "Oppa I'm pregnant. Here's all my money." Toga sponsored 5,000 gold, amazing. Cricket sponsored 2,000 gold. Sang Yun smiled at the continuous gift notifications. He rejoiced inwardly. Everyone started donating. "My stream seems to be doing well, right? I feel good." He slowly walked down the stairs and said, "Now I have to kill the Lord, right?" He walked with firm steps, leaving bloody footprints behind him. Light poured down on Sang Yun's body and he carefully pushed open the door. Opposite him, a large man in armor with a sword sat on the ruler's seat. Sang Yun observed him carefully. "Is that the Lord? I thought he'd be a fat old man, but he really looks like a boss." He suddenly opened his eyes wide, glittering, and asked the comments with a bewildered expression, "No, why is he waiting as if I snuck in? Shouldn't he be fighting outside?" Comments loudly shouted, "We told you you were caught, that's the script." As soon as the comments finished speaking, a sword suddenly flew swiftly towards him. Sang Yun froze and it almost hit his body, just barely missing. It was such a powerful throw that white smoke rose from the knight's hand. He shouted in anger, "Did you come alone?" Sang Yun also regained his composure. He drew his bow and prepared for battle. He throws a greatsword so easily, he's really strong. He suddenly realized something. He stood helplessly and drew his bow and comments came up again. Anmu finally realized, "No hope, right?" Sang Yun glared at the knight and thought, "There's truly no hope. That armor is too perfect." He lightly moved his finger, beckoning him closer, and inside, numerous subordinates walked out, all fully equipped with flawless armor. The knight sat back on his throne and his subordinates drew their swords and fought him. Comments worriedly said, "Did he call more soldiers? What now? Everyone is fully armed. Anmu looks like he's having a hard time. Sharp weapons are best now." Sang Yun began to observe the surroundings and thought, "I could use that greatsword, but should I use an unfamiliar weapon? No, it's too risky. Arrows can't pierce them. I haven't played many games, but I know the basic rules." Comments worriedly said, "I'm scared. Shouldn't he run away? Quickly grab a sword." He still calmly continued his analysis. "Every game, every mission has a way to complete it. As long as the bow is in the game's weapon list, there will always be a solution to solve the mission with this weapon." As he observed himself drawing the bow, his gaze was firm, and a sudden ray of light flashed in his eyes. Sang Yun looked around and examined carefully. The subordinate soldier still held his sword firmly and waited quietly. The knight also watched the situation quietly, and then he smiled as if he had found the key. One of the subordinate soldiers began to act, swinging his sword at Sang Yun. He quickly dodged to the side, then flipped his body, calmly drew his bow and aimed at the subordinate soldier. In the blink of an eye, the subordinate soldier's helmet suddenly flew off. Sang Yun skillfully shot an arrow precisely into the center of the helmet, and comments exclaimed in astonishment, "He blew off the helmet with one arrow? My goodness, is this possible?" As the first helmet fell to the ground, the other subordinate soldiers were terrified. Sang Yun quickly shot 2 more arrows and comments said, "So this is how you're supposed to do it. Are you even human?" Each arrow precisely took down the remaining 2 helmets. The one who was hit in the helmet first clutched his face and shouted in anger, "You bastard!" Carrying his sword, he charged at him. The soldier approached and horizontally slashed at Sang Yun, who quickly leaned back and lightly dodged. His hand slightly released an arrow and the arrow immediately flew and accurately struck the subordinate soldier's shield. He then drew his bow and aimed at the remaining 2 subordinate soldiers. Sang Yun thought candidly and coldly with contempt, too late. 2 arrows flew and precisely struck the remaining 2 who could do nothing. He lowered his bow and the 2 subordinate soldiers fell heavily to the ground. The atmosphere in the game grew cold, but comments erupted. "The bow was made for you. This is Korea's divine archer, insane. The bow is so strong." The Lord sat there gripping his greatsword firmly and praised. "Not bad." Comments worried again in trembling voices. "But what about the Lord? He doesn't have a helmet circle." He stood up, brandished his sword and stretched. The comments screamed, "He's coming." Sang Yun calmly thought, 3 arrows lodged in his head. That's enough. Now I need to confirm my method. A blue aura emanated from his bow and his gaze was more resolute and serious than ever. Is that right? The system voice rang out and the rapid-fire skill was activated. Sang Yun continued to use this skill. Numerous arrows pierced the ground and the comments once again said, I forgot he had a skill like this, but what is he trying to do? He drew his bowstring. Power flowed through his entire body, and he aimed his bow at the intimidating lord. The lord slammed his greatsword into the ground and shouted, How pathetic. Those arrows cannot kill me. The comments grew anxious again. We're doomed. He explicitly said arrows won't work, so why use a bow? Official NPC declaration, no bows allowed. But Sang Yun, still confident, focused solely on the arrow and thought, it's fine, I have my method. And he shot an arrow towards the lord's heart, but as expected the arrow caused him no harm. The lord sneered, Are you deaf to my words? Then, as if angered, he shouted, I told you it's useless. I'll grind you to dust. And he advanced towards Sang Yun with heavy steps. He continued, How dare you make such a mess of my castle? Another arrow was fired and accurately struck the same spot. The lord said again, What are you doing? And when another arrow struck the same spot he scoffed, seeing him still shooting his bow. How foolish, what do you hope to gain by doing this? This time he even drew 3 arrows at once. When they hit simultaneously, the lord was astonished by the arrow's speed. Sang Yun, still calmly shooting arrows, thought, faster, sharper. Only the heart. The moment the arrows hit the armor, sparks flew. The comments were astonished. My god, sparks are flying. Is this crazy bastard a blacksmith or something? How hard do you have to shoot to make sparks fly? Didn't you see his armor is cracked? Feeling endangered, the lord quickly attacked, but Sang Yun continued to shoot arrows. The comments cried out. That arrow was already too close. The number of arrows behind Sang Yun was decreasing, and his gaze was sharp as a beast. Sharp arrows flew. He thought, no, this is enough. The arrow flew straight, following the path it carved, shattering even the armor's final defense as if opening a way. The lord, with a surprised expression, stammered a little confusedly, How can this be? And the final arrow flew swiftly, piercing his chest and ending his life. Blood splattered, staining the arrow red. The lord's vitality was depleted. He fell to the ground with a thud. All the comments witnessing this sight exploded with joy and cheered, while Sang Yun slumped down and let out a long sigh. Anmu, mom, when I grow up I want to be like Anmu. I'm going crazy. My friend, I'm dying. I love you. I'm about to die. Anmu is so good. I'm going to have a heart attack. The lord died of a heart attack. Lord Taloran died of a heart attack because of Anmu. Full Body sponsored 5,000 gold. You are worthy to be my ally. Wei sponsored 10,000 gold. You have to shoot the same spot multiple times to break the armor, right? He clenched his fist and proudly thought, I did it again. 3 hours of training, followed immediately by a high-difficulty mission. It was an exhausting schedule, but the joy of victory invigorated him time and again. After a short break, Sang Yun stood up and thanked his followers. Thank you for the sponsorship, Jizwei. Thank you, Full Body. But an ally, thank you so much. I haven't counted precisely, but I think I shot about 40 times. It seems like it would break if continuously attacked. The comments also exchanged messages. Streamer Anmu has become a pro. He's not quitting the game now, is he? Lol, that guy's not a kid anymore. He's really improved. As Sang Yun continued speaking, a special comment appeared. Now let's see Lady Amelia's surprised face. The comment read, Celia sponsored 300,000 G. You are truly amazing. The comments exploded again. My god, please be quiet. I'm so happy, damn it. Isn't this the person who sponsored 1 million won during Anmu's last joint stream? A silver spoon would end the broadcast even for 100,000 won. So what about 300,000 won? Will that guy do some physical comedy and immediately shut down the stream? If so, we all agree the broadcast will end. He read the comments and was surprised, feeling a slight pang of jealousy. I envy this silver spoon friend so much. Outside the game at a city subway station, people were packed tightly into a train. There was a very special girl in a red hat, and an announcement came from the speakers. The exit is on the left. The girl struggled to push her way out, but the person in front shouted, People are getting on, don't push. She angrily thought, I have to get out. After much struggling, she managed to get outside. She gasped for breath, thinking about the irritating noises and the bustling crowd. How much longer do I have to be swayed by such things? She walked through the darkness of the night, and instead of throwing herself into rough waves, she thought, it would be nice if I could lean on the wide flowing sea. Ja looked forlornly at her small, cold home. She dropped her bag on the floor with a thud. She muttered, Has it started already? Then unexpectedly, she chuckled and replied, Let's see, a game program is on TV, she exclaimed. Luckily I caught it in time. And then munched on a snack bag while watching the program. Watching that guy's stream is the only joy in my life. I started watching because of his name, but once I did, I was hooked. Reaching a certain scene, Ja questioned, finding the mission very strange. How can he complete this? Then she was once again surprised by the program's progression. She is an ordinary person. He accepted. Is that guy really going to complete it? Sang Yun's series of actions replayed. Ja watched the program excitedly and joyfully. His cool archery skills were clearly visible. She covered her mouth and chuckled, exclaiming, What is this? The scene where Sang Yun drew his bow and shot off a helmet. Ja sat there watching his actions with sparkling eyes, and the final technique was activated, flying straight towards the lord's heart. Sang Yun brought down the mighty lord with his archery skills. She seemed like his ardent fan. Moved, she cried out, Excellent, he really completed the mission. Then, gesticulating frantically, she stammered, I have to sponsor. How much should I do, like last time, 100? A notification popped up next to Ja. Rubus sponsored 10,000 gold. If you can achieve a perfect hit in the joint stream, I'll give you 10,000 more. She narrowed her eyes and said seriously and resolutely, no, this time I'll give all 300,000 won. I don't want to fall behind anyone in this sponsorship competition. I've spent quite a bit myself, but this is money that buys happiness. Inside the game, Sang Yun was happily receiving gifts from viewers. He said, 300,000 won always, thank you so much Celia. That name sounds familiar. Ja rejoiced, thinking to herself, he remembers me now. How will he react? Sang Yun rested his chin in his hand and pondered. Should I do some physical comedy and end the stream? Sounds good, I'll do it. The comments roared again. So it's confirmed you're doing it again. This time you have to do it 300 times. Do it quickly. With those words he quickly did some physical comedy. A notification appeared before his eyes stating why the game could not be terminated. Sang Yun looked down at his hands and said helplessly, it seems I have optimization turned on so it won't disconnect if I do this. The comments replied with amusement, so you can't log out. The streamer lost his unique charm because of optimization. Or what, are you going to keep streaming without closing the game? He scratched his head, chuckled and waved his hand. No choice, I'll have to shut it down manually. Thank you so much Celia. The comments replied, so he really turned off the stream. Is that for real? Anmu, you were going to end the stream anyway. It's already 2 a.m. In reality, Sang Yun exited the game and let out a tired sigh. He sat inside the game console wiping his head and thought, so even if I die in the game it doesn't automatically terminate. I was really surprised when it didn't disconnect, but seeing their reactions it seems it was effective. I elicited a reaction worth 300,000 won, so I was really lucky. But this viewer Koya seems to have sponsored a large amount during the joint stream as well. I don't know what this person does. Honestly, I'm a bit flustered. Given how much they sponsor, they seem quite young. Sponsoring this much in one broadcast is a bit excessive. I feel like I'm interfering too much, Sang Yun reflected. Am I judging too much? A streamer who feels burdened by receiving money, what am I supposed to do? They must be a silver spoon. In Jia's room, she lay happily on the floor and said, today's broadcast was really fun, and then she quickly got up. Oh right, I need to make a clip too. Ja scrolled through countless songs. Excitedly, she said, which song should I use? This background music doesn't fit well. This one's better. In such cases, the company's data was really useful. This version seems good. Others seem to be using it too. Today's content was a very clear story, and the video was really excellent. That guy did much better than before. If he keeps improving, the videos I make will become more and more impressive. She paused for a moment, then smiled happily and continued to make the video. She muttered to herself, this video is going to be a huge hit. Early the next morning, the phone rang unexpectedly. Sang Yun answered sleepily. What? Who is this? The other party asked. Are you sleeping? He replied. You guess, Yu Hyuk chuckled and answered. Then lunch today is lasagna. Explanation. Lasagna is a type of Italian dish made with thin, wide pasta sheets. It is made by layering pasta, meat, vegetables and cheese, then baking it in an oven. He said apologetically, I'm sorry. I thought you'd hang up. Sang Yun, still casually lying in bed, replied tiredly. Then you know, he then continued. But why did you call so early? Yu Hyuk, working from his bed, replied. There's a problem. Remember Celia, the friend who uploaded that video for you? He asked curiously. How is she? He replied. She's not reading my comments. The comments section appeared. On 12 hours ago. Hello, I am Streamer On's manager. I would like to discuss a few things with Celia. Please contact us. Demon 11 hours ago. He got in touch. User DMSL23R31 11 hours ago. Why are you looking for her? User Pix29VML 11 hours ago. They're looking for a video editor. Yu Hyuk continued. Her Chibi account is private. He asked again, disheartened. Really? What do we do now? From the other end of the phone, Yu Hyuk suggested. How about you bring it up next time she donates? Hearing that, Sang Yun sprang up from his bed. No, I don't like that method, he said, a little helplessly. Then let's wait, even if it takes longer to find someone. Yu Hyuk scoffed and replied, good idea, but you're the one who compromised first. He replied, all right, I just called to let you know. I'm hanging up. Sang Yun scratched his head, his thoughts jumbled. Eventually, he spoke. After much deliberation, a short while later, Sang Yun put on his coat and went outside with a large trash bag. He stared at the trash bag, thinking to himself, cleaning the house is the best. Even though he went up and down these stairs every day, he sighed every time. He exhaled a cold breath and replied helplessly, let's just think of it as exercise. I'll get used to it after a while. While walking leisurely, someone suddenly opened a door and violently bumped into him. The person, startled, apologized. I'm sorry. Sang Yun collapsed to the ground in pain. Ja approached worried and asked, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Sang Yun lifted his very handsome face and replied with a slightly pained expression. I'm fine. She suddenly fell silent, even dropping her phone on the ground. Ja covered her mouth with her hand, unable to hide her surprise. Sang Yun said, puzzled, what are you thinking so hard about? And he asked about her well-being. Are you all right? If you are, I'll be going now, he said a little apologetically. Finally, throughout the last trash bag too, a message appeared. He looked at the message and thought, after sweating, I feel much more refreshed. Sang Yun answered the phone and said, why? The other party seems a bit overly excited, he asked, puzzled. What's up? Yu Hyuk, happily eating breakfast, replied, did you see Selja's YouTube video? This video is a huge hit. It was just released and already has 30,000 views. His cool appearance flashed across the screen. Archer destroys castle alone. Anmu, he continued, and over 100 comments, Yu-hyuk went on. It's ranked 78th in the popular section of the game category. At this rate it could reach 200,000 views within 24 hours, Sang-yeon replied, a little disbelievingly. That's truly amazing, Yu-hyuk continued. Since I left my contact information as soon as the video was uploaded, you just have to wait. Sang-yeon replied gratefully, understood, thank you, goodbye. After the call, an unexpected voice called out to him from behind, excuse me. Ja came running breathlessly. He recognized her as the girl who had apologized to him earlier. He looked around. What are you thinking? Did you drop something? As Ja stammered, she suddenly held out a notebook to Sang-yeon, surprising him. Here, she said shyly, panting. Please, could you give me your autograph? Sang-yeon thought blankly. Autograph? He suddenly stiffened. Could she be my fan? He stiffly pointed to himself and asked, you watch my stream? She nodded firmly. Sang-yeon, still disoriented, thought he wasn't famous yet and never expected to meet a fan near his home, especially on the slope leading to his house. When he didn't answer, she asked worriedly, is it not possible? Only then did he regain his composure and replied, signing gently, no, of course it is. What's your name? Ja quickly said happily. Thank you, my name is Ja. Upon hearing her name, his signing hand suddenly stopped. She straightened her posture and happily repeated, I'm Celia. In a crowded beverage shop, Yu-hyuk said gently. So have you edited videos before? Ja replied with a hint of concern. Yes, it's my major and my hobby. He stopped joking and said seriously. That's impressive, she replied worriedly. Yes, Yu-hyuk spoke cheerfully, but Ja was a little scared. Actually, we were looking for you. I didn't expect to meet you by chance like this, she asked, curious why they were looking for her. He cheerfully rummaged through his briefcase and said it was nothing. Then he placed 3 contracts on the table and with professional and confident eyes handed her a pen. Will you work with us? Sang-yeon, sitting next to him, was puzzled. I called him as soon as I heard that name. How did he have time to prepare all this? Ja hesitated and replied, with you. Yu-hyuk quickly grasped the core issue and read Selja's hesitation. He said in a cold voice, do you know? She looked up and replied, yes. Yu-hyuk's eyes turned cold and he spoke with a serious expression. Actually, the videos you uploaded seem to be facing profitability issues, Ja stammered. What issues? He then smiled and replied lightly. Legal issues like copyright and content usage. Basically, fan channels can't generate revenue. She hesitated and replied, revenue, but I donated to him. A notification popped up saying, Celia sponsored 1 million won, she said with an innocent face, and the two of them could only nod in acceptance. That's right, her eyes sparkled, and every word pierced Yu-hyuk's heart. Besides, though you might not know it, these videos aren't for profit. Honestly, there hasn't been any profit, he quickly stammered. Of course, what I know is, what I'm proposing here is how about we create profitable videos together. Seeing that Ja was unmoved, he thought in surprise. Usually when people receive such collaboration offers, they all ask about profit, but this friend doesn't seem to. Is making money not her goal? I thought she was rich, but it seems not. Then those huge donations were simply because she really likes Anmu's stream and the videos were purely out of fan devotion. If that's the case, he finally spoke. Anmu needs editor Jia's help and only your help, Ja. Hearing that, Sang-yeon quickly whispered to Yu-hyuk. What are you talking about? He replied. Just watch, Yu-hyuk said to the two greatly surprised people. This friend, it's not me, but he needs you. As Ja shyly pointed to herself, an explosive sound went off in his head. Success. Then Yu-hyuk cheerfully pulled her into the situation. You don't know how long this friend has been looking for you, Ja, do you, Anmu? Sang-yeon, flustered by his actions, stammered. I really want to work with you. I can make any video and I really need your help, Ja. Ja muttered tearfully. Help. She fell into thought. How long has it been since someone told me they needed my help? Ja had always been alone. She replied happily, then I'll think about it. Seeing her happy, he said, good. Suddenly, Ja interrupted. But there's one problem, she said with a hint of concern. Ja looked straight at them and said, but there's one problem. My current company doesn't allow me to sign contracts with 2 places at once. If I sign on as a full-time editor, I'd have to quit my current job, but I also need money to cover living expenses, and the salary at my current company isn't bad, and I think relying solely on video production income is too risky. She thought to herself, after all, in my current situation, I really need a salary. Sang-yeon's hands clenched. I haven't streamed for a week now. I don't even have money to buy Yu-hyuk a glass of water, let alone think about paying him a salary. Then he looked back at Yu-hyuk worriedly and called out, hey, let's think about this more carefully, but the person next to him smiled confidently. He slowly took out his laptop from his bag and said, coincidentally, I just received this email. Important content appeared on the screen. He said it was a power-up streamer partnership proposal. The screen read, hello, this is Assistant Manager Kim from the marketing team at Bangsa, the largest game distributor in the country. Yu-hyuk said, as you can see, the support items include the cost of hiring an editor. Sang-yeon was confused next to him. My goodness, a large distributor like Bangsa wants me. After a moment of thought, she quickly agreed. Yes, okay, I'll sign the contract. He quietly observed Ja and thought, I thought she'd think more about her livelihood, but she's signing the contract right away. She must have been unable to bear that company anymore. Pitiful. Yu-hyuk began to talk about salary. The base salary is 25 million won per year, and you'll also receive an additional 40 of YouTube video revenue. Of course, there's also an option to share profits equally, but in that case, there's no base salary. Ja quickly reached out and signed the contract. I prefer a stable base salary, he replied with a smile. Good. Finally, they parted happily. Yu Hyuk smiled at her and said, "I'll contact you again when I hear from Bangsa. I look forward to working with you." Suddenly Ja asked as if remembering something. "Then what about the videos I uploaded to my channel?" He replied generously. "You'll probably have to re-upload those videos to the official channel." She replied happily and turned around. "Okay, let me know when you decide." As she walked away, he nudged Yu Hyuk's elbow. "Hey, is the partner streamer real? You're not lying, are you?" Hearing that, he replied, a little annoyed. "Who's calling me a fraud? How could I lie about something like that?" Hearing that, Sang Yun asked again in surprise. "Then seriously, does a company like that really want me?" He smiled broadly and said, "I was surprised too when I saw it this morning." "You'll sign the contract, right?" He quickly replied. "Of course, why miss out on a good opportunity?" Then the two walked back side by side. Yu Hyuk said, "Anmu's jaw is really cool and honest. I thought it would be easy to hire her since she's your fan." Sang Yun quickly retorted, "No, it's not like that. Being a fan and signing a contract with an idol are two different things." Yu Hyuk scratched his head and said hesitantly, "No, but donating that much money means she really likes you, doesn't it?" But she seemed quite serious and cold. I was surprised too. Think about it. She didn't smile once while talking to us, did she? Anyway, if she's that professional, it'll be better to work with her in the future. He sighed and replied, "Well, yeah." On this side, as soon as Ja returned home, she quickly changed her clothes and jumped into bed. Ja pulled the blanket over her head and wriggled with joy. She covered her face with her hands, still unable to suppress her emotions, and thought, "I can't believe it. Just meeting Anmu in person suddenly feels like a dream come true." But becoming Anmu's editor is simply, she held the contract and thought it was unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable, but it's not a dream. I escaped. The gloomy expression dissipated. She muttered to herself, "It must be." Then she recalled the past. Her colleagues used to mock her. "Hey, what can a junior college graduate do? If you don't work here, what else can you do? Who outside would treat you this well?" Ja thought she would be stuck there forever. Knew someone would recognize her. She scrolled through the comments below the video. The video quality is truly amazing. A genius archer as if a god descended, and a genius filmmaker sprang from the ground. The archer conquered the castle alone. Anmu fandom. I'm really looking forward to the next video. Reading these comments, Ja was happy. She smiled and thought, for some reason, I feel a strange sensation. Sang Yun also returned home and thought, I should start a little earlier today. It's okay if I stream at irregular times every day, right? Anyway, I stream almost every day, don't I? He entered his game capsule and started. Numerous messages appeared. Video and song first Celia intro video compressed file. You can install it according to the instructions I sent. Seeing this message, Sang Yun thought blankly. I just left a while ago and she did this in such a short time, he quickly replied. How did you make it so fast? Celia quickly replied. Oh, I didn't make this all day today. I made it little by little before. He stared at the picture and thought in surprise. I didn't know her hobby was like this. I'm really looking forward to what she can do when she pours all of herself into this. Sang Yun quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, I'll use it well. The system displayed a notification that Anmu was starting his stream. Everyone received the notification. Everyone was excited as if they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He's starting early today. Comments kept pouring in. Unbelievable. I'm not the first one. What is this? Now he has an intro video too. The intro video is also like a movie. Wait, didn't Celia make it? Lol, her M is here. Did he hire her? The number of viewers rapidly increased. 1,005 people, 128 people. Sang Yun appeared and greeted everyone. Hello, comments exploded again. Lol, Ruby SW sponsored 1,000 gold. Will we finally see Amelia's surprised face today? Rang sponsored 1,000 gold. Hello Anmu, he thanked the sponsors as he logged into the game. Thank you for the sponsorship Ruby SW and Rang. The Age of Kingdom begins now, comments appeared. The corpses from yesterday are still there today. He hasn't improved at all while he was resting. The person who destroyed the castle alone, since there are no witnesses, it's an assassination, right? Sang Yun pointed to the back door and said, now I need to report to Amelia, but before that I actually cleared this level alone and took some items as loot, so that's okay, right? As he boasted cheerfully, comments said, seriously, you're innocent even if you take everything, lol. Sang Yun stood hesitating about which bow to choose. Which one should I take? Comments appeared again, pointing out, what are those bows? The middle one is definitely the left bow, left. When Sang Yun opened the golden mirror it shone dazzlingly. Comments pulled him and shouted, pointing elsewhere, so cool, there's new armor over there. Sang Yun admired and stood gazing. He slowly approached step by step and quickly changed into it, looking even cooler. Comments praised him profusely. So cool, can't you take more? He replied. I don't think I can take more than this due to the weight limit. Comments expressed regret. Damn, a weight limit. In other games I would have put everything in the warehouse. What a shame. Sang Yun smiled and cheerfully approached his horse, but now I won't die from any attack. Shall we go and complete the mission? He rode out imposingly the next day. In front of a new castle, Sang Yun said, back to that day, fortunately time has stood still. Comments replied, that's right. From a distance someone recognized him and called out, isn't that Anmu? It was Amelia in her carriage. As he politely bowed, she asked in surprise, how did you return so early? Sang Yun replied indifferently, I've come to report. Amelia suddenly ordered her attendant, please leave us for a moment, I wish to speak with him alone. The attendant hesitated for a moment but soon agreed, yes lady. But Amelia shouted loudly, move quickly. The attendant, startled, replied, ah, understood. Emilia politely invited Sang Yun to follow. Come this way. Sang Yun followed her, replying, yes, understood. As they walked, Emilia turned back and asked, have you perhaps changed your mind? He replied firmly, no, I'm here to report. I've completed the mission. Hearing this, she was very surprised and asked loudly, what? I only gave you this mission 2 days ago. What she received in return was his indifferent attitude. He blankly counted the days. 2 days have already passed. It took 1 day to go, 1 day to return, half a day to prepare for the attack, and half a day for the attack itself. The chat window was in agony, saying, he actually finished it in 1 day? That's an absurd speed. Emilia couldn't hide her surprise and admired him inwardly. My goodness, I truly can't believe it. Her eyes suddenly sparkled and she quickly asked Sang Yun, wait a minute. An attack? I'm pretty sure I requested an assassination. Ah well, the security was too tight. I just killed all the guards, he said, scratching his head as if it were obvious. Upon hearing this, her CPU stopped functioning. After a long moment to process, she shrieked in terror. What are you saying right now? Countless question marks appeared on Emilia's flustered face. The comments in the air all discussed merrily. Emilia, lol, this is going to be a great meme, lol. She awkwardly cleared her throat. Emilia composed herself and calmly asked Sang Yun, so are you saying Taloran Castle has been completely decimated? Sang Yun politely replied to her question, yes, there's no one left. As soon as he finished speaking, comments reappeared in the air, scoffing, well, they're all dead, so there's that, lol. Emilia ignored the scoffing comments and admired his actions. Did you conquer Taloran Castle all by yourself? Sang Yun wore a bewildered expression at her words. Immediately, Emilia made up her mind. Then there's no need to wait any longer. He was flustered by her words. Wait, what do you mean? Emilia replied decisively to his question and then commanded her attendant. Urgent action must be taken from Generet territory to protect the residents there. Prepare all the carriages. We will go to Taloran Castle. We must arrive before other nobles can lay claim to it. As soon as she finished speaking, her attendant replied, yes, I'll prepare immediately. A carriage arrived and stopped in front of them. Emilia boarded the carriage and conversed with the attendant beside her. She suddenly realized something and called out to Anmu. He stood blankly at Emilia's call, then softly replied, yes. Emilia softly asked him, who was standing there blankly, what are you doing just standing there? Hurry and get in. I have many questions to ask. Emilia looked at Sang Yun and smiled happily. At this, comments continuously poured out, flustering him. Amazing, isn't that the expression you only get when intimacy is at its peak? Women only slow down the speed at which I draw my sword. Conquer, right. So conquering a castle was about charming women. From now on I need to focus on charming women. On the way to their destination, a voice was heard from inside the carriage. Why are you so strong? Sang Yun replied to Emilia with a humble smile. You're overpraising me. I'm not that strong. Emilia asked him again as if suspicious. Are you really not? She exclaimed excitedly, admiring him. I've seen many knights, but none of them achieved results like yours. Sang Yun remained calm despite Emilia's admiration. He softly explained, I'm just skilled at archery, that's all. As soon as he finished speaking, Emilia unexpectedly became even more excited. She hastily asked, with just that skill, you annihilated an entire city's army? Sang Yun replied to her, flustered. Yes. Upon receiving his confirmation, Emilia was so shocked she stammered. At that moment, comments appeared expressing admiration. Is that possible? To translate, it would be, why can't I do that? Emilia, don't you understand? Neither do we. Exactly, Emilia awkwardly said. That's truly amazing. I've never seen a knight who uses a bow. Sang Yun explained that she was misunderstanding him. I'm not a knight, I'm a mercenary. She wrapped her arms around herself and slowly repeated his words. A mercenary. Immediately, Emilia called out his name. This made Sang Yun focus on her. Anmu, after this is over, don't you want to become a knight? Emilia asked, looking him directly in the eyes. Afterward, she shyly turned her face away and explained her question to Sang Yun. Once we annex Taloran Castle as a new territory, we'll need someone to manage it. I was just curious, that's all. Curious comments eagerly discussed. Emilia's quest line has opened. Right, what kind of development is this? Is this the main way to become a knight? Really, true fire doesn't fear fire. He wanted to be a knight before too. Crazy, right. I wonder how Anmu will answer. To prevent viewers from asking any more questions, Sang Yun immediately answered Emilia's question. How could someone like me, a mere mercenary, presume to become a knight? At this answer, she was speechless for a moment. Emilia then revealed directly, my father wants to meet you. He seems very pleased with the way you handled the situation so quickly and skillfully. Comments appeared, surprised and questioning. What? Sang Yun thought inwardly, suspicious. The Count. But he left right after discussing with Emilia, didn't he? He hastily explained to Emilia. The Lord probably doesn't know what I've done yet. Before he could finish his sentence, her finger covered his lips. Sang Yun was startled by Emilia's sudden action. She blushed and was shy but spoke confidently. That's a woman's intuition, trust me. To Sang Yun, who was standing there blankly, Emilia immediately changed the subject. It seems we've arrived. Comments became excited again. My goodness, lol, didn't she just imply she wanted to see him again? Is he going to meet her father? Is he really going to become a knight? Unbelievable. Emilia, so cute. My goodness. Anmu, why are you so lucky? As the massive castle gates opened, residents were seen together cleaning up the chaotic remnants of battle. Someone noticed the change. As the group entered, a multitude of murmurs simultaneously rang out. Who is it? Perhaps they're from Taloran? As a woman's shoes approached, her voice was heard. No, Amelia walked in with Sang Yun. She continued to introduce herself. We are from Generet. The residents inside the castle became suspicious at her words. Generet, I can't believe it. She and Sang Yun stood on the castle wall listening to the residents' words. What should we do? Should we drive them out? What are you saying? What should we do? Taloran's army has been annihilated, so who will be the lord? If we drive them out, who knows what will happen to us later? Sang Yun looked at them and thought inwardly, everyone is still in confusion. Before his eyes was a tattered flag which was the symbol of Taloran. Amelia turned to Sang Yun and received his assent. She grabbed the corner of the flag and tore down the red banner, and immediately her attendant raised the yellow banner. It was the symbol of the Generet family. Upon seeing the new flag unfurl, the residents murmured again, unbelievable. The lord of this castle changed overnight. Everyone returned to their daily lives, but the murmuring continued. Isn't that a bit fast? Let's just continue with our work. I heard that Lady Generet is much better as the head of this castle. In the end, all nobles are the same. They'll oppress us again. Sang Yun heard the murmuring and asked Amelia worriedly, is it all right to leave things like this? Amelia calmly turned back and asked him, what do you mean? Sang Yun politely replied, for example, a speech. Shouldn't they know who they serve? Amelia smiled happily, turned her gaze to the residents and said, it's all right, the people of this region will soon realize that I will treat them far better than that lord did. Comments seeing the in-game scene expressed admiration. This cutscene is truly excellent, I apologize. I charmed Amelia just to show this scene. A week later, the residents of the territory who had previously been burdened with debt and lived in fear of being sold into slavery could now repay their debts through work and even possess a small amount of money as compensation for their labor. As a result, the number of working people increased, and the previously desolate and barren territory now bustled with people and vitality. In the long term, this brought great benefits to the territory. Comments appeared, curious. Is he still in the castle? Is he planning to become the lord? Suddenly, a soft touch landed on Sang Yun's hand. That person's voice was softly heard. Anmu, Amelia continued cheerfully, you were here. Comments appeared cheerfully. Hello Amelia, what's with this strange atmosphere? Amelia smiled and softly said to him, you haven't forgotten that you have to meet my father tomorrow, have you? A comment appeared, curious. Father, Sang Yun softly took her hand and replied cheerfully, of course Amelia. The chat window went out of control, filling the screen. What, now he's getting flustered. They held hands. Is it over? Lol, that's too much. Lol, now all they need to do is name their grandchildren. Was Amelia's mission that short? LMAO, is this a new record? Sang Yun and Amelia stood by the window, bathed in the warm sunlight. He blurted out, what a truly happy ending. As soon as he finished speaking, a comment, as if realizing something, hastily sent a message, as expected, saying that a horn's call suddenly echoed. This sound immediately drew the attention of Sang Yun and Amelia, she said hastily as if accustomed to it. This sound is coming from the distant plains. An army was approaching and the enemy commander led his forces forward. That person stood coldly as if declaring war. Sang Yun looked at the army and asked suspiciously, are they perhaps Taloran's allies? Amelia, standing beside him, replied, that's right, it seems they're trying to reclaim the castle. He gazed decisively at the chaos below and said, I can stop them. Amelia softly held Sang Yun's hand and worriedly prayed, Anmu please. The banners, symbols of the Generet family, fluttered. The general commanding the battle shouted loudly, form ranks. He raised his sword high and gave words of encouragement to the soldiers. Today we stand here to defend Taloran Castle for Lady Generet our mistress. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers simultaneously cheered for victory. Sang Yun looked up. Amelia was looking at him with a worried expression. Sang Yun closed his eyes and composed himself to become calm. A yellow scroll unfurled, displaying the mission content. To lead the battle to victory, the soldiers shouted in excitement as one voice, we shall surely win this battle. Numerous excited comments appeared on the screen. A large-scale war. This is the real kingdom. What? This is like the best game. I stopped playing after a few days, so I've never experienced anything like this. Sang Yun reached this point in just a few days as the atmosphere became heated. Some comparative comments appeared, drawing Sang Yun's attention. Even bubblegum, the symbol of perseverance, can't do this much, really. Anmu did something bubblegum couldn't. LMAO, please refrain from mentioning other streamers, he seriously reminded the viewers. Please refrain from mentioning other streamers. Viewers in his stream room also posted agreeing comments. Right, be careful, right. My stream has gotten much better. Sang Yun took a step forward and said, today's broadcast will end here. Having said this, he gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly, flustering the viewers. What, he just started? Why is he ending it at such an important moment? Leaving the viewers' curious comments behind, he continued to speak. Thank you for watching. The viewers continuously pleaded, are you really ending it? Anmu, don't, Sang Yun said firmly. Then goodbye. Their pleas continued until the screen went dark. Don't go, Anmu. Sang Yun returned to the castle and looked at his phone screen, delighted. Sang Yun read and evaluated the comments left by viewers. Judging by the reactions, it seems I ended the stream well. There were comments with various nuances such as, I didn't expect it to end like this. Holding their breath, they waited for Sang Yun to return, he said, delighted. The timing of ending a game is truly important. At the same time, Sang Yun remembered what Mook had told him. Knowing the end of the game's story is really important. Although viewers might be disappointed, it's very beneficial in the long run. Sang Yun carefully scrolled through his phone screen, admiring that there were many interesting posts. On the screen, a new search term appeared: how to maximize Amelia's affection. 145. Just conquer the castle by yourself, isn't that easy? Comments below the post exploded. Crazy. Sorry to Amelia. Suffer forever. Lol, isn't it easy? Look at what they're saying. Is this an info post? Well, something like that. But oh, please tell me how to clear the game. I don't agree, brother, right? Sang Yun looked at the comments on his phone screen, feeling suspicious. That's strange. Is my playstyle really that difficult? He lay stretched out on his bed in the most comfortable position, then reread a comment and asked himself, although ordinary people might not be able to do it, a professional archer could surely do that. Are there other skilled archers playing Kingdom? Sang Yun thought. Perhaps he recalled the conversation he had with Mook. Sang Yun's concentration is the best I've ever seen. This made him wonder. Do I have a talent for virtual reality games? Sang Yun continued to dwell on his hypothesis. It's because of my concentration. Archery demands high concentration, but that's not exclusive to archers. He quickly absorbed information, cheerfully shaking his leg as he scrolled through his phone. Let's see what other posts are popular. Sang Yun inadvertently scanned a post and said in a suspicious voice, "What is this? An in-depth analysis of On's archery technique." The post analyzed Sang Yun's archery skills very professionally. Stance equivalent to a professional archer, bowstring positioned in the center of the lips, unwavering right hand, a process of releasing the bowstring and its consistently maintained position. After reading the entire post, he thought with admiration, it's really detailed. Is this person an expert in this field? Judging by the content, they're probably not an amateur. Before he could even finish his thought, he was distracted by something. Sang Yun sprang up in surprise, and what caught his eye was a post that read, I watched the video, and even compared to professional archers, I feel that Sang Yun is slightly superior. Is it my imagination? The comments below the post also agreed with the author. I think so too. Another person has felt the difference in archery skill. Personally, I agree with the author. Honestly, professional archers might be offended to hear this, but as a former archer myself, I can confidently say this much. Former archer? A huge question mark appeared in Sang Yun's mind. A former archer? His hands trembled uneasily, and his mind was filled with anxiety. Who could it be? Is there anyone I know who used to be an archer? In the end, Sang Yun decided to give up. He put down his phone and reassured himself. Why am I bothering with this? There's nothing particularly interesting about it. Sang Yun's eyes slowly closed in thought. Everyone in the archery world cut ties with me 10 years ago. Could it be someone I know? The reason I quit archery was an injury from an accident. The only person who knows that fact is my coach. In his dream, Sang Yun was back in his student days. Someone called out to him, making him turn around. Hey you, Sang Yun? Ja interrogated him in an angry voice. Do you really want to end things like this? Sang Yun avoided her gaze and replied, I don't enjoy archery anymore. Hearing his answer, she became furious and asked again, just enjoyment? If you quit archery, who will shoot? Don't you know everyone followed you? Jia's emotions erupted. She shouted in an angry voice. But you want to leave just because you don't enjoy it anymore? Are you serious? Sang Yun calmly replied with a single word, seemingly agreeing. Yes, Ja said, all right, and turned around. Then go. She burst into tears, helpless at her inability to persuade her friend. As Ja left, Sang Yun silently shed tears, and small teardrops formed puddles in his heart. The next morning, comments floated in the air. How will On's siege unfold today? Another highlight video will probably come out. No matter how strong an archer is, there are too many knights. It'll be difficult. Shut up. Sang Yun went down the stairs, scanning comments on his phone, and exclaimed with interest, funny. Sang Yun continued to evaluate the posts left by viewers. There are a few negative posts, but when the viewership is low, even these posts are highly valued. Just then, Sang Yun saw Celia just coming out of her house. He immediately called out to her. Celia. She looked at him in surprise and replied, Sang Yun Oppa. Ja approached him and asked, are you exercising? Sang Yun politely asked her. Are you going? Yes, just nearby. Hearing her polite answer, Sang Yun immediately asked, want to come along? Ja cheerfully accepted the invitation. Yes, of course. I also have something to show you. Oppa by the river. Ja sat on a bench and Sang Yun brought water for both of them. He handed her the water. Ja took the water bottle from him and politely said, thank you, Oppa. Sang Yun drank his water and asked her curiously, so what are you going to show me? Ja, flustered, showed him her phone. Oh, it's nothing. I've finished a few videos to upload to the new channel. Oppa, want to see them first? Videos appeared on the phone screen. Sang Yun shouted excitedly, you finished them all? Yes. Are you the first one to see them, Oppa? Celia replied, hesitating. Yes, they're going to be uploaded to Anmu Farm anyway. I mean to Sang Yun Oppa's channel. Seeing Sang Yun's eyes sparkle at her video, Selja's face turned red as if smoke was rising. The video began with the title, Kingdom Intro Episode 1 Beginner Can't Choose Archer. ID creation date 1 day before stream start. ID creation date 201,113. Sang Yun saw the familiar scene and thought, this was my first live stream. Spear and sword options appeared around the character. He chose the outcome. Is it bad to use a bow? Everyone in the live chat actively left comments. Bows are really hard to use, right? You can easily hit allies with a bow, Sang Yun said arrogantly. I'm going to choose the bow. At this, the viewers didn't believe him. This newbie is cute, falling into his own trap. He's doomed. When he hit the first shot, the viewers immediately changed their attitude. He did it, headshot. Sang Yun carefully evaluated the video. This is a hologram effect, right? Fast screen transition synchronized with the firing speed to keep it from being boring and the viewers' enjoyable reactions added. Truly amazing. At the end of the video there was a close-up of Anmu's character. He thought of 2 words. It's insane. Ah yes, Ja stammered awkwardly asking. Sang Yun pointed at the video on the phone screen and exclaimed, this is truly a masterpiece. Then he showered her with compliments. Honestly, it's really impressive. All the highlights are included, and with added CG effects it's easy for first-time viewers to understand and it's beautiful. The pacing, the chat, and even the ending, everything is perfect. Ja, flustered, began to speak. Yes, she blushed and continued awkwardly, thank you. Sang Yun returned her phone saying impatiently, no, but can you upload this to YouTube right now? Hearing his words, she stammered in reply, not yet. After that, Ja explained to him, I heard it's best to release at least 3 or 4 videos all at once. Understood, Sang Yun replied cheerfully. Celia, flustered, carefully asked Sang Yun for his opinion. Oppa, if you're okay with it, can I continue with this editing style? He cheerfully and quickly agreed. Yes, go ahead. Ja leaned against the wall, tired, and sighed. I'm exhausted. She recalled Sang Yun's face when he exclaimed this is truly a masterpiece after seeing her video. Ja was happy, thinking it's really rewarding that he likes and appreciates it. A message notification rang. She looked at her phone thinking, a message, who is it? Suddenly she picked up her phone, excited. Who would send a message at this hour? Could it be Anmu? Jia's eyes froze and the air around her became still. Ja stared at her phone silently and it dropped from her hand. Her voice echoed without any emotion, breaking the quiet space. I need to take a shower, I have a lot to do. The phone screen displayed new message, crazy bastard, Kingdom Live broadcast waiting room screen. Viewers commented while looking at Sang Yun's live waiting room. Wow, I'm really excited. An archer attempting a siege for the first time in the world. Really looking forward to it. I definitely need to watch this after studying today. I'm going to watch the stream too. I'll watch it on my way home from work. The broadcast notification rang. Anmu has started streaming. Everyone seemed surprised by this news. What, now? Streaming 4 hours early? Help, this crazy guy is still at work but I have to watch it anyway. Sang Yun cheerfully greeted his viewers through the broadcast. Hello everyone. Viewers left comments with various nuances. What's happening, Oppa? We've been waiting for you. Oh, starting early today? Still cool today. This comment caught Sang Yun's attention. He read the comments and thought, I was a bit worried about the timing but it seems there are more people than yesterday. A very good start. He interacted with the viewers. Today I started streaming early for a game challenge. It might be a bit long. Everyone seemed interested. The stream is longer today? Nice, let's start. Sang Yun stood with his comrades facing the army before them. Viewers excitedly commented, let's go, let's go. Roman said from behind, Anmu, your path to success is solid. Sang Yun, flustered, replied, what are you talking about? Roman pointed his finger at the shadow cast on the castle wall. Roman teased him, are you pretending not to know? That shadow is Amelia. She was anxiously watching them. He, flustered, explained to Roman, no, we're nothing. Roman, excited, continued to tease him. I'm jealous. Viewers, seeing Roman's reaction, wondered, is Roman there? He's an emotional friend I didn't know because he always gets scolded. They've really become close. Is that Roman's way of getting friendly? Sang Yun watched Roman happily laughing and thought to himself, right, he used to be quite kind but he's never been this friendly before. Then, looking at the opposing army, he said, that commander's style is to lead from the rear. Let's just deal with him. A cold voice replied, understood. The sound of a horn echoed, and Roman led the charge. A large-scale battle began. Behind them, Sang Yun was commanding the archer unit. He shouted loudly, shoot! Numerous arrows flew, striking enemy commanders. Fallen enemies lay on the ground. Corpses were strewn about. The system displayed, do you want to issue commands to NPCs? The army will automatically proceed with basic combat. After a series of operations, Sang Yun cheerfully told the viewers, everyone, you heard Captain Roman, right? Now I'll go take care of that golden armored friend and come back. Just then, a system notification suddenly rang. Sinopolis sponsored 10,000 gold. Mission 10,000 gold per person. People were surprised by this notification. Damn, that's too much. Sang Yun, seeing the notification and looking at the enemy, widened his eyes in surprise. 10,000 gold per person. The person called Sinopolis said in a confident voice, that's right. Some people scoffed at Sinopolis, saying Sinopolis underestimates Anmu too much. Others assessed the situation, asking, no, but in this chaotic situation, aren't there only about 20 people at most? Sang Yun hesitated and asked, are you serious? You must be really rich. He blankly accepted the request. Viewers began to tease him. Alright, let's go, let's go. Why are you provoking Anmu? I think he'll kill at least 50 people. How many can he kill? Let's go. Scene transition. Sang Yun slowly and carefully hid behind a large bush. Some viewers wondered, is he going into the enemy camp alone? Is he abandoning his comrades, not doing the mission? No, Sang Yun thought carefully. I have to kill enemies myself to increase the dividends. Of course, I have to do the mission too. Because as Acorn Jelly said, game streaming doesn't always have donations, so every donation is important. He poked his head out of the bush, observed and estimated. I have about 80 arrows. If I kill 80 people, I can earn about 1 million gold. Donation missions have a special aspect. They contribute greatly to the pace of the stream. He looked at his target, excited. This isn't just a simple mission to assassinate an enemy commander, it's about extending the battle. This will make the stream much more fun. The enemy army was charging forward in front of him. The target was a soldier on the flank. An arrow, seemingly from nowhere, struck the enemy's head precisely. A soldier following behind noticed something strange. He turned around, looked at where the arrow came from, and shouted loudly, "Wait, we're under attack from the left. The left? Where are we being attacked from?" Seeing the empty space in front of them, some soldiers were flustered. The commander anxiously shouted at his soldiers, "Hey, we can't waste time because of one arrow. Keep advancing." Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow struck his head precisely. This immediately brought him down. The soldiers, confused, continued to shout, "Impossible, Lieutenant, what on earth is going on? Where did they come from?" At this moment, the culprit was smiling contentedly. Viewers witnessed this scene and exclaimed in admiration, "Ah, so that's why he went alone." It was a perfect shot, but it's still hard to track its trajectory. Sang Yun shot another arrow, hitting an enemy. However, he accidentally caused the enemies to notice that an archer unit had infiltrated the southwest bush. The atmosphere around Sang Yun immediately became awkward. Comments flew by, scoffing, "He's been caught. Isn't he going to get captured? It's not a unit, it's one person." Another commander swung his sword, giving orders towards where Sang Yun was hidden. "Guard the left with 20 men?" Immediately the soldiers loudly replied, "Yes." Viewers happily commented, "Luring 20 men alone. Truly amazing, he's crazy. What is Anmu doing? Run away quickly." He paid no attention to the comments and muttered, counting his arrows. 13, 17, 20. After counting all the arrows, he stuck them into the ground. Soldiers were approaching him. Sang Yun cheerfully waved to the people, unfazed. 20 men, so exactly 20 arrows should do it. The comments were full of question marks and messages like, "Are you that confident? That's amazing." While the spearmen were searching, several arrows suddenly flew, instantly striking down some of those nearby and startling the remaining soldiers. Suddenly, a magical arrow appeared in the air and directly struck the head of the last remaining soldier. Immediately after, numerous arrows flew, and a soldier quickly covered his head with his hand, shouting loudly, "He's only aiming for the head, protect your heads." Before he could finish his sentence, a cold arrow struck him down. From Sang Yun's position, numerous blue flashes shot forward. As he earnestly aimed at each target, a system notification rang out. "Rapid fire skill will end in 3 seconds. The system began a countdown in the chaotic situation. 3, 2, 1, end. Sang Yun calmly lowered his bow. "So that's 230,000 gold." As soon as he finished speaking, countless praise comments poured in. "Oh my god, so cool, Mom. I want to be Anmu when I grow up. I want to be Anmu when I grow up." He earned 230,000 gold. Insane. He killed 20 people with the rapid fire skill. He fired exactly 20 arrows and killed all the enemies. Amazing. Celia also watched Sang Yun on the screen, agreeing. "He's truly amazing," she thought excitedly to herself. "Now I understand why everyone, including myself, is falling for Anmu. He always gives 100 in any situation. That passion comes from his confidence." The image of Sang Yun declaring before starting the ambush attack flashed through her mind. Ja admired, remembering every confident aspect of Sang Yun. He never doubted himself, nor did he need to. It wasn't just faith but based on skill, the true image of a genius everyone yearned for. Anmu smiled and enjoyed himself as the system continued to display notifications. Omega sponsored 10,000 gold, Incent sponsored 1,000 gold, It sponsored 20,000 gold, Jinti sponsored 10,000 gold, Bit Mozzarella sponsored 10,000 gold, My Pinata sponsored 5,000 gold. Sang Yun raised his bow and aimed. His arrows still hit their targets, striking down 40 in a row. At this, the comments exploded. "This is an assassin, not an archer. No one survived. A true killer archer." He counted the arrows with his hand, thinking to himself, "I have about 40 arrows left." At the same time, the system screen flickered and appeared. Sinopolan sponsored 1,000 gold. "Bro, save me, just kill me." Other viewers scoffed at Sinopolan's pleading comment. "He's asking to be killed. Is he regretting it now? Who knew he'd earn 400,000 gold so quickly?" The knight in golden armor shouted loudly, as if unable to believe the scene before him. "Unbelievable. He annihilated all my soldiers." Seeing the soldiers strewn across the ground, he suspected a single archer. The knight shouted in fury, "Send 4 soldiers to the front, don't let any more soldiers die." A nearby subordinate replied, "Understood." Numerous footsteps rushed forward and they collectively blocked Anmu's path. Sinopolan sponsored 1,000 gold. "Oh my god, no more please." Sinopolan was almost in despair. Many viewers scoffed and commented, "Too late, friend. Pleading is useless. Sinopolan, you must have at least 1 million gold in your account. Don't complain." 1 million gold, really? Oh right. This assassination mission will be worth at least 1 million gold. Sang Yun was eventually lured by the money. He politely asked his opponent, 1 million gold? Really? Sinopolan was utterly helpless in the comments. "I'm dead." Sang Yun gripped his bow tightly. "Then I'll earn exactly 1 million gold." Sang Yun became Anmu, full of indomitable will. This startled What? Immediately after, Anmu's arrow struck the enemy. A soldier saw his comrade fall and shouted, "Maintain formation." A system notification rang out. Rapid fire skill activated. This excited Sang Yun. "Let's keep going." Despite Sinopolan's pleas, numerous enemies fell. "Bro, Captain, slowly." A flash and a scream erupted from a nearby bush. Damn it, another arrow flew and landed right next to Sang Yun's foot. Viewers began to analyze together. "Anmu, there's an archer over there too. Stand and shoot. Defend yourself, Anmu." "Are you crazy? Don't move while using the skill. If you move, your accuracy will drop and you won't be able to hit the head. Sang Yun turned his head to observe the approaching soldiers, thinking to himself. Just then another arrow suddenly flew and stuck into the ground next to his foot. Sang Yun quickly judged. There, Sang Yun's arrow immediately blocked the incoming arrow. The comments were full of question marks. He changed the direction of the arrow with another arrow. The enemy is screwed. Anmu, is this real? What kind of monster is he? Crazy. The ambush sniper was in a state of confusion. What's going on? Before he could finish his sentence, Sang Yun's arrow mercilessly pierced his eye. The soldier fell. Sang Yun emerged from behind the bush amidst the soldiers' unease. He drew an arrow from his quiver, held his bow and said confidently, 710,000 gold. A soldier, sword in trembling hand, shouted loudly and charged at Sang Yun. You bastard! Sang Yun quickly detected this action. Immediately he fell, struck by an arrow. What kind of monster is this guy? His archery speed was so fast that the man next to him immediately fell, and the other fled desperately. The chat window became noisy. He fled. Sang Yun casually drew another arrow. Then a sudden realization struck him from behind. I'm out of arrows. At that, the chat window exploded again. He really used all 80 arrows? It's over, he really did it. No more slaughter, mercenary. Sinopolin barely escaped death, thank goodness. On the other side, he was fleeing desperately. He turned his head to check if he was being chased. And Sang Yun unexpectedly chased him, and he was scared to death. Look at his expression. That's why he plays Kingdom. The reactions are too real. At this, the soldier shouted, don't chase me anymore. He found an arrow stuck in a corpse over there, ran and pulled it out, then immediately aimed it at his opponent and shot, taking him down in one hit. Sang Yun let out a sigh of relief, smiling an inscrutable smile. Only 20 left now. At this, the chat window was still lively. Sinopolin sponsored 100,000 gold. That's more than enough. Why are you trying to bet again? Sinopolin is done for. He's a nightmare for the enemy. He bowed cheerfully. Thank you, Sinopolin. Completing a mission is truly the most satisfying thing, isn't it? Just then, a horn and drum sound suddenly echoed from afar. He reflexively looked in that direction. It seems to be over, they shouted loudly. Rober, 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 the foolish soldier praised Rober. Thanks to Lord Rober's command we have won. He is truly respectable. He is the hero of this war. The chat window chuckled and scoffed upon hearing that. These idiots. Anmu did all the work. Who's stupid? Sang Yun below, scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. I killed 100 enemies and no one cares. At this, his opponent approached and said, I apologize for their behavior. Their way of treating mercenaries is a bit. He heard this, turned and asked, was there a problem regarding treatment? Do you think there's an issue? The person stammered, opening his mouth. As you know, knights only pay mercenaries their basic wage and tell them to leave. Even though we contributed a lot, they didn't play a significant role in this battle. Then Rober suddenly interjected. So you're complaining, what's wrong with paying the agreed upon amount? The person replied. There are clearly provisions for additional compensation when we perform well, but Rober was completely unsatisfied. Performed well? What did you mercenaries do well in this battle? What did the mercenary corps do on a battlefield where knights fought with their lives? You only fought to save your own lives. To use that as an excuse for your only asset, this infuriated him, and was a blatant insult to the mercenaries. Rober spoke to him with disdain. What's with that attitude? Did I say something wrong? Sang Yun, standing behind, sighed and thought to himself, while mercenaries often have that image, it's a prejudice. You can't build trust if you don't fight properly from the start, and without trust the mercenary system can't be maintained. Roman, who was below, growled lowly and continued, didn't you entrust this war to us? An untrustworthy attitude after the war is not honorable at all. Rober heard that and pursed his lips, saying irritably, what, a mere mercenary dares to speak of honor? Roman interjected, continuing firmly, he annihilated 100 enemies alone. And yet you think we only saved our lives and made no contribution? Rober heard that, burst into a loud mocking laugh and said derisively, annihilated 100 alone? He raised an eyebrow at the guards standing nearby and asked, did you hear that? That killer supposedly killed 100 enemies. Those observing immediately commented, tell me how to kill him. All right, shall we shoot him right now? Roman seemed the most furious, but he held back. He likely couldn't do anything due to the difference in status. Roman's hand slightly clenched, but since he could do nothing he sighed and said, I think I understand what you mean. Before he could finish speaking, a voice from behind shouted, release me, I'll go myself. Sang Yun frowned and thought to himself, that person. Those around them murmured, seeing this, he's arrogant. Even after losing, he should just go quietly. That person is a noble, isn't he? Sang Yun finally remembered something and opened his mouth, thinking to himself, golden helmet and armor. The knight approached where Rober was standing and said in a low voice, you won in the end. Rober was startled and said, what? The knight sneered and continued, you occupied my family's castle and killed all my soldiers without shame or honor. Is this the honor Generette speaks of? Rober was extremely confused and didn't know how to reply, only stammering, that. Sang Yun, observing all this from afar, whispered to Roman, that person seems to be of higher status, so Rober seems quite flustered. A viewer commented, a wall of status on top of another wall of status. Surprising things happen everywhere. Rober, flustered, continued, I, Rober, will take responsibility for the residents of this territory. The knight said seriously, enough, I want to speak with Amelia, bring her here. Just then a voice came from behind him, that is impossible. The knight, sounding bored, said irritably, "What now?" Then he slowly turned around and was slightly surprised to see Sang Yun slowly approaching. The knight frowned and said, "You startled me. Are you a knight too?" Sang Yun replied. "No." The knight's eyes widened and he asked, "Then what are you?" Roman, standing behind, placed a hand on Sang Yun's shoulder and clearly replied, "This is one of our mercenary members." The knight heard that, admired him, and raised an eyebrow with interest, saying, "Oh, a mercenary. The one who annihilated 100 soldiers alone. Is he just a mercenary?" At the knight's words, Sang Yun, Roman, and Rober were all surprised. Sang Yun frowned and thought to himself, "Does that person know me?" Several viewer comments quickly appeared. "As expected, only the defeated remember him. He's been recognized by a respected enemy. Now you know you should respect him." Others quickly replied, "Don't joke too much." The knight glanced at Rober and his soldiers' reactions, then smiled and said, "They all seem to disbelieve it. A mercenary and a lowly archer who resorts to cowardly ambushes. How can that be?" The knight touched his armor with his hand, slowly took it off, then clicked his tongue and said, "Truly foolish. Have you ever thought about it? Do you want to continue working with those who don't recognize your worth?" In the comments, people frantically sent numerous messages. Wait, that voice, surely not? No way. The true appearance behind the armor slowly revealed itself. A woman with long purple hair appeared. She smiled brightly and said, "Don't be with him anymore. Why don't you work with me?" Viewers were immediately shocked and continuously commented, "Is that Rosanita?" Rosanita appeared here. It's really Fadaloran, so pretty." At that moment a notification board appeared before him. There were two choices. 1. I am honored that you recognize my worth. 2. Even as a mercenary I have sworn loyalty. Sang Yun pressed his lips together, thinking to himself, the person in the golden armor was indeed Rosanita, the second heroine. He admired and evaluated inwardly her relaxed demeanor, her confident appearance despite defeat, a dangerous and captivating aura completely different from Amelia's. Even an ordinary player like me can tell how much effort went into this character design. He glanced at the knights behind her. All of them were mesmerized by her beauty, standing lost in thought. He clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, "She's even bewitching the Generate Knights. Are you guys okay?" The comments quickly reacted enthusiastically about who he should choose. "Choose Rosanita." "Right, ditch Amelia." Sang Yun hesitated. Sang Yun bit his lip, finding it difficult to make a choice from the options before him, feeling the pressure to decide now. Comments criticizing his choice kept pouring in. "No, are you betraying Amelia? Choose Rosanita. Amelia doesn't know." "Choose one, choose two." Sang Yun's hand trembled slightly, and he sighed, thinking to himself, "A heroine has finally appeared, but I've already spent quite a lot of time increasing my intimacy with Amelia, haven't I? Although it's a game story and not time I experienced directly." He recalled meeting Amelia for the first time and her face. He sighed, thinking to himself, "But I recognized her from the start, and she's developed feelings for me." At that moment Rosanita quickly cleared her throat and said, "You're not trying to embarrass me like this, are you?" "Answer me," Sang Yun, simultaneously assailed by Rosanita's words and countless comments, sweat profusely as if standing over a fire. People continuously cheered. "Quick, option 1. I'm choosing option 1. Sorry, but abandoning Amelia was too much." Rosanita. Sang Yun, judging the situation was not good, backed away and informed everyone that today's broadcast would end here. Broadcast ended. There were still many comments cursing his sudden stream termination. "Anmu, are you even human, you son of a bee? Ending the stream at the most exciting part. You deserve to die, so annoying. Top way to drive Koreans crazy, you son of a bee." Yu Hyuk scanned each reaction, tutted and said, "The broadcast is over, but these people are still cursing overall. This live stream seems to have been quite successful." He thought to himself, "They are loyal fans. They're always the first to appear when Anmu starts streaming. They're truly loyal fans. It seems like they're cursing, but it's definitely a joke. They'll spread what happened today across all communities. This is really good." Yu Hyuk continuously praised, calculating today's viewer count. There's a huge passionate fandom. Generally, most are men in their 20s and 30s, and the core fans have a similar male-to-female ratio. The number of donations is higher from men, but in terms of total amount, women are overwhelmingly dominant. Yu Hyuk tutted and muttered, "Of course. Data is still too small to draw conclusions. I'll have to keep watching. Don't even dream of outspending our female fans." A single donation just surpassed the total amount of donations received so far. He pondered the situation deeply. Looking at these metrics, the next development will be very difficult for people watching the streamer to predict. This is going to be interesting. Suddenly, the sound of a door being violently opened was heard. Yu Hyuk turned his gaze blankly, and his father, grinding his teeth in anger, said, "What are you trying to do now?" His mother desperately tried to stop his father beside him. His father said gently, "Honey, calm down." His father, enraged, shouted at Yu Hyuk. Resigning from a stable company, Yu Hyuk could only stand still and be scolded. He bit his lip and stammered, I mean." His father, furious, approached him and shouted in his face, Are you out of your mind? Don't you care about my reputation? What am I supposed to tell the director?" Yu Hyuk's entire body trembled incessantly with fear, and his father sighed, then commanded, "Starting tomorrow, you'll come to my company in the morning." Yu Hyuk, startled by these words, quickly said, "But father." His father looked him straight in the eye and asked word by word, Do you have anything else to say? Yu Hyuk now had no choice but to obey, so he simply lowered his head and submissively said, "No, understood." His mother slowly approached him, smiled brightly and advised, "That's a wise decision, Yu Hyuk. Don't resent your father, it's all for your own good." Yu Hyuk forced a smile and replied, "Mother, I'm fine, I'd like to be alone for a moment." Yu Hyuk quietly fell into thought at this moment. In just 1 week I earned about 270,000 won. It wasn't an enormous amount of money, nor did I gain great fame, but it was the most enjoyable time showing me hope. Was all of this just a fleeting dream? Yu Hyuk, overwhelmed with sadness, shed tears and muttered to himself, "This dream was too long." Late at night, the doorbell at Sang Yun's house rang loudly. He groaned lazily, slowly got out of bed and opened the door. He said in a lazy voice, "At this early hour." Yu Hyuk kept urging from outside, "You, Sang Yun, open the door quickly, I thought I'd die waiting." As soon as Sang Yun opened the door, he saw Yu Hyuk and was startled, his eyes wide. He said in surprise, "Kim, Yu Hyuk, is that really you?" Yu Hyuk stood in front of Sang Yun's house wearing a large backpack. He smiled brightly and said, "Yep, I ran away from home." In the house where the two were, he happily ate the chicken Sang Yun had bought. He said excitedly, "Delicious." He took a swig from his beer glass and asked Sang Yun curiously, "But are you really not drinking? We ordered 2 chickens." Sang Yun shook his head and replied, "I need to stay sober for the live stream." Yu Hyuk tutted and continued, "I see, no choice then, I'll have to drink alone." After saying this, he boldly chugged the beer can. Sang Yun ate chicken, looked at Yu Hyuk and subtly commented, "He looks happy." Suddenly remembering something important, he cleared his throat and seriously asked Sang Yun, "But why did you suddenly move out? You're not that young, you know." "It's not strange to live with your parents." Yu Hyuk hesitated, avoiding the topic. "It's a long story, I'll tell you later." Sang Yun shrugged and said, "Suit yourself." Yu Hyuk looked at Sang Yun and sincerely asked, "But is it really okay for me to be here? I should have asked you first before coming." Sang Yun smiled brightly and said, "It's fine, what's the big deal? The apartment is spacious enough for 2 people." Yu Hyuk left cheerfully and continued, "Thanks." After a long while, Yu Hyuk looked at Sang Yun and seriously asked, "Oh right, what are you going to do about the new situation in Kingdom?" Sang Yun didn't understand and asked back, "What do you mean?" Yu Hyuk winked and said, "Amelia or Rosanita, you're at a crossroads." Sang Yun finally understood, and while eating chicken he replied, "That, can't I just choose anyone?" When he answered carelessly, Yu Hyuk instantly got angry and shouted, "What, just choose anyone? Didn't you check the message board after the broadcast?" After speaking, Yu Hyuk showed him the message board on his phone and Sang Yun replied, bewildered, "Oh, nothing new." Yu Hyuk sighed and said, "The Rosanita faction and the Amelia faction are split and it's chaos, it would be good to choose carefully." Sang Yun slowly fell into thought, reading messages like, "If he chooses Rosanita, Amelia will kill him and find Sang Yun's home address. If he chooses Amelia, they'll go all the way." He also saw a message subtly warning him from Rosanita, "If you don't choose Rosanita, I won't watch your stream anymore." Sang Yun saw this, laughed and happily said, "I see." The reactions are really passionate. Yu Hyuk was surprised by Sang Yun's reaction and thought blankly to himself, he's not worried even after reading those scary comments. Both characters are famous, you know. If it were me, I'd be so worried I couldn't sleep all night. How optimistic can he be?" Suddenly, Sang Yun interrupted Yu Hyuk's train of thought and spoke, "Oh right, there's something I need to talk to you about." Yu Hyuk raised an eyebrow and asked back, "What is it?" Sang Yun quickly continued, "Given the current situation, Kingdom seems like it's going to end soon. But I haven't found the next game yet. I want to find a game that can attract both new and existing viewers." Yu Hyuk was excited by his words. He quickly pulled out his laptop, smiled brightly at Sang Yun and said, "I knew you'd say that. I've already done some research, just wait." Yu Hyuk quickly connected the projector and pressed enter. He said excitedly, "It's the hottest game right now, Battle Royale." He slightly adjusted his glasses, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Have you ever played this game?" Sang Yun answered honestly, "I've heard a lot about it, but why are you suddenly talking like an expert?" Yu Hyuk patiently explained to him, "Battle Royale is an online survival PvP game. PvP, short for player versus player, means players control their characters to fight other players' characters. Players must use various weapons to be the last one surviving out of 100, therefore excellent aiming ability and quick judgment are needed." Yu Hyuk pushed up his glasses, looking mysterious. He continued in a low voice, "This can be called a perfect game. It perfectly matches your playstyle and current trends." Sang Yun raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, interested, "Oh really? Sounds fun." He thought for a moment, then stroked his chin and said, "I'm not used to PvP games. Should I practice before streaming?" Yu Hyuk, angered by his words, slammed his hand hard on the table and shouted, "What? No," he then complained with a sulky expression. "Sang Yun doesn't understand people's hearts." Sang Yun asked, bewildered. "What do you mean?" Yu Hyuk asked again. "What do you think people want to see on your stream?" Sang Yun frowned, thought for a moment, and replied, "Me being good at the game?" Yu Hyuk shook his head and continued, "No, there are many people who are good at games." Sang Yun asked, curious, "Then what?" Yu Hyuk pointed his index finger straight at him and seriously said, "Unparalleled genius." He quickly added, "Think back to your first stream when you first played Kingdom. You showed overwhelming skill from day one without any practice. I think people were enthusiastic about your genius." Yu Hyuk sincerely said, "So I want you to continue in that direction, showing top-tier gaming skill without practice." Sang Yun crossed his arms, thought for a moment, then quietly said, But Battle Royale is a shooting game, isn't it? I can shoot a bow, but I think it would be hard to be good with a gun without practice." Yu Hyuk heard that, quickly turned the projector back on, pointed at the screen and said to him, "Look at this, hitting an enemy in the head while they're fleeing on horseback. Do you think all archers can do that like you?" Sang Yun asked doubtful. "Maybe they could." Yu Hyuk shook his head and replied, No, there's no way. If so, someone would have already done something like this before you. That's proof that you're better at games than others. Sang Yun suddenly felt something familiar. He raised an eyebrow and asked, is it perhaps because of this? These days I've been practicing with a simulation program before streaming. Yu Hyuk frowned and asked back, simulation program? Sang Yun nodded and replied, it's a program installed by default in the player's room. Since it's well optimized, I try to clear it at the highest difficulty once every day. Yu Hyuk took out his phone and searched for the rankings. He asked Sang Yun what score he got. Sang Yun honestly replied about 12,000 points. Yu Hyuk's hand holding the phone suddenly trembled and he looked at Sang Yun with startled eyes, saying in shock, you're insane. Sang Yun asked bewildered, what? Yu Hyuk stammered, you're rank 1. Sang Yun shocked shouted in disbelief, me? Yu Hyuk showed him his phone and said, it's true, this is your ranking score. Sang Yun shouted in surprise, really? Yu Hyuk continued excitedly. I was right, wasn't I? Whether it's a bow or a gun, it doesn't matter. You have an innate talent in this field. Sang Yun stared intently at his name on the ranking board and was slightly swayed by Yu Hyuk's suggestion. He suddenly shouted loudly, let's conquer kingdom. After a long while, Yu Hyuk saw Sang Yun sitting in his gaming chair and asked curiously, it's already morning, are you going to start streaming? Sang Yun answered honestly, I want to find out which time slot has the most viewers. Yu Hyuk agreed and said, oh, that's a good idea, I hope you succeed. Sang Yun, flustered, looked at Yu Hyuk suspiciously and asked, why are you suddenly like this? You're scaring me. Yu Hyuk, annoyed, hit the door and shouted, what, you fool, don't act arrogant when people are paying attention to you. Sang Yun sighed and said, hey, take your hand off. I'm going to bite it off. He quickly entered the game world. As soon as he landed, a warm voice quietly echoed, what are you hesitating for? Are you going to stay here all day? A notification board quickly appeared before him, with two choices. 1. I am honored that you recognize my worth. 2. Even as a mercenary I have sworn loyalty. Sang Yun slowly faced Rosanita, thinking to himself, this choice will completely change the direction of the game. He smiled and said, I appreciate your offer, but even as a mercenary I have sworn loyalty to my lord. As soon as viewers heard his words, they quickly left comments. Annoying, shout, Emilia is true love. Man of true loyalty, Rosanita. Rosanita nodded hearing his words and replied, I see then, your loyalty is more excellent than that of a knight. A soldier shouted loudly, take the prisoner. After that, Rosanita moved to another location escorted by soldiers. Viewers reacted with regret. Goodbye, Rosanita. Damn it, foolish Anmu. Sang Yun slightly bowed his head and fell into thought. Choosing Rosanita would make the story much longer, but now is the time to move on to another game. This choice is rational and allows me to maintain loyalty to Emilia. Suddenly a girl's voice was heard from behind him. Anmu, Sang Yun replied in surprise. Emilia. Emilia just stared at him, tears welling up. Anmu? She wanted to run to him, but other soldiers held her back. One of them carefully said, lady, this place is still dangerous. Please go to a safe place first. But Emilia didn't listen and broke free from the soldiers' encirclement, running towards where Sang Yun was standing. Sang Yun stared at her, puzzled, and asked, Emilia, why did you come here? As soon as he finished speaking, Emilia ran and embraced him. Emilia ran and hugged Sang Yun, who was bewildered. The notification window kept exclaiming, Emilia, she's really cool. I'm going to die because of this scene, damn it, let's move forward. After a long time, Sang Yun let her go and looking at her gently, said, we won. Lift your head, Emilia. As soon as he finished speaking, the notification window rumbled again. He's really gentle, so sweet. I still thought she was unattached. If I find that guy, I'll kill him. This is like a prank. Emilia, her face flushed, looked at Sang Yun and awkwardly spoke, you're really amazing, Anmu. I love you. Suddenly, a flash of light passed and the screen turned pitch black. The notification window continuously displayed messages like, did you just cut the cutscene? Show us the ending, I'm really disappointed. Returning to the present, a knight nearby laughed and asked, so you're the archer nicknamed 800 hits with one arrow? I'm a real fan. Sang Yun nodded and replied, yes, that's right. Roman, hearing this, pretended to be surprised as if he had just found out and quickly continued. He was silent for a moment, then went on, but because of that, the enemies also learned about our movements. No, your movements. So be careful. Sang Yun clicked his tongue and said, look, I didn't do it on purpose, but since the captain and the others are fighting on the front lines, I just need to provide support from behind. Roman snorted and laughed. Thank you, your words are truly encouraging. Sang Yun tilted his head, replying incomprehensibly, I'm just a mercenary anyway. Roman heard that and replied honestly, you're not just a simple mercenary to us. What I mean is that from now on you are free to do anything and don't need to wait for orders. Roman reached out and lightly patted Sang Yun's shoulder, smiling broadly. Thank you so much, thanks to you, we can get enough rest. The notification window immediately cheered as the situation changed like this. Roman is really a good person. If he were like Anmu, he would have treated him the same way. Don't be ridiculous. It's like you're pretending to be Roman. Give me back my real Roman. What did you do to my real Roman? At dusk, Sang Yun entered the castle with the other three. Sang Yun looked around with curious eyes and complimented him passively. So this is what the inside of a castle looks like. Emilia led the way. She turned back and said to him, Anmu, this way. She approached the room in front of them and said to the gatekeeper in a soft voice, open the gate, this person is my special guest, I'm going to have dinner with him. Young man, come in. The gatekeeper quickly opened the gate as ordered and she and Sang Yun went inside. As soon as he stepped inside, a loud voice was heard. Sit down, I've heard a lot about you from my daughter. Sang Yun stared at the person in front of him, thinking seriously, this is Lord Generat, Emilia's father. Lord Generet slowly approached and patted his shoulder, praising him. "You did very well, young man. I will reward you handsomely." After finishing his words, he said to the gatekeepers around him, "Bring out the food." The person quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, my lord." Sang Yun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking inwardly, "Fortunately, he's not a difficult noble, but I'm still nervous." The notification window displayed, "Successfully participated in the Amelia family's challenge." Sang Yun, startled by the notification, carefully sat down at the table and muttered, "A challenge at dinner." Suddenly, a servant approached with a water jug and placed it on the table in front of him. Sang Yun stared at it, frowning as he thought, "Is this water?" Suddenly, strange buttons appeared. Sang Yun thought incomprehensibly, "What are these buttons?" Sang Yun didn't pay much attention and just pressed them randomly. He quietly thought to himself, "Nothing's happening even when I press them, maybe." Just then a flash of light appeared. As soon as Sang Yun saw it, he knew what was happening, and startled thought to himself, "Damn it, has this turned into an audition-like game?" The notification window boiled again. Everyone quickly discussed this matter. "I didn't expect such an event. A medieval audition? This scene makes me rethink my eating habits." Warning pops up, "Every day is a battle. Look at the food, it's really medieval." The difficulty of these games is usually average. After a long time, Sang Yun muttered lazily, "The first meeting with my father-in-law is a bit confusing." Several notifications continued to appear, giving a marriage simulation-like evaluation. "Is this game for sale? I want to play it too." Lord Generet quietly put down his wine glass, looked directly at Sang Yun and offered, "Anmu, don't you want to be my knight?" As soon as the notification window received such big news, it eagerly displayed several messages as if to express his feelings. "It's an honor, my lord, but I refuse. I want to remain a mercenary." "Oh my god, getting scouted as a knight? This is the first time I've seen a scene like this. He's getting scouted so quickly." Sang Yun carefully lowered his head and fell into deep thought. "This is unprecedented. This game has been out for almost a year, but no one has reached this level in this game where everyone takes wandering as their main playstyle. If I accept this, won't I reach the ending?" "That's right," Sang Yun sighed, thinking inwardly. "I knew choosing Amelia would end the game faster, but the notification window, as if sensing his thoughts, quickly displayed a few lines of messages. "Please continue playing as a mercenary. Please. Isn't being a knight better than wandering all day? Damn it, I'm dying of curiosity about what will happen if he chooses to be a knight." The suggestions in the notification window made him a little flustered. Sang Yun frowned, lost in thought, and stared fixedly at those messages. "Keep playing as a mercenary. Choose option 1. No, choose option 2. After a long time he sighed and muttered, "All right, I've decided," Sang Yun said loudly. "This is where today's live stream ends. I've streamed enough for today, everyone. Goodbye." Everyone poured out messages annoyedly in the notification window. "This guy's doing it again. Again, damn it." Sang Yun slowly exited the game console. He sighed, looked down at his clothes and thought to himself, "If I don't fight, I don't sweat. It's a bit short, but ending it here is fine." Yu Hyuk saw him return and said cheerfully, "Hey, today's live stream was really the best." Sang Yun raised an eyebrow and asked back, "Really? I didn't even fight this time." Yu Hyuk quickly showed him the live viewer feedback board and kept saying, "Look, you can tell from people's reactions. Today's live event is trending in real-time search rankings. Beginner's Harvest Tips, Magic Armor by Grade, Anmu's Night Class Choice Journey Review, Streamer Anmu disconnected at a critical moment. What was his intention? How to catch high-level monsters. We're waiting for the game's ending. I want to play as an archer too. Won't the developers hold additional events? I wonder what will happen to the Knight class. A free mercenary is much better." Yu Hyuk cheerfully pushed up his glasses and said, "I always grasp information quickly." Sang Yun clicked his tongue and continued, "You're really amazing." Yu Hyuk suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "Oh, and Bangsa's representative called. They approved the editor's salary too." Sang Yun replied excitedly. "Great," Yu Hyuk continued excitedly. "They're reviewing our conditions." Sang Yun carefully looked at his phone and evaluated, "Working with a big company won't be easy anyway." Yu Hyuk raised an eyebrow and reminded him, "We have an appointment tomorrow. There'll be quite a lot to talk about." Sang Yun nodded and replied, "Understood. Then I should go to bed early." The next morning, the media broke the news with shock. Anmu partners with top streamer Bangsa. Rising star streamer Anmu, whose real name is Yu Sang Yun, who recently unsealed the game, has partnered with Bangsa, Korea's top company. People quickly left comments under the article. "All right, is Anmu going global now? I thought he'd only sign with small companies. Life is truly unpredictable." The largest online game streaming platform both domestically and internationally. Sang Yun thought to himself, Bangsa, this company had an early market dominance and solidified its position with highly effective campaigns, but recently a company called Higame has also been making waves on the charts. To maintain its lead, ZPK focused solely on market development and improving marketing strategies. Among them was a streamer connection program, where streamers played their developed games and earned profits. Notifications continuously boomed. Anmu needs to play the game. Anmu will be the CEO of Bangsa. Someone asked again. "What? The CEO of Bangsa?" The person replied, "Yes, that's right. Should we call him Fang now?" "Sounds good," the person asked again incomprehensibly. "Isn't it too biased to partner with someone who only has just over 1,000 viewers? Another comment replied, "Yes, but they must have calculated it themselves. So will he be on the same level as Bubblegum?" Another person said again. "Everyone, think again. He achieved over 1,000 viewers in Kingdom. What if he plays other more popular games? My goodness, just thinking about it excites me, the person replied. That's true. He said Kingdom was temporary anyway, another account enthusiastically replied. Don't care about Kingdom, let's move on to other better games. The person retorted. No, what about my Amelia? Another person commented again. The live stream hasn't even started yet. Why is everyone gathered here? The person replied. I don't know either, I'm curious what game he'll play besides Kingdom. The person asked again. Is it a martial arts fighting game? The person replied. Live gameplay is a mandatory part of his contract. Another person carefully commented. The live stream will start soon, right? I've waited so long. Sang Yun quickly started the live broadcast amidst everyone's expectations. People's comments quickly appeared. He finally started the live stream. Where is he? Where is he? A few seconds later, Sang Yun appeared on the screen. He smiled brightly and said, Hello everyone. I'm Anmu. Sang Yun smiled brightly and continued. I want to inform everyone that I've finally created an account, and I'll be a live streaming partner with Bangsa. I want to say that all of this is thanks to your support. Thank you all. Viewers were surprised by his sudden announcement. They asked each other, bewildered, Is this that kid? The person next to him replied, Mouth agape. Yes, Sang Yun continued to announce through the screen. From today onwards, my gameplay videos will be uploaded to this account. My previous videos will also be edited and uploaded, so please watch them if you have time. Sang Yun looked at the camera, smiled brightly, and sincerely said, I will work harder to provide you with more interesting content. Thank you for watching. As soon as Sang Yun finished speaking, numerous articles quickly broke the news. For example, Bangsa acquires new streamer Anmu. Korea's largest game distributor, Bangsa, announced today the acquisition of streamer Anmu for the Kingdom game, taking a unique path focused on talent. People quickly reacted in the comments. Wow, breaking news. Anmu is Bangsa's official streaming partner. I just thought it was a rumor. Is Anmu that amazing? Another dimension. Another person immediately replied, Mom, I'm going to be like Anmu when I grow up. He just debuted and already set a record for partnership contract time. Some of his fans continuously left comments praising him. Anmu, I always believed in you. Another stranger left a question. Where can I watch streaming clips? The person replied very quickly. It was just uploaded to his Anmu page, a passerby casually remarked. I thought that kid was going to cause trouble. That guy. Another person quickly asked for search methods. Please give me the link to his on account. The person replied cheerfully, Search for Anmu. The first result is him. Some people who had doubted Anmu said, Is he still alive? On Sang Yun's side, Yu Hyuk shouted excitedly. Cheers. He looked at Sang Yun cheerfully and said, Well done, Sang Yun. Sang Yun asked bewildered, What did I do well? Yu Hyuk raised an eyebrow and replied, I wish Ja could come with us to the company dinner on such a happy day as today. Sang Yun silently ate his food and replied impassively, Company dinner, what are you talking about? We're just having a normal meal. Yu Hyuk laughed loudly and said, That's right. Yu Hyuk pouted and asked again, But it's really amazing. How did Ja edit 3 videos in 2 days? Ja had asked Sang Yun if 3 videos were enough to start a YouTube channel, and Sang Yun, flustered, thinking he had misheard, asked, 3? Ja replied, Yes, I'll send them right away. Sang Yun reached for his beer glass and replied to Yu Hyuk, About that. She had been making videos as a hobby even before she became an official editor. Yu Hyuk was so surprised by Sang Yun's words that he couldn't control his voice and shouted, Really? Then why did she react so nonchalantly when I offered her the editor position? Sang Yun replied indifferently, Why are you asking me? This was what Ja wanted to say in response to Yu Hyuk's question. Changing jobs is something that needs to be done very carefully. Sang Yun suddenly spoke as if he remembered something. Oh right, I have something to tell you. Yu Hyuk raised an eyebrow and asked. What is it? Sang Yun asked, puzzled. Why did you leave before? Before Sang Yun could finish, Yu Hyuk quickly pulled Sang Yun's head, making a loud noise. Sang Yun, flustered, said, What's wrong? I was about to ask why you quit the company. Yu Hyuk signaled him to be quiet with his hand, and like Sang Yun lowered his head, he whispered to Sang Yun, Shish, our old colleague is here. Sang Yun frowned and said, What? After a moment, Sang Yun sighed and continued. Oh right, this was near Asong. Yu Hyuk clicked his tongue and continued. You also used to come to this restaurant after work. He bit his lip, looking at Sang Yun, and suggested, Let's get out of here before people see us. Sang Yun nodded and replied, All right. Just then a voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Well, look who it is. This voice was an unforgettable trauma for Sang Yun, the voice that had killed him that day. You only got in through connections, what can you even do? Manager Park looked at Yu Hyuk and said mockingly, Long time no see. Kim Yu Hyuk. He glanced at Sang Yun, then raised an eyebrow and continued with interest. Hey you, Sang Yun is here too. Yu Hyuk hastily stood up and awkwardly smiled, asking, How have you been? Sang Yun just looked elsewhere and sipped his beer. Manager Park laughed loudly and asked in a testing manner, These little kids, where did you transfer to? Before the two could answer, he hastily said, Is your new workplace nearby? Yu Hyuk, flustered, replied that, but swallowed his words and, but indignantly to himself, That old man is clearly trying to ridicule us. With Manager Park's personality, he must have already spread our story everywhere. Come on, tell me. He just wants us to say we couldn't find new jobs. Yu Hyuk smiled bitterly, sighed and speculated inwardly. I know exactly what that old man will think if I tell him I became Sang Yun's manager. The manager glanced at Sang Yun and commanded curtly, And you, Sang Yun, you should greet your superiors. Sang Yun slowly put down his beer glass and continued in a low voice, Why should I greet you? Manager Park and Yu Hyuk were both startled by his words. Manager Park had also not expected Sang Yun to display such an attitude at all. He glared with wide eyes and stammered, what did you just say, you Sang Yun? Sang Yun then stood up and replied coldly, is there something wrong with what I said? At that moment, the mocking words he had heard revolved in Sang Yun's head. You only got in through connections, what can you even do? Sang Yun looked at him and said seriously, I don't think we're that close. Manager Park didn't back down, crossing his arms and looking up at him, saying in a harsh voice, are you trying to act tough? He sneered and continued, that's why you were always alone. You really don't understand social life. Manager Park explicitly disdained him, pointed a finger at him and said in an arrogant voice, regardless of our relationship, you need to show respect and greet me, understand? Sang Yun at this point found it so absurd that he burst out laughing, which made Manager Park feel humiliated. Manager Park's face turned dark, and he said irritably, are you laughing at me right now? Sang Yun sneered and clearly continued, coming to someone else's table, disturbing us with personal questions and then telling me to be polite? People at nearby tables all started to murmur as the situation became unusual. What's going on? Is there something at that table? Are they going to fight? Sang Yun glanced at him indifferently and said seriously, it's impolite for your words and actions to differ, don't you agree? Manager Park, humiliated by him, was furious. He irritably rolled up his sleeves ready to pick a fight. He gritted his teeth and shouted, you arrogant punk, are you trying to pick a fight? Yu Hyuk, startled, quickly shouted, General Manager. At that moment Sang Yun slowly approached him. Manager Park flinched, slightly intimidated by the standoff. Sang Yun glanced at his face and asked in a low voice, are you going to answer? He swallowed hard and stammered, are you trying to fight? Yu Hyuk, flustered, looked around for help. He anxiously tried to intervene. Wait a minute, we're peaceful. Before Yu Hyuk could finish, a voice was heard. Oh, isn't this you, Sang Yun? Yu Hyuk's eyes brightened as he recognized the person, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Sang Yun tilted his head to look, then nodded and said, Assistant Manager O. Manager Park, not knowing who he was, frowned and thought inwardly, Assistant Manager O, who is that? Assistant Manager O, completely ignoring what had just happened, approached Sang Yun enthusiastically and said excitedly, Mr. Yu Sang Yun, today's livestream viewer count was truly amazing. Sang Yun frowned, puzzled. Yes, Assistant Manager O continued very cheerfully, the directors at Bangsa watched and were very impressed. Indeed, I have a good eye for people. While Manager Park's face turned dark with fluster and surprise, Assistant Manager O continued to enthusiastically deliver news to Sang Yun. One of the directors wants to have a meal with you, Mr. Yu Sang Yun. I was just about to contact you to relay that message. Manager Park's face turned dark with fluster and he thought inwardly, a big shot director from Bangsa wants to have a meal with Mr. Yu Sang Yun? Just then, people passing by also recognized him. A man said excitedly, look, it's streamer Anmu. He's even more handsome in person, the woman next to him said admiringly. I saw him at the company before and he seemed really nice. This is amazing. The woman quickly took out a white piece of paper and approached Assistant Manager O, shyly asking, if it's all right, could I please get his autograph? Assistant Manager O smiled broadly and replied generously, of course, go ahead Mr. Yu Sang Yun. I also want one to show off. Sang Yun nodded obediently and replied, yes, understood. Just then Assistant Manager O interrupted, oh, by the way, you've already signed the contract, haven't you? Manager Park, hearing that, was utterly shocked as if struck by lightning, and thought inwardly with wide eyes, what, that unknown guy signed a partnership with Bangsa? Sang Yun quickly handed his autograph to Assistant Manager O with a bright smile. Here you go, Assistant Manager O replied breezily. Thank you. Manager Park, red-faced with anger, gritted his teeth, then turned around in a huff and said to the employee next to him, let's go. But the employee, not understanding his intention, whispered back, excuse me, we haven't even ordered yet. Manager Park turned his head and said in a raised voice, I said let's go. The employee immediately cowered and obediently replied, yes. As he walked away, people around them murmured, asking, what's wrong with that old man? The person next to him shrugged and replied, no one knows. Yu Hyuk breathed a sigh of relief and said to Assistant Manager O, thank you, Assistant Manager O. Assistant Manager O waved his hand and smiled broadly. You're welcome. Some people are just like that. Sang Yun scratched his head wearily and said in a low voice, no, you even lied for my sake. The manager asked back, puzzled. What? Lied? Sang Yun persistently repeated the stories about the directors being impressed, the viewer count, and the dinner. The manager just laughed at his words and said cheerfully, got caught, huh? I admit I exaggerated a bit, but those kinds of guys are all cowards who tremble when they meet someone important. Sang Yun politely bowed his head and said seriously, thank you very much. The manager waved his hand, turned and walked away, saying, you're welcome. Enjoy your meal. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he turned around, looked at Sang Yun and said, oh right, Mr. Yu Sang Yun, let me know when you're free so you can have that meal with the director. Sang Yun, flustered, stammered back, was that a lie too? Assistant Manager O heard that, laughed loudly and replied cheerfully, no, that one's real. Yu Hyuk, flustered, continued, we don't really understand. Assistant Manager O said frankly, I only lied about the office stuff, everything else is real. Haven't you seen the viewer count for your recent videos? Sang Yun woke up early in the morning, brushed his teeth and constantly thought to himself, honestly, just because something's popular on Chibi doesn't mean it will be on YouTube. Usually you need to upload at least 20 videos to expect even a small amount of revenue. This is natural. I didn't expect much, thinking of it as an investment in my future, but to get so many views in just one day. He picked up his phone, looked at the video views, and began to question life. Bubblegum failed on YouTube too. What kind of unbelievable miracle is it that I became the #1 streamer on Chibi? Suddenly, he remembered that success was closely related to video editors, so a skilled editor was essential. Sang-Yun searched for the video Ja had made before, and what he realized then was that the highlight video of a rookie streamer that Ja had made earlier had garnered an enormous reaction. Sang-Yun, brushing his teeth in front of the mirror, continued to stare blankly in thought. Jia's video had a huge impact on the success of the main channel. I was really lucky. Outside, Yoo-hyuk excitedly delivered news, holding his phone. Hey, I just got a message from Assistant Manager Lee, and Manager Park's expression is completely like he ate shish tea right now. He speculated that Manager Park must be thinking Sang-Yun had some big-shot patron. Yu Sang-Yun replied, "How could he come to that conclusion?" Yu Sang-Yun laughed and continued, "I think Assistant Manager O is looking out for you. Does that work on people like Manager Park?" Yu Sang-Yun also laughed. He assessed, "He's a truly simple person." Seeing Yu Sang-Yun come out of the bathroom, Yoo-hyuk remembered an important task he needed to do and then rushed into the bathroom. "Are you done? Bathroom, here I come." Yu Sang-Yun admired his retreating figure. "At this rate, people will think you've lived here for a year." He didn't wait for a reply and delivered more news. "I'm going to exercise." On a tree-lined path in a park near his house, Yu Sang-Yun was wearing a white hoodie and black long pants. He was jogging, exercising for his health. The secluded path was lined with green trees on both sides and the air was clear and refreshing. Yu Sang-Yun muttered to himself, "It's really good to exercise like this. I haven't exercised at all since I quit my job." He jogged while listening to his favorite playlist and suddenly remembered the chicken and beer he had yesterday, thinking, "Besides, I ate chicken and beer yesterday, even if I'm no longer in the sports field. That's no excuse for laziness." His favorite music was playing through his headphones when another sound suddenly interrupted. It was a phone call. Yu Sang-Yun pulled his phone out of his pants pocket and answered it. As soon as he answered, the other party almost immediately said, "Hello, check your messages." It was none other than Kim Yoo-hyuk. He asked Sang-Yun to check his work messages. Yu Sang-Yun replied, slightly displeased, "I'm exercising." But before he could finish, Yoo-hyuk cut him off. "Then even if the world explodes, you're not going to care because you're exercising?" His voice seemed not small. Yu Sang-Yun was startled, his ears ringing for a moment, and he finally couldn't help but sigh and exclaimed, "You really are a manager." Kim Yoo-hyuk, seeming to catch the sarcasm, asked back, "What does that mean?" Before Yu Sang-Yun could reply, he steered the conversation to the main point. "Anyway, the number of views we got is quite abnormal. It makes sense why one of Bangsa's managers wants to have a meal with you." "I won't be with you, so do your best," Yu Sang-Yun replied. "All right?" Since it wasn't as serious as the two had initially made it sound, Yu Sang-Yun asked, puzzled. "Then that's all you had to shout so loudly about?" Kim Yoo-hyuk replied, "No, there's more." Yu Sang-Yun made a suspicious sound, or more accurately, remained silent, allowing Kim Yoo-hyuk to continue. Then Yoo-hyuk said, "Shouldn't we do something for our Ja? All our success is thanks to Ja. At least we need to show our appreciation." Sang-Yun agreed with him. He replied that he was right. Maybe a gift would be nice. Before he could finish, Sang-Yun spotted Celia in the distance. Sang-Yun told Yoo-hyuk again, "Actually, never mind that. Don't do it now." On the other end of the phone, Yoo-hyuk, unable to understand what was happening, asked in bewilderment, "Huh?" Sang-Yun told him again, "I saw Ja," before hanging up. On the other side, Celia was wearing a white tracksuit and a black baseball cap, running towards Sang-Yun. The two, having met by chance, decided to go to a fast food restaurant that had opened about a week ago. On the noisy and bustling street, everyone passing by was busy with their own schedules. Inside the restaurant, Sang-Yun was carrying a fast food tray for two, consisting of 2 burgers, 2 bags of fries, and 2 sodas. As he walked the short distance from the counter to the table, Sang-Yun reflected on his impression of this fast food restaurant. Didn't this place open about a week ago? Fortunately, I arrived early and could sit at the table I had already chosen. Ja sat quietly until he brought the food, and her expression had a somewhat gloomy and sad air. She was looking out the window at the noisy and bustling street. Sang-Yun approached and said, "I brought the food." Celia politely replied, "Thank you." Seeing her only eating the burger, Sang-Yun reconfirmed, "But is just a burger okay? You must have had a hard time. A more expensive meal would be fine too." The story goes back to 30 minutes earlier when the two met by chance in the park. Sang-Yun asked her, "Is there anything you want to eat?" Ja, startled, asked back. After a moment of thought, she replied, "Yes, food. I want something to eat." "All right," Sang-Yun, suddenly realizing he was worrying in vain, chastised himself. "I think I'm overreacting." Then he picked up a burger and told her, "If you want anything else, just say so." Celia replied, "It's really fine." Then she started eating the burger. Celia opened her mouth wide to take a big bite out of the burger. Her action startled Sang-Yun, making his eyes widen. The two looked at each other in awkward silence, but no confident smiles were to be found. Celia said, as if embarrassed, "It's hard to eat if you keep staring." Only then did Sang-Yun realize how rude he had been. He quickly apologized. "Sorry," Sang-Yun thought to himself. She opened her mouth too wide, so without realizing it, outside there were now almost no people passing by on the street. Inside the shop there were also few customers. Sang-Yun thought as he ate, "I'm not an extrovert either," but biting into a French fry, Sang-Yun exclaimed, "These fries are delicious." Then he returned to his train of thought, "But it's nothing compared to Jia's silence." Celia sat quietly eating, and if not for the sound of her chewing fries she would have seemed invisible. Sang Yun recalled trying to talk to Celia earlier. Even when I tried to break the awkward atmosphere, Ja just replied honestly. She only answered what was asked, and each word seemed precious as she only said, yes, that's right, that's so. In the end, the conversation made no progress. Finally, Sang Yun sighed and exclaimed, anyway, small talk isn't necessary. It's more comfortable just being like this. Sang Yun looked at Celia and guessed that she must have had a hard time at work after the meal. Celia cautiously spoke, I'm not good at talking. Sang Yun was surprised by her words. He hadn't expected her to speak so frankly. Celia continued, thinking back to when I was drunk, you probably wouldn't have known Oppa. Taking a sip of soda, Sang Yun said, you used to speak very well before, when we discussed our videos together. Celia replied, that was due to the nature of the work. It's fine to discuss work-related matters, but usually I have no idea what to say. Finally, she asked him, I'm quite strange, aren't I? Sang Yun was startled, his hand holding a fry frozen in midair. Celia lowered her head and said in an unconfident voice, everyone says so. Sang Yun interrupted her. Then it must have been really hard at work, right? She looked up and asked in bewilderment. Sang Yun continued, of course working at a company has its advantages, but there are many difficult moments too. Stirring his soda glass with the hand holding the straw, Sang Yun went on. If someone keeps suppressing such feelings and doesn't speak out, won't there eventually come a time when they reach their limit? The drink glass in his hand trembled and sweat beads formed on the glass due to the ice water. Sang Yun asked her, won't you eventually be unable to bear it anymore? Finally he said, I don't fully understand what happened, but I understand to some extent. Because you, Hyuk, and I also quit our office jobs, so when you feel comfortable I hope you'll tell me what happened. Ja looked at him with surprised eyes. She couldn't believe he could offer such words of comfort. In her eyes he became a completely different person from that moment on. As they left the restaurant and walked down the street, Celia looked at Sang Yun's back as he walked ahead. She admired that he was truly an adult. After finishing dinner with Celia, Sang Yun returned to his familiar work. Hello CH, the live comment section was very active. The first account commented excitedly, joined another early stream. The second account shared joy with Sang Yun. Congratulations on becoming a partner streamer. The third account commented, heard the news. The fourth account praised, well done brother. To correct the information, Sang Yun pointed to himself and announced to all live stream viewers, first of all, for those who haven't heard the news, I am now a streamer partnering with Fang. The comment section was flooded with congratulatory messages, and amidst them were a few bewildered comments. The first account asked in surprise, really? Congratulations. The second account said, congratulations brother, congratulations. The third account asked, then what about Kingdom? The fourth account said, he finished the Kingdom business, probably. The fifth account commented, what are you guys talking about? He should be with Amelia. The sixth account complained and asked Sang Yun, are you going to abandon Kingdom Anmu? The seventh account said, hey, aren't you curious about Amelia's ending? Sang Yun scanned the comments. He just smiled and said nothing. Then Sang Yun continued to talk about his second plan. Secondly, today I'll be playing Kingdom for the stream. All the viewers were flustered. Immediately after, Sang Yun started playing Kingdom, but the viewers all felt that Anmu would finish Kingdom in this stream, and they knew a new game would be released beyond the horizon. Before entering the game, Sang Yun said, it's an honor, I won't keep you waiting long, let's choose the path of a knight. The scene shifted to a place covered in snow. Amelia stood in the snow watching Sang Yun kneeling on one knee, offering a sword with both hands. Amelia raised the sword and said, Anmu, I now declare that you shall be my knight. She pointed the sword at Sang Yun's neck. He looked at her with eyes full of laughter. Amelia looked at him with a red face, then smiled brightly, somewhat softening the coldness of the snow. Live comment 1 asked, so this is the ending? 2 commented, a true romance fan. Amelia's smile is so pretty. Inside the building, Sang Yun was momentarily blank. Has it suddenly become spring? Just a moment ago, cold winter covered the entire castle, but now in a short time it's disappeared as if it was never here. All life has been reborn after the cold. The comments also couldn't hide their surprise. The first account speculated, probably time travel. The second account commented, alright, what now? Sang Yun looked down at his body and only then realized, let's see. First, my clothes have changed and they seem more elegant, he happily said. I think I've become an official knight. The first account commented, Sir Anmu. The second account said, the ending is near, let's go. His joy was short-lived as something appeared before his eyes that surprised him and all the live stream viewers. And about this, Sang Yun surmised, this is, the first account asked in bewilderment, what is this? The second account speculated, will something else appear? A piece of paper with a mission notification fell from the sky. The content was a challenge to the final test to become a knight. Sang Yun was startled. Final mission. Challenge the final test to become a knight. Sang Yun belatedly realized one fact, so I'm not a knight yet. At the same time, a servant rushed over and called him, Sir Anmu. He was surprised to see that Sang Yun was not yet ready. My goodness, your lordship isn't even dressed yet. At this rate you'll be late for the competition. Sang Yun asked him again in bewilderment. Competition? The man looked at him with fearful eyes and froze on the spot. Finally he asked, what medicine did you take yesterday? Sang Yun tried to act nonchalant, stroking his chin to hide his bewilderment. No, I didn't do anything, the servant reminded him. Today is the day your knighthood will be decided, your lordship. Where is your mind? My goodness. He helped Sang Yun put on his fighting attire. Only then did Sang Yun pretend to remember. Oh right, the servant continued. If Lady Amelia finds out before he could finish, Amelia suddenly appeared from behind. Find out what? The servant cried out, trembling. Lady, Emilia seemed to pay him no mind at all. She walked straight up to Sang Yun, wordlessly lowered the collar of his cloak and then lightly kissed him on the lips. Sang Yun froze for a moment. He thought to himself, scary. Live comment 1 appeared, saying, such a huge perk from the start. Sang Yun comforted himself, not making a big deal out of what had just happened. Considering this time flow, such a relationship is common. Emilia put her arms around Sang Yun's neck and gently reminded him, Anmu, if anything goes wrong in this competition, our future won't be smooth. You know that, right? Sang Yun replied softly. Of course. Emilia expressed her belief in Sang Yun. I have absolute faith in you. Sang Yun gently accepted that intense faith and said thank you. Emilia and he held hands, and the combination of black and white created a contrast from the colors of their attire to their temperaments. They had nothing in common, but when standing together, they strangely complemented each other well. The two walked out side by side. Emilia said, let's go now. Show everyone that you are worthy of being a knight. As soon as they left the castle, they arrived directly at the arena. Sang Yun was slightly surprised. There was an arena like this near the castle. Emilia led the way a few steps ahead. Sang Yun followed behind her, looking around. After all, he had never been here before. Sang Yun couldn't help but think, is this some kind of gladiatorial test? Anto was waiting there. Seeing the two approach, he scoffed. They finally showed up, As soon as he appeared, the comment section was filled with curses. The first account commented, Anto, you bastard, I hate even looking at his face. The second account commented, the faces of the guys behind him are just as hateful. Sang Yun surmised, perhaps they're characters from a different storyline. Their reputation is also too. Sang Yun and Anto faced each other for a moment. Anto scoffed first. How did the Generette family fall so low as to accept such a fellow? I didn't realize the title of knight was so cheap. Sang Yun said nothing. He tried to provoke his opponent with silence. The comment section immediately boiled over. The first account commented, this old man is causing trouble here too. The second account commented, he's been chosen as the NPC players most want to decapitate. Anto stroked his beard boastfully and demanded of Sang Yun, you're not of noble blood, so you must prove your ability. Emilia couldn't hold back and stood up to retort. She stood in front of him. He has already proven himself many times. Sir Anmu is solely responsible for the fall of Taloran Castle, and he has also defeated powerful monsters. Anto retorted, how can we believe such absurd rumors? There's no proof, is there? Emilia said again, Count, you speak as if you have much experience. He frowned in anger. You? As Anto tried to approach Emilia, the two people standing next to him blocked him. Unable to break free, he shouted angrily at her. Watch your words. Lady Generette, do you dare insult me in front of this nobody? Emilia completely ignored Anto. She turned to Sang Yun and said, Sir Anmu, let's go prepare together. As Emilia was about to head to the stands to watch the match, Sang Yun suddenly called her back. Emilia turned as if expecting him to give some instructions, but nothing happened. He simply offered comfort, saying, don't worry, I'm the one who proposed this tournament. Emilia approached and placed a hand on Sang Yun's back. She spoke in a worried voice, it's not that I'm worried, it's just that I don't like the way you're being scorned. Sang Yun gently reassured her, I won't be scorned, let's begin now. From the stands a roar of cheers erupted. Anmu, Anmu, Anmu. Standing below in the arena, he looked up at Alberto and asked, then what is the content of this tournament? Alberto, who was humming something from above, waved his finger when asked and said, don't grumble. There's a saying, a true knight can face a troll alone. Sang Yun was surprised. A troll. The live chat was in chaos. The first account asked in surprise, a troll. The second account complained, isn't that a bit much? All the viewers in the stands also murmured, is that really a troll? The person next to them replied, no way, isn't it too dangerous? Another person said, I heard Sir Anmu only uses a bow and arrows, but one person can't take down a troll with just a bow and arrows. In the live chat, the first account worriedly asked, trolls keep regenerating, is it possible to take down a troll with just a bow and arrows? The second account offered an opinion, I think you need a weapon like a sword because trolls keep regenerating. A bow won't do anything. The third account said, you'll have to hit it with a blunt weapon to inflict continuous massive damage. Back in the arena, Alberto cheered from above, come on, do your best. If you're a true knight, you can do it. At this moment, Sang Yun noticed their distance. Unbeknownst to him, they had already retreated far back. He looked at them helplessly and lamented, it seems these people aren't true knights either. When did they get so far away? In the live chat, the first account said, they totally ran away. The second account asked again in suspicion, did they really run away? The third account replied to the second account, they sprinted away. At this moment, only Sang Yun and the troll remained in the arena, a man and a monster staring at each other. The troll was just growling and Sang Yun realized one thing, it wasn't attacking immediately. So the first account asked Sang Yun in the live chat, what are you going to do, Anmu? The second account advised Sang Yun, try using a sword this time. But he didn't pay any attention. He pulled out an arrow, drew his bow and aimed for the troll's neck. Question marks and exclamations flooded the live chat. One account commented, a troll won't die with just one shot. Before they could even finish reading the next comment, the monster troll fell with a thud. Yes, a perfect shot. After shooting the arrow, Sang Yun turned without looking at the troll's reaction. But there was no need to look. He confidently won by taking down the troll with a single arrow. Anto and his group were left with their mouths agape in surprise. An egg could easily fit in there. In the arena, Sang Yun took down the troll with a single arrow. The live chat was ecstatic. The first account commented, "Yes, a perfect shot." The second account said, "I forgot that." The third account said, "Trolls are no exception." The fourth account said, "Anmu finally used his ultimate move." The fifth account replied to the fourth account, "Ultimate move. A perfect shot is our Anmu's basic attack." Immediately, cheers calling his name followed. Anmu, the true knight with a bow. Live stream viewers and everyone in the arena cheered for Sang Yun's victory. 3 cheers for Amelia, 3 cheers for Anmu. Anto watched from the arena shaking with rage. He gritted his teeth. He denied this outcome. "I'm sure the troll was poisoned. Go conduct an autopsy. Otherwise Amelia stepped forward to protect Sang Yun. "The tournament is over. Accept it, Count." She looked at them and asked, "Or are you going to ruin another honorable life? If you keep this up, your reputation will plummet, Count." Anto trembled with anger but could do nothing, only standing there as if rooted to the ground. Sang Yun finally spoke. "Then can I assume my knighthood is secured?" With that he took Amelia's hand and returned to the castle. The warm spring weather infused new energy into the castle's trees and flowers. They blossomed fully and grew lush, beautifully decorating the castle. The live chat was pleased with the game's happy ending. The first comment was ending song. The second comment was they got married. The third comment was damn couples. The fourth comment was Amelia. The fifth comment was so pretty, so pretty. Along with these there were also a few tearful comments. In the game, Amelia and Sang Yun held hands and walked together towards their future. The final ending scene was the backs of the two on their wedding day. The first comment was nice wedding scene. The second comment was, this song is good. Sang Yun returned to reality, slightly dazed, and asked himself, is this the end? He then asked himself, is this my true farewell to my first virtual reality game in just 1 week? Sang Yun waved goodbye to the first character he had played. He said that this game had changed his life, saying goodbye, thank you. Sitting in his chair looking at the screen of the game he had just finished, Sang Yun concluded, so Kingdom is really over. Without even having time to reflect on the plot of the previous episode, Sang Yun decided to move on to the next game. In the live chat, the first comment was truly amazing. The second comment was new game, the third comment was changing, the fourth comment was another game with bows and arrows, the fifth comment replied to the fourth comment, there are archer characters in Live Legends, but is this friend really limited to bows? I think he'd be good at shooting games too. The sixth comment suggested how about buying other board games. The seventh comment was, given Anmu's skills a fighting game would be better. The eighth comment was anyway, Anmu's here, everyone get ready. Sang Yun was excited. I'm really looking forward to it. The first comment was, get out of the way, Electron, Anmu's coming. The second comment agreed, poor Electron always has to move. Sang Yun made a pitiful expression. They're talking about Electron again, and mostly about fighting games. His hand on his thigh clenched and he said nothing. But inwardly, he felt the pressure. It would be a lie to say he didn't feel it. Sang Yun analyzed, unlike board games, online games mean dealing with players, not machines. No matter how many guides I learn, there will be countless people already familiar with the game. They won't go easy on me just because I'm a beginner. If I'm not careful, the image of a genius that people expect from me will crumble, Sang Yun announced to everyone in the live stream room. But the second game I'll be playing today is, he quietly decided within himself. I can't just sit back and disappoint others, so he said the name of the game. Battle Royale. Kim Yoo-hyuk sighed with regret and continued, too bad. He asked Sang Yun, if I change games now, will many people who were playing Kingdom leave? Sang Yun replied, that's something every streamer goes through. It's normal, so don't worry about it too much. Kim Yoo-hyuk asked, how many people will leave? Sang Yun replied, maybe more than half the viewers and even those who watched me professionally will leave. Kim Yoo-hyuk said in a voice mixed with regret and pity. Half? He briefly put aside his pitiful expression, straightened up, crossed his arms and seriously asked Sang Yun, does every streamer have to take such a risk when changing games? You lose too many viewers, Sang Yun replied. If you look a little further ahead, wouldn't this be beneficial? He began to analyze. It's not that hard to understand no matter how much I think about it. Who wants to watch a streamer play only one game continuously? But inwardly he felt a slight regret. Even though I say this, losing 900 viewers really hurts. That's almost half. A live stream viewer asked, Anmu is changing games? The number of viewers was 1105. Although he still felt a slight attachment to the previous number of viewers, Sang Yun comforted himself. This is good enough. Let's think positively, Sang Yun said to the people watching the live stream. I'll start this game once the download is complete. Battle Royale. The first comment was total download. The second comment was already downloading. Third comment was so he hasn't tried it yet. The fourth comment was Battle Royale beginner. The fifth comment was rare. The sixth comment reminded Sang Yun Akajati sponsored 1000 gold. Battle Royale is very realistic. Be prepared. Sang Yun asked, more realistic than Kingdom? The seventh comment replied, Akajati sponsored 1000 gold. Battle Royale is inspired by reality, so it will be different from Kingdom, Sang Yun thought to himself. If it's a reality-based game, it'll be no different from an Olympic game. It'll be easy to play. That's fine. Subsequently, the system displayed a notification that it was connecting to Battle Royale. As soon as the game started, everyone was sitting in a helicopter. A commander said, all right, we've arrived at the destination. He informed everyone. Prepare to jump. Sang Yun sat in the helicopter looking down, his limbs trembling. No way, he lamented. This is too realistic. The first comment was, wow, it's really high. The second comment noticed the fear in Sang Yun's eyes and couldn't help but ask, Anmu, are you trembling? The commander shouted. What are you hesitating for? Jump. Sang Yun was mixed with worry and fear. How am I supposed to jump down there? In the live chat, the first comment was Sparta. The second comment was jump, Anmu. The third comment was too early. Sang Yun was nervous. I watched the guide video, but I didn't expect to be this nervous. Finally, he decided to jump. Alright, jumping. Sang Yun looked at the person who had jumped straight out of the helicopter before him and the person who had jumped earlier. Sang Yun trembled with fear. Those people just jump. In the live chat, the first comment was come on, jump. Another person jumped. He said loudly, wait. In the live chat, the first comment was jumping later will be a disadvantage. The second comment encouraged, come on, jump. Sang Yun looked down. He said to himself, I can't lose here. And Sang Yun spread his arms and jumped. The live chat reminded him, don't forget to open your parachute. As soon as the parachute opened, Sang Yun was flustered. What is this? It doesn't feel like a game at all. And he shouted in fear. It's the right time. Behind him, his backpack automatically opened at this moment. Sang Yun was somewhat calmer. He asked in confusion, is it because I'm scared to die that it opens automatically? Although the parachute opened automatically, it was his first time, so he was still a little scared, but this is too fast too. Being a beginner, he fell to the ground on his back. In the live chat, the first comment was as expected, a beginner. The second comment was it's really fun to see Anmu like this. The third comment was don't fall to your death. The fourth comment was alive. Sang Yun now crouched on the ground panting. A comment reminded him calm down. Sang Yun was now exhausted. It's just the beginning and I'm already like this. Sang Yun looked around. Even though he had just jumped, everyone was fighting fiercely. He lamented inwardly, it's chaotic. Look at that person. Because he had just fallen, some players paid attention to him. They whispered to each other, he's probably a beginner, let's target that friend. The person next to him said excitedly, jackpot. Sang Yun hurriedly ran away, wondering, how did they know? Is my level displayed? The two saw this action and hurriedly chased after him. That friend is running, chase him. The live chat clarified Sang Yun's doubts. If you fall like that, anyone can tell you're a beginner. After running a few more steps, Sang Yun found a 2-story abandoned house. It would probably help him. Sang Yun rushed inside. I should hide here. As soon as he rushed inside and closed the door, Sang Yun remembered to look for a weapon. He looked around and said, I rushed in too fast and didn't look properly, but is there any useful weapon here? Inside the house, Sang Yun found something that matched his specialty. It was a compound bow. A compound bow was placed on a wooden table in the corner of the house. Arrows were stood upright next to the table leg. Sang Yun approached the table and reached out to touch it. Sang Yun thought to himself, a compound bow, I've used it a bit during my athlete days. I didn't expect to see it again here. Someone entered the house. At the sound of footsteps, Sang Yun turned his body to pinpoint the source of the noise. Following the footsteps, Sang Yun easily realized that someone was coming up the outer stairs. A group of people came in and ascended the stairs one by one. Sang Yun thought to himself, they're probably coming up to the second floor. Sang Yun grabbed the compound bow and prepared for a fight. Seeing no one on the second floor, one person concluded, he's probably on the first floor. The man with the pistol asked, he's hiding but he's not even picking up items? The man in the hat went down first. He told his companion, I told you, his parachute jump looked amateurish. He held a dagger and looked around to find Sang Yun. Suddenly an arrow from an unknown direction precisely pierced the temple of the man with the pistol. He died without even a groan. The game system displayed, Anmu killed Keanu 99,100. The bald man, flustered, asked, where's that guy? The man with the dagger turned his head to look around and then told his companion. He was hit by an arrow and died. As the bald man analyzed the arrow's trajectory, the man with the dagger said, there he is. Both men looked in one direction. The bald man rejoiced at finding the target. He excitedly told his companion, he's probably in the room downstairs. He held his gun aimed at the spot and prepared to pull the trigger. The next moment, Sang Yun's arrow struck him in the middle of his forehead, killing him instantly. A notification popped up in the game system. Anmu food double kill 98,100. Sang Yun thought to himself, one more, but then realized the man had hidden somewhere in this old shabby house. Sang Yun looked around in bewilderment, asking as if to himself, did he escape? Live comment 1. The enemy ran away. Sang Yun scratched his head in confusion, hesitating whether to chase after him. Live comment 1 couldn't hold back seeing him and said, I'm dying of laughter. Live comment 2 told Sang Yun that this was a survival game, so there was no absolute need to kill people. Live comment 3 warned, that guy will join another team. Chase him and kill him. Live comment 4 said, chase him and kill him by any means necessary. Joining another team is understood as cooperating with that team without attacking them. The game system does not allow that, as it is considered cheating. Hearing that, Sang Yun decided, then let's chase him. He probably hasn't gone far. Almost simultaneously, the man in the hat returned from wherever he had been hiding, but it was unclear if he had become stronger than before. He drew his bow, aimed, and said, take this, you bastard. The live comments expressed surprise, saying, he has a bow too. But before he could act, Sang Yun had already sent him to join his companions. The man fell backward and the bow in his hand dropped to the ground. The game system displayed a notification. Anmu killed Tasteco Shafankan 92,100. Live comment 1, too funny. Looking at the man who had just fallen, Sang Yun couldn't hide his victor's joy. He said, I guess he thought he could do it like me. The live comments exploded with a shower of praise. Live comment 1, awesome. Live comment 2, he must have thought he was Anmu. Live comment 3, then there's no need to join a team anyway. Live comment 4, taking down an entire other team is quite commendable. Live comment 5, super cool. Yu Sang-yun asked curiously, but is it easy to kill people in Battle Royale? Live comment 1 replied, it's hard to get hurt, you just got lucky with weak opponents. Live comment 2, funny how he died early because of a noob. Live comment 3 GG. Commenter B said that it was because Anmu had never played this game before. Reading commenter B's comment, Yu Sang-yun exclaimed, ah, and made a knowing expression. He told the viewers, then I guess I can play a bit more comfortably. Picking up items doesn't seem too difficult either. Live comment 1 good. Live comment 2, let's go Anmu. Simultaneously, a warning sound rang out and Yu Sang-yun asked flustered, what's that sound? While he checked his surroundings, a warning sound rang from the game system. The safe zone will shrink in 30 seconds. Every few seconds a mechanical sound rang out again, continuously warning the player. The safe zone will shrink in 30 seconds. The safe zone is simply understood as the area where players can operate gradually shrinking. Observing the highlighted points, the system also warned that in a survival game, one might think it advantageous to hide in one spot and wait for everyone else to be eliminated. However, Battle Royale has a safe zone system to prevent this. Furthermore, there was urgent news that the size of the safe zone would decrease in 30 seconds. The safe zone surrounding the map gradually shrinks over time, and if you are outside that zone you will continuously take damage and eventually die. Sang-yun observed his location and felt a little worried. This position isn't good. Then he looked out the door and realized, everyone seems to be running away, I need to move to a safe place quickly too, and Sang-yun bravely stepped outside. Even so, there are hardly any safe places to hide. I need to move cautiously to the safe zone. As soon as he picked up his bow he heard sounds again, the sound of a car. This sound made Sang-yun a little worried. Please just pass by. Surprisingly, at that very moment a gunshot whizzed past his body, startling him and making him dodge. Viewers seeing Sang-yun fall to the ground were a little impressed. My goodness, at this moment his frightened face resonated with the viewers. Look at Anmu's face, this is the taste of a noob, a bit spicy. He stood up and said as if making an excuse, I was just a little surprised because it's my first time. The viewers said nothing more to this excuse. Yes, cute. His surprise was brief. Another car arrived and Sang-yun realized they had returned. He ran quickly without thinking. It'll be hard for a car to approach, so I need to hide. Suddenly the wall right in front of him abruptly crumbled. Sang-yun had to keep running without time to think. The wall had already been shattered by numerous bullets. Looking ahead there was another wall and he was flustered again. If I keep dodging like this I'll eventually get shot too. Another wall. He jumped with all his might trying to leap over it. Please let's leap over it with all my strength. Sang-yun tried to jump over it with all his gear. He succeeded in leaping over this wall very coolly with his effort. The viewers watched the scene and dropped their jaws. He escaped. What, is that a wall jump so fast? The opponent said with irritation and anger. Why can't I hit him? You'll die anyway. Come out. The viewers on this side sighed in relief seeing Sang-yun still safe. Fortunately this wall is sturdy. Surprisingly not just one but a group of people got out of the car. Are you fighting the wall? Be quiet, grab your gun. There are more people. The viewers were equally surprised to see them. What, team play again? Why are there so many people playing in teams? I'm going to report all of you. He heard them keep talking but he thought of something. Anmu killed Pan Lilo 88,100. Sang-yun advanced without hesitation and took him down. Simultaneously a system notification popped up. After shooting he thought, fortunately that guy wasn't wearing a hat. On their side they asked as if unable to understand, are you crazy? How did he die in one shot? But another one with him quickly realized, because it was a headshot. Critical damage is very high but the disadvantage is that it's hard to hit. Still it's fine, we have the advantage. As soon as he finished speaking the man was shot in the head and fell, startling the person next to him. And the system notified, Anmu killed Panfaker 85,100. The man flustered, trembled and looked for a place to hide. What is this? As soon as he hid he cursed. Who are you? Did a pro gamer come to bully noobs? The viewers replied, is it Smurf? The man continued to curse. Where did that guy go? The viewers said excitedly, he's hidden. Meanwhile another man threatened, I'm going to report you, you bastard. At that very moment the viewers also urged him, go quickly and find him. However, Sang-yun asked a little dubiously, do I really have to? The opponent looked a little confused when he asked again. Sang-yun surveyed the direction. After successfully estimating the distance by judging the location of the voice, Sang-yun stopped, confidently thinking it must be around here, and powerfully shot his bow. The arrow flew in the direction Sang-yun had determined and hit the opponent. The viewers were very shocked to see this. Damn, he hit it. He shoots accurately. The opponent asked as if unable to believe it. What's going on? Sang-yun frankly stated his thoughts. That guy moved a little just now. Thanks for continuously making noise. He also confidently said, I judge everything solely by sound. After showing his confidence he aimed the next arrow upward, determining its direction. His gaze was unwavering and full of confidence. The arrow flew and hit the opponent and the system notified, Anmu down banana. However, he didn't understand and asked in bewilderment, what? He's not dead yet? What's downed? A viewer immediately explained down to Sang-yun. It's a system that appears when you take critical damage like a headshot but don't die instantly. The problem is if they fall and a teammate comes to revive them they'll recover. Seeing him dumbfounded, the viewers asked again, "Don't tell me the reason I was wondering why there were so many people playing in teams was because teammates come to revive them when they're downed." Anmu right after that, the opponent said as if understanding something, "Is it team mode?" But Sang-Yun was still worried and flustered, standing dumbfounded. After a moment he recalled, "I remember. Squad matches Battle Royale's 4-person team mode, and since 4 people aren't mandatory as mentioned in the guide, you can play in duos or even solo." The viewers heard that, understood, and said, "In squads, teammates can revive you, that's why you don't die instantly, you just get downed." Hearing this, he realized his mistake. "So I entered team mode, what a foolish mistake." The viewers, seeing him blame himself, laughed loudly and said, "Do you think you can take on 4 people alone?" From the very first match, after that, viewers sent congratulatory messages to Sang-Yun. "Solo Union Party, sponsored 10,000 gold. Our Solo Labor Union Federation highly values your absolute loyalty to our cause, and we have decided to pay a mission reward of 100,000 gold if you achieve first place. Thank you for the mission." Suddenly he stopped and thought of something. "Wait a minute, something's still off. Even in squad mode, if there are no more teammates who can revive them, they will be eliminated instead of just being downed." Sang-Yun hurriedly turned back, thinking perhaps. Surprisingly, the moment he turned around he was shot. One person was still alive. This gunshot immediately downed him. He saw blood spurting out but could do nothing but think, "I've been shot." Suddenly Sang-Yun felt something strange. What? This realistic sensation. It was at that very moment he was rolling on the ground, unable to do anything. The viewers whispered interestingly, seeing this. "He's alive. The way he's rolling is funny." Seeing him sit on the floor and sigh in relief, the viewers still chuckled. It must have been an intense match. While thinking, he felt something strange in his body. What was that? My heart just beat. The heartbeat was brief, but it had almost reached its limit. He remembered what he knew and looked in a direction. According to safety protocols, if the signal turns red, it's so dangerous that you'll be forcibly logged out in 1 second. Is everyone playing games this dangerously? However, Sang-Yun then became a little disbelieving and doubted, "Am I having sensory issues?" While he was doubting, footsteps were heard again, startling him. Seeing his worried face, they laughed loudly and said, "Anmu, you got scared. There wasn't any sound." "No sound, but I clearly hear it." He heard footsteps getting closer and closer. Sang-Yun knew the person was not far away. The distance isn't far. The footsteps are slow but completely unhesitating. Does that guy know where I'm hiding? A direct confrontation with a gun would be disadvantageous. In that critical moment, Sang-Yun suddenly remembered something. There's a reason for that confidence. That guy doesn't want to kill me. The person's footsteps got closer than ever. The place that person was heading, the very moment that person stopped nearby, he also appeared at the opportune moment. At this moment, Anmu downed Fan Watermouse. Anmu fan up, double kill 66,100. Sang-Yun was a little surprised to see this. Indeed, that guy was going to save his teammate. A few minutes later, the system quietly notified him that he had won. Congratulations. First Solo Legion Road Password Forever sponsored 5,000 gold. Skills are insane. This is real talent. Everyone sponsored 1,000 gold. Remember, this person created his account less than 2 weeks ago. And today is his first time playing Battle Royale. Limited Streamer sponsored 300 gold. At this rate, can he surpass the Electromagnetic King? Seeing the traffic, he was a little surprised and puzzled. There are many unfamiliar usernames among the sponsors. This person sponsored 5,000 gold. Limited Streamer sponsored 3,000 gold. Surpassing Electromagnetic means surpassing limits. Although the sponsorship amount is small, this is a good sign. Sang-Yun also understood and asked happily, "This means we're on the right track to becoming a big live streaming channel, right? Now shall I collect the opponent's spoils?" What did he drop? The gun scattered on the floor caught Sang-Yun's eye. The gun seemed to shine. A gun. He looked at the gun worriedly and thought, surely I don't have to switch to a gun? Sang-Yun was half in doubt. Looking at the gleaming gun on the floor, he turned his gaze and said, "A gun. I guess I'll have to switch to a gun." Viewers enthusiastically cheered him on. Mauve 4 is the most popular assault rifle. Is Anmu finally using a gun? Awesome. This magic staff is even stronger than Yumong's bow. Anmu should use a bow. If he doesn't use a bow, I'll cancel my donation. Those kinds of people never donate. Anmu, don't forget your true calling. He was somewhat confused by such encouragement. What should I do? Sang-Yun worried. If I win first place with just a bow, my image as a streamer who only uses a bow even after Kingdom will be solidified. Using a bow is the easiest way. I want to keep using a bow to win first place. But there were other difficulties. But what if I lose like this? Will people understand that I gave up on guns? As he hesitated, a notification popped up on his phone. Opening it, he saw a 10,000 gold donation notification. Mission: win with a bow. Reward: 100,000 gold. Accept, decline, win with a bow. This was exactly the kind of mission I needed. Lucky me, nothing unusual. Sang-Yun saw the familiar name Sgjia and accepted the mission, thinking, if she lives in this area, she must be from a quite wealthy background. Should I accept this? I will accept this mission. He was delighted when the mission was successfully accepted. Thank you for the mission. I will show you me winning first place with a bow. Everyone cheered him on. Alright, why? Are you really going to use a bow? Will it be okay? Can't miss out on 100,000 gold. A bow it is. This is going to be really fun. First, he collected items. After that, he set out to find food and essentials. When he returned, everyone advised him, Anmu, you need to find a helmet first. It's usually at the farm. He found it difficult once he knew where to go. A farm? That's quite far from here. Sang Yun, troubled, looked for a solution. Wish there was a vehicle, Anmu. But someone else saw him and said, look over there. Sang Yun followed the instruction, found a car, and his eyes lit up. Once he got the car, he quickly set off to find more items. He drove while looking at the map and said, if I take this road I can go straight to the farm. Others also watched excitedly. Let's go, let's go. After a while, the car stopped in one place. Viewers stopped him, saying, you shouldn't drive in crowded places. He heard that and was confused. Why did Sang Yun ignore the nearby bomb and keep going? Before he could even be reminded that a loud sound would attract attention, the car hit a bomb and exploded. The loud explosion left him unable to do anything. The car exploded and flipped over on the road. Flipped over, he asked in confusion, is this an occupational hazard? One viewer laughed loudly and said, it's a lesson on the importance of seatbelts, but it's too funny. I told him too late. I think it was a grenade. Other viewers also advised, there's definitely one more. He flinched slightly at that. One more? As soon as he heard that, he didn't realize the bomb would be outside immediately after. There was nothing he could do but for the car to explode. Anmu RP, surely I didn't think that was the last one. Since then, no one saw him. Seeing the sight on the screen, he said, somewhat frightened, don't tease me. Someone else comforted him, just kidding. Just play dead, it's bland. Move quickly. Seeing the huge flames, Sang Yun didn't dare to go out and only peeked slightly. The smoke is too thick, I can't see anything. He tried another method and went up to the rooftop. His footsteps were faster than ever. As soon as he opened the rooftop door, viewers said there was no one there. Seeing the smoke in front of him, Sang Yun seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. He looked far outside, checking what he had just seen. Just over there, someone was approaching him. Sang Yun did not let his guard down and ducked, taking a defensive stance. Have I been spotted? The snipers recognized him and felt regret. Damn it, he got away. They had no choice but to lower their guns. What a shame. They began to observe each other and divide roles. Two of you go inside the building and hunt him. We'll provide support. All right, on that side, even though he was ducked, bullets kept flying, so viewers advised him, go back into the building, there's nowhere to hide. You'll get sniped if you go like that. Damn, always under attack. Cowards, it's squad mode anyway. Cowards, you say. Seriously, what should I do? Those guys aren't easy. To avoid being overwhelmed by emotions, Sang Yun took a deep breath and calmed himself. He slowly controlled his emotions. Calm down. Listen to the surrounding sounds, Sang Yun prepared, visualizing everything. I vaguely saw 4 people just now. Listening to their footsteps, it seems 2 are coming this way. But he had a slight difficulty. The problem is, if I stick my head out, I'll immediately get shot. Another player also laughed and said, the sorrow of a solo player is just like my life. And there was no other way but the last method. In that case, on the other side, they kept shooting but saw nothing, so the person observed with binoculars. The person immediately asked curiously, why is there no movement? Has he given up? They let their guard down after thinking it through. He must have. If he sticks his head out, he'll die. Let's go inside and take care of him. But Sang Yun wasn't. He used his observation skills, and seeing them approach, he got ready. As soon as one foot stepped into his trap, he shot an arrow without hesitation. As the person drew their gun, Sang Yun shot another arrow without pause. The people running up the building suddenly stopped. They were somewhat frightened by the incoming arrow. As soon as they saw the arrow, the person asked in confusion, "WH what? From where?" The next moment a system notification popped up. Anmu killed Mr. Kraft's 47,100. Everyone who witnessed this scene began an enthusiastic discussion. How did he hit that? Is it a compound bow? Anmu's bow? He didn't even aim. Good aim. It's really funny how he suddenly falls while talking. Surely he didn't expect another arrow to fly, did he? It wasn't over yet. Everything became more lively. This is truly amazing. He's no ordinary person. It was probably luck. Really cool. Amazing. Anmu, did you learn circus skills? But Sang Yun felt something strange. This is a bit odd this time. Recalling old memories, he felt wonder. When I was an archer, I used to play all sorts of tricks like circus acts with my friends. Surely those tricks wouldn't be useful here. Robin Hood game. His joyful playstyle from back then was now applied to Sang Yun. Hit the incoming arrows, guys. My bow is all messed up. Run away. His childhood pranks eventually came in handy. He thought everything was fine, but an unexpected sound was heard again. Another stealthy player was approaching very powerfully. Hearing these footsteps, he surprisingly remembered that it was the person who had run away from behind just now. But Sang Yun didn't want to hide and gripped his bow tightly. The opponent is using a gun, and a direct confrontation is disadvantageous. As soon as he saw the person behind a door, there was no other way. I don't have time to draw my bowstring when facing a gun, so I can only hope that person doesn't shoot us. He picked up his bow to confront that person directly. Sang Yun's gaze was very resolute. But leaving fate to chance is not my style. As soon as the person grabbed the doorknob, Sang Yun drew his bow towards the door. The arrow flew from his position, but everyone was still confused. Anmu, the door isn't open yet. It turned out his arrow could pierce the door and fly towards the person. The person hit by an arrow faltered and was confused. How can that be? Seeing the gleaming gap in the door, the person still couldn't believe it. To shoot through this small gap, through the door, Sang Yun's demeanor was still the same, and the other players dared not believe what had happened. Anmu, SpongeBob is stunned. Is he perhaps aiming to shoot when the door opens? Crazy. Anmu, is he a saint? If you cover his nickname, no one would know he's a noob. It's also good to shoot downwards in case the person is sitting. Is this really his first time playing today? Sang Yun was very humble. I just timed it well. Everyone doubted him. We lost money on stocks because we couldn't time it well. Why are you suddenly crying? Oh my god, a coward. SSS felt something was wrong. Why is it so quiet? Squid was extremely flustered. SpongeBob, what are you doing? A voice came from SpongeBob's console. That guy must be crazy. His skill level isn't this low. He went down immediately as soon as I opened the door. He didn't understand what had happened. What? Squid replied to him. Compound bow squad taken down by one guy? That's stupid. He hastily explained. SpongeBob, that guy aimed to shoot right when I opened the door. How could I avoid it? He didn't believe SpongeBob's words. You must not have been careful when you opened the door. You wouldn't meet someone like that at this rank. Sang Yun sat in a corner searching for their information. 4-person team, 2 excellent, normal match, ranked match, voice slide, regional classification. They were a clan of skilled players including the compound bow squad. They were diamond ranked snipers but, for some reason, hadn't played the game for a year. As expected, now I have to go to work. Your friend isn't on the list of successful candidates. Crushed by harsh reality. They had either just returned after their rank reset to the lowest or were in a state also referred to as Ton SpongeBob. SpongeBob called out for help to his teammate outside the warehouse. No, seriously, please come save me. Squid thought it was impossible. How can I save him? I'd die to that guy before I could save him. He moved quietly, trying not to be discovered. That guy didn't kill me. I'm crawling on the first floor now. Squid thought to himself. It's too obvious a trap. He's clearly trying to attack while I'm recovering. There are 2 people over here. He's full of confidence. SSS was already terrified. Hey Squid, should we just abandon SpongeBob and leave? If that guy really shot with perfect timing, he must be a master. He was very angry. Hey, seriously? Squid didn't expect him to be such a coward. Run away even though it's a rank where noobs can enter? Did you forget our promise to climb to diamond rank together? SSS was calm as if nothing had happened. My rank won't drop if I run away. He didn't want to lose face. But my pride is hurt. Pride? He was confused. It's just a game. Why are you so serious? SSS suggested. Do you really want to go? I'll go. Squid, you're a sniper, so provide support. Squid presented his perspective. While recovering, you need someone to protect you. What can you do alone? He had no choice but to follow. Right, understood, let's go. The 2 decided to enter the abandoned building. The sky turned brown from the dust. Squid provided cover for SSS as he descended the cliff. He felt pity for the person lying on the ground. Poor Mr. Crafts. SSS just stood there blankly. But do we have to run away? He was angry. SSS, are you out of your mind? Squid had planned early. I have to go while aiming or that guy will take advantage of the opening and attack. He pointed his gun upwards and the 2 found his position. SpongeBob is over there in the left corner. Oh my god, what a useless guy. Squid advised before charging. If you stick close to the wall, that guy won't be able to shoot. Don't take your eyes off the scope. SSS immediately agreed. Understood. The 2 entered, sticking close to the wall ready to counterattack. His footsteps slowed. Alright, almost there, almost at the corner. Relax. Squid smiled broadly. He saw an arrow through the scope of his gun. Squid and SSS aimed their guns at Sang Yun. The 2 quickly noticed the arrow above their heads and began to predict its falling direction. Not in front. He might see it first. The direction to avoid is, Squid accurately predicted. Behind or to the side, the arrow struck the ground. Squid was proud of himself. Good, I dodged it. He didn't expect SSS to fall. Anmu killed SSS 28-1. Squid snorted. Oh my god, hit in the eye. In the confusion, he ran away. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Squid himself had to doubt that an arrow could fly at such an angle. No, Sang Yun jumped backward onto the ground. He was stunned for 5 seconds. Do. Anmu compound bow squad double killed 26,100. Everyone was surprised. The results aren't out yet. Oh my god. Jang Law Firm sponsored 100,000 gold. Dion Leon sponsored 5,000 gold. Amy sponsored 10,000 gold. Jamie sponsored 50,000 gold. Ranking Gangster sponsored. Damn, he did it. He hit his head on the ground and still needed to bandage it because it hurt. Fortunately, I took a painkiller earlier. Why did he tell me to jump out of the building when he can't even shoot? What kind of drugs do you have to take to think like that? What I drank earlier wasn't painkillers, was it? Anmu, you crazy bastard. The safe zone will shrink in 30 seconds. Sang Yun shifted his thoughts, realizing there were only 26 people left. He decided to leave. Since his stamina had also recovered somewhat, it was time to move. Someone was furiously typing on a keyboard. A long message appeared on the screen. The person pressed the send button to confirm. I met a master at Danstone GF. I met a master at Danstone. A woman? Where? Anmu? Mr. Crafts has fallen. 47,100. Squid was depressed beyond words. This bastard took care of all 4 of us by himself. Is it this Danstone? By the way, there's no name. Stone. What the hell? No way that guy flew into the sky and got a headshot. That's real. This level of skill is master class. Maybe it was because the opponent was also Danstone. Getting hit by an arrow is a bit strange, isn't it? Those bastards are very suspicious. He faced the fact that everyone was suspicious. Squid boasted about past victories. I am Squid, leader of the Bow Squad. Check it out, as those who know would attest. Last year our entire team was Diamond Tier 1. Everyone was surprised. Bow Squad Squid, why are you here? When are you coming back? The best second place has returned. Wait, and what's Danstone? Anyway, the best second place was a top team. It's fine to take a year off. A new player, or is the Bow Squad crying here because they lost so miserably? That Archer Danstone was streaming earlier. He's streaming, let's watch. Streamer? Right, I understand. Squid was excited. Damn it, I'm ruined. Sang Yun opened a drawer. He was disappointed again, missed it again. Someone must have gotten here first. Medical supplies are essential items, so they usually don't get left behind, but it's also wrong to say there's nothing. There are so many weapons here: rifles, pistols, grenades. There's no other way to complete the mission. Sang Yun glanced at the notification board. Win with a bow. Reward: 230,000 gold. Achieve first place in solo squad mode. Reward: 170,000 gold. He was finally happy. The rewards have increased, a total of 400,000 gold. The Teutonia 400,000 line. Sang Yun was still curious. It seems people who saw my play added more money. Let's see. Then the viewer count was, he couldn't believe his eyes, 1905 people. Sang Yun reminded himself to maintain a calm expression. He bid farewell to the other players. There's nothing more to loot. I'm leaving. Sang Yun couldn't help but wonder. I clearly saw the viewer count drop to around 1100 when I switched games, so why did it increase again? He suddenly realized, as expected, he's on a bow mission. Is this Anmu? Who is it? I've never seen him before. Who is it? I reported him. I suddenly want to play solo. This journey of ruining the game ends here. Sang Yun didn't stop worrying. The chat room atmosphere is strange. Sang Yun was suspicious. The chat window is a bit strange today. It seems the mission will be executed soon. This is Anmu, right? Who is this person? Can you tell me? He's using hacks, so I reported him. Something strange. Why is this game so simple? I hope he can win this match. Someone even commented that this was a rookie's victory. He himself was surprised. What did I just do? Sang Yun had not expected to become so famous. I really didn't think the viewer count would increase so quickly. So many people flocked to watch me play the game. Everyone kept sending comments. This fight is just beginning. Report for cheating. Alright, let's just watch and get lost. You talk too much. Let's see if he can win this game. Just watching it is exhausting. It wouldn't be strange if he lost. He's an archer. He can't possibly lose. I haven't thought of a way for him to lose yet. Alright, let's see how this rookie fights. It's really hard to understand. He still maintained his composure. Certainly many people are watching, but there are also many opinions. Alright, let's see how the situation unfolds. The safe zone is shrinking. But did Sang Yun easily detect gunshots? He could feel that the battle was beginning to get more intense. It's not strange to meet more people as the safe zone shrinks. Sang Yun began to formulate a strategy. Then I need to move quickly. Keep using the bow. A few more people have died. Now he's in the top 10. Right, even if he dies, he's in a high rank. He was very surprised. Top 10, Sang Yun thought to himself. Then at least a few teams are left. I hope there are fewer teams remaining. He suddenly bumped into someone with a crash. Sang Yun was in too much pain to speak. He paused for a few seconds. What did I bump into? The other player had already aimed their gun long ago. Sang Yun quickly rolled backward and immediately drew his bow. Both were ready. Sang Yun gripped the bowstring. The enemy approached. He quickly pinpointed the opponent's position. Two players over there were talking with bewildered expressions. There's a sniper on that wall corner. Sang Yun saw them emerge from the wall corner. He was confident that if he played alone, it would be difficult for the enemy to find his hiding spot. An arrow grazed the sniper's hat. The blonde didn't understand what was happening. What? The brunette was terrified. You hit his hat and broke it. The blonde warned his comrade. Alright, there's a bow user, so be careful, the brunette predicted. Then that guy was sitting in the corner aiming at us. The sniper had a different idea about Sang Yun. He thought Sang Yun would be afraid and run away, but he couldn't understand why he was so reckless. An arrow pierced Anmu's hat. Fishman went down. The blonde was flustered. Where? The sniper didn't expect the imminent danger. How could he hit me when I'm hiding here? Anmu mushroom went down. 610 Anmu. Noman went down. 510. Sang Yun elimination complete. That team is finished. He's already wiped out one team. What an amazing archer. I can't believe it. Why is shooting a bow so scary? He truly has incredible archery skills. Shark 956 went down. 410. Only 4 people left on the map. Let's see. He countered the previous opinion. Then these people don't seem to be on the same team. Then I'll have to try to get first place. 410. The safe zone will shrink in 30 seconds. Sang Yun rushed more than ever. Again, I need to move quickly. He's really fighting nonstop. Let's see how he moves. Only a few people left. I hope he wins. Everyone cheer him on. Now he has a pretty high chance of winning. It seems the victory mission is approaching. Mission for 170,000 gold if he wins in team play. Alright, hurry up. The fight is getting exciting. I hope the heavens bless him with victory. These enemies will automatically fight each other, he reassured himself. Right, I have to wait. Sang Yun looked at the map on the dashboard. Since the safe zone has shrunk, it's best to wait. I hope there's a safe place to snipe from. He heightened his vigilance. The 3 remaining are all skilled players. I can't underestimate them. A voice came from nearby. Hey look, 3 other gunmen are discussing over there. Then only 1 solo player is left. With the 3 of us, that guy is dead. One person instructed the other 2. Alright, you 2 scout carefully. I'll provide cover. Sang Yun sighed. Oh my god, then it's 1 vs 3. I can't win like this. What bad luck. Bad luck. There's no hope left in this match. It's a 1 vs 3 fight, and even if they go down, they can be revived. He slowly moved. Alright, be careful. The sniper was certain of one thing. As the safe zone shrinks, he'll have no choice but to show himself, one guy said very arrogantly. If our team occupies the best spot in this area, it's useless for him to hide in the sky. The safe zone is shrinking. Sang Yun objectively evaluated this mission. Achieving first place like this will definitely not be easy. He gripped his bow tightly. But I have to try. I can't lose in second place. If a solo player wins in team mode for the first time, it will attract more players. This fight is almost hopeless, but I have to try. To win this team match you'd almost have to be a pro player, but I'm just a rookie player. So I have to prove my skill. Win for 230,000 gold. Solo win for 170,000 gold. Sang Yun confidently stated that his true ability would not stop at a team victory here. He was in trouble. The situation seems pretty tense. Those people have taken all the good spots. The person in blue felt something was wrong because he wasn't moving. Hey, where did that guy go? Sang Yun took out some medicine in his hand. I have to wait until they lower their guard. He prioritized treating his injuries. First, let's take a painkiller to recover some stamina. The sniper looked around. He's not here, Chicken 007 said, questioning life. What? The safe zone has shrunk. Why isn't he coming out? The person in blue kept enduring. He's really stubborn. But let's keep waiting. Sang Yun heard everything they said. He'll definitely show himself. You are outside the safe zone. Your stamina will gradually decrease. He was slightly out of bounds. Chicken 007 turned his head to look. What's wrong? Both of them are inside, but I can't see them. He found something strange. Look behind you, Sang Yun reassured himself. Just a little longer. The person in blue didn't feel anything strange. Who's there? He checked the situation. All right, it's time. The person in blue froze on the spot. Chicken 007 pointed in that direction, flustered. Anmu unjustly downed me, 007. He fired his gun and the wall shattered with bullets. Chicken 007 shouted, quick, provide support. Sang Yun drew his bow and fired, and Anmu downed Chicken 007. He wanted to save time. Quickly take down those two. I have 10 HP left. Now there's only one left, so cheer up. Sang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, he's not someone who gives up easily. Now that there's only one left I can do it. Hiding in the grass. Now there's only one left. Sang Yun treated his arm with a bandage. Even though his two comrades have fallen, he shows no weakness. He's really calm. Is he a sniper who often appears on the kill board? Since he hasn't fired a single shot so far, it seems he hasn't seen me. I've roughly figured out his blind spot. At this moment information appeared. The safe zone is shrinking and he still couldn't help but think, I wish the last guy would just stand still. And suddenly he looked over there. Where's that guy going now? No way he's going to his comrade to recover health, is he? Then I just need to follow this guy and figure out his location. He suddenly remembered. Wait, it takes quite a while to revive a comrade, doesn't it? Is he that relaxed even in such a critical situation? And he sat quietly and observed. Looking at the direction the safe zone is shrinking, his current position is still more advantageous. He doesn't need to move dangerously. Then this is a trap. He's trying to lure me into the sniper's range. That means that guy is hiding somewhere where he can observe this path. I have to find his position based on that. He crawled asking where is he, and looked around. Where is he hiding? Cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. Sang Yun found him unexpectedly. Surely that guy hasn't seen me yet. This is the only chance. What should I do now? Can I draw my bow while prone? Then Sang Yun flipped his body and the chat room was filled with curiosity. Prone, streaming, noisy. What the hell is he doing? Did he give up? No way. Everyone was surprised by his action of drawing the bow with his foot. I saw this scene in a movie. He's actually doing it. So cool. Anmu, even if I shoot with my foot, I'll win. Can he do it? Can he do it? Can he do it? Actually, I don't know either. Is it possible? It's no use worrying now. Anyway, there's only one option. I absolutely must hit it. Having finished his thoughts, he immediately released the bow at the person who was aiming. That person had already been hit in the head before Sang Yun shot, but unfortunately, only his hat was pierced. Damn it, from where? The chat room was disappointed. He escaped, but he scoffed and said, now everyone knows right what to do in a situation like this, and then he shot one more arrow. Suddenly the arrow that was flying upward changed direction and headed downward, striking precisely into the temple of where he was standing, and finally returned to its original position. In the silent space, Anmu Tarindoru went down. 1,100. In a 3-on-1 situation, many viewers didn't believe Anmu could win. He did it in a 3-on-1. Unbelievable. Even the safe zone isn't supporting me. This is really an icon of bad luck. Well done, but this is it. But a few minutes later, Sang Yun didn't disappoint everyone after all. Anmu Lim is stunned. What? Is it really solo 1-on-1? Top 1. Oh my god, please. Anmu Daidoshin went down. Why isn't he chasing? Chase him, Anmu. It was a trap. Oh dear, he got shot once. Amazing. The chat room cheered. One more. As soon as the last guy died, he achieved solo squad first place. Congratulations on achieving top 1 in your first solo squad match. Solo squad first place mission complete. Received a 2.5 million gold donation. Top 1 mission with a bow complete. 2,000 gold was sponsored. Top 1 with a bow. An unexpected result. Is it really top 1? Omega sponsored 10,000 gold. You were really the best today. Thank you. You were truly the best. Horuru sponsored 5,000 gold. This guy must have been Robin Hood in his past life. Hanage sponsored 20,000 gold. From now on I will be one with Anmu. To insult Anmu is to insult me. Miho sponsored 50,000 gold. Anmu, you're so good at games. The chat window became heated again. Is that the Miho I know? Really? Who is Miho? Even the famous streamer Miho is curious about Anmu. Calm down. Miho, Horuru, Omega, Hanage. Thank you all for your sponsorships. Suddenly Miho sponsored 50,000 gold. Do you perhaps have any thoughts about joining a team, a clan? For a beginner like me, the chat window became even more unexpectedly heated. No for Miho to make such an offer. Really? Is the CEO becoming a pro gamer soon? Alright, if it's Miho's offer then there's nothing more to ask for. he thought to himself. Moreover, judging by people's reactions, it seemed she didn't make such offers often. He opened his mouth. I'm still a beginner, so I want to focus more on practice right now. Thank you for the sponsorship, Miho sponsored. That's a shame. If you ever change your mind, please contact me. Another sponsorship? He replied awkwardly. Thank you very much. I will definitely consider this offer. Then today's broadcast will end here. Goodbye everyone. As he turned off the computer, Yu Hyuk subtly approached, pointed at the screen and said, Hey, that woman Miho doesn't seem like an ordinary person, does she? Look, Sang Yun's face hardened at her charming appearance. My goodness, is that woman a model or an actress? She's so pretty, they whispered to each other. Refusing the clan invitation was a good move. I'm still a rookie after all. It's better to avoid being compared to other experts. If I get caught up in fierce competition, my image as a skilled gamer could be damaged. Sang Yun asked, but what's people's reaction to the game? Regarding that, Yu Hyuk exclaimed. First of all, the reaction is very positive. Of course, there are more kingdom-related posts, but that's natural since it's the kingdom website. The problem is the Battle Royale website. Hearing that, he picked up a report and read. Anmu score manipulation in progress. Photo attached. That guy got sponsored by Miho, didn't he? How dare he get sponsored by Miho? Report him immediately. Squad solo top 1 as expected, a master of all games. I already saw it in the chat as expected. Hyuk froze. You already knew. I don't know whether to call you calm or brazen. How do you plan to handle this? Sang Yun hesitated, his words trailing off. For now there's no choice but to leave it as it is, or should I open the Q code again? Yu Hyuk was dumbfounded. Are you thinking of sharing the profits with hackers? And he fell into thought again. If so, there's no choice but to ignore it. This could also be seen as a way to attract attention, right? I also think this controversy is an opportunity. If handled well, my recognition will skyrocket, in other words. This is turning a crisis into an opportunity. A short while later, a notification. Your account has been suspended. Reason score manipulation. Yu Hyuk was furious. These bastards suspending my account without even checking. How are they handling things? Sang Yun also said, flustered. There's no benefit, just anger. I didn't do anything wrong. I thought they'd lift the suspension if I explained, but it's been hours since I sent the email and there's no reply, Yu Hyuk shouted. If they work like that, of course they won't listen to your explanation. Suddenly he let out a sigh of relief. Alright, let's consider it a blessing in disguise. As you said, this is also a way to attract attention. And he pointed at Sang Yun. Let's make the internet buzz with this opportunity. Get ready to post an announcement. A short while later. Hello, this is Anmu. I'm sorry to deliver some bad news. During yesterday's Battle Royale stream, I received many reports of score manipulation. As a result, my Battle Royale account has been suspended. I sent an email to the administrator to explain, but I haven't received a reply yet. The chat window became heated. What is this? Oh, how pitiful. Reported for score manipulation on his first play. They were quick to suspend the account, weren't they? As everyone worried about him, Yu Hyuk furiously typed on the keyboard. Breaking news. Anmu is a score manipulator. Check the TV forum post. Hello, this is Anmu. I'm sorry to deliver some bad news. During yesterday's Battle Royale stream, I received many reports of score manipulation. As a result, my Battle Royale account has been suspended. I sent an email to the administrator to explain, but I haven't received a reply yet. What is this? Pitiful. The administrator confirmed the possibility of score manipulation. The chat window also agreed. Labeled a score manipulator from the very first match. Do they just suspend accounts if they get a lot of reports? The Battle Royale community is truly the worst, Yu Hyuk grinned. Good reactions, huh? Kingdom fans are enthusiastic as expected. Everyone keep this up. Share it like crazy, guys. Seeing how the administrators work, I knew something like this would happen eventually. There are so many obvious manipulators, but why don't they catch them? Why did they catch you of all people? I don't play Battle Royale 31, but what are these guys really doing? This game is truly trash. The discrimination against small streamers is too severe. If it were a famous streamer, they wouldn't dare touch them. I also got reported and had my account suspended before. After everything was done, Sang Yun got off his gaming chair and approached Yu Hyuk. The situation seems to be going well. He grinned again. All the communities are in an uproar because of you. Suddenly, voices of doubt erupted in the chat window. But how good is he exactly? That they concluded it was score manipulation without even checking his record? Is it possible to get so many reports in just one match? Something seemed to have happened during yesterday's play, but there's no video yet. Sang Yun ignored those words and looked at his phone. It's a message from Ja. However, doubts continued to erupt. Right, he played for the first time yesterday, so how could there be a video already? A short while later, an unexpected announcement popped up from the game system. The first video will be released in 10 minutes. Account suspended. Reported for score manipulation from the first match. From the first match, the system announced that he was suspended for score manipulation. People sitting in front of the screen murmured, "Suspended from the first match? Look at the headlines." The community was in an uproar over this yesterday. Suspended for being too good, but isn't it too much for the first match? It's probably a scam. The chat window is on fire. Suspended? The community is in an uproar. Really suspended? I didn't realize it was this serious. Wow, is it true? It's only been 10 minutes. Look at the title. Shocking. I didn't see the live stream yesterday, but the edited version is already up. It has begun. How can I stay still? In this massive flow, Sang-Yun sat in the helicopter reading comments. Is that the match display? Really? It might be possible if it's his first time. I've experienced something like this too. Actually, I can't distinguish between solo and squad matches. No way, rank 1 isn't the boss, right? Yu-hyuk was excited on this side. The reaction is very good. People who initially doubted Sang-Yun's excellent playstyle are finally completely convinced as soon as the notification "Congratulations, your first place" popped up. Amazing comments poured in. First place, amazing. If I had known, I would have watched the live stream, and the community's cheers reached a climax with the one-on-one duel. Viewers continued to murmur. I watched the live stream and it's still fun to watch again. Wait, the video isn't over yet. Noise appeared. Score manipulation report. Viewers then asked again. Score manipulation, crazy, killing civilians, this streamer has no fear, report him. What? A score manipulation report was actually submitted? Those guys even reported Miho's sponsorship. Really, that's hilarious. The administrator can see the match record, so reporting it won't do any good. Immediately, a notification for a 1-year account suspension appeared. Netizens' fierce attacks poured in. Really, who's that administrator? Did they just ban him because too many reports came in? That's the real battle royale. The administrator can't see match records? Damn, that's funny. The first live broadcast ended. When the live room closed, 4,000 viewers, having nowhere else to go, commented all over the community. A video just went up, a streamer got top 1. Streamer Anmu search term. Previously, he had received great support from those who were dissatisfied with B's business practices, so this incident spread throughout the entire community. Hacks from the first match? Unbelievable. Look at the match records. The administrator can see them, right? They're set to private so they can't be seen. Finally, an official announcement was posted on the bulletin board. Battle Royale, the most popular game. Server error occurred. Netizens' anger and Sang-Yun's photo were attached to the post. Streamer Anmu. Battle last management team. One person slammed the table in anger and questioned, "Are you crazy? Did you suspend him without even checking his record? Who are you?" A subordinate replied hesitantly. "I apologize, but there were too many reports," the superior shouted. Suspended because there were many reports, he jumped up and shouted, "Are you just listening to the users, or should I fire you by majority vote?" The employee bowed his head and said quietly, "I apologize." The superior sat back down, sighed and asked, "What's the average viewer count?" The employee continued, "Around 1,000, sir." The superior asked, puzzled, "Anything else?" The employee, following suit, raised his head and was about to ask. The superior slammed the table in anger and shouted, "I asked if he was hacking." The employee, startled, hesitated. "It's his first match, there's no way he could be hacking," and then replied, "No sir, that account doesn't have much of a record." The superior ordered, "Then call that community administrator right now." The employee heard that and asked back, "Call?" The superior, his face red with anger, pointed directly at him and shouted, "What are you still asking? Call and invite him right now." The employee quickly replied, "Yes," and rushed off. The superior gritted his teeth, displeased. "They're making people worry about useless things." Of all times, during an important period, in his hand was an appointment paper lying on the table. "Congratulations on passing the promotion exam. Second interview notice, 2 p.m. The scene changed to Sang-Yun in his rented apartment, brushing his teeth, lost in thought with messy hair. He checked his phone messages and said, "Still no word from Battle Royale? I thought they'd lift the suspension after a day." Suddenly, Yu-hyuk rushed in. Sang-Yun was holding nothing in his hands and Yu-hyuk pointed at his phone with trembling hands. Sang-Yun asked back, puzzled. "Nothing," Yu-hyuk said urgently. "That post you made yesterday, it's all deleted from the community." Hearing that, he looked up at the laptop's bulletin board in surprise. Seeing the search term Anmu, he finally realized, "I knew they wouldn't easily admit their mistakes, but I didn't expect this. Do they want to hide it even with clear evidence?" Yu-hyuk's face hardened and he replied with a clenched fist, "They don't want to admit their poor management skills. Anyway, you can't stream today and you can't go back to Kingdom either." Sang-Yun pushed his chair back, stood up and continued, "Don't worry, today's my day off." Yu-hyuk asked back, puzzled. "Today? Why?" When he replied, Yu-hyuk was dumbfounded. "Because today is the day I'm meeting the CEO." Yu-hyuk asked again excitedly, "Can he help?" Sang-Yun thought for a moment, then grinned, turned his head and continued, "We'll find out when we meet." The scene changed to an archery training ground where a grandmother asked, "Hey, does my son really have that kind of talent?" Coach Dan replied with his hands clasped together, "Yes, he's been like that since he was young. He was special compared to other children. His intelligent play was..." The trainee was still struggling with the bow. "Do I pull it like this?" the professor explained. "That is a very necessary ability in archery, isn't it?" The grandmother sighed and replied, "I don't know archery, so I wouldn't know." The coach continued, "Indeed, it's truly an innate talent. If I could have trained him better, I don't know what would have happened." A short while later, young Sang-Yun was able to draw the bow, and he let go of his hand, lightly exclaiming. The arrow immediately struck the center of the target. The coach was surprised by that scene. He approached Sang-Yun and asked, "Right?" and lightly clapped, praising, "Excellent. Even when you release your power, there's no tremor." He asked back in surprise, "Teacher, me?" The coach explained, "Yes, if you don't do that, how can you hit the target?" He lightly patted his shoulder and continued, "Life is the same. Even if you no longer have the strength to stand up, if your spirit doesn't waver, you will surely rise again. If you persevere, one day your arrow will hit your target." Student Sang Yun replied excitedly. Yes, I understand. The coach folded his arms and grinned. If you can apply that to archery, it would be even better. The scene changed to high-rise buildings lined up at dusk. Sang Yun let out a cold sigh, thinking to himself, calm, composed, and focused. Those were the praises I often heard as a child. The strengths that allowed me to become an archery prodigy. Now they're just advantages that add a line to my resume. Life is truly unpredictable. Suddenly, someone interrupted his thoughts. Sang Yun, he turned his head and greeted Assistant Manager O. Assistant Manager O grinned and replied, You've come a long way, thank you for your trouble. And the two walked together. The atmosphere was quiet. Assistant Manager O slightly frowned. He hesitated and called out. Sang Yun turned his body and replied, Yes. Assistant Manager O smiled and asked, Are you perhaps the type who doesn't worry much? Sang Yun was momentarily flustered, then asked back, Ha! Assistant Manager O waved his hand and cheerfully exclaimed, It's so comfortable talking to you. Famous streamers usually get very anxious when speaking with the director. Sang Yun was a little embarrassed. Actually, I'm a bit slow-witted. Assistant Manager O was quite surprised. Really? But you're so good at games. Sang Yun's eyes lit up at his words. Did you watch the live stream? Assistant Manager O continued. Surprising, of course I watched it. I'm the one who chose you. Sang Yun said thank you. After a while, they moved to another location and Sang Yun was quite worried. This Japanese restaurant is too fancy. The money I've earned for Bangsa probably isn't even enough for one meal here. Is this okay? Just then, Assistant Manager O spoke. The director arrived first, so I'll go bring him, Sang Yun replied. Yes, and Assistant Manager O advised him. Don't feel pressured. This treatment isn't enough compared to what you've done. Sang Yun didn't understand what he had done. His words. When Assistant Manager O brought the person in, Sang Yun politely bowed his head and said, Hello, Director. I'm you, Sang Yun. The director also smiled kindly and replied, Oh, it's you. Nice to meet you. Sang Yun then looked up at the director and thought to himself, This is Director Han Taeo of Bangsa. Sang Yun shook hands with the director warmly. Director, it's an honor to meet you. The director then recognized Sang Yun and was surprised. You make a very good first impression. You're different from any other streamer. Then he looked down and thought his hand is trembling, or a moment later. The server brought the food. This is scallops with salt and wasabi, and this is gizzard shad. You can also eat it with tuna and yogurt. Taeo then tasted a piece and praised it with admiration. The tuna is really delicious. The sushi here is good too, and the appetizers are even better. It's even better when paid for with the company card. Everyone chuckled at his words. Director, you have such a great sense of humor. Sang Yun also tasted a piece and his eyes sparkled. Taeo saw this and asked him, Is it delicious? Chef Tui here is very skilled. Sang Yun replied, It's very delicious, and Taeo continued. By the way, Sang Yun, do you come to places like this often? Your eating posture seems very skilled. Sang Yun hesitated before replying, I've happened to come a few times by chance. Assistant Manager O heard that and whispered to Taeo. Director actually, hearing that. Taeo burst out laughing. Is that so? He's from Asong Company. No wonder he's different from other streamers. He's truly talented. Sang Yun was angry at the remark, but inwardly admonished himself, calm down. He's not the manager. A regular at Asong Company? Humph. Just then Taeo spoke. Thinking about it, wasn't a director from Asong Company a regular here? Assistant Manager O replied, Yes, I heard Director Lee really likes this place. Taeo realized then and burst into laughter. That's right, Lee Ji-seong, he's my high school classmate. Sang Yun was also surprised and asked back, Really? But his inner thoughts were different. Actually, I had a hunch. The top executives in this industry are all conservative, so it wouldn't be strange for them to know each other since childhood. Moreover, judging by their reactions, they seem very close, he then continued. I did think you two looked very similar. The director chuckled with pleasure at his words. Is that so? Sang Yun thought to himself, he's proud of his good friendship. Just then, Taeo suddenly sighed. But that friend is far superior to me. Asong Company is a well-known company, busy managing overseas companies. Director Lee is shining on the global stage. So many colleagues want to transfer to Bangsa. That friend is a very smooth talker, right? That's a fundamental skill needed if you want to be a streamer. After taking a sip of alcohol, he put down his glass with a thud. But it's a bit uncomfortable. No matter how famous a streamer is, the risks are quite high, aren't they? Did he abandon Asong Company and come here? Did something happen? Sang Yun's heart sank. He was slightly displeased but inwardly thought it might be a rude question, but this is a good sign. Asking such a question means he's interested in me. If I play it well, I can get closer to Director Taeo. Gaining his favor could give me a huge advantage in my streaming career and in Battle Royale. He stammered. Is it a good idea to talk about that now? It would be difficult for anyone to tell such a story to a stranger. Finally, he decided to open up. I was once a very talented archer. Both men's mouths dropped open. Archery, you were an archer. Then, Assistant Manager O glanced at Taeo. Unbelievable. As far as I know, the director's hobby is archery. Taeo was too excited to close his mouth. Unbelievable. Why did he quit? Sang Yun replied in silence. I suffered an injury. Taeo heard that and guessed. Your right arm, perhaps? Sang Yun replied. Yes. And Taeo was also flustered. That's really, but why? Sang Yun continued. I had an accident on my way back after winning a gold medal at the national championships. National championships, isn't that world class? When did you win a gold medal? Sang Yun replied, around 19 years old. I was 17 then, and it was enough to set a record. He then clenched his right palm tightly. I kept it a secret for 3 years after the injury, but I couldn't recover anymore. With my coach's help, I was able to find a job, but it wasn't a good fit for my abilities. You can't make a fish climb a tree. So I became interested in virtual reality games. Tao suddenly asked again, "You can skillfully use your right hand?" Sang Yun nodded and replied, "Yes," and Tao continued, "So I desperately wanted to play games, and I needed to earn money, so I chose to be a streamer. When my grandmother was alive, I was busy focusing on company work, so I had no lingering attachment to archery. Even if this hand moves easily in games, I don't care." The director heard that and understood his feelings. "I see, life doesn't go as planned, but it's very interesting. There's no guarantee that a life that goes my way would be better. Although my dream was to be unemployed, fortunately the heavens didn't allow it. I'm very satisfied with my current life as I can enjoy Chef Tui's skills. You will definitely succeed too." Sang Yun heard that and felt relieved. "Thank you, Director." Assistant Manager O also cheerfully agreed. "That's right, you'll succeed too." He then quickly changed the subject. "I heard you're trying a new game this time." Sang Yun's eyes sparkled at that. "Ah yes," but then the director suddenly seemed flustered and pulled something out of his bag. "That's right, just a moment." Sang Yun was speechless. "Now's the time to speak." A moment later, Assistant Manager O pulled out a tablet PC. "Sang Yun, do you know what this is?" Sang Yun asked. "What is it?" "Stocks, amazing." And Assistant Manager O laughed loudly and replied, "That's right, this is Kingdom's sales after you played the game." "That?" He then pointed to another part of the tablet PC. "Your name was mentioned in most of the reviews. Anmu is really good. That friend is so cool. He's good at any game. I watched Anmu's stream. This game is really fun. The ending of Amelia's Night Order is truly touching." "That's right. It's a game where you can feel the romance of a medieval mercenary. If you're not as good as Anmu, that is," he continued. "Thanks to you, we've gained a lot of influence in the company." Tao also asked curiously, "Did something like this happen?" "Amazing." Assistant Manager O took this opportunity to praise him without reservation. "While the initial sales were low, there's some exaggeration in the graph, but you have to consider the reviews and the timing of the sales increase. I was originally going to report it tomorrow, but I wanted to tell you today." Sang Yun was surprised by the unexpected effect. "I didn't expect it to have such an impact." Assistant Manager O continued to boast, "That friend has excellent star quality." Tao's heart was also gradually swayed. "I see. Now I see him in a completely different light. His charm, you're truly amazing." Sang Yun was a little embarrassed. "Director, you're too kind, but this wasn't an empty compliment," he said again. "You will definitely succeed greatly." "Let's see, Kingdom was a packaged game, wasn't it? So you won't be able to keep playing that game." "What game will you play next?" Sang Yun replied. "Battle Royale?" Tao asked again curiously. "That game is mainly for people in their 20s and 30s, isn't it?" "I've seen my son play it often." "Really?" He then seriously suggested, "What do you think, will it be okay?" Assistant Manager O winked at him, signaling, and Sang Yun burst out laughing. As expected, he then spoke seriously with Tao. "Actually, there's one problem." Just then, the sound of people lining up and someone's urgent footsteps were heard. It was the manager, and he seemed quite flustered. "What's going on so early in the morning? Is it something related to promotion?" He lightly pushed the doorknob and said with a bright smile, "Did the general manager call for me?" Tao responded, "He's here." And Assistant Manager O gently said, "Sit down." The manager bowed his head near the chair and was surprised. "Is Assistant Manager Kim here too?" The manager heard that and forced a smile. "I didn't call for you two for anything special." "Yes?" Assistant Manager O folded his arms and asked meaningfully, "Do you two know where I went this morning?" They were flustered, and Assistant Manager O just pointed without explaining. But both men exclaimed, "Oh, the director's office." "The director's office? Why?" Assistant Manager O then hinted that the director had heard a strange story, and suddenly asked, "Do you two know Anmu?" Hearing that name, the manager was startled. A breaking news headline flashed in his mind. Did that story really reach the director? Surely that news was deleted. Impatiently, Assistant Manager O shouted, "Did you say you knew or didn't know?" Answer. Only the manager replied, "I know, General Manager." Assistant Manager O then softened as if satisfied. "That's good. Then I won't prolong this." Amidst the manager's flustered exclamation, "Yes, disciplinary action, but it's not that serious." Assistant Manager O playfully chuckled. "Not that serious?" He changed his attitude in 5 seconds, picked up his phone and said, "You probably haven't grasped the situation yet. You don't know who contacted the director, do you?" he said in a firm tone. "You probably didn't look because you don't know, but you can find out with just 2 or 3 clicks. Do you think you can hide that?" He then put down his phone and the manager was startled. His face turned pale. "No way." "You Sang Yun, Anmu partner streamer of Bangsa. This person is a partner of Bangsa?" It wasn't over yet. He felt a bad premonition. He boosted Kingdom game sales 5-fold. That's why the director immediately called. He touched a VIP. Assistant Manager O reacted vehemently. "No matter how fun the game is, what would happen if this event wasn't incorporated into Bangsa? You're harassing Bangsa's partner again without cause. It's exhausting." He just sighed, rubbing his forehead. Assistant Manager O then clenched his fist and lectured. "Hiding and dealing with minor issues is common in a company organization. I've always said, if you want to deceive others, you have to be smart. But from what I see, both of you aren't very smart. Get along well in the future." They received harsh criticism. The manager, his face pale, pleaded with Assistant Manager O in a trembling voice, "General Manager, please give me a chance," but he just shook his head. "That person cannot be helped," he coldly demanded. "Write a letter of apology and prepare for disciplinary action. I'll assign the Anmu case to another team." After everyone left the room, he was left alone, his hands trembling with fear. The joke was over. Assistant Manager O firmly shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Go quickly." "Should I call security?" Under duress, the manager replied. "We'll be leaving." He was the only one in the room, smiling brightly and crossing his legs. He then called Team 2. "Has the Anmu case been resolved?" "Good. Let's put out advertisements for Bangsa and Anmu." "Yes, executed immediately." The manager, burning with jealousy, called Assistant Manager Kim. "My salary for this month is gone." He fumed, gritting his teeth, and shouted, "I clearly asked you then. What did you say?" "I asked if you checked." His reply was, "There was nothing. This account hasn't been streaming for long." He used his superior position to shout, "You know I was disciplined because of you, right, huh?" Assistant Manager Kim, still bewildered, asked back, "Why me?" He then retorted, "I'm also upset. You're the one who asked." And then his mouth was shut. "Are you talking back again?" The two then started to fight. "Anyway, I'm going to be fired." "You quit too. Are you talking back?" In the end, someone outside intervened. "You two stop it." In the brightly lit apartment, Sang-yeon had a spoon in his mouth when asked how yesterday was. Yoo-hyuk scratched his belly and yawned. "I fell asleep yesterday, so I couldn't ask you," Sang-yeon realized then. "Ah, that story," Sang-yeon chewed and said with quite a bit of confidence. "It was very good, it was fine," but Yoo-hyuk pleaded for him to continue. So he did as he was told." Sang-yeon replied that they liked him. Someone also later asked the director to teach them archery. Assistant Manager O contacted me. Yoo-hyuk was shocked. "What? That's a golden opportunity." Yoo-hyuk's eyes sparkled. "Then that's settled. Tell me if you need lessons later." Sang-yeon immediately shouted, "What are you thinking?" Assistant Manager O was moved to tears. "I was worried you might say something wrong." But Yoo-hyuk immediately asked again, "Then did you also talk about Battle Royale?" Honest Sang-yeon replied, "Ah yes, Director Han said he would contact that director." Yoo-hyuk was surprised. "Really?" And suddenly the phone rang, startling the two and making them focus. "Oh, they're here. Battle Last Operations Team." "Hello, this is the Battle Last Operations Team." Announcement. "Hello, Anmu. We apologize for the inconvenience. Your account has been unlocked and we are offering a small compensation." Upon hearing this news, they were overjoyed. Yoo-hyuk, ecstatic, said that Director Taeo seemed to be very fond of Sang-yeon, but he didn't understand why, and Yoo-hyuk explained it to him. He even called a director from another company first thing in the morning. Looking at his phone screen, he thought, "It's still early morning." Upon hearing such delightful news, he whistled and said, "I should learn archery too." Then Sang-yeon asked, "What are you doing this early in the morning?" He smiled broadly and told Sang-yeon, "You might just have cereal, but I'm going to have a hearty breakfast." His spirit was recharged amidst exclamations of "Wow, really?" Dressing up, he went to the door and announced, "I drank a bit last night, so I'm going for a workout." "All right, go ahead." As Soon-yeon stepped out the door, he quickly stretched. "Ah, that's right." As if suddenly remembering, he took out his phone and thought, "I should announce the account unlocked news on the bulletin board," then quickly posted, "Account unlocked. I will start the live stream tonight at 7 p.m. Instantly, thousands of comments poured in. "Congrats, congrats, congrats. That's how it should be. I believed in you. Replay yesterday's stream that I missed. Replay yesterday's stream that I missed." The admin probably admitted their mistake. They compensated with a new skin, unlocked in just one day. Right, but this is a cost-benefit issue. The system error got a very good response. Ja received the news at home and was delighted. Fortunately, Anmu's innocence has been proven. She received a call from Yoo-hyuk. The newly published articles also sided with Anmu. Battle Last Management finally admits mistake. Streamer partner Anmu's account unlocked. Management admits error and restores account. Operational flaws. Streamer partner Anmu's account unlocked. Account restored, but user dissatisfaction remains. People seem to be really dissatisfied with Battle Last's operations. She thought, "What's this video?" The video title was Breaking News. New player almost unfairly lost money on the game. Bangsa partner streamer banned by Battle Last Operations Team. Anmu truly amazing. Entering the video, a thuggish voice was heard. "Hello, this is Small Long. It's the first match. A user hacking from the very first match. Battle Royale isn't a new game, so hacking isn't easy. But do you know why Anmu's account was unlocked in just 2 days? It's because Bangsa called Battle Royale. The director called. Anmu's email was trash level, only fit for the bin. Truly legendary. Unlocked in 2 days, turns out it was K. They probably even exchanged pleasantries. The viewer count was still low, so I didn't know the account owner was a Bangsa partner." Someone shouted in front of the live stream screen. It reached 100,000 views in just 3 hours. The famous YouTuber Small Long rubbed his hands, smiling contentedly. "The views are skyrocketing, keep climbing faster." People thought this attention was due to those dissatisfied with Battle Royale's operations. But that misunderstanding quickly vanished due to the numerous comments. "If you want to benefit, combine Anmu's videos. How good was that person to be accused of hacking? Small Long is getting more and more corrupt. Don't upload videos like this anymore, you fool. Combine more videos." Especially the live viewers, they only cared about the game and had little interest in the operations. An announcement appeared. "Hello, this is Small Long. Many people are curious about Anmu's videos, so I'm uploading the link. and then public opinion truly followed him. They were merely curious about the identity of Anmu, who was suspected of hacking from his very first match. After his workout, Sang-yun was eating soup with a spoon, frowning as he looked at his phone. Seeing his expression, Yu-hyuk was startled. "Doesn't it taste good? I made it exactly according to the recipe in the video." "I was so confident," Sang-yun corrected him. "No, it's not that," and then asked, "Is our YouTube channel's view count normally 400,000 views?" Hearing that, Yu-hyuk was startled and quickly checked. "What? That's impossible. It was only 50,000 views. Ja manages it, so I knew it well." But as that number appeared, his eyes widened. "What? 400,000 views?" Scanning his phone, Yu-hyuk said incredulously. "What? 400,000 views? Has our YouTube channel been hacked?" Thinking it was probably an accident, Sang-yun calmly continued chewing. "What? Sometimes other YouTubers' videos have view count errors too, don't they?" Yu-hyuk was disappointed. "Why are you so nonchalant? This is really good news." Sang-yun, not particularly happy, was rather worried. "Anyway, views like this must have a reason. Is it because of the account suspension incident?" Hearing that, Yu-hyuk looked it up and muttered, "Ah, it seems so. I found tons of related videos. A blessing in disguise." But he jumped out of his chair, threw his arms out and cheered. "See, I told you so." Then Sang-yun had to correct him. "YouTube views aren't related." Understanding the issue, he gently encouraged, "Then let's try a bit harder." Hearing that, Yu-hyuk was slightly bewildered. Okay. And Sang-yun quickly turned his chair back into place. Sang-yun was now deep in thought. "Honestly, it's not that I didn't expect it, but popularity is very fragile. A single video like this will quickly fade. I can't remain in an unstable position." So he stood in front of the game console and took a deep breath. Mental control, mental control. Then Sang-yun entered the game, vowing to himself, "Mental discipline is an archer's basic skill. It's time to start." Nothing had started yet, but comments were already murmuring. "Anmu, hello." He found it a bit unfamiliar. The chat window is super fast today." Sang-yun couldn't keep up. Too fast. As soon as space shimmered and moved, he saw the game device was malfunctioning. Yu-hyuk was startled. "Why are you back? What happened?" Then he said with innocent eyes, "Nothing. I just accidentally nudged the capsule and opened it while moving." "Really?" He glanced at Sang-yun incredulously. Sang-yun pointed at the game device and said, "I'm going back in." "Moved? It's new, so I'm not used to it yet." His eyes widened as he realized this was virtual reality equipment, amidst the long comments. "What happened? Why did it turn off?" "He's back again. Let's start at 7 p.m. I wasn't mistaken." 2,000 people. Sang-yun's jaw dropped. "There are so many viewers today." "It's already 2,000 even before the intro finished." Reading all the comments, Yu-hyuk laughed and teased Sang-yun. "So that's why you jumped out." "Now I get it." Sang-yun, embarrassed, pleaded, "Please be quiet. Don't disturb the streamer." Yu-hyuk sent a message. It started. Sang-yun received a feedback signal in the game. Good. Let's start." Usually the total viewer count and live viewer count are not the same. But currently, Anmu's character is widely known, with views skyrocketing. He must seize this opportunity. Pick up your bow just like before. It's just a different way of expressing it. But he had to pause. Sang-yun saw a slightly mocking comment. His reaction was a bright smile, and it garnered positive responses. "Handsome, missed you. Why are there so many viewers today? What's going on?" The comment section is chaotic. "Turns out it's Anmu, meta-celebrity. Tell me what happened." "Did Battle Royale apologize?" But he felt something awkward. He was merely suspicious of the chat content, which was different from usual. It's probably different from on YouTube. On YouTube had far more viewers and was more diverse. Continuing the live stream, Sang-yun posted, but thinking some people might not know, he said he would explain. "As you can see on the screen, Yu-hyuk prepared this statement, these materials for me." Finishing his words, he concluded, "Because of that, my account was suspended." Then the comment section exploded. "Surely the admin hasn't been replaced? Battle Royale has too much information. That's why he was suspended. This happened from the very first day of switching games. It's really too much. You've worked hard. Let's overthrow Battle last." He even earned money within 5 minutes of starting the live stream. Hang in there, Oppa. 100,000 donation. The viewer count has increased too. Be happy. That was enough mental boost. Sang-yun smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you, I think so too. Fortunately, thanks to the Bangsa partnership, all problems have been resolved." He thought public opinion would calm down, but Smallong spoke the truth. "I really can't believe it." Even Sang-yun himself found it hard to believe. What's happening? Where did everyone hear this? He wanted to ask more, but he couldn't chat with this many viewers. It was already nearing 4,000. To maintain the views, he closed his eyes and immediately acted. "I've explained everything. Let's start the game now. The game I'll be playing today is..." Even before he could finish speaking, a notification exploded. "Lord, 10,000 gold donation. Truly amazing. Kingdom is a money pot." This message hit Sang-yun hard. As this message appeared, the comment section exploded. Perfect timing. A lord and a donation time. Then the lord left the room. "Battle Royale. You have connected to Battle Royale. Did you choose solo mode this time? A solo squad legend even." "Let's see." Sang-yun pressed a button on the pad with his hand. "A really good choice. If it's solo mode, he'll soar. I'm expecting almost 20 kills, but Battle Royale is unpredictable. Even for an expert, with bad luck you'll be out in just 5 seconds. Understanding the viewer's psychology, Sang-yun reassured them, "It's natural for everyone to be uncertain. The characteristic of this game is its unpredictable progression." And the comment section began to argue. "If I can't hold a bow, I think I'll be in the top 99. I expect him to be in the top 10. Because even with proven skill in this game, it's very difficult to win." Clenching his fist, he asserted, "There are many ways to prove it." Sang Yun stared at it for a long time without saying anything, but then with a bang a notification appeared. M donated 10,000 gold. Mission: win the first match for 300,000 won. Everyone buzzed at the incredible gift from the sky. Winning the first match. That's a huge reward, no reason not to try. He closed his eyes and immediately chose. Thank you for believing in me. For 300,000 won I'll definitely give it my all. Sang Yun's eyes sparkled with the thought of the money. The comments were quite shocking. What's with the greeting? It would be really happy if he wins. M did it. He turned his head and said again, then I'll have to pick a bow. First solo match mission win. In front of 4,000 viewers. The target was set. Would he become a superstar or just a game streamer? Now everything depended on his fingers, and all of this was in place. This is what I want. The game started. A giant helicopter stopped in midair. Damn it, jump out quickly. An NPC shouted. Do you think you're here for a picnic? Jump out? A player cried out in fear. Damn it, is this really an NPC? It's too realistic. Sang Yun on the other hand was sitting by the door, looking down. The sounds of struggle were incessant. Don't push, but Sang Yun paid little attention. Last time I jumped out suddenly, didn't I? Inside the helicopter, Sang Yun carefully observed the terrain below. That's why I started at a disadvantage and struggled a bit at first. This time, I need to choose my location carefully. He gripped the helicopter door handle tightly. I need to jump into a farming area that's not too competitive. A moment later, Sang Yun jumped out of the helicopter and deployed his backpack's parachute. Comments continuously appeared on the screen. Anmu, he'll probably jump out and roll on the ground again. He's probably used to it now. It's his second jump. Please. The distance to the ground is getting smaller and smaller. Sang Yun landed softly, and his excellent skill led to praise. Cool. He improved after just one match, and it was just 2 days ago. A notification message rang out. Food review expert sponsored 1,000 gold. A small gift for the grown-up Anmu. Sang Yun smiled and replied, thank you, expert. He looked up and gazed ahead. So that's the noticeable old house in the distance. Let's begin. Sang Yun approached the house, deciding to find a weapon first. He kicked open the door and carefully stepped inside. Sang Yun went to the center of the house and looked around. Fortunately, no one's here. Too bad. Suddenly, his gaze was fixed on an object leaning in a corner of the wall. A large bow was lying there. Sang Yun, delighted, shouted, my luck's good this match too. Then it won't be fun. Anmu has no luck, keep criticizing me. Suddenly, a small sound reached his ears. Sang Yun immediately went on alert, turned his head to look at the viewers who asked curiously, what's wrong? With his keen perception, another player was running towards the house from outside holding a gun. He's here. Sang Yun immediately grabbed the bow in the corner of the wall. He slung the quiver over his back, drew an arrow and rushed outside. I'll take one down. Sang Yun quickly ran to the front door of the house, and as the door suddenly swung open, the player outside froze. The player stopped with a bewildered expression, staring intently at the house. He saw a gleaming arrowhead not far away and thought, what's that? Sang Yun, with a calm expression, raised his bow high and aimed. A bow and arrow. He released his hand and the arrow flew with a whoosh, striking the player precisely between the eyebrows. A notification message appeared. Anmu eliminated Tom's 99,100. Sang Yun raised his bow, looked at it and admired. Not bad at all. The comment section instantly erupted at Sang Yun's recent play. What? I didn't see him shoot that hard. Crazy. Sending money. Sponsored 1,000 gold. To be able to pinpoint enemy positions by sound, too strong. He died without even a last word. Unbelievable. Am I the only one who thinks he's even stronger than in his first match? Even Yu Hyuk, who was doing dishes, was startled by the scene and exclaimed, awesome. He looked at Sang Yun's bright face on the screen and complimented him inwardly. He's become much stronger than last time. Yu Hyuk recalled when Sang Yun first joined his initial Battle L game. He had been busy getting used to the game then, but now he knew what to do in advance. When another person ran towards that house, Sang Yun had just eliminated a player. Even before getting accustomed, Sang Yun displayed far superior play compared to others. The man, terrified, turned and fled, but he still couldn't forget Sang Yun's familiar appearance in this game and looked back. Damn it, I haven't even looted a weapon yet. Sang Yun calmly raised his bow again. He was the strongest. As expected, the arrow precisely struck the head of the fleeing player. Onmen Dodori eliminated. 91,100. The comment section was in chaos. As expected, the compound bow. Is this really his second match? He looks like a veteran player. Second hack already? Sang Yun read the comments and thought to himself. The YouTube video wasn't edited at all. Crazy. He shoots arrows without aiming and still hits everything. Is hacking that easy? The new viewers seemed surprised by me eliminating them with the compound bow. He read one viewer's explanation and nodded. The compound bow is very difficult, so people usually don't pick it up, which is why they're surprised you use it so skillfully. Really? A large notification window appeared in the center of the screen. Ruby Sodes sponsored 5,000 gold. Everyone, those who just joined don't know anything. Viewers continuously laughed and praised Sang Yun. When Anmu shoots a bow, it's nothing but headshots. Seriously? The newcomers will understand. They must be surprised seeing it for the first time. Still clumsy for a beginner. Sang Yun looked at the notification board he had just seen and smiled kindly. Thank you, Ruby Sodes. Everyone, don't tease the newcomers. Then he turned off the live screen. First, I need to check where the blue zone is. It'll be here in 30 seconds. Sang Yun's bright face suddenly froze. He couldn't help but inwardly cry as he looked at the map that appeared. I have to run that far? Such bad luck. That's how I can truly show my abilities. Gaji Bakium sponsored 1,000 gold. Sang Yun's attention was suddenly drawn to the continuously blinking notification. Gaji Bakium sponsored 1,000 gold. Finish looting, then slowly head to the blue zone. Really, thank you for the donation. Sang Yun entered another old house. In the previous version, support items were very important in the later stages. He went to a few boxes and picked up some dropped items. This time too they were basic recovery items. Sang Yun got up and opened a drawer to check. Seeing a first aid kit inside, he thought carefully. This will be useful in the later stages. A first aid kit and emergency medicine recover about 30 of health. A notification popped up. Anmu, aren't you taking that? Sang Yun turned back, curious. What else is there? A gun lay neatly on the floor. The comment section immediately buzzed. Salt Wound got good items right from the start. Finally, we'll get to see Anmu hold a gun. Take the gun. But despite their urging, he just stared blankly at the gun. Anmu, what's wrong, buddy? After a long time, Sang Yun scratched his head, perplexed, and asked, where's the gun? The comment section was filled with question marks. Didn't you see it? It's right there on the floor. Sang Yun still looked blank, not understanding anything. I don't see it. Did he really not see it, or is he pretending not to? He likes using a bow. He's pretending not to see it. How could he just walk past it? Sang Yun stepped away and turned to leave. Is he ignoring the viewers' opinions? How can you believe it? How can I ignore you all? He smiled brightly like spring sunshine. Let's go somewhere else, okay? Ha ha ha, so funny. That's right. Handsome people can miss things. The effect of a handsome man is truly immense. He went around the surrounding houses one by one, looking for items. I searched everywhere, but only found a few recovery items. No bulletproof vest or helmet this time either. Sang Yun stared blankly at the comments, wondering if there was any way to find equipment. No, you're just unlucky. An important notification popped up. The blue zone is shrinking. Sang Yun hurried and ran. Time is passing too quickly. I need to move immediately. He slung his bow over his shoulder and ran forward at maximum speed. Sang Yun muttered to himself as he ran. Next time I should go straight without looting. The blue zone followed closely behind Sang Yun's footsteps. Instead of looting and hiding waiting for others to die, moving around and eliminating enemies seems to suit my style better. They're behind me. The blue zone covered half his body. It's already grown this much, Sang Yun panted, sweating profusely. Running 4 kilometers to the blue zone seems too much. His running speed gradually slowed, and he began to fall behind. Notifications continuously rang out. Exposed to toxic air. Your health will decrease by 1 every 5 seconds due to the blue zone's effect. Sang Yun took out a first aid kit and poured a pill into his hand. He tossed it into his mouth and his body slowly recovered energy. This should help me last a little longer. Sang Yun raised his head, looked at the back of the player running ahead and thought to himself. Just a little further ahead. He didn't notice a shadow approaching from behind him. Because of the shield, nothing but the blue zone was visible from inside, and arriving late might even be safer. The person on the motorcycle zipped past, making a whoosh sound. Sang Yun's eyes widened, and he followed the person's retreating figure. He's driving that fast without an accident, plus the sound of the high-displacement engine. The person driving the motorcycle also exclaimed in surprise. Why so fast? Other players also rushed to the blue zone. The player who entered the blue zone first immediately drew a gun and aimed it at the people behind him. Don't come here. Hey, are you going to attack in this situation? Are you crazy? They began to argue loudly, even resorting to physical contact. Shut up, that idiot. Amidst the chaos, a stray bullet flew near where Sang Yun was running. He gripped his bow tightly and thought to himself, no way should I try it, it's a free-for-all. He gripped the bowstring with determination. There's no other way. He leaned his body, let go of his hand, and the arrow precisely struck the forehead of a distant player. The other players stared dumbfounded. Wherever you are, you must adapt to that place. The player hiding behind a nearby rock looked at Sang Yun with disbelieving eyes. Damn it, he hit from that far and a headshot too. All the other players also focused their attention on Sang Yun. They thought he only knew how to shoot a bow, but he was this good. Scary. One of them quickly drew a gun and aimed it at him. Then don't even think about surviving. The other players understood his meaning and simultaneously aimed their guns at Sang Yun. Why did they change like that? Everyone's gone crazy. Sang Yun wasn't scared at all. He sighed and pulled out 2 arrows. This sight is really familiar. Is it squad mode after all? Isn't this solo mode? Why is it 1 vs 4? So funny. Those manipulators are really messed up. Sang Yun loaded 1 arrow into his bow and held another in his mouth. The other players had their hands on their guns ready to attack. Look, so many people want to join him. As soon as he released the arrow, numerous gunshots rang out. Going back in time, Sang Yun was running across the field with his friends. When I was young, I lived in an athlete's village for a while. Senior, I don't know if it's because of my gloomy personality. One person approached him and called out to Sang Yun, I was looked after by many seniors. Another day, at the same training ground, another person came looking for him. Sang Yun, a national soccer player, smiled amicably and said to him, shall we play a match today? Everyone's on the field. Then a national basketball player also asked him, want to play basketball today? I really like it, but Sang Yun was panting and collapsing on the ground at the training ground. His senior ran ahead, then turned back and asked, this kid, you're tired after just running this much? Where did the guy who almost scored a goal earlier go? You need to go defend, hurry up. In the same situation on the basketball court, Sang Yun was exhausted, rubbing his aching body. His senior smiled, looking at Sang Yun. Another 3-pointer, try to block it later. It seemed Sang Yun was almost completely exhausted in both sports. Quickly got up and try again. Even the coach no longer allowed them to exercise during lunch break. You've been playing until now, so you won't have the strength to exercise. On the grass, the ball was passed to Sang Yun's feet. He raised his head and saw the people blocking his way. With so many defenders, how can I break through? I'll have to pass. From behind, his senior ran up and shouted, "Don't pass, break through quickly." Sang Yun's face froze in surprise. But how? His senior kept reminding him. You just need to fake a turn. This kid tricked your opponent. Do you know how to fake a turn? He froze for a few seconds. Fake a turn, Sang Yun imagined it inwardly, but it was a foreign concept to him, who only knew how to shoot a bow. Archery is a sport where there's no one to deceive except the judge. No way. Were the moves I thought were accidental slips that I passed to my friends all this time just fakes? His eyes were blank, as if recalling something. Earlier I didn't have a chance to block the ball. I should have broken through directly then. He recalled his training moments on the basketball court, but I'm not good at dribbling. Of course you're not as good as your friends. Taeo is also a national player. The basketball senior held the ball and took a ready stance, but anyone can do it in a short time. Give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, he put strength into his ankle, and his whole body immediately soared high, putting the ball into the hoop. At that moment, something deeply rooted itself in Sang Yun's mind. A three-pointer. Before he could regain his senses, his senior continued to demonstrate a series of movements. Sang Yun quickly followed with his eyes and inwardly asked, dribbling. After training for a while, his senior stood in front of Sang Yun holding the ball and asked, "Do you understand? You don't need to break through the opponent. Just trick them." For a moment, returning to reality, Sang Yun gently kicked the ball with his foot. "All right, shall I try it? But don't fake it too obviously. They're pros after all." His eyes became resolute, and he pulled his foot back to gain momentum. His eyes stared straight ahead, and he put all his strength from his waist to his legs. The people blocking his path looked at him and laughed. Is he trying to break through directly? Sang Yun continued to dribble the ball and ran forward. As he got closer to his opponent, Sang Yun suddenly changed his stance and kicked the ball to the right. Then he turned his body and quickly ran towards the ball. What, that way? The opponent was caught off guard by the sudden situation. The ball rolled towards the goal, but it hit the goalpost. All right, Sang Yun's eyes shone and his face was full of joy, no hope. The goalkeeper senior also smiled, cheering for Sang Yun after the match. Sang Yun returned with his senior. See, it was worth trying, wasn't it? Sang Yun had a slightly sad expression on his face, but he hadn't scored. You already did too well. You kicked really well. Those words warmed his heart. You just broke through a national player. Sang Yun felt a slight sense of pride. Me, a national player. His senior continued to encourage him. They might have been careless fighting you, but if you practice more, of course. Sang Yun just smiled and replied, that lesson is useless to an archer. What's the point of learning this? It's the same now. Returning to the game, Sang Yun lay on the ground after taking down two other people. He held an arrow in his mouth and slightly curved his lips. That's right. The comment section was filled with questions. What's he doing? I almost fell off my bed laughing. Look at those guys shooting each other, idiots. This is the level of stones. Don't they know anything? While others were still hesitating, Sang Yun loaded the remaining arrow into his bow. Will it be okay if we shoot? Shut up. It's solo mode anyway. Just then, the guy who had just said that was hit by an arrow in the forehead and fell. Damn it, Sang Yun's sharp gaze continued to follow him. He turned his body, pulled out an arrow, and took down the person behind him. This was all Anmu's plan. Now only the corpses scattered on the ground remained, and Sang Yun was the only one left alive. Anmu, turnip arrow eliminated. Anmu, a KD-01 arrow double kill. He rubbed his chest, sighing exhaustedly. Amazing, amazing. I can't believe it. It's like watching a Western shootout. Arrows are faster than reloading. I was tricked. Only his second match and already like this, truly scary. Sang Yun panted and ran into the blue zone. He threw his bow to the ground, feeling like his limbs would fall off. Sang Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked up at the blinking HP bar. I need to use a first aid kit. He read the comments and replied, then it's meaningless, right? I thought there were 4 of them. Really? Hey, is this stone? Sang Yun took out the first aid supplies he had just picked up. Even the first aid kit didn't completely replenish his health after using it. He sighed, picked up his bow and continued forward. This game is by no means simple. Behind the screen, Yu Hyuk was jaw-dropped in shock. He looked at the current live broadcast viewer count, his hands trembling. Current viewers 5,205, 5,000 people. Yu Hyuk laughed with joy, his eyes moist. If I can maintain 5,000 viewers, the revenue from this live broadcast will be enough for my next live streaming activities. It's good to listen to the advice from marketing seniors back at the company. In the office, Yu Hyuk was diligently taking notes on the advice he received. Marketing? Yes, I'm very interested in marketing. A colleague holding a cup of water cautioned Yu Hyuk, marketing is a double-edged sword, but for those who have nothing to lose, it's the only way. Do you know, rap battles always favor the more famous. On the screen, videos of Sang Yun had garnered many views. Look at the operations team in Anmu. In this event, Anmu is the one who benefits. Yu Hyuk subtly pushed up his glasses, his gaze resolute, but he couldn't afford to be complacent. The sudden surge of interest was merely a fleeting bubble. He stared at the analysis chart. According to the analysis, most of today's viewers were first-time viewers, all clicking a specific link. The current viewer count is 5,391. How to maintain this depends on Sang Yun. He suddenly remembered the leader's displeased expression and involuntarily swallowed. Yu Hyuk shook his head, trying to banish those thoughts. I mustn't worry. He looked at Sang Yun on the screen, reassuring himself. If it's him, he'll definitely be able to do it. Sang Yun gripped his bow tightly, still diligently running forward. What's happening? It's always like this. At the rocky outcrop behind the mountain, the space was eerily silent. Sang Yun ambushed, quickly firing an arrow. He easily took down his opponent in an instant. 12 kills, awesome. Sang Yun stepped forward and rummaged through the defeated player's inventory. He pulled out a small bag of medicine, a somewhat disheartened expression on his face. Basic healing items again. You have received 1 first aid kit. You have received 2 bandages. Why bother looting? Just kill and loot, that's it. What's Anmu afraid of? Sang Yun dusted off his pants and slowly stood up. If I get a helmet, I'll be fully equipped. Why isn't it dropping? This place has terrible drop rates. No good items here. It's a hassle to run around. Do I have to get a helmet? What's the point of 12 kills? Because it's a survival game, it's more important to survive longer, not the number of kills. So funny. Comments flooded the screen. Killer Headshot donated 5,000 gold. But why go looking for people wearing helmets? Normally you just loot their houses. Oh right? Looking at the notification, Sang Yun smiled and replied, thanks for the 5,000. But I won't be looting anymore. Comments couldn't help but ask, no more looting? Why? He gave a thumbs up to the screen, calmly explaining, if looting doesn't give good items, then I'll just rob. The joy of robbing, truly a killer headshot. Solomon donated 1,000 gold. Getting headshot by Anmu without a helmet versus getting killed by Anmu and having your helmet stolen. Sang Yun strode quickly forward. Anyway, from now on I'll only target those with helmets. As for those without helmets, unless there's a special reason, I'll let them pass. He looked at the newly appeared notification, nodding slightly. Dilemma's Waste donated. So among the remaining 23 people, which side is safer? Those with helmets or those without? Thanks, Waste. He suddenly noticed another player. I don't know, he thought to himself. No helmet this time either. Sang Yun calmly drew an arrow and shot the player through the forehead. Anmu eliminated Devel Low 22,100. Just as the player fell, a gunshot rang out into the sky, making Sang Yun jump. Birds in the forest, hearing the loud noise, scattered. He scratched his head in confusion, looking at the corpse on the ground. It seemed as if, before dying, he had put his finger on the gun's trigger. Sang Yun looked at the noisy, lootless corpse with a hint of disdain. Seeing his expression, the comments erupted in laughter. Dead and noisy. Dry Nuts character donated 5,000 gold. Hey, didn't you say just 5 seconds ago that you'd let those without helmets go? Please don't say one thing and do another. He diligently picked up items, thinking to himself. Got a lot of donations today. You received an energy drink. Sang Yun looked at the continuously scrolling comments on the live stream. I heard that the donation ratio compared to viewers during a stream is usually quite low. How many viewers are there today? His eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Sang Yun stared at the viewer count in the corner of the screen. 5,549. He froze for a moment, unable to believe his eyes. 5,500. Sang Yun broke into a sweat. He subtly swallowed. So that's what Yu Hyuk meant. He recalled Yu Hyuk's words. If the viewer count exceeds 5,000, from then on you can consistently be a full-time streamer. Sang Yun crossed his arms on the table, curiously asking, so how much can a guy like me earn? Yu Hyuk rested his hand on his chin, looking thoughtful. Around, he said, mentioning a figure, 700 to 800 a month. Sang Yun's expression brightened considerably. He couldn't help but smile excitedly. Suddenly, Sang Yun snapped out of it, quickly retracting his expression. Why am I thinking about other things while streaming? He stood up, rubbing the back of his neck. Suddenly, something rolled near his feet. I mustn't. From now on, when streaming, I don't need to pay attention to the viewer count. Sang Yun's eyes widened, looking at the object that had rolled near his feet. Unbeknownst to him, a grenade had silently appeared there. The very next second, the grenade suddenly exploded, creating a large shockwave. Explanation box. Bubblegum shooter. Understood. In the game Chivia, many people frequently harass streamers by clicking on their bubblegum, known as bubblegum shooters. They often intentionally ruin matches to lower win rates and wait for opportunities to pop the bubblegum. A few minutes ago, behind a tree, a helmeted figure was stalking Sang Yun. What is that? He intently observed Sang Yun as he picked up items, secretly judging. That's no bubblegum shooter. He must be streaming nearby. He sat down by the tree, his hand clutching his gun. Griefers often annoy players. They intentionally stall until the last minute before taking down their target. I can't be taken down by such a mundane guy. Sang Yun was still focused on the screen and didn't detect his presence. Compound bow and bulletproof vest with no helmet. He pulled the pin on a grenade, intending to throw it at Sang Yun. One grenade can take care of everything. He clutched the grenade, beginning the countdown. The grenade will explode in 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. As soon as he counted to 4, he smiled and let the grenade roll towards Sang Yun. As the grenade rolled towards him, the other player secretly calculated. At this speed, by the time the enemy spots the grenade, he'll only have 2 seconds to react. It was at this moment that Sang Yun turned his head and saw the grenade. Even if he detected the grenade, the remaining 2 seconds wouldn't be enough to react. Sang Yun's eyes held a hint of bewilderment. What can a player do in such a situation? He gritted his teeth and swiftly drew an arrow, firing it towards the grenade. Just as the other guy was humming and about to get up to look for another bubblegum shooter, he suddenly sensed something was wrong and turned around. Behind him, Sang Yun had shot the grenade back towards him. What, a grenade? He looked up, saw the grenade nearby and screamed in panic. What the hell? The grenade exploded, sending him sprawling backward. His body was thrown several meters, slamming hard against the wall. Nearby he lay motionless on the spot. Player struggled to open his eyes, a clear look of unwillingness on his face. How did it end up like this? While he was still bewildered, someone approached. Why did the grenade come back to me? Sang Yun smiled, drawing his bow and aiming straight for his head. Do you have loot? The guy's face turned pale with fear perhaps. He quickly raised a hand to stop him. He used that bow to throw the grenade back. Oh wait, how can that be? Without letting him say another word, he decisively released the arrow, firing it at him. Anmu eliminated the griefer. Remaining 201, Sang Yun picked up the helmet, smiling and waving to the screen. I have a helmet now. Rut Tone donated. Wait a minute. Comments were filled with question marks. What just happened? Why did the grenade come back? I watched so carefully but have no idea what's going on. Is he dumb? Just normal magic. What did he do? Sang Yun smiled calmly and explained, it's simpler than I thought. He then recounted the moment he turned and saw the grenade. When I spotted the grenade at that distance, I couldn't throw it back and there wasn't enough time to run away, so I shot an arrow to push it. He drew 3 arrows from his quiver, then aimed them straight at the ground near the grenade, using inertia to push it. I don't understand. You shot an arrow at the grenade, but it didn't explode? Sang Yun gently elaborated. I didn't shoot directly at the grenade but rather just touched it at a 45-degree angle to push it, so the grenade flew back towards the enemy. Comments were astonished once again, immediately becoming lively. Is the grenade a ball? He says it like anyone can do it. In my opinion, if an opponent uses a grenade like that, they're not just stones. They must be at least diamond. Diamond's killing grenade. But the one who died was diamond. This time it's truly too impressive, unbelievable. Sang Yun put on the helmet, pointing forward with his hand. It's too far, I need to move quickly. He's starting to get used to it. Sang Yun quickly moved deeper. Just as he ran past a rocky outcrop, he saw someone's head peeking out from behind a rock. Gunshots were more frequent than before. Sang Yun deftly turned and shot an arrow towards that head, remaining 19,100. Another player was easily eliminated by him. Anmu with the Z arrow eliminated, remaining 7,100. Look at the decreasing speed. The map has shrunk. It seemed other players were also in combat, and so Sang Yun ran through the safe zone, eliminating other players along the way. Anmu with the Tor arrow eliminated. The system showed the remaining survivors. 5-1. Sang Yun entered a new territory. He stopped and carefully observed the map. He held his head high, walking with immense confidence. Time to finish this. In a nearby bush, a scope gleamed. The scope was aimed at the territory. Anyone who appeared would instantly be hit. Hey everyone! Another player wearing armor matching the bush held a sniper rifle, ambushing there. I'll eliminate those coming to the blue zone with these. Bubblegum Streamer. Comments were filled with ridicule. How you? Are you kidding me? Just use your fists, it'll be faster, big bro. Bubblegum grumbled back, you guys just keep underestimating me. I'll show you I'll be number 1. Notifications appeared on the screen. User everyone supported, user UEO supported. Bubblegum's first place rate is 0.04. Bubblegum angrily retorted, hey, I'll show you I'm not just all talk, I have a really good feeling. He smirked, a confident smile on his face. Not only will I get a high rank in the blue zone, but I'll also pick up good loot. How is that possible? Then he nodded as if everything he said was perfectly logical. Won't I get first place? Just as the safe zone gradually shrank, he spotted other players running into it. Here they come. Those players immediately drew their guns and started shooting. They're really here. 3 people at once, 3 out of 5. Bubblegum felt a little tense. He gripped the sniper rifle tightly. If I kill all of them, won't it be a one-on-one? Will Bubblegum really get first place? Bubblegum moved his scope, locking onto a player running into the zone. If Bubblegum misses, he might as well just bury himself. His hand trembled as he pulled the trigger. The bullet quickly flew, hitting the running player straight on. Bubblegum no job 4,100. Did Bubblegum actually hit him right on the first try? Even this situation was beyond his own expectations. Bubblegum lowered his gun in a daze. Did I really hit him? Even the protagonist couldn't believe it. He fumbled with the gun, raising it to his scope. What's up, old man? Tell me. You're not Bubblegum, are you? Next target. The very next second, another person was eliminated. Comments erupted in commotion. 2 consecutive shots, unbelievable. Bubblegum's face showed pride. He winked and said, see everyone, I told you so. As soon as he glanced at the stats board, he was even more astonished. Ha, I didn't hit him. Anmu Lemon 3,100, that's not Bubblegum. As he read those comments, his body trembled with anger. 6 magazines and not a single shot hit. The man with 0.04, not giving up, he raised his gun to aim again. The one who hit was him, but he's holding a bow. Ha, it's come to this. Through the scope he only saw Sang Yun calmly drawing his bow as if saying, how long have you been waiting to steal my kill? The very next second he looked up, his eyes holding a strange glint. Bubblegum met his gaze and felt a slight fear. What the hell? The guy had just looked at him. Sang Yun continued to step forward and the safe zone behind him was also shrinking. From that distance he reassured himself, continuing to adjust the scope. It's fine, I'll just shoot him now. Wait, he stopped. At this moment Sang Yun stood still, drawing his bow towards somewhere. Which way is he aiming? At that distance, which arrow will hit? Bubblegum, watching from afar, smirked contemptuously. Turns out he's just a geographical idiot. He raised his gun ready to pull the trigger. Looks like he's just an amateur. Watch me get first place, guys. It was precisely at this moment that Sang Yin also prepared to release his arrow from that position. He pulled the trigger and the bullet fired with astonishing speed. With that power, an arrow will absolutely never reach here. Have a good trip. Sang Yin also released his arrow. Bubblegum's face froze, his pupils constricted. The comment section was equally confused. He stammered, asking what just happened. Where did the bullet go? Did the bullet get blocked? He reloaded, reassuring himself. So funny, I didn't expect a bug to appear. Nonsense, let's try again. The scope moved to Sang Yin, who just happened to be drawing his bow in that direction. This time I'm definitely going to succeed. The moment the bullet was fired, Sang Yin's arrow immediately intercepted it. Bubblegum swore, shocked, his face contorted and his voice trembling. Everyone, his face isn't calm anymore, right? That arrow just hit my bullet, but it wasn't that terrifying. Another bullet was fired, but it still couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed by an arrow. He's doing it again. Seriously, I can't believe it. Bubblegum instantly grew flustered. Not twice, but 3 times was this skill, not coincidence. What the hell is going on? The next moment, Sang Yin vanished from sight. Where did that bastard go? Bubblegum frantically moved his scope, searching for Sang Yin. As the scope swept past, Sang Yin with his bow drawn taut glared at him. Before he knew it, Sang Yin had closed in and the two faced each other. Too close, Sang Yin's arrow pierced through the scope and into his eye. Anmu Bubblegum 2100. The screen displayed the message. Bubblegum exclaimed in admiration. 3rd place. He leaned back in his chair with a helpless expression. Oh my god, game streamer Bubblegum. Bubblegum smiled as he looked at his live stream screen. Everyone, I got 3rd place. 3rd place isn't bad, is it? The viewers immediately encouraged him. Bronze medal is good too. Congrats, even though it's a bit disappointing. One viewer advised, go follow that person from earlier. Bubblegum was startled as if something just occurred to him. Alright, he scrolled through the screen searching for information. Who the hell is that archer? Let's go watch him play. Sang Yin looked at the arrows scattered on the floor, saying, sniper rifles and bows have almost similar firing speeds, so I just tried it. Sang Yin rubbed his chin as if deep in thought. It works as expected. It works, isn't that too scary? I've never seen anything like this in my life. A viewer left a trembling comment. My heart isn't good, so couldn't I just run away normally? He shook his head and taught them seriously. If I do that, my life would depend on the opponent's skill, not my own. Sang Yin looked ahead with confident eyes. Then that's not good. So cool. The live comment section exploded and new comments poured in nonstop. Mom, I want to be Anmu when I grow up. Mom, you can't be Anmu. It was cool just thinking about it, and he actually pulled it off. Soccer fan, sponsored 500 gold. You really don't disappoint. So different from the team I cheer for. Ruby Soda, sponsored. Someone explain what just happened. Zhu Liang, sponsored. Look at the donations. Even before winning, it already feels like he's won. Sang Yin's gaze suddenly sharpened and he turned around vigilantly. Alright, there was still one person left. I'll save the thanks for later. Now I have to win. The safe zone had already shrunk considerably, but even though the battle was escalating explosively, he still hadn't appeared. A hint of worry flashed across his face. He's probably even calmer than me. Was that really Bubblegum who just died? It's true. Anmu made it onto the broadcast. Sang Yin suddenly placed his hand on the floor, bent down and put his ear close to the ground. He listened carefully. Sang Yin closed his eyes and frowned slightly, as if he could genuinely hear sounds from the ground. Focus, he definitely won't be far. Sang Yin suddenly opened his eyes wide and quickly stood up. He glared in a direction not far off, and the comment section, seeing his expression, was also flustered. What's going on? Sang Yin bent down and picked up his bow. What did he hear? He's like a skilled hunter. He drew his bow taut and released his hand. Something whizzed past his body. The arrow flew rapidly towards the empty space between the houses. What just flew by? I can't see anything, can't see. The arrow pierced the remaining player's back and he screamed in pain. How could this happen? It's real. Sang Yin sighed as he watched the figure frantically hide. That guy was just hiding. Not because he was calm, but simply because he was in a good hiding spot, a characteristic of a stone. The person suddenly burst out with his gun drawn, shouting, "Damn it, if only I had held on a little longer." He kept shooting at Sang Yin, but not a single shot hit. He's just shooting wildly. Did anyone see anything just now? He's surprisingly terrible. How can he survive like this? Sang Yin dodged the bullets, carefully analyzing. That will be a bit troublesome, probably. The remaining player was wearing a large, gleaming hat. A legendary hat doesn't break even if hit in the head. It's a legendary hat. He even has a hat. Diamond impregnable. Sang Yin aimed his bow at Kong Ho's head, but he was wearing a bulletproof helmet, so he was completely unaffected. Sang Yin thought to himself, annoying. It's a legendary bulletproof helmet, so I can't finish him with a headshot. Sang Yin then quickly shot an arrow to the left. The arrow flew rapidly towards Kong Ho's shoulder. He thought to himself, this will be a bit complicated. As the arrow pierced his skin, he clutched his shoulder and fell. Sang Yin raised his bow again and aimed. He guessed that this would prevent him from using his gun, but Kong Ho suddenly threw a lump of white smoke. Sang Yin shielded his face with his hand, squinting, and said, "A smoke grenade." The system chat displayed, "He'll really use any means necessary." Immediately after, grenades were thrown one after another. Explosive grenades, flashbangs. He continued to attack and Sang Yin helplessly stopped. A viewer commented, "I never thought there'd be something like this." The flame grenades kept increasing and thick smoke billowed. The viewers shouted, amused, "Burn everything down!" Sang Yun quickly ran to escape the flames. He thought to himself, is he trying to recover amidst the chaos? The longer this goes on, the more disadvantageous it is for me. Sang Yun suddenly heard a sound from Kong Ho's direction. He thought to himself, over there. Sang Yun picked up his bow. He thought to himself, if I'm to speak of the bow's advantage, and stood upright, drew his bow and aimed at the spot where the sound had just come from. At that moment Kong Ho was also frantically treating his injuries. He thought to himself, unlike a gun, a bow makes no sound, so I need to heal faster. Sang Yun immediately shot his bow. He thought excitedly, I love bows in this game. The arrow flew precisely at Kong Ho and pierced his remaining shoulder. He trembled in pain. He raged inwardly, cursing, damn it, no sound at all. Kong Ho reached for the grenade next to him with trembling hands. He thought he couldn't use his gun in this situation. Grenade. Before he could even grab the grenade, his hand was struck by an arrow, piercing through the center of his palm. Blood splattered. Kong Ho muttered incredulously, unbelievable, how could he do that when my vision is obscured by smoke? Kong Ho fell in pain, and at that moment Sang Yun's voice was heard. Indeed, finishing you off is truly difficult. Sang Yun said the reason he managed to hit him was because of that legendary bulletproof helmet. Kong Ho was startled to hear that. What? No need to hesitate. Sang Yun raised his bow and shot him precisely. Sang Yun thought to himself, is he a streamer? And blood splattered. A notification popped up in the system. On Piston eliminated one player 1,100. All the smoke grenades had dissipated. The system displayed, congratulations, first place, total 31 kills. Sang Yun removed his hat, looked at the fallen Kong Ho and sighed in relief, thinking, I did it. Sang Yun slammed his bow onto the ground, then joyfully raised both hands high to celebrate his victory. The chat room became heated. Anmu is crazy, look at the kill count, even if it's against low-ranked players, 31 kills out of 100 is terrifying. Sang Yun read comments like, he'll be reported soon, Mom. I want to marry Anmu. Mom, I want to marry Anmu. He thanked everyone. And then thought apologetically, I couldn't reply to the donations earlier. Sweat poured down his face, but he thanked each person individually. Thank you for the donations, Du Aiguan and Udom Ion Emin. Thank you very much. Sang Yun suddenly stared intently at the screen. The screen displayed undefeated, sponsored 1.5 million gold. You're pretty good too. He read it again. Undefeated, sponsored 1.5 million gold. Sang Yun stuttered in surprise. What did you say? Sang Yun and Yu Hyuk from beyond were also flustered, thinking even all his earnings combined wouldn't amount to this donation. Another person donated. Heroic Warrior, sponsored 1.5 million gold. You're pretty good too, everyone murmured. Truly impressive. That's my monthly part-time job salary. Yu Hyuk was watching too, and another person commented, guys, if only you were as good as Anmu. How could they be that good? Yu Hyuk typed on his keyboard, deep in thought. This name sounds familiar. It must be on my sister's list of famous sponsors. As he suspected, the name appeared on the screen. Heroic Warrior and Strategist Omeon Minimum. He analyzed inwardly. Both have been active in Mana Sort Lorigine for about 10 years, and there don't seem to be any particular issues. Unlike those who cause problems and demand things after sponsoring, these don't seem like strange people. His hand rested on his chin and his eyes were deep in thought. The fact that these people are watching our live stream, Yu Hyuk thought happily. This is good news, he asked aloud. Manager Park, did you see that? Yu Sang Yun earns money extremely well. Over on Sang Yun's side, he said excitedly, Heroic Warrior is truly generous. Thank you. Now what should the ending be for shooting people in the head with a bow? When he asked. Someone in the chat commented, why are you thinking of shooting other people in the head with a bow? Don't turn off the stream. Sang Yun re-entered the game. At this moment someone in the chat commented, then do 5 somersaults. He stomped his foot and said, if I do it here, people will tell me to do 5 somersaults this time. But there was also a dissenting opinion. Don't turn off the stream, you're going to play another round, aren't you? Don't be noisy. Sang Yun looked around. He suddenly found something in the corner of an old wall. He saw a bow and arrows. Seeing them, Sang Yun exclaimed inwardly, found it. He picked up the bow and said, I will deliver the grand finale. Hearing that, everyone murmured, are you really going to do it? What a legendary scene. Someone raised the donation a bit more. It's already 1.5 million, what more do you want to raise? He smiled and picked up his bow. The chat room tried to stop him, saying, don't do it, I'm sorry for doubting, come back. At this moment he thought to himself, sorry, but this is about my character and trustworthiness. Sang Yun quickly shot his bow and everyone screamed, oh my god, Anmu, farewell. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Sang Yun skillfully performed somersaults. The chat room, seeing this, sighed in relief. 3 somersaults. Farewell. After completing everything, he stood upright, raised his arms to the sky and joyfully shouted, ta-da. Perhaps due to overwhelming joy, he didn't notice the arrow flying towards his head. There were a few questions in the chat room. But why 3 times, not 5? Sang Yun's smile suddenly froze. The arrow hit his head, but he still greeted everyone, saying, see you again tomorrow. Question marks appeared consecutively in the chat room. Seeing this, everyone commented, vying with each other. This is the end. Sang Yun stood there blankly, calling Yu Hyuk's name inwardly. I told you to end and turn off the stream. Yu Hyuk just scratched his head and forced a laugh. An image of an arrow embedded in Sang Yun's head appeared. He said, why did you only do 3 somersaults? After that, he gradually disappeared. His last words were, increase. As the words broadcast ended appeared on screen, everyone burst into laughter and comments quickly scrolled by. The broadcast ended. That guy seems a bit strange. Someone please sponsor Anmu. Sang-Yun clutched his head, frowning, and grumbled. My head hurt so much. Yu-hyuk scratched his head and laughed. Sorry. You suddenly said you wanted to stop, so I forgot what to do. He tried to suppress his forced laugh but could only manage a little. Sang-Yun helplessly said, You really? I want to take a shower. Yu-hyuk immediately replied, Go, I turned on the hot water an hour ago. Sang-Yun said happily, Thank you. Sang-Yun went in to take a shower. He took off his clothes, leaned his head against the wall and sighed. So tired. He recalled thinking that fighting alone in the game would be easier than in squad mode. But it wasn't. Especially with grenades, it was extremely dangerous. Sang-Yun clenched his fist. Even a stone player can't be easily overwhelmed. If I keep going like this, it'll be really difficult to climb to diamond rank. He looked at himself in the mirror and muttered with a resolute gaze, Hang in there, you can do it. He came out after finishing his shower. Yu-hyuk held his phone and asked, Sang-Yun, is Bubblegum a celebrity? Sang-Yun, wiping his hair, replied, Yeah, he's someone I see every day. Yu-hyuk continued, I see. Yu-hyuk quietly informed him. Later, when there were 3 people left, the sniper who shot you was probably Bubblegum. Hearing that, Sang-Yun said, mouth agape in surprise. Really? Yu-hyuk played the video saying, Watch this video. In the video, Bubblegum asked, Alright, who's that archer? Let's go watch him. He said, mouth agape in surprise. How can he shoot a bow like that? Bubblegum continued to praise. Truly amazing. This person is only on his second play, Sang-Yun said suspiciously. Everyone, don't trick me. That person even watched my live stream. Yu-hyuk, who was sitting next to him, gave a thumbs up and continued. You need to watch it at least 50 more times. Yu-hyuk said proudly. Isn't it incredible? Sang-Yun didn't pay much attention. He gripped his leg tightly, thinking to himself, Bubblegum watches my live stream. He recalled the time he sat blankly in front of his computer screen, remembering how the streamer had comforted him during his tiring work life. His eyes welled up and his heart felt heavy. The person who made him who he was today. Seeing him get up, Yu-hyuk immediately asked, Hey, where are you going? Today the viewer reaction is very... Before he could finish speaking, Sang-Yun said, I'm too tired. I need to go to bed and sleep. Yu-hyuk was momentarily stunned. Then said nothing more than, Alright then, rest. Sang-Yun was already lying in bed. He fiddled with his phone and typed Bubblegum into the search bar. He thought to himself, There's no special mention of Bubblegum. His fan page was the same. Does that person truly only hold special meaning for me? He closed his eyes and fell into thought. I don't wish for everyone to know. It's enough if he's special to me. A little disappointment is inevitable, and he turned off his phone. Tapped on the trending searches, thinking to himself, Today I'll just look at popular posts and go to sleep. Suddenly he looked at his phone in surprise. He asked himself, What is this? Lying in bed, Sang-Yun's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Ha! Sang-Yun gripped his phone tightly, his eyes blank as he asked, What is this? The phone screen reflected in his eyes. Numerous search results were displayed on the screen. Sang-Yun asked himself if he was dreaming. Search terms about him kept appearing. All trending search rankings for BL31 were all about him. At the same time, in a modest room, Ja was staring intently at her computer screen. She was huddled in a small corner, watching with concentration. It turned out she was watching Sang-Yun fight. Suddenly, Jia's stomach rumbled, and only then did she get startled. Ja looked up at the clock and saw it was almost 10 o'clock. She thought to herself, It's already so late, there's nothing to eat today. Ja rested her chin on her knees, watching without blinking, comforting herself inwardly. It's okay, she watched Sang-Yun struggle. Ja quietly thought to herself, I won't be hungry after a while. Like all the pain in the world, like the live broadcast just now, everything will disappear. Ja cursed inwardly, remembering the legs that had firmly pushed her away. That damn guy who pushed me into hell will also disappear. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she exclaimed as if something had just occurred to her. Ja carefully observed each of Sang-Yun's fighting scenes, praising, Well done. After that, Ja meticulously sketched and analyzed each scene. It's just started and the effect is very good if I apply slow motion here. While she was analyzing, a sound suddenly came from the screen. It was a donation notification. Ja looked up and checked each notification. Ja muttered, Today's live broadcast donation messages are more numerous than last time. Suddenly, her gaze stopped at one notification. Ja exclaimed in surprise. Ha! Ja shouted. 1.5 million. The screen also displayed, Invincible Warrior sponsored 1.5 million gold. This friend is quite good too. Seeing that, Ja was startled. She hurriedly hammered on the keyboard. Seeing her name pushed down to second place, Ja cried out in surprise. Second place, she couldn't believe her eyes. Ja immediately said she had to sponsor. Ja hurriedly clicked the right mouse button, but her action suddenly stopped. Ja thought to herself, But I'm an editor. Ja, in anguish, buried her head in the desk and cried out. She lay on the desk muttering, I want to help him too. Ja pressed her lips together firmly and thought. Ja sprang up, clenching her fists tightly and slammed them hard on the desk. Her face was very resolute. The screen showed Sang-Yun about to achieve victory. The ice water next to Ja also began to melt. She thought, If I want to help. Ja picked up a pen and said with expectant eyes, If I want to help, I'll do it in the way I'm best at, not with donations. And she set out to find inspiration. This video gives very good inspiration. Ja carefully rewatched every moment of the video. She thought to herself, No need to touch it. The player himself already showed many excellent actions. If I edit this part, it will truly be explosive. Her hands moved quickly over the keyboard. Ja was sure it will definitely explode in popularity. As this thought crossed her mind, her face brightened, and Ja said excitedly, "Even people who watched it live will be surprised. I'm going to edit it really well." Before long, dawn broke and sunlight streamed into the room through the leaves. Ja was asleep, sprawled on her desk without knowing when she had fallen asleep. She slept soundly, oblivious to the dazzling sunlight. An alert displayed Battle L 2 feet on the screen. Unbelievable. All the cool combat scenes are in this video. Battle Full Deep Challenge. Video upload date May 20th. There was also a message sent to Yu Hyuk. I uploaded the video. I'm going to sleep. Before long, notifications kept ringing. Video uploaded. Comments poured in. Anmu quick, screenshot it. This comment section is crazy, can't wait, no need for a trailer, just upload it now. The longest 5 minutes of my life. Both Yu Hyuk and Sang-yeon were reading the comments. Seeing the comments continuously scroll up, Sang-yeon said, "The comment speed is too fast." Yu Hyuk, sitting next to him, also said, "If this YouTube channel were a door, it would have been broken down a long time ago." He crossed his arms and said there were already 1,450 people watching. More people are anticipating it than during the last trailer. Sang-yeon stared intently at the computer screen, skeptically asking himself, "I don't know why so many people want to watch it. My channel isn't that popular." Yu Hyuk was so worried he couldn't keep his feet still. Yu Hyuk, sweating profusely and lacking confidence, turned to Sang-yeon and asked, "The video will be fun, right?" Sang-yeon calmly replied, "I'm confident, upload it." After that, Sang-yeon settled down to sleep soundly. Seeing that, Yu Hyuk immediately asked, "Aren't you worried? How can you be so calm? Tell me your secret." Sang-yeon calmly replied, "I don't know, I just feel so good about it, just upload it quickly." As soon as the video started playing, a melody echoed throughout the room. Sang-yeon asked blankly, "Is that a remix?" Yu Hyuk rested his hand on his chin, remarking, "Oh, he's watching Sang-yeon descending with a parachute while listening to music." Yu Hyuk wondered, does this scene match the music? But your landing scene isn't bad either. Sang-yeon watched, worried, and thought, "Watching this scene makes me more nervous than when I was actually playing the game." He re-watched the scene of himself holding a bow and shooting. Sang-yeon thought to himself, the music and video perfectly complement each other in controlling the tension. Even I, who don't know much about editing, feel that the video is excellent. People who didn't watch it live will also enjoy it. The video showed up to the scene where Kong Ho tried to take down Sang-yeon. Yu Hyuk's voice burst out, "That 4-on-1 fake dribble scene over there." Sang-yeon thought it looked really foolish from a viewer's perspective. Yu Hyuk continued, "The comment reactions are also very good. Everyone debated hotly. So funny, the best, is this what they call dribbling? Unbelievable. Fake dribble. Anmu, so cute. I want to do the same. Is this a 4-on-1 fake dribble? Really hilarious." Yu Hyuk also said excitedly, "This scene is really funny." Reading those comments, Sang-yeon fell into thought. The atmosphere and comments here are completely different from the live broadcast. It seems there are more casual viewers here. Yu Hyuk said again, "It's the grenade throwing scene at this moment on the screen." The villain Pangsna appeared. In the comments below, a torrent of curses poured out towards Pangsna. "That bastard Pangsna. I've met Pangsna before. That guy is diamond but always plays dirty. Still alive. Anmu got banned for playing dirty, but that guy is still roaming free." Berugins threw a grenade from behind. Sang-yeon turned around and saw a grenade rolling at his feet. The video paused and two options were presented: run back or kick. The comments exploded again. Look at the text on the screen. "I don't know which to choose. That guy plays dirty. Isn't that an assassination bomb? The damage is immense. Either choice is difficult." A countdown from 3 to 1 began and Sang-yeon's sharp gaze appeared. The method he chose was to push the bomb with his bow. All the viewers found it hard to understand. He raised his bow, aimed precisely at the bomb, and with one shot the bomb was pushed far away and exploded. Comments kept coming. "Oh, there's a way to do that? It's only right to punish that villain." Suddenly, Sang-yeon paused. He thought to himself. Next, Bubblegum appeared on screen in a combat-ready stance. He cried out inwardly, "Bubblegum." Sang-yeon clenched his fists and fiddled with his fingertips. He was anxious. During the live broadcast, meeting Bubblegum didn't get much attention, but this time it's completely the opposite. Everyone is excited. "Ah, crazy, seriously, he met Bubblegum. My goodness, scary. Bubblegum." He smiled brightly in relief. The reaction was very positive. Sang-yeon smiled, thinking to himself, if I appear in trending searches. When Yu Hyuk interrupted him, he held up his phone and shouted to Sang-yeon, "Sang-yeon, look at this." He showed his phone and said that Bubblegum's fans were posting about him. Sang-yeon stared blankly at the phone and Yu Hyuk praised loudly, "This video is a success." At the same time, in an office, a man who had watched the video to the end exclaimed, "Oh." Sung Tae crossed his legs, leisurely stroked his beard and praised, "I didn't expect it to be so explosive." He looked at Sang-yeon's bright face, wondering to himself, is that a new face? Who is he? Bubblegum has been a streamer for 10 years. Except for scheduled holidays, he has never missed a live stream. He always plays games, so he often encounters other streamers. Oh, Sung Tae thought anxiously to himself. Meeting him once isn't a problem, but why this person? The appeal of this incident might be that you never know when it will explode. Bubblegum's manager for 5 years. This person is Park Sung Tae. Shall I look up some information? He's handsome. Skills? Reading up to that point, his eyes widened in astonishment. What? He's only been playing virtual reality games for 3 weeks? And he's only played his second match in Battle L. Isn't this the person who deflected bullets with an arrow? He immediately read the comments. Our Gammy isn't bad, he just doesn't try. This is an edited version, so it must have been modified. Since it's an edited version, they either cut parts out or they conspired, he analyzed inwardly. This video might have been edited very impressively. But anyway, if I watch the original on Chivia, everything will become clear. No need for modification, moreover, if they conspired. Osung Tae was slightly irritated. Surely this person isn't ignoring a streamer who's been active for 10 years, but even if I watched it live it would be hard to believe this player. Heaven is truly unfair, how can there be such a difference in talent? But it seems the two of them will create a good topic, starting naturally with the question of who that archer is. Not only that, something truly charming is needed. It was then that Oh Sung Tae suddenly thought, yes, that's it. At this moment the comments grew more and more numerous. Really funny, just standing still is funny. Born comedian, the expression when the bullet deflects is really funny. Tears fall at the difference in talent between Bubblegum and Anmu. At this moment Sang-yeon read the viewer reactions posted not only on Bubblegum's fan page but on all websites, and he grew excited. His eyes widened with joy. My name is next to Bubblegum's. Yoo-hyuk also rejoiced and said, funny. I didn't know you were so into idols. As soon as Sang-yeon heard that, he hurriedly corrected his expression. He's not an idol. Yoo-hyuk was speechless. With 50,000 live stream viewers, what else is he but a celebrity? I'm really envious. He must have money to burn. Hearing that, Sang-yeon countered, on the contrary, he lives frugally. He has 2 children, so it seems he invests a lot in them. Moreover, Yoo-hyuk, flustered and at a loss, said, I get it. You really like him. Bubblegum was Chivia's top streamer, but as with everyone, his start wasn't always smooth. No, in fact it could be said it was worse. He was very humorous and friendly. Bro, your pranks are too much. Get lost, alright. What game are we playing today? Although his gaming skills couldn't be called good. I'm ruined. How many times is this? This person didn't even have any special talent. His strength was perseverance. Bubblegum vowed to himself to stay focused. He had noticeable dark circles under his eyes, but his sense of responsibility was clear. That was why Bubblegum was able to survive in this market. Sang-yeon thought to himself, every time I watch his broadcast I recall the happy times with my grandmother. I remember the older brother next door who used to wait for me in familiar places, in the park after school, leaving the game, returning to reality. I truly respected that older brother, Sang-yeon said. Anyway, that person is truly amazing. Thanks to him, my encounter with Bubblegum gained attention once again. Yoo-hyuk also agreed. We can trust his ability. The video surpassed 80,000 views in just 5 hours since it was uploaded. The previous record was 200,000 in 24 hours. This time it seems it will break that record. Sang-yeon was surprised, his mouth agape. Really? Unbelievable. At that moment, Sang-yeon was looking at his phone screen when he saw a chat message that read, Bubblegum has been playing for so long but he has no talent, and felt a little displeased as he continued reading. It said, he's only played 2 matches and he's already so loud, these guys talk too much. Anyway, Anmu is just a stone rank player. Stone is just stone. True talent belongs to those who can reach diamond rank in a month. Just then, Yoo-hyuk suddenly covered his screen. Hey, what's the point of reading that? They just want to put you down. Sang-yeon then asked, did you read it too? Of course I read it too. Sang-yeon looked bewildered. Why did you read it? Sang-yeon replied. Because that's my fighting ability. I don't have a family, so I don't feel sad even if I hear criticisms about family. Yoo-hyuk's mood dropped slightly. My goodness, now I understand why Assistant Manager Park disliked Sang-yeon. He was probably afraid that this person wouldn't be hurt by shallow and malicious criticisms. Just then, Sang-yeon exclaimed, by the way, the problem is probably that I don't have a definite ranking yet. I need to increase my streaming time. Yoo-hyuk was flustered. Playing virtual reality games for several hours every day would be too hard. Besides, Sang-yeon needs special care and might have to go to the hospital. Yoo-hyuk mustered up his courage and asked Sang-yeon, Sang-yeon, aren't you tired? Sang-yeon replied, if Stone wants to build an all-rounder image he needs to be even more tired. I agree. Then move over. Yoo-hyuk quickly got up from the table. At least until I reach a higher rank I need to increase the number of games I play. Yoo-hyuk also followed silently, mumbling to himself, I can't lose to him either. Remembered Sang-yeon telling him to check your email first. And suddenly a message popped up on the computer screen bringing him back to reality. Hey, you got mail. It seemed like a guide for Bubblegum with the title Bubblegum Rescue Project. Sang-yeon was thrilled to hear that. Really? But Yoo-hyuk raised a hand to stop him. But there's a condition. That person wants to proceed after you reach diamond rank. Sang-yeon paused. Diamond rank certainly won't be easy. Will it be okay? Yoo-hyuk quickly tried to persuade him. If you don't like it, you can refuse. Sang-yeon quickly agreed. No, I'll accept it. Anyway, there's no reason to refuse if I can win. Yoo-hyuk also followed suit, saying, yes, I'll reply that you agree. That's right, instead of giving up because it's hard, it actually strengthens one's will. With 130,000 views in 8 hours, the channel became even more lively. It's only 3 p.m. now. It's been a long time since someone streamed this early. Did he accidentally turn it on? If it's Anmu, he can definitely do it. Why are there so many people at this hour? Everyone here must be unemployed. Looking at the opening song, it really was a live broadcast. Sang-yeon appeared on screen. Hello. Everyone was bewildered. Why did he go online so early? 3 p.m. is the busiest time. Why did he come so early? Is there something special today? He replied. The reason I started early is because I'm going to work hard to climb to diamond rank starting today. It was a shocking announcement. but some disagreed. Diamond, no way. They thought the word diamond referred to diamond. Hey, are you stupid? Sang Yun quickly corrected himself. No, I mean diamond rank. Everyone almost fell over in shock. My goodness, he has no limit. Sang Yun then pondered the time and chuckled, saying, it'll probably take about 2 weeks. I'll reach diamond rank within 2 weeks. The chat window was continuously going wild. What are you talking about? Anmu, you're hopeless now. A question from Oshbek followed. Are you really sure? To reach diamond rank you have to be in the top 5 of the game. It took Ioe a month to reach diamond rank. How much more amazing is Anmu? A chat message appeared. Are you kidding? Not 2 months but 2 weeks? Anmu read that and confidently replied, yes, that's right. I've calculated everything. Many chat messages appeared contemptuously. Theoretically, you have to be in the top 10 in every match to reach diamond rank. You have to surpass at least 90 people, and as you go higher, the players are more seasoned. Diamond is the highest rank among amateurs, and it's not for nothing. The chat then moved on to another topic. Brother is really amazing these days. Now you have to stream 7 to 8 hours a day. Anmu, 8 hours. Why do you want to stream so much? It's too hard. You're really intense. As expected of our Anmu determination, no words. Anmu looked at the chat window, lost in thought. Everyone seems to not believe me. He was just a streamer who had recently started Battle last. He thought everyone would find this quite funny to hear, and besides he knew his skills well, an excellent archer. Anmu's eyes coldly fixated on his phone screen. He thought to himself, I'll be able to confirm this with data. I don't know how good Arroway is, but according to the player training guide, I'm ahead of Arroway, who is an ordinary person. People might be afraid of rank differences, but for me it's the opposite. A bright expression, holding his bow, appeared on Anmu's face. Breaking records was natural for him. Suddenly, Anmu's gaze fell on his own hands, and with the most heartfelt emotion he placed his trembling hand on his chest and silently thanked himself for all his efforts until today. Temporary excitement can open new paths, but tension also begins there. It remained in his memory for quite a long time. After finishing his reminiscence, his eyes became resolute again. He encouraged himself. Well then, shall I begin this journey? This was what he yearned for most. Yu Hyuk, looking at the computer screen, was covered in cold sweat, his face pale, and he exclaimed, You Sang Yun, this is truly insane. Yu Hyuk was flustered as he watched Sang Yun descend on a glider on the screen. Theoretically it's quite possible, but how can he get into the top 10 in every match? No one even taught him how. Tore at his hair and wailed, This high-risk, high-reward approach isn't my style. Adjusting his glasses, Yu Hyuk thought about Anmu. He's truly audacious. Yu Hyuk recalled Sang Yun's past self. He was always alone, choosing to live independently, sharing with no one. He remembered Anmu drinking coffee alone from a distance, as if there was an empty space in his heart. His eyes were always hollow, as if he had no interest in the future at all. Yu Hyuk concentrated and thought, I've come to know his true self. A truly bright Yu Sang Yun. He smiled softly. All right, from now on I'll do my best to help him. I'll follow him. High risk simultaneously increases the potential for growth. Yu Hyuk, as if determined, flipped a switch and said, let's put out an advertisement. Is this Anmu? Can such a beginner reach diamond rank in 2 weeks? That's truly amazing. His first 2 games in Battle L were indeed commendable, but diamond rank in 2 weeks? This is only his 6th live stream. It takes a month to reach diamond rank. I don't think Anmu can do it. Moving his fingers quickly over the keyboard, he thought, if I were the developer I'd probably think he was hacking, but now I believe it. If Yu Sang Yun has such a reliable background, this gamble is worth taking. Yu Hyuk looked at the screen with proud eyes. You can do it, I'll try too, he encouraged himself. Yu Hyuk mumbled to himself, I can help him too. Anmu glanced at the brightly lit chat window. Have you prepared a strategy in your head? Anmu, his face lit up as he replied. I'm going to the armory first. Armory, there are so many people there. Your plan is always like this, Anmu. That's the perfect place for you to die first. Anmu, you're going to diamond rank, aren't you going to use a gun? I'm curious how Anmu uses a gun. Hey, if he doesn't use a bow, he's not Anmu. I'll find a bow first, Anmu said with a laugh. What, he's already at the armory? The map is so big, did he memorize it? Anmu, you don't have to pick up a bow there. He pushed open the heavy door, letting the light in. As he stepped in, Yu Sang Yun saw a group of people fighting each other. He thought to himself, they'll be too busy fighting to pay attention to me. Suddenly, the chat window exploded. This is the craziest looting method Anmu has discovered in the game. If you win at the armory, you can claim all the rare items in the basement. So don't give up. His eyes accidentally landed on something on a table. It was a pair of daggers. He calculated inwardly, one dagger would be much more advantageous. Just as Yu Sang Yun's hand was about to reach for the dagger, another hand grabbed him. The person asked him, Hey, who are you, kid? The person growled in annoyance. I was here first. Sang Yun's kick landed precisely on the person's chin, and with the first blow the person groaned in pain. He cursed inwardly, Damn it, I bit my tongue. What kind of strength is this? The person looked at Yu Sang Yun with suspicious eyes and asked, What's he doing now? Seeing the dagger in his hand, he lifted his leg high to support his body, and without hesitation Yu Sang Yun threw the dagger straight into the middle of the person's forehead. A player fell. A system notification appeared. Anmu Oman Kin 97,100. How can everyone do that? I understand why you came to the armory first. How can he throw it like that? He's like a baseball player. Anmu is truly a cruel craftsman. Everything he uses here was learned when he met a national baseball player at the athlete's village. He recalled old memories. A friend asked him, "Hey, do you want to see a pitching genius?" Yu Sang-yun thought to himself, but archery is the most important. But he felt like crying inside. Memories of the past flooded back. "Okay, thanks for the 5,000 gold donation. Anyway, you won even though both of you had few items. I'll give you some mental boost." "Oh right. So that's why you came to the armory." Anmu, he lightly fiddled with the dagger and replied to the chat, "That's right, I came here to kill as many people as possible before they get guns. Your thinking is truly unique. Theoretically it's correct, but I never imagined you'd actually pull it off. That's really amazing." As a chat message appeared, a faint shadow also appeared behind Yu Sang-yun. Immediately after his reply, "Thanks for the donation," the person held a gleaming gun in his hand and was about to pull the trigger, but before he could, he quickly turned his head and threw a dagger at the person with the gun. The person was flustered. "He's approaching me too fast." Yu Sang-yun quickly raised his hand high. Another player was sacrificed. A system notification sounded. Anmu TAEIS-09 kill 93,100. The dagger on the floor and the arrow in the gun clearly showed who was dominating the battle. He held the guns he would use as weapons and piled them up like a small mountain in the middle of the room. Yu Sang-yun poured oil on it and asked inwardly, "This is the oil everyone puts in cars, right? It can also catch fire, right?" I poured all of it and threw away the bottle. After that he threw a spark into the mountain. The fire blazed, turning one corner red. "Anmu, you're too malicious. Damn, oh my god, can you really live like that? If a guy with a gun loses to a guy with a knife, it's only because the guy with the knife is Anmu." Having finished his work, Yu Sang-yun left the place and drove a car. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and pushed the motorcycle's speed to maximum. He smiled at the chat window and said, "Now I'm going to the next location." A few lines appeared in the chat window. "Alright, let's go. The motorcycle emitted white smoke. He left that bloody place after that. Anmu very easily secured top 1 in this match. A bright smile spread across Yu Sang-yun's lips, and behind him was a raging fire. The system displayed match result, victory 50 kills. He achieved a whopping 50 kills in his first match on his journey to diamond rank. Anmu casually claimed top 1. The system displayed the shining words match result victory. The chat window was filled with question marks. "Brother, I don't even know what happened yet. I want to cry while watching Anmu Hung eat ramen." With a record of 50 kills in one match. "Honestly, I think Anmu can reach diamond rank in 2 weeks. Slayer Nim donated. 50,100 kills. Half Chung Nim donated. I killed half of them alone and tore the other half with a few arrows. Medical app Nim donated. There will be many negative reports, so he'll be suspended soon." Yu Sang-yun nodded and smiled. "Thank you. Half Chung Slayer and Sung Gogo Nim." A donation notification appeared. Jar Nim donated. Ambia Nim donated. He quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the donations. This is my first time getting so many kills," Yu Sang-yun said with a bright smile to the chat window. "Alright, let's quickly move on to the next match." A chat message appeared. "Truly world-class skill, so different from players of other ranks. I want to be like Anmu every time I play a game." His bright eyes fixed on the computer screen, he reminded himself to concentrate. A match entry notification appeared. "It's really starting now." Meanwhile, Yu Hyuk began to focus all his attention on Anmu. "Anmu, he's truly insane. Look at those headlines. He keeps posting provocative articles online. If Yu Hyuk continues this way, An will do more live broadcasts and communicate better." He relentlessly clicked on An's photos, spamming them everywhere. Watching the computer screen, he said that when the game started, there were many positive comments from fans. Now that the first match of this journey is over, the atmosphere will gradually change. Yu Hyuk was fidgety, worried if An could do it. High profits bring worries. In poker terms, it's like doubling down. If you succeed, you get a lot of money, but if you lose, it's terrible. It's still early today. Everyone shout loudly together. "Stone is back." Everyone is a huge fan of Stone, right? Looking at the screen, he got angry, then sighed deeply. Yu Hyuk's hands were clenched tightly, suppressing his rage. Furthermore, he hesitated and said, "If you and Echo Wei play together, 99 kills would be the baseline. W got 30 kills and An got more than that. What a funny story. 99 kills, seeing An play today's donut wasn't a waste." These comments seemed to go against public opinion. Yu Hyuk said in a heavy voice, "I can't help you, Sang-yun. You have to prove yourself. That's the only way we can become more famous." Yu Hyuk mumbled into the empty space. Simultaneously, the game system announced the start. The airplane propellers continued to spin in the air and people landed safely on the ground one by one via gliders. After observing for a moment, he came to a conclusion in his head. There are 3 people on the rooftop. Yu Sang-yun turned around and saw one person rushing. Seeing them run together in one direction, a thought crossed his mind. As expected, they formed a team. While thinking, "If I rush in now, I'll be at a disadvantage." Yu Sang-yun heard a strange sound and he stepped towards the dagger he always used. Ever since the armory incident, all players wanted to find hero-grade weapons or better as quickly as possible. But Yu Sang-yun was different. A man was struggling with a doorknob. "Why is this door so stiff?" In the end, as soon as the door opened, he screamed loudly, and suddenly someone rushed him from behind. He kicked the doorknob in the man's hand. The man's hand swelled red from the impact, but he didn't care. The man screamed in pain. "This lunatic, what are you doing?" Yu Sang-yun, quick as lightning, raised his dagger high, shutting the man up. Holding the worn dagger in his hand, he thought to himself, "This blade is too dull. Even if I slit his throat, this guy still won't die." Suddenly a voice came from behind. "What's going on?" A person entered and asked Yu Sang-yun in a flustered voice, "Why are you fighting here? Who is this guy?" The man shouted loudly, and he quickly turned his body, raising his dagger high. The dagger immediately struck the man's head, dropping him. Yu Sang-yun approached and firmly stomped on the dagger with his foot, causing the man's blood to flow like a river, rendering him unable to resist further. A system notification rang out. On brought kill 98,100. He's gotten used to killing. He really kills without batting an eye. On, you have no mercy at all. On, you're too cruel. Suddenly he spoke. Hey, you thought I wouldn't know you were hiding, didn't you?" The chat room fell into chaos. "What?" Yu Sang-yun, quick as lightning, threw a dagger into the man's arm, and the man's face turned pale. Does On have eyes in the back of his head? Everything was in On's control. Before I could even react, On had already thrown the knife, killing people with a measly knife. If I had met On, I would have left the game long ago. Injury stats. If one arm is cut off, the person is in an injured state and can only recover with a first aid kit. First aid kits are very rare, so if a body part is injured, it's almost certain death. The man growled in anger. "You bastard, why don't you fight fair and attack cowardly?" He pulled out the dagger. Yu Sang-yun smiled slightly, looking at the man. "I need to move on quickly. Who has time to argue with you?" The system continued to display notifications. On Giga double kill 92,100. "Look at that guy's name. What's the value of this scene, everyone?" He turned his body, observed his surroundings for a moment, then opened his mouth and asked, "You're the only one left, right?" The man was flustered, sweating profusely. His body trembled and he clutched a defensive knife. "Don't come near me." On now looked like a hunter. "That's why you shouldn't provoke On. These kinds of people make this game interesting." Yu Sang-yun's eyes gleamed fiercely. The more they did, the more the man trembled and was terrified. His teeth clattered, making a clicking sound. He desperately turned and fled. The man crawled away. Outside there was a bridge with broken railings. The man ran and jumped off the high bridge. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I escaped. Thankfully I got away quickly." Before he could finish speaking, Yu Sang-yun pounced on his neck, taking him down. He held the dagger and said, "This guy has experience escaping." The man screamed loudly. "Damn it, those skilled moves are familiar now," and he got taken down in one hit. A notification rang out. On Vietnam clean sugarcane juice, chicken kill 87,100. Yu Sang-yun scratched his head with a bewildered expression. Did he not escape in time because he was shocked? He went down in one hit. Every time On creates a scene like this, I feel embarrassed. On, oh, there's a motorcycle behind me. He turned around. It was a motorcycle. He quickly got into the vehicle. Yu Sang-yun pressed the gear and continued playing the game. He smiled brightly like the morning sun, saying with a laugh, "Let's go, everyone." On the first floor of the armory, blood flowed like a river and bodies lay still. One person opened his mouth and asked, "Now that there are only a few of us left here, should we split up or go together?" Other voices immediately agreed and replied, "Let's go together. If we go alone now, we'll be shot dead instantly." As one person approached the prey, the sound of an engine confused him. "What? A motorcycle?" The system again displayed an on notification, and the other players broke into a cold sweat. The people inside the armory were already too late. When On comes, everything will return to basics. He looked at the chat and replied with a smile, "It's okay, everyone." Another person, seeing him and the motorcycle, frowned in dismay. "What? Why did you bring the motorcycle here?" The man frowned. He asked in bewilderment. Without waiting for even a second, Yu Sang-yun slammed on the gas pedal, charging straight at the person standing directly in front of him. As he pressed the accelerator, he quickly threw a dagger, hitting him in one shot, causing blood to gush out. The man mumbled a few words and fell. A notification appeared with familiar letters. On kill 84,100. Yu Sang-yun stepped on the gas pedal again. He was standing there and got run over by the boss's car. "If I had driven a motorcycle like that, I wouldn't have dared. So cool. On, you're the best, On." His bright smile and joyful face appeared again. White smoke swirled and spread from the motorcycle's exhaust. On debated, looking at the stacked boxes. "What should I take?" Something caught his eye and delighted him, making his eyes widen. A black metal bow reflected the light, lying silently on the ground. "My luck is really good this round too." A group of people swarmed into the first floor of the armory, and one of them with shoulder-length hair shouted, looking around, "Awesome, various guns are hanging on the opposite wall. There are even better weapons than hero grade. It was really worth it for the Alliance to rush this armory." While they were still discussing, a loud explosion rang out. "If we loot all the equipment here and then go outside to loot more armor, it'll be fine." One of the players with shoulder-length hair turned around in surprise, looking at the explosion site. What was that sound? Broken wine bottles were still on the ground and fierce flames blazed. "Damn it, fire, what?" The players were confused and flustered. "Why did it suddenly explode? Damn it, I didn't get to loot anything." A smoke damage warning appeared in the system. "Move immediately." They quickly went up the stairs. "The path is blocked. This is the only exit. Where are we supposed to escape?" Something caught the eye of the person leading the way, startling him. A system notification appeared. On medic has completed elimination, 92,100. The player immediately behind him couldn't help but be surprised to see the person who had just fallen. What a bow, he said, immediately raising his gun to aim. Is he asking for death himself? Bullets continued to embed themselves in the piles of bodies on the ground. The player with shoulder-length hair noticed something strange and looked around cautiously. There were only corpses everywhere. Where is that guy? But where they didn't notice, there was a small gap between the piles of bodies. On's gaze was firmly fixed within the bow's aiming reticle, his hand gently drawing the bowstring. The arrow flew at an incredible speed, and the metal arrowhead reflected the surprised face of the bald player. Blood splattered, and a system notification appeared. On Yeonta double kill 91,100. Now only the player with shoulder-length hair remained, flustered. What the hell is going on? I can't see anyone, only arrows are flying. He looked up at the pile of bodies at the top of the stairs. Anyway, he stopped attacking. It seems he doesn't know I'm here. He gripped the gun tightly in his hand and planned in his mind, anyway, that guy will have to come down here to loot. If I use the smoke to attack, there will definitely be an opportunity. His hand pulled the grenade pin without hesitation. Next, the grenade drew a gentle arc in the air, startling the person below. The grenade continued to fall. The shadow cast a dark circle on the man's face. Damn it, a loud sound rang out. A system notification appeared. On mine trap, chicken kill 90,100. A faint silhouette appeared behind the thick white smoke. Boots gently stepped down the stairs and On swung his arm, looking down at the enemy who had fallen at his feet. No, there's still one more left. All his actions were recorded. The video of On blowing up the armory was being streamed live. What else could this be if not a super blockbuster? Comments from live viewers continuously poured in. Archer level 32, crazy, is he live streaming? Go watch it right now. This is the person who got banned earlier. You can't underestimate those bombs. Yoo Hyuk cheered, pumping his fist in delight in front of the computer screen. The community reaction is very good, however. In addition to enthusiastic supporters, as interest grew, some negative comments also increased. Netizens mention this person a lot, but I don't acknowledge him. Look at that face. Please don't play sports. Please drop to bronze rank. Please bronze rank. You won't reach diamond rank on. Throw a bomb at that guy. But it wasn't entirely bad. On the contrary, it was proof that the level of discussion was rising. That was a good sign. The more viewers, the higher the betting amount, and the profits increased accordingly. In the game, On continued to take down opponents. If Sang-Yun could prove his abilities, people would definitely acknowledge On. The moment he wins, the discussion will shift to On's earnings. Congratulations on first place. The computer screen in front of him was still shining brightly. Yoo Hyuk couldn't help but kneel and laugh loudly. 30 minutes later, first place appeared on the screen again. A series of round boxes were connected, 2 of which were checked, and 1 had a yellow background. Classification testing is an important system that determines a player's rank. The match results. The results will vary significantly depending on match performance. There were various colored metal images for battle race. The classification test consists of 5 matches in total. If he finishes with a perfect record, he will receive at least a gold medal. At this moment, On was sitting on the edge of the helicopter's exit. At this rate, the process of reaching diamond will be much easier. He looked down at the scenery below and thought to himself, in important matches there's no need to take unnecessary risks. As his gaze fixed on one spot, On threw himself out. This time, let's go to the armory, which has a high win rate. As he fell, he kept muttering, how many people will come to the armory this time? Just then, a figure suddenly appeared next to him. Forcing On to turn around, his eyes clearly saw the person's face and widened slightly. The person's image appeared in On's mind as an opponent from another game. That person also smiled at On with confident eyes. The comment section immediately became lively. Pangsna, why is he like that? It looks like he's here for revenge. Yoo Hyuk clutched his head painfully in front of the computer screen. A diamond-ranked player targeting him in the last match of the classification test. Where is such unfairness in the world? He immediately imagined the situation that would unfold. When they land, there will definitely be a fight in the armory. The image of On falling to the ground from that man's dagger suddenly flashed in his mind. If he loses to Pangsna, On's gold rank will definitely be gone. If that happens, On's path to diamond rank will be over. After a moment of thought, Yoo Hyuk recalled the man's words, come work for our company starting tomorrow. His clenched hand trembled. Damn it, I'm finally going to do something I love. And his voice settled a bit, looking at the 2 figures on the screen somewhat helplessly. At such an important moment, all I can do is watch. In the game, a voice suddenly caught On's attention. Hey Peanut, Pangsna smiled, raising one hand in greeting. See you below. The comment section was immediately filled with all sorts of emotions. That guy is really showing off. Pangsna struck a cool pose. Don't greet that guy, On. On slowly raised one hand to the side of his face, then he smiled arrogantly and raised his middle finger. Yoo Hyuk, drinking water in front of the screen, spewed it out when he saw it. Pangsna also saw it, his eyes bulging in anger. He was insane. His actions surpassed everyone's expectations. Anmu, rush him. Anmu, go break that bastard's nose. After a moment of shock, Yoo Hyuk also burst out laughing. What was I worrying about? Anmu quietly lowered his eyes and read the comments, ignoring Pangsna's shouts from behind. Pangsna serves you right, go teach him a lesson. With a favorable view, Yoo Hyuk's glasses reflected certainty. Anmu will definitely win. His fingers rapidly flew across the keyboard. Once he collected himself, everything became clear. My job now is to highlight Anmu's victory. The screen's image reflected in Yu Hyuk's glasses, so the social media accounts displayed on the computer screen will use Pangsna's forum to elicit the strongest reactions. Yu Hyuk slightly furrowed his brow, concentrating on his calculations. If he failed to attract attention, it would negatively impact Anmu's image. However, his face brightened. My brain is warning me this is crazy, but I can never lose. Let's go big this once. As soon as he finished speaking, new comments continuously appeared. Pangsna met an archer. I guess we won't see him again. Only 1 minute left now. That guy is going to get a beating from Pangsna. Pangsna, is Pangsna still alive? Is that guy trying to get attention again? He survives as long as fried food. Why insult fried food? Why Pangsna? Why fight a bronze rank? Pangsna fighting a bronze rank? That's truly amazing. Where did Pangsna appear? Is Anmu a rookie? The viewer count surged at an incredible speed. Damn it, Pangsna, let's fight. On the other side, an arrogant smile played on Pangsna's lips. Anmu's face was filled with seriousness. He was almost at the landing zone. Let's finish everything here. Anmu's live video was released online with an attractive title, causing a huge stir in public opinion. Pangsna gets trolled by Rookie Stone 1 minute before. Innumerable comments started pouring in. Really? Anmu going after a rookie? That's too much. He's holding a stone rank bow, he'll definitely lose. I dislike Pangsna, but he's really good. Disliking Pangsna aside, he's truly outstanding. It's definitely going to be really interesting. Many comments clearly expressed excitement and interest. Let's see, Yu Hyuk was somewhat overwhelmed and surprised by the enormous impact and enthusiasm of the post. He's attracting so many people. He quickly left an access link so viewers could check what happened. Participating in the live recording, viewers reacted very quickly and gradually spread the news. Views and connections continued to increase within a few hours. The viewer count reached nearly 5,000. Innumerable comments were noisy and lively. A rookie genius who appeared like a comet. Hello chat. Turns out this is Anmu. Is he an archer? A showdown between acknowledged masters. Simultaneously, the game was progressing with extreme tension. White parachutes unfurled in the air, using the wind's power to adjust direction. Many participants were very serious and focused on winning. Among them, Sang Yun, a mix of tension and excitement, observed his surroundings, thinking this was the last match. If he lost this match, he wouldn't be able to reach diamond rank within 2 weeks. Pangsna glanced at Sang Yun, a vile smile on his face. That guy is definitely aiming for that goal, isn't he? Many viewers were enraged by his attitude. Pangsna is truly malicious. Is he the producer's son or something? Why isn't he caught? Those old players only try to crush skilled rookies, damn it. Sang Yun calmly flew, reading the comments streaming through the notification board. Right. He saw the continuously increasing viewer count. With 5,000 viewers at this hour, he could be in the top 10 Battle L live streams in the country. Sang Yun deliberated on a plan to win. I'll use the same strategy for 3 consecutive matches, but that's too obvious, isn't it? Isn't there more interesting prey? He reconsidered his opponent's rank and focused on making a judgment. If Pangsna's skill is truly Diamond Cup Tier 1, he will certainly be a formidable opponent. He is 3 ranks higher than his own goal. Sang Yun couldn't let his guard down, swallowing nervously as he meticulously analyzed the danger. But if he loses here, Pangsna also has a lot to lose. He must have analyzed my playstyle and meticulously planned every strategy. He was lost in thought, then gripped the parachute handle tightly. With that, Sang Yun charged head-on towards Pangsna. Pangsna stared at him in surprise. Sang Yun decided to attack Pangsna while the two were engaged in the fiercest aerial battle. Pangsna exclaimed in shock, having no time to dodge. What? Viewers were surprised and bewildered by Sang Yun's bold actions. A parachute fight, almost touching the ground. What's wrong with him? Anmu will definitely lose. Pangsna struggled to maintain his balance. He glanced at him, saying mockingly, I thought you were doing something, but it was just a silly prank. Sang Yun retorted without backing down. Why shouldn't I do that? He looked at him, smiling provocatively. You think I won't reach diamond rank, don't you? Who was killed by a stone rank player? Pangsna's face flushed with anger upon hearing that, and he scowled, glaring with furious eyes. At this moment, the comment section was filled with chaos and fear. Anmu viewers tried to warn him through comments. As soon as they hit the ground, Sang Yun and he couldn't react in time. His and Pangsna's 2 large parachutes detached from their bodies and slammed hard onto the ground. He and Sang Yun tumbled onto the ground together, raising a cloud of dust. Viewers expressed deep regret, saying he got hit first. Aggressive comments poured in. Crush Anmu, run away. He quickly got up and glanced at Pangsna behind him. As he barely collected himself and tried to stand up, Sang Yun didn't hesitate, turning his back and fleeing. The audience also tensed up. Hurry, he ran towards a distant building area. Pangsna chased Sang Yun from behind. Viewers left curious comments. Is he going to the armory? He ran forward with all his might, analyzing the situation. Hand-to-hand combat is very disadvantageous for a rookie. Sang Yun nervously looked around, thinking he needed to find at least a weapon. He saw a sharp knife lying in the grass. Pangsna also ran to catch Sang Yun and found another knife. He swiftly threw his body to grab the knife. As soon as Sang Yun grabbed his knife, he stared at him with murderous eyes. You thought I'd let you go? He threw the knife at Pangsna. Pangsna looked at him in surprise, on guard. Pangsna quickly stopped his movement and planted his feet firmly on the ground. He leaned his body back, successfully dodging Sang Yun's knife attack, and wore a smug expression. Pangsna reached out and grabbed the knife. He turned his body with the knife in hand, standing up confidently. Viewers were surprised and bewildered by Pangsna's reflexes. Many excited comments poured in. Hold tight, yes. Viewers discussed loudly and animatedly. Diamond rank first place. Truly terrifying skill. He spun to gain momentum, then powerfully threw the knife back in counterattack. Viewers were startled. Do fast. How can he catch it? The knife flew towards Sang Yun at an incredible speed. He froze, having no time to react. Viewers were so flustered they could only warn him through comments. Anmu dodged. Sang Yun gritted his teeth, extremely tense. He maintained his composure, gained momentum, and charged forward. No, Sang Yun focused on the knife behind Pangsna's back, intently judging the situation. Even if he dodged Pangsna's knife, it would be useless. He lunged headfirst in the direction of the incoming knife. Sang Yun stared intently at the knife's movement. So no matter how fast he turns, it will definitely. The knife continued to spin, but he still judged that he could catch it. Got it. That scene caused an uproar in public opinion. As soon as Sang Yun grabbed the weapon, he quickly rushed towards Pangsna. Pangsna was startled and panicked. Viewers were also aghast. What? He fled in terror, flustered. Damn it. Comments continuously poured in. What is that guy trying to do? Pangsna picked up the knife from the ground, muttering angrily. A stone dares. Sang Yun quickly ran to stop him. If he could just block this attack, he would have a chance. Pangsna counterattacked with his knife. However, just as his knife was about to land, Sang Yun let go of his own knife, letting it free fall, then caught it again from below. Without hesitation, he swiftly slashed his arm. Damn it. Pangsna's eyes were filled with shock. A painful scream echoed. A few seconds later, he was hit squarely in the head by Sang Yun's knife and fell silently. Pangsna was down and he had successfully eliminated him. A notification appeared on the game screen. Pangsna elimination complete. 99,100. Elsewhere, Yu Hyuk shouted, extremely excited and delighted. You Sang Yun? He covered his mouth in surprise, looking around awkwardly. Why did I shout? Yu Hyuk once again recalled the past in his mind. If he were a child, he would definitely have been punished. He always felt as if someone was watching him. But not now. His eyes sparkled brightly, and his lips couldn't stop smiling with joy. Yu Hyuk no longer restrained himself and comfortably savored his happiness. He smiled brightly, tears welling up in his eyes. It had been a long time since he felt this free. The title of this post quickly became famous on social media. Innumerable comments of admiration and praise poured in. A rookie, Pangsna and Anmu. He's a rookie, but who is that person? I can't believe it. What rank was Pangsna originally? The title of the post gradually became famous. An and Pangsna, a showdown of those who never give up. Many people expressed interest and anticipation. They are persistent. A battle of geniuses. Pangsna the monster and Anmu the half-monster. Anmu truly has star quality. His talent goes without saying. In such a situation, I look forward to his bright future. There are many factors that create star quality and talent. However, in the world of sports, games, and combat, a star's true quality is determination. It's the ability to shine in critical moments. He even declared he would reach diamond rank within 2 weeks. If I were targeted by a diamond rank first-place player, I would definitely be discouraged and collapse. The program and comments were filled with praises for Sang Yun. When crushed under high pressure, congratulations on first place. You will become stronger than ever. That is the quality that makes you shine. Everyone believed Anmu had enough of such qualities. He sat in one place, sighed, and grumbled. This round was too hard. Content appeared on the screen. In fact, the biggest reason Anmu became a great star. Sang Yun smiled brightly and said, especially when I met that mosquito early on. His face seemed to acknowledge me. He read the excited comments about his humor while waiting for the test results. I will check the completed missions. Sang Yun looked up at the screen and explained. First, consecutive wins. He displayed the mission for consecutive wins without using a gun on the screen. 3 consecutive wins without using guns, gold 410, platinum 770, 2 wins against Pangsna without using guns. He read for a moment, then made a decision. I'll receive the mission reward for eliminating Pangsna without using a gun first. Thank you, Sang Yun chat. A question for the fans, because my account balance cannot back Anmu. He chuckled, delighted by the public's reaction. Suddenly a notification sound rang out, and Sang Yun's gaze fixed on the content that appeared on the screen. He stared intently at the system window. The promotion evaluation results are out. The ranking evaluation results are out. The system window glowed brightly with the content of the ranking evaluation. Sang Yun was somewhat nervous and expectant. The results are out. I need to check and complete the mission. Viewers were also filled with curiosity and excitement, discussing loudly. Is it gold tier 1? Right, it can't be platinum. It definitely won't be silver. Even Jeep is gold tier 1. He read everyone's comments and thought, could it not be platinum rank? Is that how the system works? I would be really disappointed if I failed the platinum mission, wouldn't I? Sang Yun chuckled lightly and decided to check his rank right now. He didn't hesitate and clicked the button on the screen. Check rank. A moment later, the result appeared as a shimmering medal with the notification, Platinum 111. Sang Yun's cheerful smile gradually faded as the result appeared. He stared blankly as if unable to believe what he had just seen. Sang Yun didn't know what emotions to express. His expression was very bewildered. Viewers were surprised and aghast at his expression regarding his platinum medal. A moment later, public opinion exploded with joy and excitement. Is that all? Comments poured in like a flood, very lively and overwhelming. Everyone was so surprised, but he just said, "Is that all? What the hell? Isn't it a bug? Is it broken? Isn't that a bug?" Everyone continuously discussed the platinum bug loudly. A bug has appeared. Is platinum achievable? Of course, I just achieved it, didn't I? This is the truth. I am a platinum-ranked player. Sang Yun thought for a moment, then clenched his fists and exclaimed triumphantly, "Then I'll receive the platinum reward." Public opinion immediately reacted strongly to his casual declaration. "No, I'm not part of that. Why did platinum rank appear? Who said this was a risk-free gamble? Those crazy fools tried to be funny and got blown away." Sang Yun frowned, clutching the damaged items tightly. He exclaimed vehemently, "You guys are going to be punished." The viewers were very amused by his joke. Sang Yun's expression turned serious. Then he smiled slightly and glanced at the recording camera. "Thank you for the mission reward." The people watching were surprised, realizing Sang Yun's intention, and started commenting, "He's about to turn off the stream. We saw him roll his eyes just checking the time." Some people got angry. "If it's bothering you, stream at another time." Sang Yun crossed his arms and sighed calmly. "Everyone understands much faster than before." Suddenly a notification sound rang out. Miho sponsored 500,000 gold. Please play a little longer before you go." He stared blankly at the screen. Miho, that woman from the day before, her generosity surprised Sang Yun, leaving his face covered in sweat. 500,000 gold. One viewer wondered, "No, but why is he more surprised by this than getting platinum rank?" Many comments appeared, chattering loudly. "The hero Miho has appeared. Are they dating now? Are you fantasizing now? What are you talking about? Is she really older? That person is deaf now." "Miho, thank you for your sponsorship." Sang Yun was still not himself. He thought blankly, 500,000 gold. This is too much money considering I haven't been streaming for long. This is why the streaming industry is famous. Again, many notification sounds rang out, catching his attention. Public opinion echoed this, pleading with Sang Yun, "She's gone to such lengths and you still want to leave. Are you going? Don't go, Anmu. Please, it's not even 6 o'clock yet." Sang Yun smiled bitterly, repeating to himself, "A sponsorship is a sponsorship." Many people expressed their regret, imploring him to continue streaming. "Play just a little longer. We won't let you go." "Miho, you really tried hard." Sang Yun felt warmth and joy from the viewers' attention and comments. He looked at the continuously appearing comments and thought to himself, all these people are rolling on the floor and crying. The last match was terrible. King of live streaming, don't stop, don't go, I love you, you streaming bastard, my brother. I really like Anmu's stream. Sang Yun smiled gently, the corners of his mouth rising without stopping. He smiled broadly and said softly, "All right, I'll play a little longer." Sang Yun thought to himself, "I have to keep my promise too," he exclaimed excitedly. "Let's go for diamond rank for those who are interested in this humble me." At this moment in a quiet and spacious room, Hyuk's sigh of relief was heard. He was in a very good mood, humming a song while watching the recorded video. "The ranked games are over, so I can watch this a bit more. Let's see their reactions." Besides the praising comments, there were also comments of disbelief. "What the hell is that bastard doing?" Hyuk chuckled happily at the viewers' fierce reactions. His rank was just revealed and they're reacting very strongly. Among the posts circulating online there was a short video of Sang Yun's expression. Anmu's reaction to Platinum Tier 3. This bastard. He watched the video and couldn't help but laugh. A short video is already up. Our little Sang Yun got too cocky. Many people chattered loudly in the chat window. "What is this? Is the world ending? He's just a laid-back person. Isn't this person soulless? But you're right. This guy probably doesn't even know what platinum is." Hyuk paused while reading the comments, wondering what are they talking about. Many people disliked Sang Yun and left negative comments. He must have known in advance. This must be manipulation. After reading it all, he furiously shouted, "How can you manipulate the rank system? Report him. I'll have to step in myself." He quickly left a comment defending Sang Yun. He got first place in all the ranked games. "Isn't that the reason?" Hyuk diligently typed on the keyboard to refute and argue against people's slandering of Sang Yun. The conversation was very lively. "It wasn't an easy mission. I think it's very reasonable that he achieved platinum rank. Do you think there are only 1 or 2 streamers who got first place in all ranked games?" Lamau. "Yes, there really are only 1 or 2. Yes, that's right." Anyway, Hyuk wondered again. "There are only a few people who got first place in all ranked games. What's going on? Then how does the ranking algorithm work?" He moved his mouse to find information. Hyuk carefully read the internet posts. People who got first place in all ranked games get ranked? He concentrated and thought, this can't be data from everyone in the world, but they get ranked around gold tier 4 to gold tier 1. Hyuk pulled at his hair in frustration, unable to understand. Platinum tier 3 isn't impossible, so why are they fighting? He quietly and carefully read the netizens' comments. He went straight to platinum rank without any auxiliary matches. Lol, LMFAO, this is really amazing. They raised his rank as compensation for suspending him. No, you guys are just talking nonsense because you feel inferior to Anmu. He's too handsome. How can everyone think that? Hyuk crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair, and thought, the issue of fairness in video games is a much bigger problem than I thought. So if fairness is demanded, controversy will arise among users. He fell silent, his expression serious. Hyuk continued to type on the keyboard. He thought to himself, I should have understood this properly from the start. Elsewhere, joyful laughter echoed throughout the room. A gray-haired man sat comfortably watching his computer, muttering, "He's really a funny guy. Does he want us to explain it?" The screen displayed a request from Streamer On. The letter to him read, "Hello, this is the manager for Anmu, the streamer partner. Recently, there has been controversy regarding the way Anmu achieved Platinum Tier 3 after ranked games. Even after checking the ranking, if public opinion worsens, what will happen to Streamer Anmu's image? To assign a higher match rating, what is the aspect of the person performing the information evaluation algorithm?" The man said loudly and excitedly, "He just sent this kind of email. He doesn't want to face the press, and he wants us to handle it as quickly as possible. Anmu's manager, who is he? I'm really going to like that person." His assistant thought to himself. "Where is he?" he cautiously asked. "Then what should we do? I brought this Anmu project because the manager was preparing it," the man said with a serious expression. "This problem will be solved by simply posting an explanatory article." "Shall we do that?" The assistant was surprised by his decision. "Do you just want to end it like that?" the man analyzed in a low voice. "His rank is too high, and since this algorithm was created by someone, there can be no error." "There is no error. He deserves to receive Platinum Tier 3, he asked again. "Has anyone received Platinum rank in the ranking before?" The assistant quickly checked and replied, "Someone in Denmark received Platinum Tier 4. The man heard that and became even more confident in his decision, and commanded with a confident smile, "That's why I said this is good material." He was surprised by the decision. Yes. He no longer spoke and immediately ordered its execution. "Now that we've talked enough, prepare to write the email according to my explanation." Sang-Yun was standing confidently holding his bow at this moment. Many comments appeared. 9 consecutive wins. He smiled very brightly and said, "Dororo, thank you for this mission." With a bow, a viewer commented, "I didn't expect him to use a bow here." Sang-Yun happily. "Weirboy, thank you for the mission to kill 10 people with a bow." Everyone bow, "Thank you for the mission to win 3 consecutive matches with a bow." The viewers couldn't help but be surprised by his words. Sweeping the bow missions, how much has this guy earned? Sang-Yun looked at the accumulated points under the platinum emblem and thought to himself, "One more match until Platinum Tier 2. He calmly declared, "I'll play the last match next time." Public opinion immediately exploded. "What? You'll be punished if you leave in the middle like that." The men shouted, "FFS, you have to do it while it's hot." Sang-Yun ignored those comments, waved his hand and chuckled happily. "Bye, Chivi." His fans also replied to him, "Bye." Sang-Yun returned to reality. Yu-Hyuk approached with a glass of water and asked, "Is it because you worked hard that they're not asking for as much as before?" Suddenly he was too surprised to speak. Yu-Hyuk saw Sang-Yun drenched in sweat all over his body and asked worriedly, "Hey, are you okay?" He nodded and replied, "I'm fine. Can you get me an energy drink from the fridge?" Yu-Hyuk grumbled, "Don't overdo it, as if you've only been streaming for a day or two." He opened the fridge to find water for Sang-Yun. "How the energy drinks are all gone," he instructed. "Not there, they're in the storage cabinet." Yu-Hyuk looked down at the small fridge next to him. "This?" he asked in surprise and wonder. "When did you buy this?" Yu-Hyuk was overwhelmed. "What is this? Do I really need to stock this much?" He took out a bottle of water and handed it to Sang-Yun. "Here, take it," and replied, "Thanks." Sang-Yun continuously drank water. Yu-Hyuk quietly fell into thought. "This isn't normal." He finished drinking the water, lightly wiped the drops of water from around his mouth with his hand and glanced at him. Yu-Hyuk said teasingly, "I think you should be an energy drink advertising model." Sang-Yun heard that and was a little puzzled. "What? It doesn't matter. I'm going to take a shower." He grabbed a towel and wiped his face, and Yu-Hyuk fiddled with the equipment. Yu-Hyuk touched the machine to check and the internal temperature wasn't high. He quietly fell into thought. He must have already solved this problem. If he could solve it himself, what was the problem? I need to investigate if the problem is in the annotation case. Hosu, new message notification. "Hello, this is Fantasia." He heard that and muttered. "They reply really fast. Right when there's nothing to fear, it's best to go straight to the administrator." The content of the letter was very concise. "It is determined by our AI level 6 and it analyzes your playing style, not simply based on your level. Then you can rank up the fastest. Because Anmu used limited weapons and combat abilities with high kill counts." Yu-Hyuk read it and said to himself, "Then we weren't wrong." The letter clearly stated the announcement. "We are preparing an announcement regarding Anmu's ranking method. As mentioned above." He read it carefully and muttered, "They're also preparing an announcement about this issue, so everything seems to be resolved." Suddenly, Yu-Hyuk paused. He slowly reread the letters of the message, but considered the negative public opinion in the media. "Would like Anmu to undergo some tests to publicly announce his ranking. In the test we prepared." Yu-Hyuk suddenly realized, "Isn't this an advertisement offer?" Yu-Hyuk excitedly showed off the advertisement news on his tablet PC. "Ta-da, it's an advertisement." Sang-Yun took a mouthful of cereal, glancing at the few lines of news on the screen, and was slightly puzzled. "An advertisement?" He scrolled down the page to see some more information. "Right, the fans sent it, take a look." Bang also agreed. "If you just nod your head, we can proceed immediately." Sang-Yun took the tablet PC. "Is it a virtual reality system advertisement?" Yu-Hyuk added. "Yes, we'll test the simulator program and check the ranking." He suddenly noticed his expression. "Why do you look so displeased? Don't you like advertising?" Sang-Yun immediately denied. "It's not bad, but I have another concern in my mind, a health checkup. It seems more and more people will know about my right arm." Yu-Hyuk asked honestly. "You told the manager, didn't you?" Sang-Yun heard that and suddenly clenched his fist. He pushed back his chair and sprang to his feet. The manager is a trustworthy person. I couldn't help but tell him then, but this time it's different. Everything will be live-streamed in front of countless people. He didn't think this problem was that serious. Hey, if you tell them in advance, they won't broadcast it. Sang-Yun shook his head and insisted. No, I don't even want the production team to know about this. I can't trust them. Yu-hyuk was appalled. Then you won't accept it. Anyway, you need a health checkup, don't you? Don't you care about your condition every time you come out of the game capsule? He said lightly. I can just go to the hospital for a checkup, he said loudly, very worried. How many people in our team can analyze data from game capsules combined with brainwaves? Fantasia's medical team is very famous. If you need a checkup, it's best to do it here. Yu-hyuk seemed to realize something and dared to ask him, is he afraid his old teammates will find out about this? Sang-Yun slammed the table with great force, blocking Yu-hyuk's neck and gave him a knife-like gaze. Watch your mouth. Yu-hyuk reflexively flinched. He turned his body without hesitation and ran off. Sang-Yun said with a frown, where are you going? Not eating breakfast? Yu-hyuk quickly replied, I'm going to eat out, you just stick to cereal. Hung. As the door closed, Sang-Yun was left alone in the room. Sang-Yun glanced down at the white light emanating from his palm. He clenched his hand tightly, his deepest thoughts still hidden. Yu-hyuk leisurely descended the stone steps on the street. That guy always just eats cereal. Isn't it me who should be leaving? He called out to someone he knew as soon as he saw them. Oh, hi, Ja. Yu-hyuk enthusiastically snatched the trash bag from Jia's hand. Let me carry that for you, Ja said, flustered. Oh no, it's fine, thank you. He carefully placed the trash bag back in its spot. Ja looked at Yu-hyuk, who had appeared at this hour, and wondered, are you here to see Sang-Yun Oppa? He waved his hand. Yes, there's something I need to talk about, but I'll tell you later. Without yet mentioning the cohabitation, she wondered, what about Sang-Yun Oppa? Yu-hyuk suddenly pretended to be bored. He's still sleeping in, Ja wondered to herself. Is something going on between them? She was skeptical. Sang-Yun Oppa usually wakes up early. What on earth happened? He immediately changed the subject. Ja, have you had breakfast? Ja replied in a small voice. Not yet. Yu-hyuk took this opportunity to suggest, would you like to try some awful stew? It's on me. Her eyes immediately sparkled as if her gourmet switch had been flipped. Before long, a server at the restaurant brought 2 bowls of warm awful stew to their table. Here's your awful stew. Ja very naturally ordered an additional drink. 1 more bottle of soju, please. She twisted open the soju bottle. What, aren't you even going to buy the alcohol? He slightly raised an eyebrow. No, I'm paying for it. Seeing Ja politely offer him the soju bottle, Yu-hyuk formally said, I don't drink. Ja, please enjoy. She still tilted the bottle to offer him a drink, and looking at him he seemed eager to drink. It was hard for him to refuse any longer, so he held out his glass for Ja to pour. Just 1 glass then, before he had a chance to offer again, she said. She replied, it's fine. Ja took a sip without any hesitation. He was cautious at first. Is it okay to drink alcohol this early in the morning? Yu-hyuk eventually emptied his glass. Anyway, I've already quit the company. He let out a deep sigh. She poured herself another glass. Would you like another? I never knew alcohol could relieve so much. Yu-hyuk was genuinely curious. Do you usually drink this early in the morning? Ja replied nonchalantly. What if I do? Is there any reason not to? He had originally intended to advise her. If you drink like that, you'll ruin your whole day. She used someone else's situation as an excuse. You also started your morning with an argument, Oppa. Ja added a remark. Did you think I wouldn't know? It was obvious to everyone. Yu-hyuk was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. Is this person really drunk? She suddenly became lost in thought. That's how people are, isn't it? Ja recalled bad memories. If you keep everything bottled up and endure it all, you'll eventually break down. She finally mentioned Sang-Yun. Anmu said that. His pupils suddenly constricted slightly. You Sang-Yun? Ja, perhaps wanting to drown her sorrows in alcohol, ordered another bottle. In a daze, she slammed the glass full of alcohol onto the table. Ja, tipsy, pointed with her finger and said, if someone says they have mental issues, isn't it best not to pressure them further? Yu-hyuk emptied his glass and let out a pained sigh. But this problem affects his health and the advertising contract. Anmu couldn't possibly not know that, could he? She twirled her index finger and said, no, Anmu knows everything. And yet he said he has psychological trauma. He furrowed his brow and thought, if that's the case, there must be a reason. Yu-hyuk gradually empathized with him. That kid is definitely not the type who can't weigh the pros and cons, and yet he reacted that way. At that moment, Ja, thoroughly drunk, was about to collapse with her head lolling. Fortunately, he reached out in time to prevent her head from hitting the table. Phew, Yu-hyuk let out a small sigh and called out, that was close. Ja, are you okay? Ja unconsciously mumbled, men really can't be trusted. As soon as she was out of her senses, she vented her resentment. They're all bad guys, he returned, holding a newly bought box of cereal. Oh, you're back. Sang-Yun, fiddling with his phone, turned his head and saw Yu-hyuk's drunken state, which he was convinced was due to having just drunk alcohol. What, you drank alcohol? He reeked of alcohol. Yeah, just a little. That felt really good. Sang-Yun didn't bother to say anything. What happened again? He took out the cereal box from the black bag. I really have nothing to say. Sang-Yun suddenly delivered good news. Assistant Manager O scheduled the shoot. Yu-hyuk yawned widely. What kind of shoot? He replied nonchalantly. An advertisement, tomorrow. He immediately shot up. Yu-hyuk sobered up instantly. When did he contact you? Sang Yun quickly said. Anyway, you can't keep avoiding it, he asked again. Are you really okay? He let out a faint chuckle. It's just as I said, this is no big deal. As a streamer you have to get used to things like this. Yu Hyuk was moved to tears. You Sang Yun, his eyes clearly sparkled. I said something a bit harsh this morning. You probably thought about it a lot too. I was just angry because I was worried that problem might affect your health. Sang Yun once again showed an allergic reaction to the excessive response. Shut up, it's disgusting, he guessed. So you had a few drinks this morning? Yu Hyuk immediately corrected him. What? No, he explained. I happened to meet Ja outside and we stopped to eat something as well. Sang Yun understood. Ja, you say? He pulled up a chair and sat down. She seems to really like alcohol, Yu Hyuk said admiringly. Her alcohol tolerance is no joke. She probably drinks even more than assistant manager Shim. Sang Yun paused for a moment. That's something he experienced himself. He seems like the type to have a lot of stories. He took a sip of soda. Right, Yu Hyuk, excited, probed his intentions. How is it? Is it fun? Sang Yun placed the soda can on the table. What? Suddenly, that figure from behind flashed in his mind. No, a status message was posted on streamer boss Sang Yun's website. I have an important shoot tomorrow, so I'm taking a break from live streaming today. Comments full of surprise poured in below the post. What are you doing? An advertisement shoot? That's amazing. Anmu, weren't you trying to reach diamond rank? News articles reported that Anmu, a famous streamer from Battle L, clarified the controversy through a live broadcast on the Fantasia channel. The score manipulation scandal. Fantasia decided to directly invite the protagonist of the controversy to a live broadcast to clarify everything. Public opinion, which had been heated since early morning, received a lot of feedback. My goodness, so this is why they were filming. It's definitely not manipulation. People said there was evidence, so why do they keep saying it's manipulation? How can you trust their system? There were also quite a few mocking comments. From the beginning, the ranking system had problems. Clear evidence shows that the rank system is a mess. I love is just an inflated phenomenon. And problems with fandom are nothing new. As he scrolled, he kept seeing baseless accusations and exaggerated statements. Right, Anmu is just advertising for someone else, isn't he? He definitely has a powerful background. Perhaps he even bribed the director heavily. Yu Hyuk sighed. Oh dear, there are a lot of people who want to sue. He couldn't hide his worry. Sang Yun originally valued mental aspects very highly, but experiencing these things continuously could make him lose interest. Assistant Manager O furrowed his brow. Mr. Yu Hyuk, please gather all these posts for me. Our legal team isn't just a department that sits around doing nothing, is it? Yu Hyuk was extremely grateful. Oh, thank you very much. Sang Yun, sitting at the dressing table, turned his head to look. Is it enough to react that intensely? Assistant Manager O just let out a hearty laugh. Ah, this is because it's a rumor spreading in the game community. The topic of rank verification itself is very sensitive. He showed him a few more valuable comments. However, on large sites where general gamers outnumbered professional gamers, the reaction was quite positive. Oh ho ho, wow, the Anmu Fantasia era has arrived. It's amazing to invite Anmu. Anmu, who's that? Something fun is happening after a long time. Will Anmu's live stream channel also play it? Wow, his eyes are sharp. He's truly the best. Sang Yun was temporarily speechless. My goodness, Yu Hyuk was again full of energy. This reaction is reasonable, he began to realize. So this was the reason Dottelmix said that friends should move to a larger platform. He smiled. Exactly, gamers were extremely sensitive to ranking issues, and there were also people who didn't acknowledge Sang Yun's talent, and were jealous. Anmu is still platinum rank, it's definitely manipulation. The general public's reaction was merely curiosity. Wow, this is interesting. To general community users, this issue was merely an interesting drama. Gamer's acknowledgement was a crucial factor in Anmu's growth. Two makeup artists carefully styled every strand of his hair. Your skin is really smooth. Does this hairstyle look good? However, widespread influence and positive public feedback were also important. Yu Hyuk crossed his arms and looked at Sang Yun with a satisfied expression. Finally, everything is clear. Two experts spoke to each other. It's fine, he'd look good even at an award ceremony. Don't touch it. Could Anmu finally make a leap on a large platform? The dazzling stage lights illuminated the entire space. The manager's voice rang out. Mr. Anmu, are you ready? The manager guided Sang Yun and said, please sit here. Han nodded and greeted him. Sang Yun also nodded in return. The manager shouted loudly, 30-second countdown begins. Han smiled and said, it'll be fine if you do as we practiced. Sang Yun replied, yes. He looked down at the guide. Today's program will consist of a short interview and a physical fitness test. Sang Yun read it carefully. He thought to himself, the key is to make sure there are no problems with the physical fitness test and the simulation room. Sang Yun's lips were tightly sealed as if he was ready. A click sound echoed from the clapperboard. It was the signal for the filming to begin. Han said with a bright smile and a gentle voice, hello viewers. I'm Yu Han, the MC of Gamer Anatomy. Gamer Anatomy is a program that focuses on inviting a gamer and analyzing every aspect of them. This program is a venerable Gamer Anatomy series. And the Bubblegum special episode recorded 870,000 views. The program's appeal largely depends on the invited guest's reputation. Being invited to this program itself is a special milestone. A voice interrupted from the comments. What? Anmu appearing on Gamer Anatomy? Viewers' comments followed. What on earth is going on? This is truly international level. So this is why they were filming this program. Anmu is just an ordinary streamer. That's already a thing of the past. Han excitedly moved into the main part of the program. Everyone seems very curious. Let me introduce him. The assistant held up a signboard informing Sang-yun. It's Anmu's turn, Han introduced. This is Anmu. He waved to the viewers in greeting. Comments immediately exploded. Oh, he looks good on screen. Hello, Anmu. Wow, Anmu is waving. Hey, why do you look so cool today? Did you put on makeup? Sang-yun looked at the incoming comments. The chat window is really fast. Han burst out laughing. Wow, the reaction is incredible. You're like a star. Sang-yun awkwardly scratched his cheek. I'm 30 years old. What star? Viewers were surprised. What, he's 30 and he suddenly revealed his age? Han glanced at him, displeased. She warned Sang-yun. Hey, we just started the interview, and you've already revealed your age. Sang-yun hesitated. Ah, the viewers were intrigued. Han changed the subject. She asked him how he was. Do you feel pressured? Sang-yun thought for a moment, then replied, I didn't expect so many people to be watching. Is this also the usual number of viewers for your live streams? He pouted his lips regretfully. Perhaps today there are even fewer than usual. Comments erupted in laughter. Disappointing. Anmu's greed knows no bounds. Han professionally looked at the camera. She announced, don't be too disappointed. With Anmu's ability, could the viewer count triple? The viewers all murmured. Triple? Do you know who you're talking to right now? Comments praising Han appeared. Han is cute, pretty. Han, excited, added, oh my, it's not a dream. The viewer count has tripled before you know. Sang-yun looked at her and thought to himself, she has a lot of experience. Her voice suddenly turned to surprise. Director, is that really not it? Why? Han furrowed her brow and blamed Sang-yun. She sighed. It seems Mr. Anmu's viewer count has reached its peak, Sang-yun asked, seemingly confused. Is it my fault again? The viewers burst out laughing and comments gradually increased. Is this the true nature of the viewer count? Han said with a cheerful laugh. What did I do wrong? Everyone knows, don't they? Sang-yun said nothing. He thought to himself, the atmosphere is completely different from Olympic Stream last time. The guest here doesn't feel like a guest, it feels more like a toy that people tease, Sang-yun compared inwardly. Han professionally changed the subject. Alright, let's start with a few easy questions first. Sang-yun nodded from beside her. Viewers watched his amusing expressions with interest. He keeps nodding. Where did that cool guy go from before? Manager Oh and Yoo-hyuk watched intently from below. Manager Oh leaned back happily and praised him. Mr. Sang-yun, you're doing great. It was worth coming to see. Yoo-hyuk lightly replied, thank you for the compliment. Manager Oh turned to him. He was sincere. No, I really wanted to see it anyway. Anmu seems to be doing fine, doesn't he? Did you anticipate this? Yoo-hyuk scratched his ear and replied, that guy was never normal from the start. Manager Oh laughed loudly. If he continues his career as a player, he'll definitely cause quite a stir. He has star power, he mentioned again. Oh right, I need to pay a bit more attention to this part. Yoo-hyuk replied, yes, thank you for your interest. Manager Oh spoke formally, recalling Yoo-hyuk bowing and asking for favors. Don't mention it. You also ran around everywhere asking for favors with difficulty. This much is only natural. He called out to Sung Tae. Director, how is he? Is he okay? He replied concisely. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Sung Tae looked at Sang-yun with a slight discomfort, yet also a strange sense of mystery. All the questions related to his past were excluded, and I couldn't find out anything. He tapped the table and said honestly, maintaining this kind of mystery only worked decades ago. Now people freely share and even turn things into interesting stories to attract attention. As Yoo-hyuk was flustered, Manager Oh stepped in to help. But if he doesn't want to talk about it himself, there's nothing we can do. Anyway, the interview wasn't the most important part for him. Sung Tae stretched tiredly and asked for their opinion. So the physical fitness test is the core, but that's not very interesting. All the statistics have already been shown, Manager Oh said expectantly. Let's try it first. At this moment, Han guided Sang-yun towards the equipment. Alright, let's start the physical fitness test. As Sang-yun sat down, she stood beside him and asked, how do you feel? Knowing the truth will be revealed in just 1 minute? An incomprehensible comment appeared. Wasn't this supposed to explain the broadcast? Is Han a spy? He replied stiffly like a robot. Oh dear, I really feel the pressure. His expression made the viewers burst into laughter. Han sat at the machine beside him, smiled and waved. Alright, let's check on Anmu's skill now. You successfully passed the nuclear fission test and went straight to Platinum Tier 3. Let's watch together. The two entered the test and the audience exclaimed, wow, he went in really fast. How is it? Do you feel the difference? It had only been a few seconds since he entered. Sang-yun clenched his hands and felt it. He exclaimed, there really is a slight difference. Han, who was beside him, announced, wait a minute, don't be surprised yet. Han raised her hands to the sky and the scenery began to change. We have specially prepared for Anmu. A special stage and archery range appeared before his eyes. Sang-yun's eyes widened and his gaze sparkled as he looked at the target. A comment appeared. What? Is that not CGI? But it looks real. Crazy. They continued to chatter loudly. Is this what virtual reality is like? Can archery be this grand? Han's sweet voice echoed. Anmu is originally famous for his archery skills, right? Besides, our country is also called the country of archery. She approached Sang-yun and introduced him. So we specially created a hyperrealistic simulation environment for him. Han explained in detail. This system is built based on an actual training model used by Olympic athletes. It is our ambitious project integrating our most advanced technology, she continued speaking. Sang-yeon awkwardly looked around, puzzled. Who would have thought something like this existed? Where is Kim Yoo-hyuk? There was no one around. Sang-yeon remembered. Oh right, this is virtual reality, he thought to himself. The feeling is really different. It's so real I can't tell the difference from reality. Han called him. All right, Anmu. She led Sang-yeon to a shelf containing bows and arrows. Choose your bow. He intently gazed at the gleaming silver bow from Win-Win. Sang-yeon picked up the bow and quietly assessed the balance of the stabilizer. The grip of the handle was incredibly realistic. Han approached and asked, will you choose this bow? He nodded. Yes. Sang-yeon's heart wavered slightly. He thought to himself, if the realism has reached this level, it's no different from me doing actual archery again. Han asked him, is this your first time attempting professional archery? Sang-yeon stopped without answering. He raised the bow, a serious expression on his face. Han watched him in surprise, and her heart seemed to skip a beat. Noisy comments appeared. Wow, look at that stance, are you really a pro? Han was dumbfounded. Could it be far beyond the usual professional level? She focused on Sang-yeon, puzzled. What on earth happened? Sang-yeon concentrated, aiming precisely at the target. He raised his bow and shot into the blowing wind. Han unconsciously followed the arrow's trajectory with her gaze. She clenched her fists and placed her hand on her chest. He hit it. The bow and arrow struck precisely in the center of the target, and comments poured out. Wow, 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 what is this? It's really Anmu. He shoots like he's playing a game. Truly amazing, Sang-yeon opened his mouth. That was a really cool shot. The viewers noticed Haon's silence. They reminded her. Ani, why did you suddenly go quiet? Ms. Haon, what are you doing? She was startled and came to her senses. Haon stammered. Sang-yeon turned to her and said, I just shot it as a test. I didn't expect to hit it. She was startled and stammered, remembering. Oh no, the advertisement, Haon hurriedly introduced, her voice slightly trembling. That's right, this is Fantasia's technology. Her mind was in chaos. This was the first shot, so I should have just considered it a warm-up. That's what I should have thought. Han shook her head to clear her mind. But this situation, stay calm, you Han. This is a broadcast. Sang-yeon behind her focused on the bow and arrow. She awkwardly gave Sang-yeon a thumbs up and complimented him. Wow, you shoot quite well, don't you? A comment appeared. Quite well? That shot just now was amazing. Am I the only one who thinks that? Of course you're not the only one, Han added. But practice is just the first step. The important thing is what the actual score is. Right? Viewers were extremely excited and curious. Tell us quickly, is this kindergarten? Ani, give us a hint. Han immediately returned to professional mode. Her eyes sparkled. All right, calm down. Everyone is eager to know the results, right? Han hurriedly turned to Sang-yeon. Then Anmu, are you prepared? Before Han could finish speaking, he picked up the bow and shot again. Sang-yeon calmly looked at the target and released his hand, and another arrow was fired. In the rustling wind, his hair fluttered slightly, revealing his serious face. All 5 arrows struck the center of the target, and one comment exclaimed, oh dear, at this rate he might as well just go to the Olympics. Viewers were surprised, and comments exploded again. Is this really 100 like reality? Unbelievable. What? We have such a talent in Korea. Why is he a game streamer? One person interjected, suspecting it's a game anyway, so there must be aim assist. Han immediately interjected to clear up the misunderstanding. No, there is absolutely no aim assist. The comments burst into laughter because of Han's tone of voice. What was that shot, Han? Why are you suddenly so serious? You have to maintain your broadcast tone. Sung Tae stared intently at the screen and shouted, perfect 10 points. Sung Tae watched the video carefully and quietly assessed it. All the arrows hit the bullseye and it only took 1.2 seconds after release. The entire shooting was completed in less than 12 seconds. Even Olympic gold medalist athletes couldn't do this, Sung Tae thought to himself. But a game streamer can do this. He looked at the comments. The comments gradually increased. Is there really no aim assist? Can someone explain? Anmu seems to be completely ignoring Han. He seems very excited. He's been fiddling with the bow the whole time, so he must be truly serious about this advertisement. Sung Tae admired, and he focused on Sang-yeon's image. How can he do this? Sang-yeon looked at Han, his eyes sparkling. Can I shoot a few more times? She stammered. Wait a minute. Han hit her head. I'll stop the archery test here. It was completed too quickly and all the tension is gone. Viewers were displeased. They need to re-evaluate their marketing strategy immediately. Right, Han said. All right, let's move on to the next stage. A ray of light flashed and the screen gradually darkened. The message switching screen mode appeared on the screen. Comments appeared. I think the live stream cut out. I think he turned off the machine. Seeing him do archery, he's no different from a national athlete. Truly amazing. Sung Tae's displeased voice echoed, what's wrong with this? He scratched his head, puzzled. They should have made the game screen realistic to make it difficult for a gamer to achieve such good results, so why make it so simple? Manager O laughed and said, that must be an advertising strategy. Sung Tae immediately turned around and shouted, this simulation system is more realistic than other systems, so to promote this system, shouldn't you find an unskilled player and make the test more difficult? Manager O replied, what will you do now? He whispered to Yoo-hyuk. Alright, let's do this for now. He quickly jotted down notes and thought to himself, now we need to see the community's reaction. They must be talking a lot right now too. Yoo-hyuk was surprised. What is it? He read the comments. Seeing him do archery, he's really good. This must be a failure of the simulation system. Can someone who's good at archery in a game be that good in reality too? They must have wanted to promote how realistic our simulation system is, but he did so well in the test that they have nothing to say. Seeing him do archery, it's impossible to distinguish between real and fake. Perhaps he's even a professional archer in real life. Yu Hyuk assessed. Is everyone saying that the simulation system's promotional campaign was a mistake? Some people are also saying that Anmu is just good at archery. He smiled faintly to himself, feeling an unspeakable joy. Anyway, this live stream has already attracted everyone's attention. He must have had a talent for archery to be that good. Han appeared, and she announced with a bright smile, "As you all know, the archery test earlier was just for fun, right? The next test will be even more difficult." Large letters appeared. Anmu's talent isn't limited to that. Han and Sang-yeon appeared in an empty space. An echoing sound reverberated. Pass this challenge and survive. He looked around. Sang-yeon saw the comments. Someone has tried this level before. Oh no, this difficult one again. This game is really hard. Are they making him play this game again? Haran jumped up excitedly. Hey Anmu, have you experienced virtual reality mode? Then Sang-yeon stood stiffly and trembled, feeling a little dizzy. Viewers were amused. He really seems to be having trouble. Just watching it makes me feel so tired. The administrator's voice echoed. Did you come to your senses, Anmu? He came to his senses. Ah yes, viewers were worried. He's awake, he must have been scared earlier. Sang-yeon thought to himself with a slight regret. I wanted to do more archery, but it seems I can't. Haran approached and asked, how is it? Do you feel this space is different? It's very close to reality, isn't it? Sang-yeon looked at his hands. Now it looks even more like a game than before. She approached him, looking at Sang-yeon with expectant eyes. You felt more difficulty than the previous part, didn't you? It's really good to experience this feeling. Viewers were amused. Are they teasing him again? This virtual reality advertisement seems to be working. Han brought her hand close to him, and she said enthusiastically, you seem to have adapted to this virtual reality. Anyway, it's test time now. Survive. And then you can say whatever you want, Sang-yeon asked calmly. Then can I say something before the challenge? She nodded. Oh, of course, he smiled and honestly admitted. I don't think this challenge is very difficult either. Everyone commented, as expected of Anmu. He's really confident, can he do it? Han approached, puzzled. Do you know how difficult this test is? Sang-yeon replied in a low voice. I've already seen it. She angrily grabbed his collar. What? How can you disregard this test like that? Viewers burst into laughter. Oh dear, she seems angry at Anmu. Han suddenly laughed loudly. You must have watched the electronic broadcast video, right? Sang-yeon replied. I did. She smiled slyly. You say it's easy even after watching that? Comments kept appearing. She doesn't seem to believe Anmu. She's probably trying to play a psychological game with him. Be careful, Anmu. It's more fun watching the two of them argue, Sang-yeon said honestly. I think I can get a high score. Hearing his confident words, comments exploded. What? He's confident? This is going to be amazing. Press 1 if you agree with Anmu. There must be a reason for his confidence. Oh dear, I'm excited. Han heard that and laughed awkwardly. My goodness, Mr. Anmu, you're really full of confidence, aren't you? A viewer commented. Han seemed quite confused. She regained her professional demeanor and smiled slightly as soon as Han finished speaking. Then let's begin the test. A dark night descended. Sang-yeon quickly turned his body and felt the flames in the room change. A mechanical voice announced, test begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. The sound reverberated. Suddenly the room brightened and an axe unexpectedly flew toward Sang-yeon. He reflexively arched his back and the axe blade grazed past him. Sang-yeon quietly exclaimed, damn it, the axe lodged into the ground, and he placed his hands on his hips, looking up and around. If the flames rage like this, it'll be tough. A pipe above shifted slightly and aimed at Sang-yeon. Light flashed, and another weapon flew towards Sang-yeon. He quickly dodged. Looking back, a knife was stuck in the ground. Those lights are too fast. I need to find somewhere to hide. As Sang-yeon moved, another light descended. That might be the blind spot of the light. Haon's sweet voice echoed, that's right, Mr. Anmu. She watched from above as Sang-yeon desperately dodged. He proved his talent, and the viewers were all excited. Look how excited Han is, she's so pretty. He was doing quite well. A comment asked Han, please show us the data for this part, she asked again. You mean the electromagnetic wave data? Han happily agreed. Alright, the countdown is 30 minutes and 39 seconds left. Comments poured in, her hands look huge. The electromagnetic waves completely covered the arena. Can he dodge at all? Sang-yeon sped up and the viewers were surprised. My goodness, he's still dodging. Mr. Anmu is truly amazing, Han's voice echoed. He's truly different. 70 of players at this stage have been eliminated here. He listened intently as if finding it hard to believe. She smiled slyly and pressed a red button. That's enough for the warm-up. A powerful vibration struck. Sang-yeon looked around. Warm-up? Mr. Anmu is still alive. The second phase was yet to come. The ground's vibration grew stronger and he opened his eyes wide. Looking down, Han cheered. Keep it up, Mr. Anmu. The real challenge starts now. Sang-yeon began to sway and her voice echoed. Come on, this way. The ground seemed to crack. He ran frantically. Sang-yeon looked back to see what would happen. Viewers wondered, what is the ground collapsing? How can he dodge that? He gained momentum to run forward. They worried. The floor has completely collapsed. Oh no! Sang-yeon's eyes looked down at the floor. He thought it's dangerous. The floor seems to be disappearing. Sang-yeon fell into thought and silently made a judgment. There was a slight vibration before it disappeared. That means if I dodge quickly, I can use that gap to escape. An admiring comment appeared. He's a monster, how does he dodge that? Has he already memorized all the patterns? Han subtly stated. There was absolutely no information about this test today, so Mr. Anmu wouldn't have known in advance. Everyone was surprised by Sang Yun's actions. The way he runs is like a superhero. I would have died already without a single mistake. Mr. Anmu must be amazing in real life too. Viewers admired him. Han's eyes gleamed. She was excited. Truly amazing he's still alive. As of now he's in the top 10. This virtual reality training room had only recently been tested, so not everyone could adapt this quickly. A weapon flew and Sang Yun quickly ducked. He glanced at the disappearing saw blade. The rule of the disappearing floor has changed. Now flying weapons are added. Seeing things like that, it's as good as defeated already. Han's voice echoed. She announced, alright, since 10 minutes have passed we can say he's now in the top 9. Sang Yun calculated inwardly. 30 minutes will pass quickly. His body deftly dodged the rapidly flying weapons in the control room. An employee asked, Senior, is this figure normal? Another employee asked back, Ha. The female employee with glasses watched the screen and quietly said, You mean Anmu's ability index? The long-haired female employee looked at the screen and said, Indeed, his concentration index is high. They saw Sang Yun's ability index exceed 250, reaching the same level as the electromagnetic wave index. The female employee with glasses said, as if finding it hard to understand, Isn't that an index representing a player's potential? I didn't expect him to reach this level. The long-haired female employee fell into thought. She took a sip of coffee. It's rare but not impossible. There have been many such cases before, the female employee with glasses explained. But this is his first time experiencing virtual reality. This is pretty good. Not everyone can have such a high index like him, the long-haired female employee acknowledged. It's hard to believe, but it's true. For a moment, she fell into thought, and after a while, the long-haired female employee declared, Imagery training. The female employee with glasses opened her mouth slightly and asked, Ha, she explained, it seems he has a specific adaptability to virtual reality simulations and talent in real life, she continued. That's why these results came out. The long-haired female employee estimated about 10 years. She watched the screen and said, You'd have to train non-stop for 10 years to achieve such results, but the simulation system has only been widespread for 8 years. Female employee with glasses quickly turned around in surprise. She looked back at the screen and thought inwardly, if that's true, how did he do imagery training before? No. The female employee with glasses asked herself, what was the reason he could train like that? Sang Yun, in an imagined posture, drew a bow with both hands. Han explained to the viewers, My goodness, Mr. Anmu is truly amazing. He's endured for 15 minutes. And as he reached the top 2, a weapon grazed past him. Sang Yun ducked to dodge and paused, looking at the spiked flail embedded in the ground. Sang Yun exclaimed, The weapons are getting more and more gruesome, Han's voice echoed. She announced in a serious tone, Now we'll move on to Phase 3. A weapon flew and he turned around in surprise. Sang Yun thought inwardly, Phase 2 was floor collapse. What's Phase 3? Lightning struck behind Sang Yun and he quickly turned his body. He looked back again in surprise. A burnt mark was just a step away and his whole body trembled, his mind in chaos. Lightning, a lightning attack. The comment section instantly exploded. Crazy, amazing, he has to dodge lightning. Let's see if he can dodge this attack. Viewers were ecstatic. Another lightning bolt struck. Sang Yun quickly backed away and the viewers were surprised. Comments kept pouring in. He dodged it. What? He dodged it. How can he dodge lightning? Is he a regressor? One day he suddenly became a bird. He answered their questions. Sang Yun continued to dodge the lightning attacks while explaining. First, a subtle static electricity occurs. The bricks also shake. Viewers watched him and commented, Even knowing, can he really pull it off? Is he still reading the chat? He's the first streamer I've seen trying to survive while reading the chat. A sound reverberated, and he looked in the direction of the sound in surprise. Seeing Sang Yun look up, they said, as if finding it hard to understand, What is he looking at? I think I heard something too. A blade grazed directly past his hair. Sang Yun quickly backed away. Viewers were surprised. There really was a warning signal. I heard it too. This. Truly amazing. He slowly stood up and dusted off his clothes. Since there's an advance warning, it's not as difficult as it looks, Sang Yun said confidently. It seems like Fantasia's marketing strategy. Immediately after, he triggered a trap on the floor. A spring popped out, launching Sang Yun skyward. Viewers burst into laughter at the sight. My goodness, he flew. Did he think he'd be safe after targeting Fantasia? This is really funny. Now he has to dodge in midair? Friend, you're at 18 minutes now. If you last 13 more minutes, you'll be first place. If I could survive that long, that is. Viewers were amazed. Han observed from above and narrated. He's floating in midair. What will he do? He can't move freely now. Sang Yun felt killing intent behind him, and when he turned his head, blades were before his eyes. She emphasized each word. This time, can he dodge all those weapons? The comment section was in chaos. Seriously, how do you get past that? So that's why no one could last more than 15 minutes. Here it comes. Blades poured down. Sang Yun turned his head and calmly dodged. Comments filled with question marks appeared on the screen. Everyone was surprised. Han's voice suddenly became lively. My goodness, do you see that, everyone? He's spinning his body in midair to dodge. She continued to describe his actions. Aren't the intervals between attacks too wide? It seems too easy for Mr. Anmu. Han's voice suddenly lowered. Then let's make the challenge more difficult. A blade flew horizontally and Sang Yun bent his body to dodge. The comment section was once again in an uproar. He's bending his body to dodge? Crazy. He looked up slightly expectantly. What's next? Nearly 10 blades poured down. Han exclaimed loudly. My goodness, there's no way to dodge it no matter how I look at it, she continued regretfully. Unfortunately, this is where it all ends. Sang Yun grabbed the blade directly. Sung Tae instantly froze at the sight. Han gasped, her voice faltering. Wait, that's impossible. Sang Yun's eyes sharpened. He spun his body and knocked away the incoming blade. Sang Yun landed softly on the ground. A loud explosion echoed from above, he said with relief. The finale was truly amazing. Comments poured in chaotically. Wait, is that really possible? Thump, thump, thump. Why are people flying everywhere like that? Wait, is this really unedited? He's really different from us. Yoo Hyuk was surprised, he muttered. Imagery training, the long-haired female employee explained, looking at the computer. Yes, I want to know how Mr. Anmu trained. It would help my statistical research. This is the first I've heard of such a story. Yoo Hyuk was flustered. He explained, as I said in a previous interview, Sang Yun is just an ordinary office worker. She was startled to hear that. The long-haired female employee recalled the index. Then was his brain originally made that way? Yoo Hyuk furrowed his brow and asked. But why are you asking that? She was flustered. Ha ha. The long-haired female employee presented an analysis chart due to Anmu's reflex index. She explained clearly, Mr. Anmu's index is at a level expected from someone who has undergone imagery training for a long time. Imagery training is very detailed and realistic, inducing extreme stress to the point of overload. She continued, basically he's been doing it non-stop for 10 years. Yoo Hyuk was momentarily surprised. The long-haired female employee asserted, normally no one does it to that extent. At that point people usually switch to physical training. He looked down at the statistics table. Yoo Hyuk looked at the game machine. Now everything makes sense. Thoughts welled up in his mind. Every action of Sang Yun. Yoo Hyuk recalled Sang Yun seriously drawing his bow. So that's why he was so natural when he first picked up a bow in the training room. Then the image of Sang Yun crying came to mind. So that's why he cried so desperately. And that's why he showed such extraordinary concentration in the simulation room. Yoo Hyuk's lips moved slightly. He dreamed the same dream for 10 years. In Yoo Hyuk's heart there was clearly one dream that he yearned for above all else. He recalled the accident. For 10 years after the accident, Sang Yun never gave up archery, in the dream world where his right arm was intact. Not once. Even in the deepest, most dismal abyss of despair, the only gem he had polished in that darkness brought tears to Yoo Hyuk's eyes. It was the Anmu we see today. The long-haired female employee asked worriedly, Are you okay? He quickly rubbed his eyes. This is a bit, Han's voice echoed. He has now surpassed the 30-minute mark. The two turned around, and she continued to narrate. Sang Yun is now passing through the flame barrier. He's trying to break the electromagnetic record. Can history be rewritten today? Yoo Hyuk said quietly. Anmu didn't do any imagery training. The long-haired female employee listened carefully. He presented the statistics table again. He's simply a genius, Han announced loudly. 30 minutes, he has surpassed the 30-minute mark. Now if he lasts just 39 more seconds, he'll break the electromagnetic record below. Everyone watched intently. Unbelievable. People whispered about Sang Yun. A completely new figure, someone who just started a training game, is trying to break the electromagnetic record, one genius surpassing another. He really existed. At this moment, the long-haired female employee entered the control room. I'm back, senior. The female employee with glasses said, confused. We have a problem, she stammered. The synchronization rate is at an abnormal level. The long-haired female employee asked, How high is it? The female employee with glasses said loudly, The synchronization rate has reached 97. She was startled. What? The long-haired female employee looked at the screen. It's true. She clenched her fist. But why isn't it being forced to shut down yet? The system is set to forcibly disconnect if it exceeds a certain level. The female employee with glasses stammered an explanation. They just introduced a new prototype. So he was using a product that hadn't been commercialized yet. Since it was a test version, that limit probably wasn't set. The long-haired female employee covered her forehead with her hand. This is crazy. She put her hands on the desk and muttered in a fluster. This is a really big problem. Normally even 85 is considered dangerous. The long-haired female employee opened the door and rushed into the filming studio. I have to stop him now. She feared what might happen if this went wrong. Sang Yun was inside the device, sweat continuously streaming down his face. He was able to completely synchronize with the virtual space. As a flash of light burst, Sang Yun felt slightly dazed. He quickly dodged to the side. Just as he leapt over, an explosion occurred behind him. Only 5 seconds remained now. He rushed forward again, skillfully avoiding the traps in the room. Suddenly, 2 blades flew towards him. Sang Yun tilted his body slightly and the blades grazed past him just millimeters away. Seizing the opportunity, he gripped a weapon hilt and deflected several incoming spears. Several blades flying from behind were also bounced away. Sang Yun continued forward, muttering to himself, Now only a few cannonballs need to fly in, let's just hold on a little longer. At this point, only 2 seconds remained. He paused, his eyes wide in surprise. Seeing the lava-like spells flowing before his eyes, Sang Yun felt uneasy. No, just dodging is already quite difficult. It would be better to eliminate at least a few weapons. The moment he thought that, he suddenly felt as if his entire body had been battered, and his hand tightly gripping the weapon hilt trembled and began to lose sensation. He felt what had just happened, bewildered and flustered. 1 second. A flash of light streaked past his right hand. The next moment, Game Over appeared on the electronic screen. Manager Oh and Yoo Hyuk, watching from outside, turned pale and gasped. People outside urgently shouted, "Mr. Yu Sang-yun, are you okay? What do we do now?" A woman immediately rushed over and shouted through the glass door, "This is the tech team. Please make way. We will check his condition." The person inside still didn't forget to ask, what was the record for this challenge? The employee in charge of the machine sat tensely. The record was on the datasheet that had just appeared. He shouted, "Electromagnetic wave 30 minutes 39 seconds. Anmu 30 minutes 39 seconds. It's a tie." Sung Tae approached and said loudly, "Check to the decimal point below. Is there really no difference, not even by one?" The admonished employee quickly complied, "Yes, I'll check." As the screen flashed, Sung Tae couldn't believe his eyes. How can this be? At this moment, Sang-yun faintly regained consciousness. As he slightly opened his eyes, he could vaguely see in front of him and faintly heard people calling his name. "Hey, wake up, Yu Sang-yun." He asked himself if he was still alive. Right, I heard no one dies from playing games anymore. Not since about 5 years ago. Meanwhile, the support team members buzzed. "Quick, call the medical team." "They've been called." He could only faintly think to himself, "I think I played too much today." "How is he?" Sang-yun's consciousness was still hazy. He could only think to himself, "What about the broadcast?" At this moment, a department reported, "We checked in advance. This incident was unexpected." Ha-on's face clearly showed a worried expression as she kept asking Yu Sang-yun, "Mr. Yu Sang-yun, are you okay?" His unconscious mind thought, "This is no time to be standing here." At this moment, another team entered and said, "This is the medical team. Please step aside for a moment." Sang-yun saw the medical team preparing their equipment in the scene before him. Then a woman approached and handed him a vial emitting a dazzling light. The woman's voice lingered in his ears. "Didn't you know everyone was watching you?" And when Sang-yun regained consciousness, his forehead was soaked with sweat and he softly called out a name. Sang-yun. As soon as they saw he could speak, they quickly asked, "Mr. Yu Sang-yun, are you okay? Mr. Yu Sang-yun, are you alright?" Hannah looked at him intently and said gently, "Have you come to your senses?" "Mr. Yu Sang-yun." Sang-yun closed his eyes. Although still very tired in his heart, he thought, "I can't lie here any longer." After the health checkup, Hannah stood by the bed and said in a calm voice, "There are no abnormal signs in his body." Hearing this, Yu Hyuk breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Thank goodness." Seeing the serious expressions of those around him, he said nonchalantly, "Why are so many people gathered here? It's no big deal, is it?" He immediately complained and scolded, "Don't joke. Do you know how serious this is? Don't sit down." Sang-yun replied carelessly, "It's fine, I'm okay. What's more important is..." Before he could finish speaking, Hannah spoke first. "Excuse me, patient. I have something to tell you. Your hand is quite uncomfortable to move right now, isn't it? In fact, you know the problem isn't in your arm." But he thought to himself, "So I couldn't hide it after all. With so many tests, they must have figured it out." But Sang-yun avoided her gaze and replied, Well, I guess so." Looking at the thick medical records stacked on the desk, she added, "That's right. Your problem is in your brain. The virtual reality capsule is a device that interferes with brainwaves. That's why your entire body became exhausted when it synchronized with the virtual reality capsule. The phenomenon you experienced is a neurological disorder mechanism. Similar to cerebral palsy, it's very fortunate that only your right arm was affected. Many previous cases like yours resulted in paralysis," he admitted inwardly. "I was really lucky. The doctor who treated me back then said the same thing, but I never imagined the situation would be this dangerous. It's fortunate enough that I wasn't paralyzed. I need to be more careful next time." Thinking that, he asked, "So I don't have any serious problems?" Hannah replied while writing, "As of now, that's correct, but the future is unpredictable. You were able to move your arm normally in the virtual world, weren't you? The problem is you. Don't you think about yourself at all?" Hearing her words, he subconsciously looked at his own hand. And Sang-yun replied, "I felt something strange before, but it moved well in the game, so I didn't pay much attention. Why is it like this now?" Her writing motion suddenly stopped. Hannah looked up at him and said, "We can say that undamaged brain regions are controlling your right arm. To put it simply, if many people leave a company, employees from other departments have to handle the departing employees' work. In reality, it will be difficult to move your right arm because there is a problem with your physical nervous system." He was startled and asked again, "So, in reality my brain is damaged, but in virtual reality, many other parts are replacing that brain region to control my arm?" She didn't forget to caution him, asserting, "Simply put, yes, however, if more other parts are working, you will get tired faster. You were overloaded, became fatigued, and quickly collapsed. There haven't been major problems until now, but if this continues, more damage will occur when using the simulation capsule." Sang-yun lowered his head. His hand was already clenched tight. "I promised I would climb to diamond rank." He didn't give up and continued to ask, "So what should I do now? As you know, this is also my job." She replied while rummaging through the desk drawer, "It might sound vague, but you need a healthy diet, sufficient rest, and regular health checkups." Hannah held out her business card, handed it to him, and said gently, "Next time I'll examine you." Sang-yun's mind was filled with question marks. There are almost no doctors who can read brainwaves and understand the damage process in reality and virtual reality. She probably has a very high level of skill. She began to explain, "I've rarely seen phenomena like yours either. You could say you're almost the first clear case I've seen." Just hearing this, he faintly understood, "So you want to use me as a research subject?" She was momentarily flustered, avoiding his gaze. It's just research, so there's nothing special about it. You can live your life as usual, however, during that process I will collect data for your treatment, of course on the condition that you allow research into your problem, Sang-Yun still replied calmly and briefly. Understood. Hannah paused, her eyes wide in surprise. She asked suspiciously and cautiously, do you agree? Sang-Yun replied carelessly. I'll discuss this with my manager. She didn't forget to urge him, but please think about it quickly and contact me. This matter is quite important. As if suddenly remembering, he said, ah right, I couldn't ask this earlier. Yu Hyuk working stopped when he saw him enter. Seeing Sang-Yun enter without a word, he spoke. What did the doctor say earlier? Are you okay? Is it serious? Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing his changed attitude, he grabbed him and asked worriedly, hey, are you listening to me? But he firmly shook him off. Sang-Yun suddenly said, did I break the record? At these words, he was momentarily flustered and didn't understand. He walked to the side and said loudly again, I heard the doctor say my score was the same as the electromagnetic wave score? Yu Hyuk, still bewildered, asked again. So, he shouted angrily, if I had just 0.001 more seconds I would have won. How can the scores be the same? These words immediately made him angry. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Your life is in danger. Quickly tell me what the doctor said. The two, annoyed, bickered like children, knocking their heads together. My score was just a tie. A newly arrived employee saw this scene and, looking awkward, spoke, excuse me, Anmu? You need to go inside. He was surprised. What is it? Is the program still on air? While Sang-Yun and Yu Hyuk were bickering, an employee suddenly entered and called out, hey Anmu, it's your turn. He asked, bewildered, why isn't the program over yet? Yu Hyuk put his arm around his shoulder and helplessly admitted, yeah. He asked again suspiciously, are there still viewers? He pushed his shoulder and said, not only are there still viewers, there are a lot of them. The tech team employee said enthusiastically, come this way. He still thought to himself in bewilderment, what does this mean? It's been an hour since I fainted. The doctor clearly said every moment was matched. Han began to read aloud on stage. This is a match that for the first time in history broke the 300 VNS record. Game go. Live stream Fantasia and on Sang-Yun. He was startled for a moment. I broke 300 VNS, recalling the Hall of Fame on the electronic system. He craned his neck and stared intently. Yu Hyuk smiled, looking at him. Looks like this guy is really surprised. Well, who wouldn't be surprised to hear a world record was broken? Suddenly, Sang-Yun turned around and asked nonchalantly, what is VNS? These words immediately froze him. What, you don't know what VNS is? It's basic knowledge for anyone who plays games. You really don't know. But he still smiled, muttering to himself, it's fine, it's okay. He approached, patted his shoulder and gently reassured him, it's okay. Just go on stage. The MC will explain everything. This innocent demeanor really suited Anmu. As the atmosphere grew sentimental, Sang-Yun once again blurted out something shocking. Wait, she was an older sister, she looks much younger than us. Yu Hyuk was flustered and forced a laugh. It's just a title, you talk too much. Hurry up and get on stage, he still insisted, not going on stage. But I still want to know what VNS is. Han suddenly spotted him and shouted, he's here. Everyone has been waiting a long time. Yu Hyuk, seeing that it had already started, suppressed his anger and urged him. Quickly, he grumbled. What? She happily introduced him. Anmu, whom we've long awaited, is finally here. Sang-Yun went up expressionlessly, and viewers continuously commented, oh, he's here, Anmu, he's really here. Now the rankings are clear, my goodness, let's welcome Anmu. Han warmly invited, please sit down comfortably. He replied dryly, thank you. As soon as he sat down, her eyes sparkled and she immediately got to the point, are you okay? He recoiled slightly, looking uncomfortable. Ah yes, viewers couldn't help but laugh at this scene. What kind of reaction is that? No words for Han's enthusiasm. Could it be that he doesn't know what's going on? He just regained consciousness. Han said in an excited voice, you broke the record, congratulations on achieving the VNS record. Would you like to share your thoughts? Sang-Yun casually plucked a piece of paper streamer from his hair and said, I have a question. She immediately agreed, yes. Upon getting permission, he immediately asked, what is VNS? The air fell silent. Han also froze. Ha! Comments on the broadcast were filled with laughter. Oh no, this is a disaster. Is he kidding? Is this new content? She immediately looked back at Yu Hyuk, who was standing below at this moment. He could only offer a confident smile. And she, mouth agape, asked inwardly, he really doesn't know. He's only been streaming for 3 weeks and he broke the electromagnetic record, but he doesn't know what VNS is? Before she could answer, Sang-Yun spoke again, I have another question. I heard that the electromagnetic wave and I had the same score. So why are they saying I broke a record? Ah, the scores were tied in the survival challenge. Immediately, Han smiled professionally and announced to the camera, we will take some time to explain VNS shortly. Comments continuously scrolled up. It suddenly turned into an educational program. They're explaining this on a live stream, it's really different. After the announcement, she enthusiastically explained, simply put, VNS is an index that represents a player's skill. You can think of it as being similar to a human's IQ. This measures the amount of commands executed per minute while using a mouse and keyboard in a game. All of On's actions during the game are recorded by the system. While VNS is not used to determine skill, players who perform well in reality-based games generally have very high VNS indices. Among them, player Electromagnetic Wave currently holds the world record. and On has just surpassed that record. Do you now understand why you are the world record holder? His voice resonated without any emotion. Is that official data? Han was slightly confused. Yes, he rested his chin on his hand, thought seriously, and then said, I don't think such a standard is clear. Besides, if it's measured by Fantasia's machine, I don't think it will be officially recognized. She began to get flustered. Oh well, actually the standard hasn't been clearly defined yet, and it's not an officially recognized index worldwide. Sang Yun closed his eyes and said firmly, so I'm unofficially number one? Han forced a smile, trying to revive the stage atmosphere. Anyway, even though it's unofficial, how do you feel about surpassing player electromagnetic wave? He replied nonchalantly. It's really a pity, she said instinctively. Of course it's a pity. After a moment she exclaimed in surprise. What, a pity? You're the world's number one? Sang Yun looked at her and said, as if it were obvious, if it's unofficial, anyone can be the world's number one. Just like my mom says I'm the best. She was speechless. At his words, Yu Hyuk, who was below, also looked flustered. Oh dear, is official or unofficial really that important? For us it's just about having a topic to discuss. Yu Hyuk forced a laugh and replied, that friend is very serious about record issues. Han hesitated and said, so you're disappointed because it's an unofficial record? Sang Yun answered honestly. There's that aspect, but I'm most disappointed that I didn't win the match. I missed the record right before my eyes. She began to look at him differently, thinking inwardly, what? This person drew with the world's number one player, but why is he reacting like this? He's not happy, he seems angry instead. Many streamers had undergone the survival test. Let's go. No one was as desperate for victory as he was. This reaction felt too strange and unpleasant. Her hand unconsciously clutched the script tightly. After thinking, she finally opened her mouth, but at the same time thought, it's a pity to miss the record right before your eyes, but you don't have much experience with game capsules, so this result is truly excellent. In my personal opinion, On could become an even better player than electromagnetic wave. These words drew some backlash from the live stream viewers. Better than electromagnetic wave? You must be joking, right? Han is really talking nonsense. She didn't mind and still asked cheerfully, what do you think? Anmu viewers suddenly thought, she's joking. She's probably trying to elicit a failed expression. But Han hasn't said something like this before, has she? She seems serious, but it was still far from electromagnetic wave. Sang Yun replied, yes, I'll do it. Everyone watching cheered. Awesome, truly cool. Even player electromagnetic wave, who had been sitting quietly, stood up abruptly. What if it's malicious editing? Han professionally continued. Thank you for your answer. Will you participate in the analysis program next time? He hesitated slightly and asked, is there more to analyze? She still said cheerfully and enthusiastically, of course there's a lot. We can also talk more about the VNS record. He replied without any change in expression, I don't want to talk about that anymore. Han paused slightly. Why? He bowed his head and said sincerely, anyway, the match ended in a draw, and I feel like a losing soccer team consoling themselves with high ball possession. As he was still speaking his mind, Han forced a smile at the camera, interrupted him, and announced, alright, thank you for participating in today's interview, and thank you to everyone who watched this interview. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. At this moment, Yu Hyuk and Sang Yun, who were below the stage, were already frozen. Anmu's interview ended here. The program ended, but the comments were still active. Why is the ending like this? He looks like a national soccer coach who dozed off and then woke up startled. Why is he suddenly talking about soccer? Did you hear? Everyone's flocking to the fan community. Outside the screen, Han's voice resonated continuously. It's a pity, but it's okay. Anyway, it was a draw. Sang Yun's voice hesitated slightly. I feel like a losing soccer team consoling themselves with high ball possession. Yu Hyuk held a beer can and smiled joyfully. This guy, he's really something. As he spoke, he asked Sang Yun, who was lying next to him, hey, why do you say such funny things every time? He lay on the sofa listening to his words, feeling embarrassed. Hey, you're really the best. The voice in the video resonated continuously. Anyway, it was a draw. I feel like a losing soccer team consoling themselves with high ball possession. Sang Yun felt embarrassed hearing it again. Why did I suddenly say that? He consoled himself. What's there to be angry about? Drawing with the world's number one player. What on earth am I thinking? An covered his forehead with his hand, lost in thought. I really was swayed by the title of world record. He recalled the days when he was a rookie and knew nothing. Unconsciously, he felt like he had returned to that time, the time when he was a passionate rookie in the archery world. Sang Yun. Records exist to be broken. Yu Hyuk still couldn't stop laughing. No matter how many times he heard it, it was truly a famous saying. But you're still rational. Considering you didn't directly mention Korean soccer. Sang Yun's mind was complex at this moment. He turned around irritably and asked him, how many times have you watched it? Anyway, it's good that the result is good. He pouted his lips with an aggrieved expression. I didn't say anything, I'm just complimenting you. Sang Yun clicked his tongue irritably. This damn guy, and he opened his phone again. He didn't care if he was playing childish pranks behind him. Thankfully the result was really good. Sang Yun stared at his phone screen thinking, no, this wasn't luck. Today's trending search terms are On's collection of famous quotes. Below, some netizens left comments. On is cool too, right? He's probably just naturally gifted. Maybe that friend will surpass electromagnetic wave, right? I thought so too. Did Han fall for him? He read the comments, feeling a little puzzled. The reaction is strangely good. Below, there were numerous comments praising Sang Yun. future global talent, handsome looks and character. Did On get overly excited? He seemed angry about breaking the record unlike usual. I actually found it strangely cute. He stared blankly at people's comments. I thought I'd get a lot of hate. Suddenly, a comment caught his eye. On is truly a likable person. Since his VNS index is higher than electromagnetic waves, he can say he's good himself. Most people couldn't control their emotions. Besides, he was a rookie who debuted just 3 weeks ago, so it was truly a heartfelt reaction. But isn't losing a one-on-one match and consoling yourself with ball possession like talking about Korean soccer? Scrolling down, Sang-yeon was a little puzzled by some comments. I never mentioned Korean soccer. Why are they saying that to me? He read a highly liked comment, but seeing it he had to reflect on himself again. Coming this far I realized Anmu is truly manly, and I felt a tremendous sense of affection. Sang-yeon suddenly looked up as if he had realized something. Ultimately people liked me when I was myself. Just then Yoo-hyuk approached, yawning. Hey, I'm going to bed. I drank beer so I'm dying of sleep, he replied. Yeah, I'm going to rest too. In the workplace an honest personality was a double-edged sword, but in this world it was an advantage. Perhaps the path that suited him was the next day from the start. The question Sang-yeon asked made it to the top of the trending searches. What is VNS, electromagnetic wave? Anmu. VNS, electromagnetic wave. Huh? He looked at his phone screen in surprise. Me, I'm on trending searches. Was yesterday's live stream that big of a deal? Sang-yeon was contemplating whether to create a personal profile on the portal site at this moment. Anmu-related advertisement, almond caramel. Current Anmu-related search results. After a moment of thought he flipped his phone screen over and said nonchalantly. Forget it, I'm still just an ordinary beginner. I haven't even made it to any top rankings, so what's a profile for? Just then a message came from Dotolomic to Sang-yeon. I watched your live stream, you're really good. Thanks to you our collaboration video is super hot. I contacted you to express my gratitude. As soon as the message came he picked up his phone, read it, and was puzzled. Dotolomic, he smiled slightly. Thinking about it, he hadn't contacted him once since that day, and he suddenly felt good. With a cheerful heart, Sang-yeon quickly sent a reply. I should be thanking you. If it weren't for the collaboration with you, Hung, would I have been able to become a partner streamer? The other person immediately replied as soon as they received his message. Dotolomic, why are you being so modest? Don't make comments that allude to Korean soccer. Let's go for a drink next time. He read up to this point and replied excitedly, Korean soccer? Yes. Suddenly, Yoo-hyuk approached from behind and whispered into his ear, startling Sang-yeon. Yes, is that a message from Dotolomic Hung? After a moment he looked at Yoo-hyuk with a glum expression. Hum, make some noise when you walk. He laughed cheerfully. Alright. After a moment Yoo-hyuk's phone rang again. Sang-yeon, thinking he hadn't heard, kindly prompted him. Hey Hung, your phone is ringing. Yoo-hyuk replied nonchalantly. It's not a phone call, it's all emails and text messages. Sang-yeon was startled for a moment. Messages? He cautiously asked Yoo-hyuk. What's wrong? Did you get hacked or are you getting debt collection calls? He said without hiding anything. You open it and see for yourself. Sang-yeon also didn't hesitate and picked up his phone. He wondered, what's so secretive? As soon as Sang-yeon picked up his phone his eyes widened in surprise. Yoo-hyuk's phone was flooded with emails requesting sponsorship. Hello. We are MSS Fashion Brand and we contacted you after watching Anmu's live stream. Excuse me. Hello. We are an FPS survival game development company and we have released several titles. Hello. We are Barbecue Chicken. We are, hello. I am the Kanggu Kimchi J marketing manager, a 1,000-year-old traditional kimchi brand. Sang-yeon, startled, asked him again. What is this? Are these all advertisement sponsorship requests? It's still morning. Don't these people go home? He unconsciously recalled a sentence. There was never such a thing as going home in the first place. His marketing senior was someone who ate and slept at the company. Yoo-hyuk approached, calmly placing rice and an egg dish on the table in order. They're eager to sign a contract while your value is still low. It's like wanting to buy all the stocks when the stock price is low. Sang-yeon asked blankly again. Then why? He calmly explained. I just didn't tell you, but I've been getting a lot of advertisement inquiries from small brands for a while now. At that time Sang-yeon didn't have money, so why didn't he accept? Yoo-hyuk paused while picking up a piece of egg and looked at him directly. It's not effective. You have to sell when the stock price is really high to make a profit. If you rush into a contract with any brand and it turns out to be an untrustworthy brand, it will negatively affect your image. Making money isn't a 1 or 2 day thing, you have to be careful. Hearing this, Sang-yeon felt a little tense. Are they all confident that my stock price will rise? He concentrated on Yoo-hyuk, thinking, Kim Yoo-hyuk is someone who needs money more than anyone, so why is he refusing all offers and waiting for the right time? How much does he trust me? Just then Yoo-hyuk felt his gaze and confidently swept his hair back. I need to create a cooking channel too, Sang-yeon asked him. So what's the situation now? Anyway, the places that contacted us now are quite famous, Yoo-hyuk replied while chewing his food. Still we need to be a little more patient. As soon as he finished speaking, he confessed honestly to Sang-yeon. Actually, I already thought of the first advertisement, but I was going to tell you later because I was afraid I'd be ridiculed for fantasizing now. He sighed. I just need to shoot my bow and make a living. You decide the rest, Hung. Suddenly, he found the half-empty plate of egg rolls. But is Hung planning to eat it all by himself? Yoo-hyuk replied nonchalantly. Of course, get lost. I told you to get lost. In front of a pub, a man's voice, seemingly drunk, resonated. Oh, manager, oh, you really succeeded. After the shoot, it felt like I was going to get promoted. Manager O patted him on the shoulder and said proudly, "How about it? Don't I have a good eye for people? I thought that guy was just good at games, but he turned out to be a live streaming genius." The other person also showered him with compliments. "Being able to read the chat while testing is truly amazing. Thanks to him, I got to have a drink at lunch," Manager O replied cheerfully. "Right. Since we're off tomorrow, let's drink as much as we want today." After a long while, both of them were already completely drunk. At this moment, they revealed their true feelings that they had harbored for a long time. "Honestly, I was a bit skeptical at first when you suddenly brought in some unknown person." Manager O let out a chuckle. "Oh ho, so everyone thought that," the other person continued. "I thought you were hiding your son, Manager, but for Anmu to debut and immediately be on par with Electromagnetic Wave, I think advertising companies will be lining up to enlist Anmu now." Manager O smiled with satisfaction. "Of course," another person sitting at the opposite table carefully stood up and said, "This is just internal talk, but I actually think Anmu has already won." He sobbed, touched. "We finally have a streamer who can stand up to Electromagnetic Wave." The person sitting next to him laughed heartily. Don't cry," Manager O also chimed in from across the table. "He seems a bit too drunk." The next moment, everyone exclaimed in unison, "Manager O, great job, a toast to Anmu." He happily drained his glass. "Yes, this is the feeling. The moment the rough diamond I discovered began to shine brilliantly, I had never loved my work more than now." At this moment, Sang-Yun sat blankly in the VR chair, lost in thought. He recalled what Yu-Hyuk had just told him. "Got it? Just focus on streaming, don't worry about anything else." Yu-Hyuk repeatedly emphasized that important things must be repeated 3 times. "What's important for us now is diamond rank." Diamond, Yu-Hyuk was right. Sang-Yun clenched his fist. "The viewer count has certainly increased, but I mustn't be swayed by that number." As always, he slowly closed his eyes. Sang-Yun's eyes flashed open, and he reassured himself, "I need to be calm." Suddenly, Manager O's phone buzzed with a notification, making him open his eyes wide. "Anmu has started streaming," he muttered, sounding a bit surprised and confused. "What? Starting a stream now? It's daytime?" As he stood up to go somewhere, the person sitting next to him asked, "Manager O, where are you going? We should go for a second round." He just laughed it off, saying, "I'll just go to the restroom for a moment." He gritted his teeth, looking at his phone screen. "Thanks to Anmu, we had a company dinner today. I should be watching with them, but just in case I should be careful. In this day and age, becoming famous is as easy as pie. But there are too many unpredictable variables in the market. You can't confirm results with a single success. But if the star quality we're sensing is real, and assuming the previous 4-5,000 viewers were bots, Anmu's actual average viewer count would be 2-3,000. Suddenly, Manager O exclaimed with joy, "It's double, we just need to pass 6,000, please just pass 6,000. He pleaded tearfully, "Please just let me be greedy one more time. Just 7,000, please just let it pass 7,000. Sang-Yun was staring intently at the computer screen at this moment and received a notification that read, "Stream completed." Manager O, in high spirits, returned to the pub and listened to the conversations people were having. "That chicken place is still the best, right?" As soon as people saw him, they called out, "Oh manager, shall we go for a second round?" Manager O immediately informed them, "That's not important now. Everyone quickly watch the live stream." People asked in confusion. "Live stream," Manager O patiently repeated. "Quickly, watch Anmu's live stream." Yu-Hyuk's house fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Damn it!" At the same time, Manager O's group was also looking at their phones in shock. "What on earth am I seeing? My goodness, I can't believe it." The moment he started the stream over there, Sang-Yun muttered blankly in a small voice, "There are over 8,300 people watching." Yu-Hyuk heard this news and shouted with joy. He thought to himself, "Now if I can just maintain this number, I'll be able to establish myself as a mid-tier streamer." Yu-Hyuk paused abruptly in his excited thoughts. It was a dream any streamer would aspire to. He thought to himself, his past dream related to archery. Yu-Hyuk vaguely recalled the past. Is he afraid his old teammates will find out about him? He worriedly thought. Sang-Yun easily gets anxious whenever that topic comes up. Sang-Yun's voice from the past gently echoed in his mind. "Be careful when you talk to him," Yu-Hyuk thought anxiously. "It seems the emotional wound is much deeper than I thought. I thought that revealing his past could be an opportunity to attract people. I was too complacent," he muttered to himself. "Some stories really shouldn't be traded for attention." Thinking that, Yu-Hyuk took out his phone, typed a letter, and said, "If he still doesn't want to talk about it, then so be it." He quickly called someone and asked for a favor. "Hello, this is Kim Yu-Hyuk, Anmu's manager. I'm calling to discuss a few things regarding video editing." "Yes, the opening part with the archery scene," Yu-Hyuk said seriously. "Please delete that entire section." A moment later, the room was flooded with excited comments. "My goodness, what on earth is this strange viewer count? Anmu has become a global star, no longer the clueless Anmu. My small streamer can't disappear. I tried not to care about the views, but my goodness, yesterday's stream had too great an impact," Sang-Yun thought in surprise. "With so many people paying attention, I can't ignore it." After that, he regained his composure and said, "Hello everyone, it's been a while." Comments continued to pour in. "Wow, the viewer count is truly incredible." Lee Myung-won was captivated at first sight, and now he's a complete fan. "How can a rookie attract so many people?" Sang-Yun remained silent, worriedly looking around. "Even at a glance, most of these names are new to me. The stream is the same as usual, but I feel like I'm in a completely different space." He hesitated slightly. Sang-Yun couldn't continue speaking. What should I say at a time like this? Suddenly a notification appeared on the screen. Ruby SW sponsored 5,000 gold. My goodness, what, has he leapt to a global level at this moment? Sang Yun barely managed to say calmly, Ruby SW, thank you as always, he repeated. Global level, I'm still at an ordinary level. The comments playfully messaged, ordinary rank isn't a high rank. A fan left a witty message. Gachibuki sponsored 5,000 gold. Is this viewer a clone? Sang Yun smiled brightly and replied, Gachibuki, thank you for supporting me from the beginning, he added. It really seems like the viewer count is growing uncontrollably. After that, he thought with relief, strangely my heart felt lighter. Is there only one shot with this arrow? It must be because I'm streaming with the fans who have been with me from the beginning. Sang Yun recalled an old fan Vis's comment. You can only shoot one arrow, but if it hits a critical spot, the effect is immense. The game is very realistic, so guilds always prioritize it. Hello everyone. Do you still remember me? He thought with slight amusement. Everything is going very stably and smoothly. Comments continued to appear on the screen urging him. It's time to start the game now. A comment quickly asked, What are you doing today? Sang Yun smiled and replied, Today's game. Of course, a notification appeared on the screen. King Guild L sponsored, and the game Sang Yun mentioned contrary to fans' expectations was Battle L. The comments messaged as if laughing heartily. King Guild Simon sponsored 1,000 gold. My goodness, King Guild Simon is Kingdom, Sang Yun explained seriously. I promised to reach Diamond rank in 2 weeks, so I have to play Battle L. He quickly turned on the machine and started the battle game. Fans happily commented, Really? Keep your promise? Are you really going to play? That's truly amazing. At the same time, Sang Yun briefly reconsidered the rules of this game. To get past Platinum Tier 2, I need to win about 3 matches in the promotion series. In this case, winning means placing in the top 10. Assuming I get first place in every match, winning just 2 matches is enough, he thought with a confident smile. Last time I left 1 match for the promotion series, so now I have 4 matches left. There will definitely be no problem. A notification appeared again. Ruby SW sent 10,000 W. Goal, win consecutively today to get 100,000 gold, Sang Yun thought to himself. Truly perfect timing. After that, he politely said, Ruby SW, thank you so much for the 100,000 W. Suddenly, Sang Yun realized in surprise. But it's only 10,000 W, he said animatedly. Donations and missions are abundant from the start. Thank you everyone. A comment appeared again. But he only received 10,000, yet he immediately promised 100,000 W. Let's see how this match turns out. In the old days, if he received just 100,000 gold, he'd put on a hat with his name on it. He'd finish the stream with a laugh. I'm watching too. Sang Yun was about to start the game. It's time to start the game now. A loud notification appeared on the screen. Jang P sent 100,000 W. Hey, talk about the stream. Is Yuha pretty in real life too? Sang Yun was momentarily blank. What is this? It's my first time getting a sponsorship to ask a non-game related question. He replied in a small voice to the fan, Of course she's pretty. Sang Yun thought to himself, most people would only know me through the game. After that, he became serious again. So it's not strange to be curious about my private life. That was quite sharp, right? She's similarly pretty in real life, but it won't be much different. The comments appeared excitedly. Anmu is honest, so he got 100,000 W. Sang Yun thought for a moment. The viewer count has increased even more now. He was about to continue the game. Then I'll be honest. Notifications continued to appear on the screen. Anum sponsored 10,000 gold. How did you feel when you broke the electromagnetic wave record? Samian sponsored 1,000 gold. Why did you end up going for recovery? What did the doctor say? Tell us more, I want to hear more. Sang Yun thought with slight embarrassment. Are they not going to let me start the game? He guessed inwardly. It seems many people haven't seen the Fascia stream, so they don't know about this incident. Comments appeared full of curiosity. Lion's Head Electromagnetic Wave Leaderboard, ADK 1548, what on earth? Meow, why are you guys making a group chat and not including me? Sang Yun hesitated slightly, thinking that's right, it would be strange to just skip over such a big event. Famous streamers always chat a bit before starting the game. Thinking that, he quickly made a decision. Then I guess I should talk a bit too. Sang Yun said in a small voice, Thank you for being interested in the incident where I broke the record, he continued stiffly. At that time, I misunderstood the results and grabbed my manager by the collar. The comments were filled with laughter. Really, you did that? What on earth? But you looked really foolish then. Hello, Yu-hyuk also left a sarcastic message. I am manager Kim Yu-hyuk. I confirm that he grabbed me by the collar. As soon as they saw this message, fans messaged even more excitedly. He's here himself, so it must be true, Sang Yun quickly messaged. Yu-hyuk hung, just suspend your own account. The fans' comments were again filled with laughter. Suspend his own account, that manager. Yu-hyuk suddenly rushed from outside, shouting towards Sang Yun. He placed his hand on the game capsule door and said in a slightly fearful voice, Actually, Yu-hyuk hung lives with me, he said angrily. You were scared, weren't you? Comments quickly appeared. Don't grab people by their collars. Anmu is really scary, Sang Yun continued to talk with his fans saying, and honestly it wasn't manipulated. Even the technician said he didn't know how such a result came about. But I'm sure there was no manipulation. This is Fantasia, a big company, not a small one. So there's no way they'd be suspected of manipulating results. Fans agreed, messaging, that's right, he's really good. Comments continued the conversation. Odeon Black sponsored 2,000 gold. Actually, I felt you had talent during the simulation test. Yeah, that's just how the world is, everyone has to admit it. Sang Yun thought for a moment, then said, I think the concept of talent is too general, so I won't presume to claim I have talent. I think results are important, fans also nodded. That's right, a fan's notification appeared. Baba Papa sponsored 2,000 gold. You really didn't know anything about electromagnetic wave, did you? Sang Yun chuckled awkwardly and replied, I only just started getting interested in VR games, so I only knew about that challenge. These days I'm diligently watching to learn. He asked in a small voice. That's right, when I watched his live stream he barely spoke. Fans quickly commented. Hearing him he seems humble, but that's become his unique style. Still, I prefer watching you play games. Sang Yun was slightly surprised. People really seem to be responding well. Fan sponsorship notifications rang out. Royale sponsored 2000 W. One person messaged in confusion. Ruby Bubblegum sponsored 2000 W. Actually, I think the electromagnetic wave challenge is just an ordinary rank. Don't you agree? As soon as they saw this message, fans unanimously advised, Yu Hyuk-hung, block this person immediately, he's asking an irrelevant question. Oh my, block him immediately, that was such a cool thing to say, I can't forgive this. Sang Yun quickly ignored the message and chatted with his fans. He happily answered all their questions. Elsewhere, a woman, rewatching Sang Yun's video, muttered, what the hell, if he's going to talk that much, why doesn't he just not play the game? Inside the live capsule, Sang Yun continued to answer his fans' questions. He thought with slight disbelief, this is probably the first time I've talked so much on stream. I can't stop. This could also be considered a way to communicate with people, Sang Yun thought to himself with amusement. It's really fun. Focus mode is on. It seems it's because the viewership has become diverse now. I heard many celebrities only wanted to read their own comments at first. It's probably similar to how I feel now. Suddenly, a fan left a curious comment, but why don't you talk about the health checkup after the electromagnetic wave challenge? Can't 1,000 gold buy an answer? Sang Yun was flustered and looked for that comment. Yes, I quickly saw the comments people were mentioning. Sammy and Nim sponsored 1,000 gold. Why did you end up going for recovery? What did the doctor say? Sang Yun quickly said. Sammy and Nim, thank you for your sponsorship. I saw your message late, he briefly explained. I was in the booth for too long and my body couldn't handle it, so I was pulled out. If you play simulations for too long, there's nothing to worry about. It's fine as long as you don't play for too long, fans commented in surprise. Really, is his body that weak? That's concerning for a beginner. Sang Yun lightly reassured his fans, it's okay. I'll get better with consistent practice. As he said that, he thought sadly, it's a lie, the doctor didn't say I'd get better. She said a balanced diet and consistent exercise were best for my body right now. Sang Yun's hand trembled slightly with worry. But it'll be okay, he thought to himself, communicating with the people I love, and being able to freely shoot a bow in the game, that's when I truly feel like myself, Sang Yun thought resolutely. I really love this work. He quickly changed the subject. Alright, I'll start the game now, Sang Yun firmly resolved inwardly. I want to do this for a long time. Elsewhere, in a luxurious villa, Sang Yun's live video continued to play. Only one match left, comments continued to pour in. He probably talks endlessly like a machine, but why is he always at the top in games? Naaman, this is Anmu, but a slightly quieter Anmu. Just 1 or 2 more points and he'd be top 1, what a pity. A sound echoed from the live stream. Thank you for the mission reward, Sang Yun on the live stream said softly. Alright, I'll end the stream here for today. I'll be back tomorrow. Before he could finish speaking, the screen turned off. The woman sitting in the wheeled chair coldly turned off the screen and threw the remote control aside. Then she quickly pushed her chair back and left. She hurried out of the screening room and the door closed by itself. The next day, Sang Yun was live again. Today is the Platinum Tier 2 promotion match. The screen was filled with comments. Welcome Anmu, 8.7k viewers from the start. Is this real? Anmu. Elsewhere in the same woman's room, the sound of the live stream continued to echo. I'll try my best to win as quickly as possible. The butler brought her tea and carefully asked, are you watching him play games again today? He lightly put down the teacup and said, you're very interested in him, aren't you? Suddenly the woman asked Butler, what do you think about what people are saying? The butler heard that and turned to her. He didn't understand her words and asked again what she meant. The woman turned her chair to face him and said, I'm talking about Anmu breaking John Zappa's record. The butler held the teacup, laughed and replied, that's truly amusing. A famous person like John Zappa wouldn't be so easily caught up to by a rookie, would he? The woman paused slightly. 2 records have been broken, she quickly said. The Platinum Rank match has begun. The woman recalled the previous live stream. On and Fantasia's live broadcast, she said again. He raised his rank beyond the initial score and above all, the woman's voice turned slightly cold, even beginners say he can beat John Zappa. Hearing that, the butler hesitated and asked, are you sad because they're saying that? The woman replied, but watching him play he seems so relaxed and free. It's as if he could break a record at any time. The butler looked up at the live screen and said, he certainly has quite a talent. He asked again, but among all those players is there a name you still remember? The woman sipped her tea and replied, no, there isn't. The butler smiled lightly, offering comfort. Then there's no need to worry. He's good, but I think he still needs to work harder. Then he said, I'll go finish what I was doing. Call me if you need anything. The woman nodded slightly. Yes, as the butler left, she quickly turned back to the live stream. Watching the screen, she asked herself, he went to the military zone again. Will that tactic succeed again? The woman said in a curious voice, the promotion match has just begun, especially since many players are paying attention to him. In the live stream, as soon as Sang Yun landed on the ground, he dusted off his hands and said to his fans, "I'm going to the military zone again." A comment appeared. "The military zone again? This is too familiar. There must be a lot of weapons here, right?" Suddenly, a loud engine sound was heard in the distance, and Sang Yun was surprised and quickly dodged the approaching car. Fans messaged in surprise, "That's John Zappa's driving skill. He dodged the motorcycle so easily." The man who drove towards Sang Yun smiled slightly. Sang Yun thought in surprise. What was that? He asked himself. He's smiling while dodging. He quickly ran after the man's car. The car went straight down the stairs and Sang Yun was slightly surprised. He said lightly, "The motorcycle is going straight down the stairs." Sang Yun's fans quickly commented, "That's right, it's different now. Your score is close to Platinum Tier 1 and this method is truly insane. High-ranked players who dropped from Diamond are also in this match. You've won so many times that your hidden rank score is too high. At that point, you'll encounter many players higher than your rank." A moment later, he quickly went down and observed where the driver had arrived, but Sang Yun wondered, "But there's no one here." At the same time, an attack flew towards him, and Sang Yun quickly dodged. This round, it seems, the man who attacked him gritted his teeth in anger. He threw another weapon and shouted, "But you won't dodge this time." Sang Yun caught the weapon he threw and said cheerfully, "Thanks for the weapon." The man angrily continued to throw weapons at him. "Don't mess with me." Sang Yun dodged the attack by moving to one side. Seeing this sight, the man's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Sang Yun calmly asked, "You've used all your knives, haven't you?" The man backed away and mumbled, "Damn it." Then he quickly fell to Sang Yun. A game notification sounded. Anmu eliminated Bing Bong 96,100. Fans immediately screamed wildly, commenting, "This is Anmu's real skill. Truly satisfying. How can Anmu do that?" At the same time, Sang Yun faced another gunman player. After Sang Yun dodged several attacks, the man said terrified, "Damn it, how does he dodge so well?" Comments messaged in surprise, "Crazy, he has no time to breathe, yet people are paying attention to him." In the game, Sang Yun was hiding behind a wall. He thought, somewhat finding it hard to understand, something's a bit strange. A fan quickly sent a message to warn him, "Anmu, those are gunman streamers." A long-range sniper team recruitment notice was posted on the forum. "They're paying attention to you, and now they're only trying to take you down," another fan asked worriedly. "But how do you attack the people above even if you come down?" Sang Yun also fell silent for a moment. "That's right, this isn't a trick I can use, is it?" A few minutes later, the gunman quickly approached where Sang Yun was hiding. "Wait, did that guy just run away?" His teammates messaged, scolding him. "You should have watched him from above." Others also conversed loudly. "Who suddenly threw a knife? We need to cooperate to take him down. You came late, so why are you blaming others? That guy came alone and arrived late and now he's complaining?" The gunman shouted angrily. "Enough, calm down. This isn't the time to fight. We need to uphold John Zappa's honor." His teammates messaged in agreement, "That's right, we still have a chance. He still doesn't have a weapon." At the same time, Sang Yun took advantage of the gunman's carelessness, broke the ceiling glass and jumped down onto him. He held the weapon he had obtained from the defeated enemy and looked down coldly. Seeing that, the gunman grabbed his weapon in a panic, terrified. "How can he be here?" Sang Yun threw the weapon at the gunman, and as he landed on the ground, the game system sound echoed, "Anmu eliminated subscriber. 89,100, Sang Yun quickly said. "So many people were ambushing me." His live broadcast became lively again. "Unbelievable, he succeeded. That damn guy must have been fooled." He smiled slightly and said, "That's right?" Sang Yun asked in a curious voice. "Who in the chat told me to use a knife to take down the upstairs player?" Comments poured in. "Card, this is the end. Isium, stab with a knife, go upstairs and take him down." "Ah, the sensible fan thinks too simply. Oh dear, I'm crying." A fan replied to Sang Yun, "My nickname is Papa." He said cheerfully, "Papa Nim, thank you for the suggestion." Sang Yun continued speaking. "Anyway, this was truly unexpected." He looked at the bow equipment that dropped from the enemy he had just defeated and rejoiced. "Luckily, I found a bow here." All the comments messaged excitedly, "He got a bow. Go for it." Suddenly, several sounds caught Sang Yun's attention, causing him to turn around. He looked downstairs where the sounds were coming from. Fans also quickly noticed, "Damn it, it seems like a big fight broke out downstairs. The screams are truly miserable." Sang Yun thought to himself, "I really don't know how many gunmen are in the game right now." Thinking that, he picked up the bow on the ground. "In that case," Sang Yun said confidently, "I'll have to use this." Anmu and the sniper team's live battle was being broadcast in real time. Viewers said mockingly, "Are those the same people from before?" They carefully watched Sang Yun take down opponents one by one. "Those foolish guys, they know they're weak, so they're all targeting him." So Anmu wiped them all out. Since the battle was a game with many variables, people's opinions on the same situation naturally differed. Broadcast comments appeared, "I don't know what happened. Only 3 people are left and there are still plenty of weapons in the armory. Has the next sniper been found? You don't know what happened, we all know. Only you don't know. You must be one of those 5 idiots. Drink some water. You really hit the nail on the head. Give us some water too." But no matter what was said, there was one feeling everyone shared. As Anmu took down the gunman, the people below looked at him in surprise. They looked at Sang Yun, terrified. "The sniper team is finished." The people panicked and fled. "Damn it, run away quickly." A chaotic scene unfolded before them. Everyone is fighting downstairs. Everyone is gathered in front of the armory and we're up here on the upper floor. The long-haired man quickly said, "Move, I told you." Then he collided with someone. Immediately after, Sang Yun's arrow flew and a notification sounded. Anmu eliminated a target. 83,100, one person died. the long-haired man commented, terrified. Now only 2 idiots are left. Suddenly, a man brushed past his clothes. The long-haired man quickly dodged. Sang Yun's voice echoed as if finding it hard to understand. What is this man doing? He raised his bow and aimed at the man in blue clothes. Anmu eliminated. Rail price, 82,100. A comment appeared. Oh, another one fell, my goodness. Viewers were excited. Not much left. Everyone will die. These idiots, just shoot him. Shoot him, he thought to himself. Yes, everyone here must die. Sang Yun felt confident in his thoughts. Anyway, I had planned to come to this armory. Another arrow struck another unfortunate enemy, Sang Yun said jokingly. There are a lot of fish, comments replied. We're really eating fish. The man who had just been shot by him looked up angrily. There's an archer on the second floor. Ah, the long-haired man hiding behind the box was also surprised. He poked his head out and said loudly, there's a way, let's take out the archer on the second floor first. We can't let him take us down one by one from above. Sang Yun was startled to hear that. A knife flew past his neck and an unpleasant voice echoed, you're right, that damn guy, he's there. The remaining people also threw weapons at him and said, yes, that guy first. Sang Yun quickly dodged and thought to himself, my bait really worked. The men below were flustered. What is this? He dodged everything. Who is he? The long-haired man stammered, continuing, look, if we don't take him down first, we can't go downstairs or do anything. We're blocked. Sang Yun felt the killing intent from the people below. They all raised their weapons simultaneously. Viewers complained, honestly, this deja vu is too strong. Isn't this a group assault? Actually, there's another way, isn't there? Comments poured in. To be fair, it's hard to fight Anmu honorably. This game is really good for playing dirty. Just run away, Sang Yun counted inwardly. He reached behind him and grabbed an arrow. About 11 people left, Sang Yun worried inwardly. I have to admit it, I'm in a completely disadvantageous situation. Comments appeared loudly. Remember Cao Cao Part 2 Nizarande Yugo. I don't think he can handle that many people with just one bow. Quickly find a grenade or something else. Sang Yun relaxed his grip on the bow. His mind was in chaos. If my firing speed had been faster, he recalled the moment he shot his bow. The reason I couldn't shoot arrows consecutively was because of the technology system in the Imperial Age. Sang Yun recalled the moment he shot an arrow at a grenade. However, the Great War was a game without the concept of technology, so the only thing a player could rely on was themselves. A thought flashed through Sang Yun's mind like lightning. To shoot arrows consecutively, he needed a hand technique. He realized it with a start. Sang Yun thought to himself, wait, a hand technique? He had a daring idea. Should I try this? Sang Yun recalled old memories from arcades when he was a child. It was an archery technique used in ancient warfare. He picked up the bow and grabbed an arrow. It wasn't complicated or flashy, but its effect was incredibly powerful. He had never properly learned this technique because his training coach had scolded him and because of the limitations of sports bows. Sang Yun wore a confident smile. But can I pull it off? I have to do it. My condition is excellent right now. He took out 4 arrows and followed the steps. I just need to do it exactly as I remember. First, he drew an arrow. Sang Yun skillfully placed it in the correct position and held it between his fingers. His eyes gleamed as if the time had come. They were approaching. 4 arrows were fired simultaneously. The 4 people below gripped their weapons. They all simultaneously threw their weapons at Sang Yun. He pulled the bowstring with all his might and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted in triumph. Gotcha. A loud collision echoed. The fired arrows blocked all incoming weapons just in time. Sang Yun quickly took out the next arrow and pulled the bowstring with all his might. As soon as the first arrow is fired, I'll shoot the next one. He continued to repeat the motion. Again, a loud explosion echoed, and the people below looked up blankly. The comment section exploded. Hello, what did I just see? In an instant, one by one, the people below were hit by Sang Yun's arrows. Damn it, what is this? Notifications continued to ring out. On Omen eliminated 79,100. On Dio09 eliminated 78,100. On Royman 2 eliminated 77,100. On Honeybee eliminated 76,100. Viewers were bewildered. How many arrows did he shoot at once? The people below were overwhelmed by Sang Yun's momentum. What? Why are you playing like that? He was confident. That's how you play with a bow, isn't it? Sang Yun's voice echoed. Oh, not bad. Exclamations of admiration continued to pour into the comments. Hey, what's with the chat? He lifted the corners of his mouth. He continued to take out arrows. Fortunately, I don't need to save arrows anymore. Sang Yun confidently pulled the bowstring with all his might and repeated the motion again. Thanks. Welcome to Arrow Hell, great creator. In an instant, everyone below fell. Sang Yun opened his mouth. It's quiet now, isn't it? He picked up a bottle of alcohol. Obtained Monolotop Cup X2. Viewers were continuously surprised. Anmu, how's my assassination skill? How many kills have I gotten so far? May you be cursed to hell forever. Omen. Could even start a cult. A shining notification board appeared. Norian sponsored 1,000 gold. This round feels like a god has descended. We pray in the name of Lord Moment. Lotus Spray sponsored 5,000 gold. An offering to the holy moment in heaven. Ruby SW sponsored 10,000 world. A cult just formed. I thought I might have been watching the wrong channel. Sang Yun smiled brightly. Thank you, Norian and Lotus Spray. Ruby, you saw correctly. One viewer was surprised. Why does he seem to have a halo around him? A user sponsored money and asked. Sniper Sniff sponsored. Boss, among all those people, can you still tell who the sniper streamer is? Sang Yun immediately replied. I don't know either. Who are they? Viewers burst into laughter. No one even knows his name after he died. Good for him. Sang Yun changed the subject and looked around, saying, but the important thing is the friends who were farming downstairs are probably done for too. He looked down into the darkness and thought, should I go down there? Everyone tried to stop Sang Yun. No, don't go. There's a monster Naga down there. Comments continued to advise him not to go. Run away first and get it later. I think you've gotten enough kills to be promoted even if you run away now, Sang Yun thought to himself. That's true, but a comment appeared. Don't these people believe in God Zeman? He pouted his lips. I want to be the best. Viewers enjoyed Sang Yun's expression. I can tell what he's thinking even from afar. Rose, run away. What if they have armor? You'll die. He was surprised. Armor? What's that? I've never heard of it, the person explained. It's power armor, a legendary grade item that can enhance physical abilities. As the name suggests, power armor triples the wearer's defense, mobility, and strength. Moreover, it had abilities beyond legendary grade, reaching mythical grade. To maintain the value of the word legendary, they continuously increased its stats, eventually creating something completely out of line with the Great War's mechanics and design. The viewer continued to explain, it's incredibly rare, only appearing in arena dungeons and as drop items. Sang Yun understood. He looked around and thought to himself, most of the Great War videos I've seen only teach better ways to play, so they didn't mention these luck-based elements. Right. A loud sound echoed, and Sang Yun's attention was drawn to it. He looked at the dungeon below and thought, is that sound coming from the dungeon? Sang Yun hesitated and asked, are there any weapons in the Great War that make this kind of sound? The comments were slightly uncertain. It sounds like power armor. It seems to be getting closer. He opened the system and searched. Because power armor has an extremely low drop rate. Let's see what the situation is. Apparently, if you find it, the viewership goes through the roof. His fingers stopped. Jensen 007 Jensen F Part 2. Sang Yun's eyes widened as he looked at the system window. Jensen Dorenbong Jensen Simales. He stopped and thought, is this the kill chain of the same person? Sang Yun slowly peered down into the dungeon. So when it comes to viewership, people might think Anmu is lucky. Suddenly a flash of light streaked past his eyes. But the light continued to collide. System notification. Jensen screamed 68,100. Sang Yun's entire body trembled as he watched a man grabbing an opponent's head. What on earth was that just now? He stood up and stared at Sang Yun with murderous eyes. If he found power armor himself, he wouldn't be that lucky. Sang Yun looked down the stairs at the person below. He immediately looked up and asked suspiciously, was that the person on the motorcycle earlier? As soon as he finished speaking, Jensen rushed up like an arrow. Sang Yun was astonished by his speed. A collision echoed as if to explode the entire room. Jensen stood behind the smoke and arrogantly looked at Sang Yun. Seeing the large hole in the wall, he admired the power armor's abilities. It's really insane. Jensen then turned around and looked around. But where did that guy hide? Sang Yun was already behind him, aiming his bow and attacking. The arrow that had just been fired was lightly dodged by Jensen. He glared at Sang Yun in astonishment. Sang Yun's hands continued to draw arrows. He can dodge arrows just by moving? Jensen turned back to him and saw this divine archery technique. He pulled out a gun and guessed, you're Anmu, aren't you? Sang Yun was astonished as he looked at the weapon. Is that a hero-grade weapon? Attacks poured down on Sang Yun. He dodged behind several boxes, thinking of a plan. Jensen laughed triumphantly and continued to attack. Sang Yun pulled the grenade pin and exclaimed, today's going to be really tough. Comments poured in. Are you going to die today? Has anyone seen Anmu die with a bow? Show me. Is this his first time dying with a bow? A grenade was fired, emitting a cloud of smoke. Jensen saw it, was startled and cursed loudly. Damn it, smoke bomb. He continued to hold his gun and attack. All right, just sign for us. The comments seeing that despaired again and wrote, if he's still there, isn't he dead? A hero-grade weapon has been neutralized. One bullet grazing him will turn him to ash. Sang Yun looked at the tattered boxes and thought, fortunately, I moved quickly when the smoke was thick. He watched him continue to pull the trigger madly and thought, power armor enhances physical abilities, but he's too overconfident in that power and isn't utilizing the armor or weapons abilities properly. Jensen continued to shout, Mom, when I grow up I want to be Anmu. Viewers cheered continuously. He's truly a legend. This guy is really strong, insane. A comment asked Sang Yun, doesn't he block bullets with his bow like in John Deorium? Sang Yun immediately retorted, no, because there's a ceiling above, so what now? He's fighting with power armor and a hero-grade gun. He can't fight head-on. Is there no other way? He can't fight head-on and he can't shoot arrows. He didn't look at the comments but looked up and guessed. There was still one way. He drew an arrow and boldly planned. Of course, I only saw it on YouTube, but now I have to try even the lowest probability. The system status window appeared. Sang Yun looked at it and sighed. He looked at the game map again, but nothing helped. Comments appeared again. Who wants to stop Anmu until now? While he was concentrating, gunshots echoed next to Sang Yun. Boxes continued to bounce off. Jensen approached him, his face ashen. See, he immediately straightened up. He aimed his bow and thought to himself, he's a bit too overconfident. When the arrow was fired, he easily dodged it. Sang Yun took advantage of the gap, turned his body and fled. I need to find somewhere to hide. He looked around. Something even a hero-grade weapon couldn't pierce. It was a sturdy shield. Jensen began to aim, complaining to him verbally. I've been running all day today. As gunshots rang out, he shouted, Anmu, just one photo please. One bullet successfully blocked and grazed Sang Yun's leg. He frowned due to the injury. His movement speed decreased due to the injury, and the blue circle was narrowing. He quickly jumped down and hid. From afar, Jensen still shot leisurely. Hiding isn't always the solution. He continued to shoot at the pillar where Sang Yun was hiding. Sang Yun calmly prepared an arrow, then aimed it at the wall. The comment section was filled with question marks as they watched him. What is he doing? Why is he shooting at the wall? That arrow looks strange too. Hey, stop. He looked at the gradually crumbling wall, then collected himself and sighed. An arrow flew, cutting through the wind. The arrow veered past the pillar and flew, and the comment section was filled with question marks. One person exclaimed, "The arrow flew in a curve." Then Sang Yun continued to draw arrows and shoot them relentlessly. Jensen's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the arrows approach him as if they had been hacked. What? Too surprised to dodge, he was hit by all 3 incoming arrows. He fell painfully. Jensen eliminated 66,100. Viewers were about to explode. Damn it, what is this? What did I just see? He had power armor, so there's power armor archery too. No, it's just a regular bow. This really broadens one's perspective. Hey, I think the arrow just curved. That's amazing. Seeing those comments, he explained, "This is called indirect fire, and you can do it with a real bow too." Indirect fire? With a real bow too? How do you know? Have you really shot a real bow? Seeing the guessing comments, he broke into a cold sweat and mumbled, "No, who uses a bow these days? Be careful with that material." Sang Yun manager sponsored 10,000 W. So the power armor was his. Anmu looked at it and thought, perfect timing. He immediately took off his clothes. "I'll try it on." After putting it on for a while, he admired how well it fit his body. Light emanated from around it, startling him. Not bad. Is this my first legendary item? Reaching platinum rank without a legendary item was already a legend. He was shot but got a legendary item. So was he lucky or unlucky? He excitedly told them. "Alright, with this motivation, I'll reach platinum tier 2 today." But the system suddenly displayed a notification. Exposed to toxic gas. Quickly move to the safe green zone. Exposed to toxic gas. Toxic gas damage reduced by gas mask effect. Sang Yun rotated his wrist and exclaimed, "My body feels really light. I barely took any damage thanks to the gas mask." He felt something and thought, "My body feels too light. What is this? My body feels unnaturally light." He felt his body again. Sang Yun clenched his fist. "It feels like an unfamiliar power is surging through my entire body. A dangerous yet very attractive feeling. This is truly an unfairly overpowered item." The comment section burst into laughter as they saw it. An unfairly overpowered item. Look at that face, he's so excited. "I got a really good item after a long time," he hummed happily. "Just moving my body like this is so enjoyable. Could this be why Lin is so famous?" The world's top game live stream, Legend of the East, also known as Lin, is where everyone is superhuman. Because they fight supernatural powers, monsters, and all other fantasy elements. He walked out of the building, his mind continuously thinking, "It seems like 10 people are fighting with equipment beyond state-of-the-art combat gear. Now I'm starting to get curious. Alright, I need to calmly collect medical items while moving to the safe zone." As his body felt lighter, his speed seemed to reach a new dimension. Too fast, impossibly fast. "I haven't even sprinted yet, but every step feels like I'm flying." The comments admired it. Power armor is really powerful. He looked up at the scenery in front of him, then thought as he ran, "Lin seems pretty fun, I should try it next time." Moving to another map covered in sand dust, Sang Yun was rummaging for items in a ruined building. A system notification popped up. "Green zone will shrink in 30 seconds. He turned back in surprise. "What, it's time already? I didn't realize time was passing while picking up items. My focus mode was too intense." He was delighted looking at the pile of items he had just acquired. "First time I've looted everything. Cannot carry any more items. 5 first aid kits, painkillers, energy drinks, even an emergency bag. It was enough to be called a pharmacy." Comments poured in. "Looted everything but didn't pick up a gun. Truly manly." Breaking news. Anmu declares he's looted everything, but his weapon is still just an ordinary bow. An emergency bag is enough for Anmu. Who needs a weapon? He looked at the armors and explained, "Actually, I found hero-grade helmets and armor too, but I couldn't equip them because I was wearing power armor. Just consider it a limit of the power armor. That's why this armor protects the head less. Honestly, if I could equip all of that, it would have been too unbalanced." He thought again, confused about the armor's functions. Turns out power armor isn't invincible either. "But thanks to it, I defeated enemies, so no complaints." He recomposed himself with both hands and said, "Alright, I don't have to worry about health anymore. Shall we sweep them away now? I'm really looking forward to it. How different will this playthrough be from what I've done?" Confidently, he checked this mission. No mission based on kill count this time. Wanna bet? Who would dare bet against someone wearing power armor? The self-proclaimed monster Anmu. The woman in the wheelchair suddenly burst out laughing. She recalled what he had said. "No mission based on kill count this time. Really? That's a shame. Is he shameless or innocent?" His voice was still audible. How many people are left?" She couldn't stop laughing. "This is really enjoyable. Honestly, I didn't think a frontal assault on the armory would work again. Because there are always so many people who want to ruin streamers' games. Repeating the same strategy often makes you an easy target." But as Sang Yun's arrow fired, she sat up straight. "An arrow is flying in a curve." She nervously fiddled with the armrest. "I've never seen anyone use a bow like that. It's truly fresh and unique." Her eyes sparkled, filled with delight. "It's been a long time since I felt this way." The commentator's voice echoed on the TV. 54 people remaining. So about 30 more to catch then. Watching him play the game seriously, she asked herself, is it just simple curiosity? Anmu was already good, but now he's on another level. He was playing a completely different genre of game. Or when did survival games turn into horror games? Comments continuously praised him. Power armor and a hero-grade bow are stronger than expected. Unlike a wooden bow, it's more powerful and goes further. Plus, he can shoot continuously. In a game like this, truly, she could only utter one sentence looking at the situation in front of her. The balance is broken. Congratulations on first place with a total of 51 kills. A shining emblem appeared. A surprised voice rang out, he got promoted. She silently stood up and applauded, Sang-yun, a fascinating glint in her eyes. Not bad. He looked at the emblem in front of him and thought, this is a premonition. Comments poured out like a flood. He really did it in less than a week. Anmu is truly close to diamond rank. It's almost certain that another one of John Zappa's records will be broken. If he's this good, it goes without saying that those players will keep challenging him, no joke. Seriously impressed. John Zappa should have tried harder back then. What's Zappa doing these days? Haven't seen him active. Come out quickly and give this arrogant guy a good scolding. Sang-yun looked up at them and thought happily. Now everyone thinks I'll reach diamond in 2 weeks, and simultaneously John Zappa's 1-month record will be broken, he greeted them. Then suddenly said loudly, everyone, I've achieved today's goal, so I'll stop here. Viewers were startled. What? They continuously spammed Sang-yun with messages. Nude 10,000 W donation. You were going for diamond rank, weren't you? Why? He said he couldn't help it due to health reasons. Ruby SW 10,000 W donation. Take care of your health. Steve Fried rang 5,000 W donation. Sad. Cheer up, he scratched his head and said apologetically, thank you all for understanding, I'm turning off the game now. See you in the next stream. The game capsule door opened. Sang-yun stumbled out at this moment. He was dizzy and couldn't stand properly. I'm tired, after flying around everywhere in power armor. Returning to reality felt like wearing sandbags. Yu Hyuk asked him worriedly, was it that hard today? Sang-yun replied in an utterly exhausted voice, perhaps because snipers were only targeting me from the start. I'm tired. Yu Hyuk, hearing that, reassured him, alright, I'll investigate their accounts and report them to the game developers. As Yu Hyuk was about to check on his computer, he saw a new notification and exclaimed, the stream just ended, but a post about Anmu is already trending, a multi-genre streamer. A streamer who constantly changes games. In online games with no specific ending, the main game is chosen each season. Yu Hyuk furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, I thought he wouldn't go back to Battle L, which was the main game last season. Last time I met him it was just one short play session. Seeing the manager's call on his phone, he realized that what the manager had said before was no exaggeration. He answered the phone and immediately said, you chose Battle L as the main game again? Sung Tae nodded with the phone to his ear. It's best to just let Anmu's encounters flow naturally. Anyway, he'll reach diamond rank. Whether he breaks the record or not remains to be seen. Yu Hyuk rubbed his chin, delighted. Speaking of which, back then he said Anmu would definitely reach diamond. He really has an eye for people. Sang-yun's sigh echoed. He ate a spoonful of cereal with his spoon and sighed. The sugar is starting to kick in now. I really feel alive again. He immediately picked up his phone and replied about today's stream. Defeated snipers and even got promoted. Truly amazing. I've never seen anyone get promoted so manlily. Anmu, one comment made Sang-yun pause. But today's stream felt truly blessed. Mom, when I grow up I want to be Anmu. Found. Please sign before you go. He watched this video, speechless. Gangsay, this crazy bastard is really funny. Honestly, it was quite enjoyable, Sang-yun admitted. No joke, the stream became much more fun fighting that guy. Is that guy a messenger sent by the god of streaming? Thinking that, he immediately changed his tune and left a comment. Even so, I have no intention of forgiving those guys. Anyway, a sniper is just a sniper. Sang-yun was filled with the comments he had just written. It was truly amazing how he went up to the second floor and fought those 5 idiots. Was he following a hint given by a viewer? Anmu, sweetly, he paused at this name. But that guy Papa, the one who gave him instructions from behind, right? Sang-yun looked at the screen suspiciously. Wait, wasn't the person who gave instructions John Zappa? What on earth are they talking about now? Sang-yun paused at that comment. What is this? He mumbled the comment again. A user named Papa Ra, but who was the one who told him the way? Wasn't Papa Ra John Zappa? What nonsense is that? It's true, Papa Ra is John Zappa's sub-account. Even if it's a sub-account, it's definitely his account. I'm a true fan, so I know well. Sang-yun looked at his back and suspected. Really John Zappa? He recalled Papa Ra's comments. Anyway, that person Papa kept stabbing and charging with his knife. How do you shoot a bow like that? Amazing. First time I've seen it. Papa Pa, sweep them all now. If you have power armor, you can slowly corner them outside the safe zone. They'll all die. All the chat messages were the best choices in that situation. Sang-yun couldn't help but admire. How can he always come up with the best solutions? At this moment, Yu Hyuk came out from behind. I'm hungry, he asked him cheerfully. Hey, it's been a while since we ate out. Wanna go today? Sang-yun nodded. Yu Hyuk placed his hands on the table, then suggested, how about kimchi stew? I heard a new branch just opened. He heard that and asked again. A chain restaurant? Why are you suddenly suggesting that? Yu Hyuk looked at Sang-yun with interest. Actually, they offered you an advertisement sponsorship. I'm going to eat there and decide whether to accept or not. He said, that restaurant from before that you said had decades of tradition. Yu Hyuk winked and nodded at Sang-yun. That's right, that one. Shall we have a few drinks of soju for old time's sake? Sure. A moment later he sighed, looking down the stairs. Damn it, these stairs, it's painful every time I go down. What if it snows in winter? I'll definitely slip and fall without spiked shoes. Yu-hyuk blew on his hands. Grandma used to go up in winter too. Baby Hung isn't getting enough exercise. Yu-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat. Exercise talk again. He had no choice but to walk forward quickly. I'll exercise, just don't nag me anymore. Yu-hyuk ran and bumped into a newly opened door. Ja looked at him in surprise. Excuse me. Yu-hyuk grabbed his head and mumbled, it's okay. He fumbled around on the floor searching. Where are my glasses? She recognized him and handed them over. Here you go. Ja bent down. Her beautiful face appeared enlarged. His head isn't broken yet. Yu-hyuk dazedly accepted the glasses and said thanks. Putting on his glasses he thought again. That scarf really suits her. Sang-yeon approached and greeted them. We meet often these days. Hello Anmu. She looked at them interchangeably and asked, are you two going out? Yu-hyuk immediately explained, we're not going out, we're on our way to eat. Ja, would you like to join us? She asked again. To eat? Where? Seeing the restaurant in front of them, she immediately recognized it as a recently famous place. Do you know that restaurant too, Unnie? Leah Restaurant. Sang-yeon heard their conversation and looked up. He felt the gazes of people passing by looking at him. I can't pretend not to know now. Sang-yeon thought, surely someone recognized me. It must be a misunderstanding. Is this the delusion of an A-list star? He turned to Yu-hyuk. Yu-hyuk was about to boast, this is a secret, but we got a sponsorship offer from there. Sang-yeon casually pulled him along. Never mind, let's just go in quickly. They held the menu in front of them and admired. The menu here is simple. Sang-yeon turned and told the employee, 3 kimchi stews please. Yes, 3 kimchi stews. Ja looked up and ordered another bottle of soju. 1 more bottle of soju please. Soju, yes. Yu-hyuk heard that and asked again. Ms. Ja seems to like home-style food. She didn't refute. Yes, it's delicious. The female employee suddenly spoke. May I ask you something? She smiled brightly and looked at him. Her eyes were full of respect. You're Anmu, aren't you? Could I get your autograph? What? Sang-yeon thought excitedly. Wow, someone recognized me. Yes, of course. The female employee shouted with joy. Thank you. He asked again. Who should I sign it to? Yes, it's Lee Soo-hyuk. Lee Soo-hyuk. A female employee clasped her hands excitedly. Thank you, I'll cherish it. Immediately after, dozens of people crowded in again. Can I get a photo too? Me too. He exclaimed. This many. Sang-yeon looked at Yu-hyuk. I don't mind, but he whispered to him. Won't this be an inconvenience to the restaurant? Surely not that much. A short while later, the restaurant manager greeted them happily. Hello customers. We currently have no seats available. Could you wait a moment? The newly arrived customers looked around. Where did Anmu go? He's here. Let's eat quickly. Yu-hyuk reassured him. This is the first time I've seen the restaurant so crowded because so many people came to see you, so it's a good thing, isn't it? Sang-yeon sighed, deflated. It's finally over. It really wasn't easy. Yu-hyuk encouraged him. You did well. Sang-yeon also came back and we should start seriously now. The three raised their glasses and toasted. A moment later Yu-hyuk came to his senses, looking at the bottles of alcohol on the table. Did we drink this much? Then it's time to get going. Before he could finish speaking, a glass clinked loudly. Ja, swaying with drunkenness, looked at him. Hey Anmu, you've become so famous, I'm so jealous I could die. Sang-yeon, not much better off, replied. I'm still very lacking. Yu-hyuk was surprised to hear that. They're both completely drunk and talking like friends, she swayed, shaking her glass. But hey, who made our video? Yu-hyuk thought helplessly. Oh dear, this is not reassuring at all. The very next moment Ja collapsed, and fortunately Yu-hyuk caught her. Ms. Ja, oh my Ms. Ja, you're still young, why do you drink so much? She looked up, her eyes wide. Mr. Yu-hyuk Hung is really strong because he's old. Yu-hyuk trembled. Yu-hyuk, you say? Snap out of it, Sang-yeon agreed. Exactly. Yu-hyuk Hung, don't bring up age, he shouted angrily. What, you're 32, Sang-yeon calmly replied. When was I ever 30? I'm 28 this year. A question mark popped up in Yu-hyuk's mind. What? Sang-yeon answered nonchalantly. I got exempted from military service because I was the head of the household from a young age, plus I didn't even go to college, Yu-hyuk said in embarrassment. Then your claim of being 30 was a lie. Are you done drinking? Sang-yeon explained. Everyone thinks I'm 30, you know. And what's the difference between 28 and 30 anyway? Yu-hyuk's face turned pale as he said, how can they be the same? Sang-yeon, not understanding, calmly said, what does it matter? Nuna is almost 29 herself. Yu-hyuk suddenly flared up and shouted, I'm almost 32 now, what kind of logic is that? Ja scrolled through her phone and said irritably, I'm tired of the age talk, just leave it. I knew he was younger from the start, but 1 year and 3 years are different. While the two were arguing, she found something on her phone. Ja held up her phone and said to the two, look at this, she exclaimed excitedly. John Zappa is live streaming. Sang-yeon immediately picked up his phone. Yu-hyuk said in surprise. What? Suddenly his last broadcast was 3 years ago. Apparently he only does occasional ad shoots now. He stared intently at his phone. What? John Zappa is live streaming? Really? Sang-yeon mumbled uneasily to himself. Zappa started streaming? Is he really doing it? Out of curiosity he clicked on the video. How many people are watching? Sang-yeon's gray eyes flickered with a faint light, then it vanished. The phone screen displayed, stream has ended. He looked around suspiciously. What? It won't open. Is my internet slow? At that moment Ja belatedly said, it's over. Yu-hyuk, also curious, tapped his phone. It turned on for about a second, then immediately switched to Sang-yeon's time. Is it just me? As soon as he finished speaking all three fell silent. It's really over? Sang-yeon forced a laugh. That's impossible. It's probably an error. Ja slumped onto the table. Sang-yeon sighed and raised his head. I was nervous without realizing it. Surely I'm not seeing John Zappa as a rival, am I? If others knew, they'd think I'm delusional, plus I don't know his skills at all. Don't you have to be in the top 5 to reach diamond rank? Didn't John Zappa have to win to get to diamond? I can do that as a gamer too. If I do that, could I be considered his rival? Yu Hyuk watched this scene and worried. I really hope it was an error. Zappa and An are the same type of person when it comes to the desire for victory. If he really came back, it would be bad news for Sang-yun. Suddenly, Ja let out a deep sigh. Yu Hyuk said helplessly. Ja is completely exhausted. Sang-yun also rubbed his chin and added, or maybe she used up all her remaining energy to drink that. Suddenly, he looked at his phone and thought, but wasn't she a fan of Zappa from the start? In other words, her taste explained everything she wanted. Zappa hasn't been active for a long time, and now he's back. Sang-yun stood up and put on his coat. Let's go, I need to change into Anmu. You guys are the same style, so it's a normal thing. Finally, he went to the counter and asked for the bill. The check, please. But the cashier smiled and greeted them. You're all set to go. Yu Hyuk returned carrying Ja on his back. Ja, don't drool, Sang-yun asked suspiciously. Why? He said, feigning knowledge. Oh, you were all sponsored by our company, weren't you? We know everything. We can no longer take money from our models, Sang-yun said calmly with a cold expression. I haven't agreed to anything yet. Hearing that, his mouth fell open. His face turned red, but he quickly corrected himself. Really? Our CEO was too hasty then, Sang-yun calmly said. Then I'll pay. But the cashier pushed Sang-yun away. No, it's already paid. Please stop by the John J. branch, leave a review, and speak well of us to the CEO. We really appreciate it. Even after all three had left, his voice could still be heard. Yu Hyuk couldn't hold back his laughter. My goodness, I never knew why adults talked so much, but now I understand. Sang-yun didn't quite understand and answered perfunctorily. Oh really? He looked back again and asked. Ja, I'll carry you. Yu Hyuk suspiciously double-checked. You're really going to carry her? But Sang-yun calmly replied, I want to. He quietly dissuaded him. What? Don't regret it later. A moment later, Sang-yun's low voice resonated. Fix my hat. I don't want anyone to recognize me. Yu Hyuk calmly double-checked. Is that what you want? Sang-yun sighed and asked. What? He said again without hesitation. Go back. When she was working at the company, she was incredibly sharp. You know, fan service. She was my first fan, Sang-yun slowly said. At least I should do this much. Yu Hyuk gasped, realizing, right, that's it. Images of the past came to mind. At that time, Ja had said, Hey, Anmu, you're really famous, aren't you? That's amazing. Who edited your videos? Thinking that, he smiled slightly. Sang-yun looked up at the sky. Was my first fan disappointed when I was too good to other fans? The shimmering moonlight illuminated the path. Sang-yun said in a low voice, Hey, change me. Yu Hyuk swore helplessly. Damn it, a double personality. The next morning, Ja finally woke up. She staggered up, clutching her head. Ja took out a can of soda from the fridge and immediately chugged it down. At this moment, Jia's face was as pale as if she'd just been pulled out of a stream. Ah, suddenly, humiliating memories flooded back and her face visibly reddened. Ja banged on the fridge door. Her face turned red, then gradually purple. My goodness, I was so drunk. Why did I do that? Finally, the scene of Ja dancing like a worm came to mind, and she screamed inwardly. She thought painfully, I must have been crazy. Why do people drink that? But Ja soon recalled the taste. Because it was delicious. Alcohol was truly the best. Because it was delicious, because it made me happy. She calmed herself by spraying hairspray right there. Ja thought, maybe I should watch a movie. Light emitted from the screen illuminating the small space. She sat in front of the computer and clicked. What movies are there still? Strange movies appeared lined up on the screen. Ja silently assessed. What kind of movie is this? As the movie cut to a scene of a treasure chest opening, she also snapped out of it. This is no time for this. I have a lot to do, but Ja looked so lonely in front of the blue light. Would it matter if the video was a day late? Even if I work hard, I'm just an editor. Nothing more, nothing less. Suddenly a faint sound was heard. Fan service. She was my first fan. At the same time, the treasure chest opened as if two people had found treasure simultaneously. The mouse moved slightly towards a blue button. Ja quietly watched all of Sang-yun's footage. I can probably finish it in 7 hours, she smiled lightly, as if a burden had been lifted. The treasure chest also emitted a dazzling light. Early in the morning, messages poured in. Hey, it's morning, everyone wake up. What's going on? What do you all think? Anmu's new video. Major Battle E45 Idiot Brothers. Major Battle E5 Johnson. Major Battle E6 Right. Anmu War Power Armor. What, really? On the other side, Sang-yun's mouth fell open. Unbelievable. This is Major Battle E6 at the top of the screen. Right, Anmu. He broke this season's record, didn't he? He broke Zappa's record. He even has a gas mask. Perfect timing. This is yesterday's stream video. It's too fast. Is that editor human? How can they do that? He began to doubt life itself. She drank so much yesterday and edited videos all night. It's yesterday's stream video. My head still hurts. Is this what they call youth? Sang-yun forced himself to reach for his glasses. It's not that I don't trust Ja, but as soon as he put on his glasses, he worriedly watched the video in detail. At this moment, Sang-yun only hoped she hadn't done anything crazy while drunk. In fact, it proved that Jia's work efficiency was very high. The video's opening was meticulously edited by her. I'll go to the armory again today, but there's no bow here. While Anmu stared blankly at the armory, another man carefully approached with a knife. A single blade sliced through the air, too fast for the naked eye, but Sang-yun dodged it. Damn it, 2 minutes 14 seconds. The tragedy of the Idiot Brothers begins. The man continuously threw knives without pause, but Sang Yun dodged them all. The man was angry and bewildered. But how can he keep dodging? Suddenly, Sang Yun gripped the knife hilt tightly and pulled it out forcefully. He smiled and said to the man, "Thanks for the weapon." The man's mouth fell open in surprise and he cursed loudly. "Damn it!" The blade in Sang Yun's hand struck hard, and the man screamed, filled with fear and rage. Immediately after, he put the blade in his mouth and quickly climbed up. His eyes shone with a murderous glint. "Now it's time to fight." Sang Yun suddenly leaped from above to the ground, ambushing the bewildered archer. The archer looked at him in surprise, unconsciously clutching his bow and arrows. 5-8, the Golden Lin archer is a legend. The archer's facial expression was meticulously edited, and comments poured in mockingly. 5 minutes 9 seconds. His panicked expression is too funny. It's like a cheap horror movie. It's too early to be surprised. It didn't take long to seize the bow and arrows, and comments continued to appear on the screen filled with uncontainable surprise. 12 minutes 51 seconds. What is this? How can he be so good? No matter how much I practice, I wouldn't be able to do that. Insane, I mean, is that even possible? Yu Hyuk also couldn't hide his surprise and joy, even though he knew beforehand it was still astonishing. As soon as the video ended, he clicked on the next one without hesitation. Quick, next name. The next video began with Johnson's booming voice and eye-catching text effects. "Mom, when I grow up, I want to be Anmu." Johnson. The video's text effects were conspicuously edited, and gunshots rang out, making the atmosphere even more lively. "That was close, wasn't it? Mom, when I grow up, I want to be Anmu." Immediately after, netizens' comments appeared on the screen and the text effects continued in a frenzy. "Mom, when I grow up, I want to be Anmu. Seeing Anmu makes me sick, but he never called himself Jensen. I just realized it while reading the comments. Seriously, I've seen it before, but it's much funnier now." Yu Hyuk burst out laughing while watching the video. If the first two videos are this great, how much greater will the highlights be? How well was the highlight section edited? The video began with Sang Yun crossing the desolate land with a bow and arrow slung over his shoulder. He looked around and assessed the surrounding landscape. "Not bad. I need to pick up some items and move." As soon as he said that, comments immediately replied, "You have power armor, you can loot all day, right. This bet is a sure thing, but the damage from Phase 3 is enormous, so be careful." Sang Yun also happened to notice this comment. "Damage from Phase 3 and then the gas mask broke." Sang Yun quickly found a solution, he said cheerfully. "I'll try to gather as much as possible." A moment later, a system notification appeared. "Safe zone will shrink in 30 seconds. By this time, Sang Yun had already gathered all the items in one place, and now he had no worries about his health. He raised his head and clenched his fist, making a determined expression. "Let's go clear them out now." Saying that, Sang Yun rushed forward without hesitation. From an overhead view, everyone could see his intense and resolute gaze. Live stream comments also couldn't hide their admiration. "It sounds like wind blowing like he's riding a motorcycle." From a first-person perspective, "He's really fast, like a ninja sprinting." Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "Taking damage in the safe zone. Move." Comments seeing the items he had just collected said with satisfaction, "He still has energy drinks and his health bar is always full." Sang Yun ran like an arrow and the safe zone appeared before his eyes. He shouted, "I see the safe zone." Sang Yun glanced at the control panel. 47 people remaining. The system screen displayed 47 people remaining. After confirming the number of remaining players, he cautiously drew an arrow from behind his back, and slowly he entered the safe zone. As soon as he passed the safe zone, he heard gunshots ringing out from all directions. He meticulously observed his surroundings and judged, gunshots everywhere. They must be fighting. Suddenly a moving object appeared in his sight and his gaze fixed on it. Sang Yun drew his bow and quietly aimed. In that room, comments appeared with an incredulous tone. "What? It's too far. You'd need an 8x scope for that distance." Even after seeing him skillfully draw his bow and aim, they still said incredulously, "Is that possible?" Maybe it's because it's a recurve bow, not a compound bow. As soon as he accurately confirmed the target, his arrow flew powerfully. System notification. Onman Chicken Chessman eliminated 46,100. Comments once again exclaimed in admiration. "That was nothing." Sang Yun held up his bow and arrow with one hand to block the sunlight, his face still calm. "One shot." So he didn't have a helmet? People were dying, and names appeared on the list. A sniper hiding in the distance spotted him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "Crazy, I can't believe it." Having finished aiming, he startled, realizing, "Wait, that's power armor. Damn it, run." He lingered for a moment. "No, wait, it's a bow, then I can do it." The man aimed his gun, triumphantly thinking to himself, "The gun has a much greater advantage at this range. If I kill him, the power armor is mine." Suddenly, the person in front of him vanished, and he was surprised. As he was still deep in thought, where did that guy go? An arrow flew from a distance, accurately targeting his head. He carelessly took the arrow and fell backward. The helmet with the arrow embedded was dented by the strong impact, and he scrambled up, looking around in confusion. "What? Why is the arrow coming from this direction?" No matter how powerful the power armor was. Before he could react, another arrow unexpectedly flew and struck his helmet, shattering it. A system warning appeared again. "Equipment damaged." He still stared blankly, unable to understand what had happened. Why are two arrows flying consecutively? Even the last arrow could no longer dodge and stood still, taking the attack. His mind was still blank. The system notification is back again. On-need rice farming has been eliminated. 45,100. The comments on the screen were silent for a moment before exploding. He shot 3 arrows consecutively. Insane. Anmu, Sniper Sniffer sponsored 10,000 W. What do I do now? Sniper Nim, damn it, I haven't found a job yet, but you can fly. This is a bug, you're tricking me, this is a bug. DDD Nim sponsored 5,000 W. I'll go change my pants. I get it immediately, sponsored 20,000 W. I smelled perfume in the restroom just now. Sang Yun looked down at his palm and said, thanks for the gift. The power armor works better than expected. I can concentrate the force in my fingertips and shoot consecutively as much as I want. Usually that's incredibly difficult. The combination of power armor and a recurve bow is much more amazing than I thought. Guns aren't greatly affected by physical stats. Suddenly, a system warning appeared again, stating that the green zone was shrinking. Sang Yun looked at the map and sighed, damn it. As always, the green zone is always far away. The comments also looked at the map and were surprised. This direction is the square, isn't it? The square? So it's a square battle. The square was one of the most brutal maps for widespread combat. As its name suggested, it was a wide-open plain. The only cover was a few stalls on the edges and a huge fountain in the center. It was always chaotic and opinions on it were sharply divided. Square battles are boring, a complete mess, but for Anmu who love chaos, it was good news. I like square battles. I always play them. The comments were not wrong. He was now looking at the distant square with triumphant eyes. This is definitely first place. If Anmu is wearing power armor, a square battle is perfect. Just then, a donation notification appeared with a message. Dare to challenge, sponsored 20,000 W mission, get 20 kills from now on for 200,000 gold. Give it to me. This is also a donation. Anyway, it's something I have to do. Why did they put a mission on it? Sang Yun smiled slightly. 20 kills, 45 people remaining. The comments and Sang Yun simultaneously shouted with excitement. Thanks for the 20,000 W. Watching him run across the screen, the comments couldn't hide their excitement and predicted the future. Awesome. A moment later, Sang Yun quietly stepped onto the desolate ground of the square. He looked around and concluded, I seem to have arrived first. Right. Viewer comments continuously appeared. He killed everyone who came first. Since he killed everyone, he arrived first. Already 720 kills. Sang Yun looked around and thought, I need to find a good spot before others arrive. Just at that important moment, donation notifications with messages kept appearing. Rookie Expert Nim sponsored 1000 W. There are no good spots in a square battle. Gandhi Meta Research Director Nim sponsored 5000 W. How about the second floor of the building in the corner of the square? Sang Yun glanced at the map and firmly replied, no, it's too close to the edge of the green zone. Suddenly, another notification appeared with a message. Baba Papa Nim sponsored 50,000 W. Then how about running around the fountain and shooting? You have good stamina, so it doesn't seem like a bad idea. Baba Papa. He thought for a moment, then replied, thanks for the 50,000 W. The fountain, you say? That's quite wise advice. Sang Yun walked toward the fountain without hesitation. Good. Excited comments continuously appeared. A monster is creating himself. It's in the middle of the green zone, so no need to worry, but it stands out too much. It's like calling them to come catch me. He looked at these comments, hesitated for a moment, and slowed his pace. A reasonable concern. But is the fountain really the best option? There are quite a few hiding spots, and it's wide enough to deal with enemies from all directions. He rested his chin on his hand, recalling a series of physics and math formulas in his head. Plus, it's in the middle of the green zone. Having finished his calculations, Sang Yun smiled slightly. Opinions vary, but, he continued to walk toward the fountain. How will I know if I don't try? Well, let's just try. Another person hastily rushed to the desolate ground in the middle of the square. He approached the fountain and slowly stopped. He looked around, confirmed no one was there, and triumphantly thought, good, no one has come yet. He slowly climbed the steps one by one. He looked around cautiously. It's in the middle of the green zone and there are many hiding spots. Perfect. He excitedly took out his gun, not noticing the shadow hiding in the water behind him. If this continues, taking first place will be a piece of cake. From behind the water, Sang Yun quietly drew his bow, aiming at the person in front. His eyes were unwavering. As he released his hand, the arrow cut through the wind and accurately struck the man's head. System notification. Dumjon Telia has been eliminated. 16,100. At the same time, the man fell, and the gun in his hand hit the ground hard. The sound attracted the attention of snipers hiding near the fountain. The people hiding nearby heard the sound and quickly realized, it seems someone is at the fountain. They immediately ran toward the fountain. They've already taken the center. Damn it, I'll take it back. Moment later, footsteps flooded in from all directions. Surprised comments clearly appeared on the screen. What, 1 versus 12? On the live stream he dealt with them one by one, so I didn't notice, but seeing it edited is really cool. I should hit like. They're right in front of me. Whoever I shoot first will immediately counterattack. From behind the water, Sang Yun still quietly drew his bow, aiming at each person. The arrow that flew from the water cut through the water and accurately struck the player standing directly in front. His eyes were unwavering. Another shot, and a moment later, arrows flew one after another, accurately striking other players, not missing a single shot. Viewers who saw the scene were delighted. That firing speed is insane. Shooting from inside the fountain is almost invincible. Guns break when they touch water, but bows are fine. Suddenly he felt a strange killing intent from behind. Sang Yun immediately turned around and something brushed past, leaving a scratch on his clothes. Yu Hyuk watched, unable to hide his tension. From behind him, Sang Yun saw a sniper with a gun aiming at him, and he immediately moved away from cover. Gunshots rang out and bullets fired one after another, and the fountain could not withstand the pressure and slowly collapsed. The man continued to approach, saying to Sang Yun in an unfriendly voice, "If you keep hiding, I'll just destroy the cover." Right? He got closer and closer to the fountain, not realizing the danger lurking within. Suddenly an arrow flew from within the smoke, accurately targeting the sniper's head. Yu Hyuk watched the video, unable to understand what had happened. Back in the game, the sniper took the arrow and flew backward due to inertia. The comments, now accustomed to it, were no longer surprised, only expressing admiration and praise. He flew that far, the power of that armor bow is really amazing. As soon as Sang Yun dealt with this person, another person rushed over, shouting, "There he is!" Before he could counterattack, they continuously showered the fountain pillar with bullets, but Sang Yun could easily dodge all attacks with his speed. He darted out, using the huge pillars to dodge all incoming bullets. Two snipers nearby aimed and conversed. "That guy keeps using that pillar for cover. Annoying, fine, just keep attacking. He can't do anything even if he hides behind the pillar." As soon as they finished speaking, Sang Yun simultaneously shot 2 arrows, and the arrows split into 2 directions, accurately striking the 2 people who were frantically firing. The comments couldn't help but admire. "Awesome, dodging and shooting like that in a survival game is cheating, isn't it? Why did this situation happen? Honestly, this style of play should be banned." Yu Hyuk also couldn't help but admire. He wasn't that professional when he first used indirect fire. It seems he's already reached the pinnacle in this round, he admired after carefully watching the video. "Truly amazing," Yu Hyuk suddenly asked himself, watching him laugh triumphantly. "Is this what they call a genius?" System notifications continued to ring. Anand Demigra has been eliminated, 1100. After dealing with everything, he sighed slightly, and he brushed his hair back with his hand, looking up to check the system notification. "Well done, everyone." The people watching him also cheered with joy at this moment. "Crazy, that game was really amazing. Shout it out. God moment, when I grow up I want to be Anmu." Yu Hyuk also looked at his phone screen and shouted, "Wow, awesome." He watched the video again carefully. Just adjusting the shooting angle and speed makes it look completely different. It seems this is the power of editing, he suddenly wondered. What will the community reaction be? After searching, Yu Hyuk was delighted with the results. It's already starting to explode. Top 1 comment. "I'm Platinum Tier 1, but I don't think I can beat you. Please go up to Diamond Tier and help me." Yu Hyuk admitted, "Gojo really has no family. No family. I was too immersed in the first-person perspective when watching the live stream, so I didn't notice the indirect fire. I'm dying of laughter. Watching it live is fun and shocking." As he scrolled down, he was even more surprised. He's climbed to 41st on YouTube Live. Really? For real? Then I should go check the comments right away. Without knowing what Yu Hyuk saw, he suddenly paused. Yu Hyuk's excited voice turned sullen. "What is this Anmu Mio's Jingpit Adventure 41st? Ha!" He scratched his head. Still not even in the top 30. Could it be that he dropped so quickly in the rankings? Yu Hyuk's fingers scrolled through his phone screen as fast as the wind. There were only channels with over 3,000 subscribers. Suddenly he paused, staring blankly at his phone screen, then exclaimed in surprise. 21st. The final episode 6, Leah. This Anmu really climbed to the top 20 in the blink of an eye? His hand slowly trembled, unable to believe this fact. Yu Hyuk admired. "Awesome." He was delighted looking at the ranking board. One of the 3 went up, but we're the only channel in the top 20, and with less than 100,000 subscribers, that's truly amazing. People say that if the average viewership exceeds the subscriber count, the channel is still growing strongly. Think about it, we only have 50,000 subscribers, but we're getting these views. Suddenly his surprise turned into confidence. Our channel is definitely exploding. Now Yu Hyuk showed a confident attitude in everything he did, even fixing his glasses. No, this isn't luck, this is really high-quality growth. And he looked at the ranking board and thought again. By the way, we've already reached 50,000 subscribers. Should we hold a celebratory event? Usually, reaching 10,000 or 20,000 subscribers at this point was a big deal. But thanks to those 2 talented monsters, the growth rate was truly insane, the editor, who worked perfectly even when drunk. "This is Jolie here, I'll do it my way, okay?" Rude but true genius was a truly enviable talent. Yu Hyuk looked at their performance and reflected on himself again. He couldn't help but think, have I ever had such passion as these 2? Until recently I only had a flashy resume, not outstanding talent or deep passion. Society recognized me more than others because of that, and I didn't really care. But if working hard as society dictates is also a talent, isn't it a very lonely kind of talent for a human being? He sighed, subconsciously comparing himself to Sang Yun. Compared to you, Sang Yun's 30 years of life, the density of my life is, Yu Hyuk suddenly remembered. Right, that guy is only 28. Chapter 64 saved. Suddenly he shot up, shouting irritably, "The more I think about it, the more I want to die of anger." He lied about his age and called me his contemporary. Yet he wasn't even born early in the year. He looked down at the screen again. Even though the video had been up for a while, there was no reaction. "Hey, did you see the video? It's really crazy, isn't it?" Realizing there was no reply from the other person, he unconsciously peeked into Sang Yun's bedroom. "No way, is he still sleeping?" Heavy breathing echoed in the room. Sang Yun sprang up, his face pale, and a sharp pain suddenly struck his head. Sang Yun held his head with his hand, feeling anxious. That dream again. Dark and blurry fragments of memory resurfaced. "Who else would shoot if you don't? You know, everyone is just chasing your shadow." he sighed, thinking he was overdoing it. At this moment Yu-hyuk poked his head in and teased him. First time oversleeping, kiddo? Sang-yeon scratched his head and said. We drank a lot, Hung, Yu-hyuk agreed. I think so too, kiddo. You even called me young. He maliciously poked at the other person's wound. Yes, you must be very happy to be old, Hung, Yu-hyuk. Sang-yeon closed the door irritably. Such an annoying guy. Why make such a fuss over a 1 to 3 year age difference? So petty. He turned on the shower and the water drenched his body. The fight with the power armor yesterday was really fun. It was a completely different feeling from when he picked up a bow again. Shooting a bow brought immense excitement, but the power armor was like. Suddenly, Sang-yeon realized something. Wait, fun? Am I not only excited about shooting a bow again, but also truly enjoying this game itself? Realizing this, he fell silent for a moment. For whatever reason, this exciting feeling is at least a good sign. It will be a motivation for me. The most important thing now is to reach diamond rank, I promised the viewers. I'll aim for diamond rank within 2 weeks. That will be a way to meet someone I respect, and a stepping stone to continue this work. If that becomes reality, I will be able to use a bow for much longer. Are there any interesting posts today? As soon as he checked the forum, Sang-yeon found excited fans. Anmu real-time video ranking. Crazy, it's real. That room opened yesterday. Link available, he asked himself suspiciously. Are they talking about video rankings? Ja also drank with me yesterday, so she probably hasn't made a new video yet. Could old videos be trending again? Unexpectedly, Sang-yeon found a new post. Major Battle E6, right. Anmu wore power armor. Anmu's video rose to 19th place. Crazy, I really missed it, he said glumly. What is this? Just then, Sang-yeon saw the comments. Is it Photoshop or fan-edited? Is 19th place a big deal? I don't know how rankings work or the scale, but 19th place is the best, isn't it? Be it, why are you so angry? But the key is that he still caught the guy with terrible hair. 1-2 is rising too. Usually he only live streams, but this friend does both. His editor is truly the best, he thought to himself. Looking at these jealous comments, it seems real. Finally, Sang-yeon exclaimed, it's really 19th place. Yu-hyuk seemed calmer. 19th place, kiddo. It was 21st before, but it's risen again, he said, feeling a little deflated. Wait, Hung, you saw it too. What's with that video? Why did it get like this? He answered leisurely while eating his meal. Only Ja would know. She seems to have godlike editing skills. Sang-yeon again missed the point. Wait, why are you calling Ja boss? She's much younger. As soon as he heard that, Yu-hyuk retorted. Because she's not human, she's a god. You'll understand once you see the video. Sang-yeon, as if helpless, commented on the editing style. Truly crazy. Is it really that good? I know Ja is competent, but making a video while drunk, in the end he made up his mind. I'll know when I watch it. A moment later, Sang-yeon was dumbfounded, his head spinning. Ja was really a god. Like a constellation? Maybe it's true. I received a revelation from the goddess Ja. The constellation of the editing god blessed Anmu, and now it's perfectly sensational. Yu-hyuk criticized him scornfully. I told you, kiddo. He couldn't help but retort. You don't usually call me kiddo, Hung. Just call me Hung. He wore a discontented expression. I know, kiddo, Sang-yeon lectured him again. People in high positions usually don't need to be addressed with honorifics. Yu-hyuk also spoke as if not wanting to lose. On the contrary, you're calling me Hung, kiddo. But these words made him lose his appetite. Suddenly, Yu-hyuk slammed the table and sprang up. That's right, this isn't the time to argue about who's older or younger, is it? I'm a generous person, so I'll forgive you. Sang-yeon scoffed inwardly. I'm a generous person, so I'll forgive you. With a personality like that, it's no wonder he's good at social life and recognized for having much to learn from. Before he could scoop up food with his spoon, Yu-hyuk blocked him. Sang-yeon haggled for a share, but he still insisted stubbornly. This is my almond, go eat your own. He honestly admired how petty. I take back what I just said, Yu-hyuk sharply noticed. What, did you just insult me? In the end he was caught. Sang-yeon thought cheerfully, he really cooks well, truly the best. At this moment Yu-hyuk became serious again. Right, we've reached 50,000 subscribers. Should we hold an event? He said with the spoon in his mouth. Haven't thought about it yet. No ideas. Hung, you take care of it. He replied immediately without hesitation. All right. The clock kept ticking. Sang-yeon also looked at his phone and fell into thought at this moment. Today is the 5th day. In 2 more days it'll be halfway through the challenge. I'm currently Platinum Tier 2. It's faster than planned, but I can't let my guard down. The online community continues to react well, and with Diamond Rank just around the corner, he's definitely going to make a leap. Haven't I seen such people always fall into despair? Fighting electromagnetic wave could ruin everything with a single mistake. Now that I think about it, I saw electromagnetic wave live streaming for a bit yesterday. Surprising, was it a mistake? Is he still alive? Wasn't he trying to stop me? Electromagnetic wave beating me? One loss could make all my efforts go to waste. You idiots, go outside and get some fresh air. A few losses and everything disappears. Good luck, but why am I having these crazy thoughts? Not 2 weeks, but he thought firmly. I want to shorten it to 1 week. There are people who think like me. Forget the 2-week talk. I said Anmu can reach Diamond in 1 week. On another note, Sang-yeon's voice flowed from the TV. Reached Platinum Tier 2 faster than expected, didn't you? Perhaps he might even reach Diamond this week. Anyway, I have to keep fighting today. Suddenly, an old voice interjected. Young lady, don't you have anything to say about yesterday's matter? The doctor explained everything. There's only a little bit left. She remained silent, admitting her mistake. I know I made a mistake. After speaking, she fell silent again and continued watching the video. As gentle words didn't work, he resorted to a stronger approach. Do you feel competitive? If an answer is needed, I've already spoken, she said in a cold voice. Please leave. 5 days had passed since Anmu declared his Diamond Rank challenge, but people were still talking enthusiastically. Next match is the promotion series. Live chat: what on earth is going on? Platinum promotion series in just 1 day. Let's keep going. Anmu's live broadcast has something inspiring. Today's broadcast ends here. Beep. The sound suddenly cut off, and in the room, only the light coming through the slightly ajar door remained. The sound echoed again. I'll continue tomorrow. But today was the 6th day. Even a few days later, the familiar voice could still be heard. Saw the post recruiting teammates to disrupt the game. Expected it. But they're really persistent. Of course, we'll go to the armory again. She remained silent, thinking. Still the same method. Truly unimaginably foolish and linear. Notifications continued to appear. Anmu eliminated John Ju 92,100. Anmu eliminated Angu 77,100. Anmu eliminated Setakote 51,100. Anmu eliminated Hamuji 32,100. Anmu eliminated Runket 16,100. Congratulations on your victory. Anmu eliminated Cha 1,100. Congratulations on your victory. It's like he's challenging the game disruptors to come and disrupt him. Sang Yun's voice appeared again. Just reached Platinum Tier 1 and it's already over. A bit disappointing. Fighting purely with skill, not relying on luck. Should I raise my ranking score a bit more tomorrow? But the viewers had only one thought. Let's go again. It feels like a noble strategy. Alright, 7th day, Sang Yun said nonchalantly. It's exactly 1 week since I said I'd reach Diamond Rank. Now it's time to pour all my strength into it. Comments appeared again as if dancing. Anmu is cool. The front line has been reborn. Now it's time to break all records. What on earth are they talking about? The hardest part is just beginning. Those rookies are making too much of a fuss. This is where it really begins, in my opinion. This part alone will take a week. She suddenly felt anxious. I have a bad feeling, especially today. He seems to be in perfect condition. The internet was still flooded with articles about Sang Yun's remarks. 1 week has passed since Anmu's controversial remarks were leaked, and today is the day. Sarcastic comments overflowed in those articles. That damn Anmu claiming he'll reach Diamond in 2 weeks. Don't talk nonsense, but it looks like he did it in 1 week. It's real. Fraudster Anmu, he tricked us. Sang Yun, trembling with anger, blankly turned on his phone. My name is everywhere. He rubbed his eyes with his hand and said, am I still dreaming? Netizens' comments filled his phone screen at this moment. Who can reach Diamond in just 1 week? Can he really do it? Wasn't the game over when he reached Platinum Tier 3 with Cairo? I believed in Anmu from the start. Should have bet on him earlier. Those who opposed Anmu must be in the ground by now. It wasn't a dream. He read the comments for a moment and woke up completely. Surprisingly, there were countless comments. They say if he loses just 1 match, it's over. He hasn't even reached Diamond yet, but he's already showing off. Typical idiot style. That peanut will reach Platinum Tier 3 tomorrow. Platinum Tier 3 and Platinum Tier 2 are just warm-ups. The real hell is Platinum Tier 1. These guys know nothing. After skimming through some representative comments, he thought to himself, getting sworn at first thing in the morning. Sang Yun felt a bit bitter reading the comments. Challenging for Diamond Rank is a common content. Why is it getting so much attention this time? Did you see Anmu's highlight video today? Personally, I prefer the live stream. After reading this comment, he went into his YouTube channel to check the edited version of the last stream. L1 commentary. Right, 241,000 views in 1 hour. Anmu L2 commentary. Fantasia 230,000 views 1 hour ago. He felt both surprise and joy upon seeing the video upload time. Did it really go up this morning? The views are truly immense. As expected, it came from a 6 million subscriber channel. Sang Yun turned his body, flipped his phone screen over and thought, since the Fantasia channel has people of various ages, most of them probably learned about me for the first time. Is that why I'm being mentioned everywhere? He recalled the comments he had just read. Crazy. Before I didn't know who Anmu was, but seriously, it's no joke. That guy's handsome. First time seeing Anmu, he's handsome. The interview was too short. After watching today's commentary video, I think I'll fall for Anmu. I learned about Anmu through Fantasia. The video is really fun. To think he'd become so famous. And he's challenging for Diamond Rank too. Wait, isn't Anmu trying to break Electromagnetic Wave's record? They said he'd reach Diamond in 2 weeks. Can he really do it? He opened his phone again and gloated triumphantly, looking at people's astonished comments. Of course, all attention would be on me. Sang Yun thought to himself. This kind of pressure is what makes it fun. Others' suspicion, jealousy, envy, and the excitement when all of that turns into admiration and cheers. That's precisely why I loved sports, but live streaming seems to offer more opportunities than sports. Almost every time, he pondered, looking up at the ceiling. Perhaps live streaming suits me more than sports, or am I just an attention-seeking addict? Now that I hear it, that sounds plausible too, and he opened his phone again. After looking at the screen once more, Sang Yun stood up, put on his slippers, and went outside. Yu Hyuk had been sitting outside for who knows how long. He watched in surprise as Sang Yun staggered out of the room. Woke up early, didn't you? Are you going to play the game right away? He replied to Yu Hyuk's words, slowly sitting in the simulation chair. First, I should practice a bit. I've stopped practicing for too long. I heard playing games for too long is harmful, but today is different. Sang Yun recalled the viewer's words and used them as great motivation. After watching today's commentary video, I think I'll fall for Anmu. I didn't know who Anmu was. My goodness, he's really handsome. My heart is pounding, they added an archery team. Crazy. I have to watch it again. I learned about Anmu through Fantasia. The video is really fun. To think he'd become so famous, he couldn't contain his joy inwardly as he recalled the comments. Today it'll be fine to go all out all day. A few hours later, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Sang Yun finished the training guide with a sigh of relief. Next is to access the virtual free training space. In this space, you can train by connecting external apps. A message popped up on the system. You can train by connecting to external applications. He read the short command and connected to Weapon Master. He connected to On2. Sang Yun quickly scanned the system board and then exclaimed, "Found it." It was a video he had seen as a child teaching practical archery techniques used in ancient warfare. He watched the video carefully, thinking to himself. He was starting to feel the limitations of archery as a sport. In war, one should use wartime archery. This type of archery doesn't require accuracy. It only needs to be shot fast enough to overwhelm the enemy. After watching the video, Sang Yun immediately applied it in practice. He stood in a 3D space and estimated the distance with his hands. This height should be fine. It might affect his posture slightly, but what matters isn't the posture but actually shooting the bow and choosing the method appropriate for the situation. After practicing according to the video tutorial, he carefully reviewed the results. It was definitely faster than before, but he only hit the center once, which was quite poor. Sang Yun scratched his head, confused. The problem is my perfectionism. If it's not accurate, it's meaningless. And unlike reality, I can't give up. He looked at his hands, hesitating. Should I change the way I hold the bow to a more modern one? Combining two different things doesn't necessarily guarantee a better outcome. Something like hot iced coffee cannot exist, but Sang Yun lay on the floor and practiced shooting the bow. After shooting 4 arrows simultaneously, he sprang to his feet. Sang Yun smiled with satisfaction. Good, I think it's time to shoot a round. At least accuracy and speed seem to be able to coexist. At breakfast, Yu Hyuk looked at the distributed food with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Why are you eating so much? Isn't this excessive for breakfast? Sang Yun replied while chewing. It's fine, I have a good appetite today. Yu Hyuk stared at him for a long time. Come to think of it, it wasn't just the eating. His son had practiced non-stop all morning. Usually he would collapse from exhaustion after just 3 or 4 hours. What on earth is going on? After breakfast, Sang Yun turned on the live stream again. Viewers who received the notification immediately flooded the comments. Today's stream is really hot. Are we going to Diamond Rank today? Let's go to Diamond Rank. Anmu, let's go to Diamond Rank. I made it to the live stream on time. If he reaches Diamond Rank today, it'll truly be a legend. His voice resonated with determination. Alright, it's been exactly 1 week since I said I'd reach Diamond Rank. Now it's time to set a record. The live stream comments kept asking questions. Today a legend is reborn. Can he reach Diamond Rank today? Of course, this time I'll do my best. This is a real milestone. Reaching Diamond Rank with only a bow in a week, what are you talking about? The hard part is just beginning. Shut up if you don't know anything. Newbies are making a fuss. Anmu's current rank is Platinum 1, 55 points. He needs 100 points to advance to the next promotion series. It only looks that way. Advancing from Platinum to Diamond Rank is called the Promotion Series Finals. It's not a simple promotion series. It's not just 3 matches, but 5 matches. Even if you win the first match, you still have to play more matches to secure your rank. One new viewer watched and empathized. That looks like a tough journey just from watching. Old viewers replied, are you a newbie? Don't worry, just let him be. Let those kids chase the bait. All players were ready. Anmu was ready to create a miracle. People watching the live stream all cheered in unison. Anmu, let's go. The game began. Sang Yun immediately entered the game. He sat in the helicopter, unable to hide his tension. The sound of the helicopter was like his own heartbeat. The person next to him urged. Alright, jump, Woho urged quickly. Jump quickly, you damn fool, don't drag it out. But Sang Yun, as expected, was leisurely stretching. My condition is top-notch today. He looked at the seat he had just occupied and then turned his head decisively. He was also looking forward to his own performance. Sang Yun looked down at the terrain below and exclaimed, it's a forest terrain. He sat in the plane cabin, comfortably swinging his legs, his gaze fixed downwards. It's basically similar to a desert. After a brief scan, he finally confirmed his destination. Found it, the armory. Others urged again. Jump, you idiot. Sang Yun jumped out of the plane cabin. He looked around and thought to himself, it's as I expected. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from beside him. Mom, when I grow up, I want to be Anmu. He quickly jumped out alongside Sang Yun and greeted him cheerfully. Hi bro. Sang Yun looked at the person next to him and thought irritably, I guess I'll have to get used to it, and he replied to him in a small voice, yeah. The next moment, Sang Yun charged at him with murderous eyes. Alright, let's see how it feels to die. Demuk grabbed his backpack straps and stammered in a panic. What bro, what are you doing? He asked him in a cold voice. Bro, what are you thinking? Sang Yun smiled in a friendly but murderous way. You're already stream sniping, I told you not to expose it. And he firmly gripped Demuk's backpack straps. Immediately after, his screams echoed miserably in the silence. Bro, wait. The others watched, their faces pale, as Sang Yun relentlessly punched and kicked Demuk. Demuk wailed miserably as he saw the feet coming so close that his face seemed to touch the ground. Bro, please, just this once. The stream comments couldn't stop laughing. Crazy. The stream sniper is getting owned. Yeah, the end is always 2 vs 1. Goodbye. And he looked up at the people on the upper floor with sharp eyes. One look is enough, Sang Yun glanced at Demuk again. Damn it, as soon as he landed he secretly planned to escape. Colorful parachutes unfolded against the blue sky. He knelt on one knee and placed his hand on the ground to stabilize his body. Yu-hyuk sat in front of the computer screen, leisurely opening a can of soda. He was carefully watching the person on the screen. He's going straight to the arena. His gaze never left the person on the screen. Is he starting on the first floor again this time? Yu-hyuk noticed something surprising. The person on the screen ignored the first floor and quickly went up the stairs to the second floor. The person's face gradually appeared on the screen. What does he want to find on the second floor? A hand gripping a steel bow riser, feet in combat boots stepping on the railing. The bowstring was drawn taut, almost touching his chest, aiming at the target. System notification. Anmu eliminated Moonlight Taxi, 99,100. Yu-hyuk's mouth dropped open in surprise. That was fast, Anmu. Anmu on the computer screen smiled confidently. Just keep going like this. Bodies fell one after another and the system kept sending notifications. On Smart eliminated, 97,100. On Const eliminated, 96,100. On Lemon B eliminated, 95,100. Yu-hyuk glanced sideways with suspicious eyes. He probably muttered to himself as he watched the person concentrating in the capsule. He probably expected the first floor to be too competitive, so he went up to the second floor to pick up a bow first. He continued to watch the computer screen carefully, thinking. Sang Yun can now make optimal decisions in an instant. Sang Yun can now make optimal decisions in an instant. The image of the opponent's confident demeanor suddenly came to Yu-hyuk's mind, knowing when to pick up a bow first, when to pick up a knife and run to the base. That's the power of repeating the same tactic. Others were shocked by Anmu's massacre. Damn it, it's Anmu, what is this damn game, just go play somewhere else. Comments continuously appeared on the screen. Commendable, he's already won. Sponsored 10,000 gold from the Game Terminology Dictionary. This damn game, he's really good at this game. Just this once, Anmu smiled with satisfaction. The taut bowstring easily unfolded. You're eliminated. One person fell backward amidst the anxiety of another. The remaining player, seeing Anmu standing on the second floor, shouted angrily. Die! He quickly pulled an arrow from behind his back. With a series of skilled movements the arrow was fired. Another comment appeared in quick succession. Turn around with the legendary arrow. One end of the rope was firmly secured to the steel railing, and Anmu descended the rope. His body landed firmly on the ground amidst the gasps of other players. Crazy. What is this guy? They quickly fled. Damn it, just wait, run. The group of players shoved and pushed each other to get away from Anmu's location. Move, I'm going down, damn it. Move. In an instant he was the only one left in the spacious house. People watching from behind the screen also did not expect Anmu's movement. They all ran away in a panic. They didn't expect him to jump from the second floor. They probably intended to ambush Anmu when he came down to the first floor. Truly bold. A faint blue system screen caught Anmu's attention. Green zone warning. He looked at it with excited eyes. Good. Looking at the image displayed on the screen, Anmu said excitedly, this time it's shrinking to where I am. Live viewers said in disbelief. The heavens are shaking. Unbelievable. Everyone's shocked expressions are really funny. It's a normal occurrence. Unbelievable. Anmu is lucky, it must be a bug. Anmu, bow in hand, happily prepared to leave. Then, he looked down at the dark tunnel entrance on one side and said in a small voice, I think we'll have plenty of time to go into the tunnel. Viewers sighed at the sight of bodies strewn about. Too many people died, it's cruel. At this moment a curious comment appeared. Wait, are you planning to go down the tunnel today? You always burn everything down. Anmu walked and followed the viewers' discussion, replying, You mean that? Just then something suddenly made him wary and he fell silent. Online viewers also heard the sound. It seems like a big fight is happening inside the armory. Quickly retreat. Focusing on the source of the sound, Anmu calmly speculated. Since I don't hear any power armor gunshots, it seems it won't appear this round. Comments continued his words. So he came down here from the start. What else? I really thought it wouldn't appear this time. He seems addicted now that he's gotten it once. Thinking that, Anmu sighed. Damn it, if it had appeared, first place would have been guaranteed. People watching seemed to disagree with him. He's going to get first place anyway. Anmu continued down the stairs, chatting with viewers. I'm going down here, so I need to pick up some weapons. At this moment a comment kindly warned. The enemies down there might have equipment above hero grade, so it'll be tough with just a bow. Anmu's face broke into a confident smile. He reassured them. I'll be fine. There was no burden on his face, because I practiced. Viewers were puzzled to hear this. He practiced. Several players were shot and killed in quick succession. The man with the gun kept firing and his laughter echoed. The young man with an excited smile acknowledged the legendary weapon. Lord Diamond rank 4, he raised his head in delight and laughed loudly. This round I'm taking first place. Lord's eyes suddenly flashed. He sat in the capsule chair, not understanding what had just happened. Why was I shot? He looked at his game character on the screen before him in shock. What? I died to a bow without anything, he shouted loudly as if complaining. And at the same time the screen gradually blurred. check the camera. He then rewound to the scene where he took down 2 other players. There was definitely no one nearby. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow suddenly flew from somewhere. Where did that arrow come from? Lord stared in surprise, unable to look away. What the hell? Blood splattered and the system notification appeared too late. Rank 79, he couldn't accept this fact. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Is this real?" Lord continued to stare intently at the blue screen. He kept shouting loudly, "This kind of item cannot exist in a reality-based game." He brought up the image of the person shooting a bow on the computer screen. What the hell? This guy is using a bug. Lord continued to investigate the person who took him down. He's definitely using some other trick. I need to take a screenshot and report him. Player spectator mode. Anmu on the screen drew his bow taut. See, he's doing it again. Again, he's killed so many people and he's still shooting. Even if it's a bug, it's unbelievable. Arrows were fired in quick succession, but not a single one missed its target. Lord was speechless. He stared suspiciously at the person standing straight. Wait, he checked the general statistics displayed on the system. If it were a bug, the screen should shake or distort, but there was nothing of the sort here. Lord looked at the bodies strewn across the screen and said in a trembling voice, "Then this is," seeing the person who took him down. He finally had to accept the fact that it was true skill. Anmu put down his bow after defeating all his opponents and looked around. It seems the armory is cleared. System notification. Ruby Sword sponsored 10,000 gold. So that's what you meant by practicing. Anmu immediately replied with delight, "Ruby Sword Nim, thank you for your sponsorship," while his body lightly leapt and shot arrows. "That's right, I practiced curved shots and I also tested various bows." Fans watching exclaimed in admiration, "I thought it would be different. He changed that in one day and already mastered it. This truly makes him a genius." Anmu replied with an awkward smile, "I just practiced hard." Viewers no longer hid their admiration and humility. "See, this is Anmu. Alright, from today I'm going to practice hard too." Just because you practice doesn't mean anyone can do it. The system announced that Lee Sensei sponsored 20,000 W if you had been there in that splendid ninjutsu battle. Soon after, Anmu's voice rang out, "Thank you, Lee Sensei." Another notification followed. The Archery Association sponsored 50,000 gold. "We'll give you a gold medal too." Seeing the name on the screen, he was slightly bewildered. The Archery Association is fake, right? Still, thanks for the 50,000 gold. Sponsorship notifications continued to pour in. Anmu said in a cheerful voice as he organized the items on the ground, "Many people are cheering me on today. Thank you everyone." With those words, he moved on. "Alright, got some bombs, let's go." Anmu stopped, looking at the arrows scattered on the ground. He muttered, puzzled, "These arrows?" Amidst Anmu's question, the arrows reflected a cold light. "These are rare grade items, aren't they?" A voice mixed with bewilderment echoed, "There are rare grade arrows too." One live viewer couldn't hide their surprise. "You didn't know?" Comments continuously appeared on the screen. Unbelievable that he really didn't know. Is a rookie still a rookie? Probably only archery streamers would know. Anmu held the quiver in his hand, flustered, and thought to himself, "What? Was I the only one who didn't know?" An explanation appeared on the system interface. "Rare arrows are harder and sturdier than regular arrows, and they fly faster and farther." He held the quiver in both hands and muttered, "It's a rare item, but it doesn't have any special features. It's just true to its basics, but I like its quality." The green circle on the map quickly shrank, and a system notification echoed. "Safe zone will shrink in 30 seconds. Anmu looked at the screen and was startled. Unbelievable, the armory survived too. A burning bottle of alcohol was thrown. "But I'll burn everything down and retreat to prevent others from using advantageous weapons." Anmu's back gradually receded and behind him flames erupted, spewing intense black smoke from the 2-story building. Combat boots stepped on mud. Anmu observed the surrounding forest as he walked and viewers' comments appeared. "Unbelievable, there was a swampy forest behind the armory. It's a special area on the forest map. The scenery is truly amazing." He walked calmly through the dense trees. "I have a good feeling about this place." He scanned a tree and talked to the people behind the computer screen. "I'll hide for a moment and scout." The comment section was surprised. "He's not even looting items?" Anmu replied in a calm voice. "I'm a bit short on healing items, but the safe zone location is so good this time that I think it'll be fine." Seeing him crouch in the bushes, viewers lost their patience. "What is this? Is he a lazy tier fan? Hurry up and fight Anmu. Please just stay there." Annoyed comments appeared on the screen. "Someone please take the safe zone from Anmu. He's dominating this game. It would be really funny if he left now. If I were him, I wouldn't leave either. Diamond is right around the corner." Meanwhile, Anmu ignored their words and quietly calculated. "I need to keep hiding. If I go out and die, that's when I'll get the most hate." Comments continued to appear. "Someone please give me a general mission per kill." A paper firecracker effect appeared on the screen. "See, Rubu has registered a mission. Mission 1,000 gold per kill. Accept decline." Anmu covered his mouth and endured. Looking at the map on the screen, a critical comment pricked his conscience. "He's laughing, isn't he?" Anmu avoided eye contact and replied, "Sorry, thanks for the mission." A moment later, the live comments exploded with laughter. "Hey, he's laughing because of the prize money? Where did Anmu's poor past go?" They wondered again. "Seriously, who bets 1,000 gold per kill? It's really a nickname worth sponsoring. 10,000 W actually. If it's 10,000 W per kill, he could wipe out the entire map. There are still 60 people left." Someone recalled a past incident. "That guy was famous, wasn't he, during the Kingdom event?" At that time, Anmu said with his bow, I'll just take 1 million W and leave. At this moment, several others also recalled. Is he the one who lost 1 million W? See Rubu. In the end, that warning was written with his own blood. One live viewer also acknowledged it, commenting, "No wonder he was so passive." Anmu, hidden in the bushes, happily replied to the comments, "No more missions needed, 1 diamond mission is enough." A system notification appeared on the screen. Reward of 530,000 W upon achieving today's rank. Viewers were slightly surprised and exclaimed, "When did it go up to 500,000? My goodness, that's amazing." Just then, another system notification appeared. Safe zone will shrink in 30 seconds, a comment anxiously notified. "Alright, it's time to move, you crazy bastard." But Anmu still sat in place, looking at the map and saying, "No, I'm still in the safe zone." With those words, he happily clenched his fist and announced, "I'll stay a little longer." One viewer couldn't hold back and cursed, "These crazy Fantasia bastards. 57,100, 54,100, 47,100. Anmu's shadow silently hid among the branches amidst the long comments. Ion 93 used teleportation. 39,100. How long do I have to wait? It's already down to 30 people. Are you tricking me? This isn't Anmu. This is Gandhi." The system announced that Rubu had registered a mission. Mission 10,000 gold per kill. Accept decline. As soon as the notification appeared, comments again flooded the screen. "So boy is really funny. Even if he kills everyone now, it's only 300,000 W. How do you feel now?" Monhung, 10,000 gold per kill. Anmu narrowed his eyes and asked again, "Thanks for the mission. Then, combined with the previous mission, is it 11,000 gold per kill?" Seeing him still sitting in place, some people couldn't help but say, "Still not moving?" Anmu gripped his bow's riser tightly and calculated inwardly. "Honestly, hiding and waiting like this isn't my style, but I need to think rationally now." Arrow by arrow, they were loaded onto the bow, and he lowered his center of gravity. Winning within the rules is true sportsmanship. And if you're lucky, utilizing that luck is also a skill. One viewer commented mockingly, "Please, Fantasia, give us some fun too." Just then, a dark shadow fell over Anmu's head. A wooden crate floated in the sky. It was a supply drop. Countless items, from weapons to armor, were contained within that wooden crate. A supply drop falling from the sky. It contained items of hero grade or higher, of course. Anmu didn't use guns, so there would be useless things, but more importantly, he looked up at the wooden crate and watching it slowly approach the ground, he sighed inwardly. Damn it, the supply drop crashed hard into the swamp. The sound of everyone nearby hurrying and running, splashing mud echoed. Noisy sounds echoed all around Anmu. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the comments on the side screen. "Who wants to place an additional mission per kill?" The comment section was filled with screams. "Mom, no, don't give any more. Seriously, don't give. I believe in you. Pentier DL." Anmu's face became serious. He quickly moved his feet. "It's confusing. Everyone has abandoned me." First and foremost, the wooden crate appeared still intact. No one had looted the supply drop. "Would be even better if I could loot useful items." Anmu opened the wooden crate lid with a serious expression. The items inside appeared in a flash of light. First aid kits, legendary camouflage, bulletproof vests, hero-grade items. Seeing these items, he silently cheered. "Awesome." Anmu acted without delay. First, he immediately put them on. He admired his arm, perfectly covered by the bulletproof vest. "My arm is even less visible. As expected, premium quality is different." Suddenly, a sound echoed, making Anmu look back warily. A car stopped in front of the supply crate. The man who got out of the car held a gun, looked around, and then happily whispered, "Am I first?" His face was full of excitement. He thought to himself, "What's going on? I'm really lucky today." But something else below his field of vision caught his attention. "Wait," he crouched beside the car. Footsteps. Then, with a cold expression, he opened the door and sat in the driver's seat, muttering to himself, "I'm certainly not foolish enough to fall into a trap twice in a row." Immediately, the car started and drove around the supply crate. "I haven't been shot yet, so the driver's seat should be safe." Anmu quietly assessed his opponent as the car passed by. He immediately detects signals, is calm, and knows how to hide. Anmu recalled his opponent's actions. His feet were perfectly in a blind spot. The corners of his mouth slightly curved into a confident smile. "If I had a gun, that is." On the opposite side, the opponent happily opened the wooden crate in front of him. An arrow pierced the protective helmet on his head. System notification, equipment damaged. He instinctively raised an arm to cover his face and exclaimed, "Enemy?" Another arrow flew. The man, flustered, picked up his gun, stood up and shot wildly. "Where are they?" A flash of light gleamed in the rearview mirror. He whipped his head around from behind. An arrow flew in a beautiful curve, accurately heading for the top of his head. As blood splattered, the system notification appeared too late. On rank 7 eliminated. Seeing the body lying on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief. That guy's reaction was really fast. Fortunately, I didn't shoot hastily and didn't miss. Anmu, secretly hidden in the bushes, raised his eyes and looked up. "Anyway, I took care of one. I've killed one person so far, so probably 4 or 5 more will come." People watching the game couldn't help but admire. "The curved shot is truly amazing, isn't it? Seriously, why is this skill allowed? My goodness, the bag feels like it's hacking." The system announced that Rubu had sponsored 1,000 gold. "Anmu, please save me." Meanwhile, Anmu slightly raised his head and smiled broadly. "Thanks for the sponsorship." Messages filled with screams continued to appear in the comment section. "Why are you skipping the important part?" "Anmu, don't go back. Rubu, that's enough." Footsteps were heard again. Feet in white sneakers trod on the ground. They're here again. It suddenly became quiet in his ears. He muttered to himself, unable to understand. Wait. The footsteps stopped. Anmu scratched his head in confusion and looked at the car of the person he had just defeated. That broken car. He silently hid behind the leaves and speculated, looking at the supply crate. Judging by the scene, it seems it's already been looted and someone was ambushed while looting. As the opponent showed no movement for a long time, Anmu looked around with sharp eyes. Have they given up on the supply drop, or are they using it as bait? He waited patiently in the dense bushes. Either way, it won't be dangerous for me. Just then, a sudden harsh sound echoed, and Anmu's eyes widened. Footsteps suddenly rushed towards the supply drop. What? They're suddenly charging like crazy. Feet stomped hard in the mud. The opponent's actions were completely unexpected by Anmu. What? That guy is still running towards the supply drop with all his might. He's suddenly running in this direction. Is that crazy bastard running towards me? Online viewers also didn't predict this movement. Why does that guy crazy, no matter how good the supply drop is? If you charge like that, there's no answer. He's a complete rookie. Briefly surprised, Anmu quickly regained his composure. He saw the man clutching one arm and realized he was injured. He survived one more time. The opponent stood in front of the wooden crate panting. Anmu quietly sighed and suppressed a laugh. I have to admit he's really amazing. He's brave, but it's a shame. The player stood blankly in front of the empty supply crate. What is this? No one's here. Anmu, with a triumphant smile, quietly released his hand. The arrow cleanly flew and accurately pierced the opponent's head. Another player fell, and he admired the silver arrow in his hand. Anmu Banana Super has been eliminated. The arrow emitted a cold light under the sunlight and it flies much smoother than I thought. Rare arrow, one viewer commented. Since it's faster, its impact will be stronger too. Loading an arrow onto his bow, Anmu leisurely stood up. The difference in rare grade truly cannot be ignored. As expected, there was a reason people called Battle Royales looting games, as he thought. Aren't there any hero grade arrows? A sound suddenly echoed. Another car rolled up. Following that, other vehicles approached one after another. Anmu quietly knelt down again. They're probably coming for the supply drop. One viewer happily commented, they're fighting, they're probably not on the same team. He observed the situation and made a plan. Good, just hide like last time. Before he could finish speaking, the tree behind him suddenly shattered. Anmu was startled. They shouldn't be able to see me from there. On the opposite side, a man still in an aiming stance once again unleashed a barrage of bullets at Anmu. Viewers were surprised. How did he find me? The man's scope on his gun became clearer and clearer. That guy has a thermal camera. Today's really unlucky. As expected, it's Anmu's style. Another player, seeing the man continuously firing, wondered, is that guy hacking? The player took a moment to reply to him. That guy looted all the supply drops. He's hiding behind a rock waiting for us to fight. The two players, hearing that, simultaneously aimed their guns and shot in the directed direction. He plays dirty, but there's nothing we can do, seriously. Bullets continuously hit the rock. Anmu crouched down, hiding behind the rock. Comments appeared lined up on the screen. Wait, the people who were just fighting are now teaming up. Adapting appropriately to the situation is a recommended strategy. Thus, everything changed. Anmu, devising a countermeasure, felt tense. All shooting angles were blocked by obstacles. He mentally imagined the firing positions of the three opponents. They were standing using the jeep door as a shield, and he had to circle to the passenger side to shoot at the driver's side. 3 arrows were simultaneously knocked on the bow. In this scenario, the opposite side's muzzles were still sparking, firing bullets. The player with thermal goggles gleefully calculated, I'll take them all out and then get the camouflage first. The sound of breaking glass made the person gasp and his eyes widen. He looked at the side window in a panic. What is this? Another arrow struck accurately into the helmet above his head. A spiderweb arrow flew from that direction, and the system issued an equipment damage warning. Anmu released his hand and said casually, it's over. The arrow curved around the broken window and struck the opponent precisely in the head. On heel Hydra has been eliminated. 26,100. The player standing next to him, not understanding what had happened, cried out in confusion. Before he could finish speaking, another arrow flew. Curved arrow, Anmu Yellow Vanilla has been eliminated. 25,100. The comment section completely exploded. Amazing, 2 curved shots in a row for kills, no time to counterattack. The only remaining player among the 3, flustered, quickly opened the car door and tried to get in. What the hell is going on? He irritably inserted the key. Anmu drew the bowstring tightly with a single arrow. The arrow pierced through the car window and directly hit the opponent's forehead. The man slumped lifelessly onto the steering wheel. The blaring horn echoed loudly in the silent space. People hidden everywhere heard the sound. They gripped their weapons tightly, wary, and scurried across the grass. While Anmu stood blankly with his bow, the comment section came alive again. They seem to be rushing this way after hearing the horn. How many are coming? It's a forest, so no one's visible. This is tough. His hand quickly reached back to draw an arrow. The bowstring was ready to be drawn at any moment. If they come this way, I'd be thankful. A sighing comment appeared on the screen. Too bad, 10th place. Anmu moved cautiously, surveying his surroundings. Dealing with snipers is really difficult. People watching the game agreed with this point. If a sniper farms good items, there's almost no chance to counterattack. But An already got first place in ZT in the last game, didn't he? I still admit he's top tier. Suddenly, a 10,000 W mission complete notification appeared. 27 kills achieved, 297,000 W reward. The comment section became even more heated. Xyopo wins, don't be sad anymore. Isn't it enough to be happy? You guys are really too much. Anmu read all the comments, his eyes curving into a smile, and added, don't tease me too much. But suddenly he stared blankly at the comment section, then said in a cheerful voice, my score seems sufficient. System notification, Diamond Promotion Series has begun. Getting 10th place in the last game and immediately going into the promotion series, that's truly amazing. It was a big victory. Anmu rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. This promotion series is 5 matches, and if I win 2 consecutively, it's over. Finishing his thoughts, he let out a joyful sigh. Let's take a short break and then start again. Just then a message suddenly appeared. Yu Hyuk, Sang Yun. He then sent another message asking Anmu, Yu Hyuk, aren't you going to eat? Only then did he gasp, muttering, eat? Anmu sat blankly in the capsule chair. Now that I think about it, I haven't had a proper meal today. A blurry blue screen floated before his eyes and he kept thinking, besides, my winning streak is broken. All the fun is gone. I should continue my winning streak after eating. People watching this scene felt different emotions. What? No way, stream it too. Yeah, let's do a mukbang. Mukbang. Suddenly a system notification appeared. Sarushop room donation 5,000. Please show us a mukbang. Anmu looked at the comments before him, slightly flustered. They want me to eat on stream? Seeing his messy room with clothes scattered everywhere, he was confused. But I haven't even set up the filming equipment yet, and my house isn't convenient for filming. Anmu smiled awkwardly and said, I'm sorry. I don't think I can do a mukbang today. Another notification appeared. Gachibuku has sponsored 100,000 W. You absolutely must do a mukbang. He immediately changed his expression and said, that's a good idea. Viewers commented with delight. Gachibuku delivered a blow with all his heart. Sincerity truly works anywhere. Although he said he would do a mukbang, Anmu still hesitated. But I haven't set up anything yet, so I'll have to ask my manager first. It might not be possible. Hearing his words, viewers continuously called out to the manager. Mukbang manager, are you watching, please? Yu Hyuk stared blankly at the smiling face on the screen. Anmu on the computer was still happily interacting with his fans. See you again in V. His eyes glinted under his glasses. Are you really going to do a mukbang? Yu Hyuk leaned over and asked curiously. Are you suggesting an online mukbang now? Sang Yun replied politely, yes, can I? As soon as he heard a satisfactory answer, he joyfully stood up. If you want to, you can definitely do it right away. If there was a better way for a streamer to communicate with viewers, nothing could be better. Sang Yun quietly assessed, you're more enthusiastic than I thought. He scratched his head as if he remembered something and asked, but we don't have any filming equipment, do we? What should we do now? Yu Hyuk, unexpectedly confident, adjusted his glasses. I already have a plan, and that idea was an outdoor live broadcast. Sang Yun stiffened instantly upon hearing those words. He hesitated and double-checked. An outdoor live broadcast, the outdoor filming that people who film outdoors talk about? He nodded calmly without any sign of worry. Exactly. Since there's no camera, we won't have to worry about video quality either. Let's start right away then. We'll do an outdoor live broadcast with our phones, but Sang Yun was still anxious. So we're broadcasting while eating? Wouldn't that be an inconvenience to the restaurant? Unlike him, Yu Hyuk flashed a cunning smile. An inconvenience? The owner will love it. Ah, the kimchi stew restaurant. Upon hearing that name, Sang Yun was surprised. He recalled the image he had seen before. Right, they seem to want promotion. Then it won't be a problem, he immediately shouted with vigor. Then let's go. When it came to food, they immediately became excited. In the desolate restaurant, as the sun set, an unexpected greeting rang out. Welcome customers, 1,000-year-old traditional stew, special taste. This is Gangu kimchi stew. Yu Hyuk, looking at the menu, asked in a low voice, should we order the same as last time? Suddenly, his sharp eyes glanced sideways and he said, we won't be drinking alcohol. Ja pouted but agreed. All right, okay. Yu Hyuk said no more and turned back to order. 3 special stew number 9 please. Just then a friendly voice was heard. You really came, everyone. Minsu rubbed his hands and happily struck up a conversation. The manager told me that your team is running a promotional program at this branch. Sang Yun politely nodded. Yes, please support us generously. He sighed inwardly with relief. This person seems really happy. It doesn't seem like we're causing any inconvenience. Sang Yun bravely put his hand in his pocket, and now he pulled out a phone stand. Upon seeing this object, the people around him began to whisper, wait, are you a streamer? They were just talking about an advertisement. Sang Yun's face flushed, unable to look anywhere. It still feels strange. Just then Yu Hyuk spoke, reminding him, hey, it's an everyday thing now, just go for it. He hesitated and pressed the like button. The screen quickly changed and the shining words mobile device broadcast started appeared. Anmu's usual broadcasts had almost no conversation time. At most, he would chat briefly during a game. Therefore, viewers who liked Anmu not only for his gaming skills, but also for his human side always felt a sense of regret. For those viewers, this mukbang was like a gift. This moment, a notification was also sent to the fans. Anmu has started live streaming on a mobile device. Upon hearing this news, people immediately flooded the comments. He really did it, but why is he using his phone? Is this for real? Is this really a mukbang? What's on the menu? Let's eat quickly. Amidst the exploding comments, a single line of text suddenly caught everyone's attention. "But why can't I see anything?" Suddenly, Jia's voice was heard. "It seems to be starting to appear." Upon hearing those words, viewers immediately poured out questions. A woman's voice, "What's going on? Who is that woman?" At this moment, she still hadn't realized she had caused a problem. "Why is the screen still dark?" Yu Hyuk, who was next to her, immediately reminded her. "Ms. Jia, you need to take your hand off the lens." She slowly took her hand off, looking confused, and at the same time a beautiful face appeared on the live screen. Jia's mouth dropped open as if she had realized something. The comment section was filled with compliments at this moment. "Oh my goodness, so pretty. Is she a celebrity? Is this a dream? Who is she? Who is that pretty lady?" She blushed and quickly handed it back to Sang Yun. "Is it working now?" He helplessly consoled her. "Calm down. You're holding the camera, remember? You can adjust it so you're not visible. It's already on a tripod." Jia pouted, thinking to herself. "But I accidentally appeared." As soon as Sang Yun appeared, the comments changed again. "He's really doing a mukbang." "Thank you so much," someone said in disbelief. "So many people gathered just to watch him eat kimchi stew." At this moment, the number of viewers had already reached 67,000. He added inwardly, "Besides, it's a public place. It's too embarrassing. But I definitely have to do it. Because I'm a rookie streamer." Sang Yun's face turned red like a tomato. "Hello," people laughed with delight. "He's cute even when he's embarrassed." "Who was that woman earlier?" "Ah, embarrassing." He finally calmed down. "But everyone seems to be having a lot of fun." Sang Yun finally spoke. "Long time no see, everyone. We came to eat kimchi stew." The comment section at this moment again flew far away. "1,000 years of tradition. Is tradition experiencing inflation? Joseon kimchi stew." This name seemed to come from another world. Jia, who was next to him, was very focused on adjusting the camera. Suddenly a comment appeared. "I've been curious about this franchise restaurant for a long time too." He immediately seized the opportunity and introduced it. "A new branch opened near my house. And is this an advertisement?" Sang Yun suddenly stopped speaking and viewers wondered. Why did he suddenly go quiet? A line of notification quietly broke the atmosphere. Simpson Nim sponsored 1000W. At this moment, viewers finally realized, "Wait, is this an advertisement broadcast?" He thought, worried whether this reaction was good or bad. Everyone was flustered at this moment. Sang Yun finally said honestly, "I received an advertisement offer. After thinking about it for a bit, I just accepted it since I was doing a mukbang anyway." At this moment, viewers said with even more confusion, "It's even more incomprehensible, isn't it? What kind of advertisement is that? This ardent capitalist is incomprehensible. He accepted an advertisement because of food, 3001. I accepted it because I was hungry now." He awkwardly explained, "I'm really hungry, but this restaurant is really good." Some viewers said discontentedly, "Don't you know what sick and tired means?" "I'm just joking." Suddenly 2 lines of shining notifications appeared. Ruby SW sponsored 10,000 WA global level sponsorship. Congratulations. Thank you for the mukbang. Bangsa sponsored 5,000 W. He's doing a mukbang as soon as he joins. Thank you. Menace sponsored 1,000 W. Who was that woman earlier? I'm going crazy. Sang Yun forced a smile and said, "Thank you, Ruby SW and Bangsa." Menace, you're really going crazy. That person earlier is our on2 editor. She lives nearby, so she came to eat with us. Someone requested again. Can we see the editor again? Wang J sponsored 1000 G. Is she really just an editor? Is it true? Please don't live up to your nickname. Is this chat your diary? Sang Yun replied without hesitation. The editor doesn't like being on broadcast, so no. And Wang J, Nim, please go to a deserted island and rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hyuk resolutely kicked that person out. The remaining people were confused, completely banned. Anmu is a pro streamer now. He doesn't even do ads, but the editor is too sexy. Yu Hyuk watched from beginning to end and couldn't help but admire. This guy really calms down quickly. His first mukbang, his first live interaction, and even his first advertisement, even without showing it, the pressure must have been considerable, but Yu Sang-yun always handled it well. Come to think of it, even in crisis situations at the company, he was the most resolute. That day, when the whole team was struggling, Sang-yun calmly stepped forward. "I'll take care of that direction. This guy really has the makings of a star." The waiter brought the food with a light smile. Hell Hot Pot 9001 ordered. As soon as he saw the female employee, he recognized her as the one who had asked for his autograph earlier. She politely nodded and turned around. "Enjoy your meal, everyone." Sang-yun couldn't help but admire. "You're so quiet today. It must be because we're on broadcast." Suddenly, a viewer noticed a remarkable detail. "Wait," he ordered Hell Hot Pot 9001. As soon as everyone saw it, they started discussing it. Hell Hot Pot 9001. The name is scary, it looks delicious. Hell Hot Pot 9001, it's a 901 hot pot, he added. There's also a 666 hot pot. Fortunately, there was no octopus. Everyone echoed, "Let's go to the 666th floor." Ah, this is it. Is it really hell because of the octopus? Actually, the octopus is important. Hung, why is your advertisement so natural? You really look like a boss from hell. Sang-yun gave a thumbs up and said, "This is a hell hot pot, but it tastes like heaven." Viewers gulped and said, "This capitalist monster is really too much. Did you memorize a script? You just received an advertisement." As soon as this comment appeared, the three of them froze. But this line will definitely appear in a viral video. Let's talk about that later. Another notification appeared. Gachibuki Nim sponsored 1000W. He awkwardly introduced, have more octopus. Octopus, 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 truly the best. He was so nervous that the food he picked up with his chopsticks fell. Yu Hyuk thought helplessly, this guy Yu Sang-yun, he used to be afraid to cut meat, but now he easily cuts octopus with scissors. Live streaming is truly amazing, or rather Sang-yun was finally able to eat next to him. He gave a satisfied smile. It's really chewy. Viewers salivated at this sight. Anmu, you're eating so deliciously. Does he have mukbang talent? The stream demon, Yu Hyuk helplessly delivered his final assessment. Is this also a way to create a star? A moment later, Sang-yun gradually got used to the job. He continued to introduce, this is kimchi, tofu, octopus and pork. Eating all of this together creates a truly indescribable taste. Yu Hyuk was truly speechless. He used to have no interest in food, but now he's shooting advertisements like a professional. What would he have done if he hadn't received an advertisement? He looked at the phone next to him and suddenly realized, now that I think about it, I forgot to check the audience's reaction. Since he's good at games, everyone must be talking a lot. Yu Hyuk thought the mukbang was going smoothly. It should be fine to look away for a moment, but by now how many gifts would have come in? Yu Hyuk silently stared at the screen. This was truly unexpected. The phrase he saw at this moment was, octopus eating crazy guy 42. Why isn't this a game scene? Why is the mukbang more popular? Why is the mukbang more popular? Many people had the same thought. I initially thought the title was Anmu shooting arrows at a bald character. I thought this was from the National Baldness Association. But what is this? We are NBHA. Stop this tragedy. Wait, what's going on? Why has the Arena of Wrath community become Anmu's fan page? I said that too. Since when did octopus mukbang become a popular search term? It's as if they'd applaud even if he pooped. If you poop and get applause, you become famous. Excerpt from Arena of Wrath quotes, page 31. Ultimately, Yu Hyuk could not accept this fact. Well, it's good that everyone is enjoying themselves. He sat silently for a long time. A moment later, Yu Hyuk smiled broadly like a flower and happily fiddled with his phone. What's happening now? Suddenly he paused. The screen displayed the phrase, every time I see this Anmu guy it irritates me to death. Yu Hyuk anxiously looked up at the person across from him. He couldn't help but think, well, it's natural for some people to like him and some to dislike him. He himself doesn't seem to care much about such comments, but as his friend and manager I hope he isn't hated. That's probably the fate of a celebrity. I need to find out what exactly made people hate him so much that it became a trending post. The screen changed again. Things that irritate me to death every time I see this Anmu guy. Trashy cam setup, no settings whatsoever. His irritating expression is worse than cable TV. Even with eyes worse than a kimchi stew restaurant, he's still handsome. This sudden reversal comment completely froze Yu Hyuk. On the other hand, there was someone else suffering similarly. Seriously, why do you upload photos that make people feel self-conscious? He slammed down on the bed in anger. Why do you have to attach photos? Don't you know what TXT is? It's better than a black screen reflecting your ugly face, isn't it? Damn it, you're a real son of a bitch, the person finally concluded with the phrase. The worst streamer in the world. Yu Hyuk let out a small chuckle. At the same time, Sang-yun's voice was also heard. Kimchi and tofu, yeah, there's meat too. He smiled slightly at the camera. At this moment the comments were, he's even driving the editor crazy. This guy has it all. She appeared on the broadcast, didn't she? She appeared for a moment, didn't she? After reading up to here, he unconsciously looked sideways. Ultimately, Yu Hyuk's thought was, she's eating deliciously too. She said it was delicious, so I thought she'd eat little like Sang-yun, but she's eating almost as much as me. At this moment, Ja was still worried. Can I eat more? He burst out laughing as soon as he saw her. That's exactly that expression. Seriously, she should do mukbang. Anyway, this advertisement was successful. He had already gained attention for almost breaking electromagnetic waves record, and all that attention was drawn to this mukbang live stream. The scene shifted to a luxurious large corporation. A soft sigh echoed. Manager O chuckled and praised. That guy really seems born for success. The person next to him asked curiously, what's going on, manager? He didn't hide it and said immediately, you know Anmu, his first advertisement had nothing to do with our company, yet he pulled it off perfectly. Who would have thought of doing a kimchi stew advertisement right before the Diamond Promotion Series? The person who heard that was startled. Right before the record-breaking challenge, he then requested, I want to see it too. The viewer count increased tremendously. Manager O was still beaming. Right, he exclaimed. Truly impressive. Honestly, it's a bit disappointing. As soon as he heard that, his face hardened and he slammed the table. The employee trembled, thinking to himself, did I say something wrong? He stammered, Manager, aren't you also disappointed? If that advertisement had been ours, it would have been a huge hit. Of course, as a game development company, we can't do mukbang. Suddenly, Manager O shouted, exactly. So this is actually a good sign. He turned and asked, did you think you were the only one disappointed? Game companies that should be advertising with us must be struggling. If that advertisement had been ours at that time, if it had been a casual game advertisement right before the promotion series, that is, the employee quickly understood and his face brightened. He exclaimed, even if I raise the advertising fees in the future, they will still want to work with us. He smiled cunningly and praised, exactly. Yes, that's exactly it. Manager O tapped the table, lost in thought. But who came up with that idea? The employee was perplexed and didn't understand. Didn't Anmu think of that? Just because someone is a famous streamer doesn't mean they're good enough at advertising to constantly receive ad offers. Talent for appropriate ad placement and combination is needed. That's why advertising skills have such economic value. Think about it, this advertisement. Putting out a mukbang ad right before the Diamond promotion series. But the Anmu I know isn't that reckless. He was always cautious with non-game related matters. He recalled in confusion, when I met him before he seemed a bit timid. Manager O spoke again. You think so too, don't you? So I thought this. Could it have been the manager's idea? The employee pondered and replied, that guy doing a kimchi stew mukbang advertisement right before the Diamond promotion series, isn't that crazy? Seriously, wasn't that mukbang completely impromptu? What does it mean to rise up like a capitalist monster? This isn't just crazy, isn't he walking the perfect line between madness and genius in marketing? I thought I was hallucinating when I saw the paid ad banner, but it's supposed to be really spicy. What was he thinking? Anmu eats so deliciously. I'm really craving kimchi stew right now. Who knows all of this accurately? It seems that person is right. He couldn't help but praise Yu Hyuk. That Hung really has great intuition. It's probably because you talk about him so often, Manager. Manager, sometimes I think you like that Hung more than Anmu, Manager O proudly said. There's something special about him. He and I click. If you do this job for a long time, you can't help but value such people. A moment later, he seriously rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Would that person want to join the game? A sigh was heard while Yu Hyuk was putting on his jacket. Sang Yun approached dejectedly. I'm full, he asked worriedly. You ate a lot, didn't you? Are you okay? You have to go play the game soon, don't you? He said in a disheartened voice. I can't help it. It's an advertisement. I can't eat little, Yu Hyuk couldn't refute. That's true, a moment later, Sang Yun said quietly again. The game won't be a problem. I'm confident. My condition is truly top-notch today. He looked up at the sky with bright eyes. Yu Hyuk didn't say anything but quietly assessed inwardly. That's true. He looks especially different today. He might just explode at that moment. That's the true essence of a star. Today is your Diamond promotion series. You know what to do, right? Sang Yun smiled as he turned around and finally said quietly. Of course, I've practiced for so long for this moment. Yu Hyuk changed the subject. All right, since your precious first advertisement was for kimchi stew, at least this work should proceed smoothly. Sang Yun asked anxiously. What are you planning for the first advertisement? He spoke a secret with a mysterious expression. Ja broke the silence and said, I'll go in first. He came to his senses and asked, Did you arrive? Good, be careful. Suddenly she called out to Anmu. Good luck. Ja shyly cheered him on. Sang Yun stared blankly at her. A moment later he turned decisively and Sang Yun's gaze was fixed on the spectacular night sky. His voice echoed softly in the quiet night. Alright, let's begin. On the screen, Sang Yun's video titled Preparing to Break Electromagnetic Waves record appeared. Viewers continuously exclaimed in admiration at Anmu's immediate Diamond promotion. Crazy. As soon as a man saw the video, he rushed to his friend to brag. Anmu is challenging for Diamond. Really? They seemed to find this hard to believe. Breaking electromagnetic waves record over here. Another man kept typing on his keyboard, muttering, This rookie streamer is arrogant. Not so good comments appeared. Anmu will never reach Diamond in his life. As a Diamond gatekeeper I will never allow him. Is anyone coming with me to harass him? Funny. He'll never reach Diamond. Recruiting new Diamond snipers. Recruiting Battle Royale snipers after a long time. I'll take a spot too. This time let's definitely bury him. Another couple was shocked after seeing the post. How many sniper posts are there? He then quickly typed on the keyboard. If there are so many snipers, what's the point of the challenge? Damn it, even electromagnetic wave is going crazy. It's something streamers have to endure. We're only gold, silver and bronze. What can we do to help? Anmu, I'm worried sick. Very quickly, Sang Yun started his broadcast. I'm back. The comment section below immediately exploded. Finally, the main course is here. Diamond promotion series. How many times has he talked about it? Today's broadcast is really fun. If he misses this stream, he still calmly scanned the live room system panel. The current viewer count was 13,000 people. Others were shocked to hear that. Crazy. It's probably because of the Diamond Challenge. Suddenly they noticed. Why are there so many international chats today? The international fans are crazy. It's probably because of the stream title. He said he would break electromagnetic waves record. It's not even bait, it's real. What are you expecting? Sang Yun couldn't stop happily smiling. Anyway, thank you for watching, he suggested, starting right away as he always did. Beyond the screen where Sang Yun's broadcast was playing, she was there. She carefully watched the live broadcast. The first round is a forest map. Did he want to finish early because he used too much energy this morning? If so, he would go straight to the armory for safety. On the screen he had already appeared from the helicopter. Sang Yun jumped down without hesitation. She froze after seeing this much. The people in the chat room were equally confused. But the armory is still far away. Why is he jumping already? Surely he didn't mess up due to nervousness, did he? A donation notification appeared on the system. Jensen Nim sponsored 1000 W Hung. You know this isn't the armory, right? Sang Yun quietly looked at a few comments. He calmly replied, I know. Others commented. Then why? Sang Yun happily curled the corners of his mouth. This time I'm going for indirect fire. That information froze her. Indirect fire? She quietly speculated about the possibilities. He always went straight to the armory, so I thought that was his concept, or that he was playing to his strengths. So was all of this a plan for this moment? If he only used rapid fire to hide this indirect fire, it would mean he's more confident in indirect fire. If he had such a skill, why didn't he use it sooner? There were certainly difficult moments before. Having said this much, she clenched her fist. Impossible, she frowned in disbelief. Has he always been that relaxed? Even the diamond challenge doesn't seem difficult. Sang Yun successfully landed on his side. Recalling old times, he blankly stared at his tablet. Strategy summary. Sang Yun raised his head in confusion. It's tactical play, Yu Hyuk explained cheerfully. Tactical play is about acting strategically according to the game situation. It's a summary of the plays of famous strategic players. I thought it would help with your diamond promotion match. Sang Yun rubbed his chin, considering. But isn't this completely different from my usual play style? He suddenly had an idea. He immediately responded positively to trying something new at such an important moment as a diamond promotion. Exactly, Yu Hyuk explained in detail, because the diamond match was important to him too. Numerous snipers will be targeting him. They'll think he'll go to the armory as he always does, so we'll use a different strategy to trick them. We call this the curveball strategy. Sang Yun finally understood. Not bad, he looked at the tablet and decided. The most crucial moment is also the most dangerous. It's better to prepare in advance. Yu Hyuk heard that and continued to smile. I knew you'd understand immediately. Sang Yun silently fell into thought. In that case, after a long moment of hesitation, he decided, I'll follow this strategy. He bent down to observe. Which one? As soon as Yu Hyuk saw Sang Yun's choice, he exclaimed happily. Oh, starting from the abandoned hospital and returning to battle then. He had already arrived at the designated location. Yu Hyuk watched the match impressed. He finally did it. His anxiety gradually disappeared. It seems there aren't any annoying snipers. That's good. Viewers were surprised to see Sang Yun enter the hospital first. Wait. Starting from the hospital, suddenly switching to tactical play, gambling like that at such a crucial moment. What if he loses just like that? Even the manager wouldn't know. The manager is probably trembling too. Yu Hyuk read the comments and burst out laughing. He happily curled the corners of his mouth. Me worrying about Anmu, never. Beyond the screen, Sang Yun was seen running diligently. He continuously trained in his mind every night. A genius who works the hardest. He seriously looked around and enjoyed the battle. Sang Yun quickly ran towards the stairs, and before acting, he cautiously looked around. In the empty room, Sang Yun lowered his head to check the situation to reassure himself. There were no footsteps, and when he looked outside, the surroundings were quite quiet. Sang Yun was relieved once everything was confirmed. It seems everyone else went to the armory. These comments kept appearing. I saw the sniper streams. The armory is packed with people. Anmu, you understand, making them self-destruct and come out. Even if the hospital isn't popular in the early game. My goodness, everyone really flocked to the armory. They continuously praised him. He plays so tactically. I've never seen Anmu play tactically. It seems he practiced. Sang Yun read that and rejoiced inwardly. I did practice through imaginary training. He thought he had learned strategies from famous Battle players after talking with Yu Hyuk. Although I've never tried it in a real match, I've practiced and imagined it enough that it should be fine to play directly. Sang Yun opened the game system to check the green zone. He meticulously observed the map, and it was almost the center of the death zone. At this, Sang Yun was confident. If this is the case, the next green zone movement will also be safe. The viewers quickly admired. He's playing tactically and even explaining in between. It's really cool that he actually practiced. Playing like Gandhi can be cool too. Sang Yun smiled brightly, took out his bag and continuously picked up items. I'll leisurely loot and then go up to the rooftop to get into position. The viewers heard that and continuously typed on their keyboards. Is this how Anmu's challenge works? It's truly perfect. Meanwhile, in the savannah at the armory, the game system continuously sent notifications for a while. One player died, 92,100. One player died, 89,100. One player died, 82,100. Players who didn't know what was happening continuously looked around. Where did Anmu go? Surely he did not come to the armory. They even mistook another player for him and angered him. Damn it, stop swinging that knife. I'm not Anmu, got it? The person quickly retorted. This is a ranked game too. I can't just die. The viewers saw that and continuously typed on their keyboards. There are a bunch of snipers, but the person they're supposed to snipe isn't there. What a ridiculous match. So many people, yet they can't loot and just fight each other. See, that's why I told you to play fair. The people in the armory fought and cursed. Damn it, they continuously shouted. Where on earth did Anmu disappear to? At the same time, Sang Yun was still very relaxed over here. Sang Yun happily checked the items. Looting items in the hospital really isn't bad. The people in the comments also messaged very wisely. Now I'm used to it. At this speed, even with 1 health remaining, I could fully recover. He looked up and replied, yes. Sang Yun looked around and admired. It's unbelievable that I searched all 3 floors and wasn't attacked once. He curled the corners of his mouth, winked and gave thanks. It seems to be all thanks to the stream snipers. Thank you. The comment section continuously exploded. Oh my god, how annoying. The snipers will probably have to rewatch this part several times. Some comments consoled Ja about Sang Yun's personality scandal. Ja, you're going to edit this part out, right? That's really something. Anyway, it's going to be full of spam messages. Just relax, he said firmly. A good start makes for a good finish. Sang Yun tested the string with his slender fingers. Now that all preparations were complete, he cautiously stepped outside. Sang Yun decided without hesitation, I'll clear targets from the rooftop and then come down. On the other side, one person continuously typed on the keyboard, hey, do you think Anmu can play tactically? Before, he always rushed in unarmed, but tactics require a lot of patience. Patience? In a previous battle, a man was loitering outside and found his way in. Anmu, Sang Yun shot a headshot without saying a word, and even gave a middle finger. So the people from before were suspicious. Does he really have patience? Can he really do it? They continuously typed on their keyboards, mocking him. He's the type to shoot first and ask questions later. Seriously, there's no way Anmu can restrain himself. At the same time, Sang Yun had already arrived on the rooftop, and they continuously commented, he's already tasted the thrill of shooting a bow, so he can't restrain himself anymore. He'll definitely surprise them and rush in. He still casually poked his head out to observe. Sang Yun's eyes quickly caught the first target. Where a man was walking, people followed his gaze and were shocked. What? He already found the first target? They quickly realized. It seems he has no intention of entering the hospital. He doesn't seem interested at all. So what will Anmu do? Sang Yun didn't hesitate and prepared his bow and arrow. This man was still casually looking around, scouting, but there was no movement for a while. He simply left this place safely. He still aimed with his eyes closed and everyone was shocked. Oh my god. He really didn't shoot? The comment section continuously appeared. What? What's going on? Anmu? Anmu restrained himself without shooting. Has he really grown? Sang Yun read those comments and felt helpless. Sorry, that phrase is a bit strange. Viewers expressed dissatisfaction with his action of sparing the enemy. Yu Hyuk saw that and grinned broadly as if he had struck gold. The reaction is explosive. No one expected Anmu to follow such basic survival rules. Sang Yun could barely hold back a sigh over here. He felt wronged looking at the opponents loitering back, but there was nothing he could do. Honestly, restraining myself was pretty hard. I could have taken him down with one shot. I could have secretly taken him down. But if someone else was nearby, they would have spotted me. Just as he thought that, several gunshots rang out, startling him. Sang Yun hesitated for a long time before turning around and leaving. Medicine will be more useful later. I need to hide now. The people in the comments were surprised by his actions. He's really sparing everyone. Everyone. Anmu has finally become a veteran archer who knows how to restrain himself, the game system displayed. Currently 66,100 people remaining. 66 survivors. It continuously displayed Anmu's kills 0. The comment section became increasingly impatient. That timid guy, is he scared to go to the armory? What now? Another surprise technique? This guy's crazy. He's playing like trash. Play fair. Trash. Coward. Yu Hyuk read that and chuckled. The sniper's wailing sounds like music, he replied nonchalantly. Thanks for the compliment. Yu Hyuk clicked his tongue. Playing cowardly and like trash? He knew that no gamer would care about such criticism. The man who received the reply over here bristled. Oh my god, what kind of trashy playstyle is that? Thanks for the compliment. Hey, where do you live, you kid? He read that and became even more delighted. It seems someone is very angry. No matter what was said, Yu Hyuk still didn't forget the biggest contributor. Well done, Anmu, he typed on the keyboard, relieved. It's just as we practiced. Yu Hyuk looked at the pile of documents again. Honestly, he thought tactical play was exaggerated, but in fact it wasn't easy at all. There were papers and notes filled with letters. And with 100 skilled players, naturally it required headache-inducing complex strategies. After he and Sang Yun racked their brains every day, they barely came up with 1 or 2 usable paths. Back in the game, the system notified that the green zone would shrink in 30 seconds. Sang Yun was still safely within the safe zone, and viewers quickly cheered. He's in the safe zone again, he communicated while scouting deeply. But he was only barely inside the safe zone. The next zone will be dangerous. I need to move early. Viewers heard that and were speechless. Anmu is even calculating the next green zone movement. Anmu is playing with a long-term strategy. Sang Yun read that and laughed awkwardly, mumbling, that's enough, that's enough. He quickly ran outside. Yes, I don't need to win every match. Yu Hyuk meanwhile nervously opened a book on the table. I just need to reach diamond rank once. His expression was clearly tense. With this kind of safe zone, if I keep moving from the hospital. Sang Yun was also completely focused on the game. He quickly ran deep into the forest. In Cliff Forest, Sang Yun quietly observed the situation. This place is wide, so it's likely to be included in the final zone. He looked ahead with determination. Of course, securing the cliff will be very advantageous. As its name suggested, Cliff Forest was famous for its sharp rock faces, and these knife-like cliffs offered a view of the entire forest below. Moreover, this area was quite narrow, making it very difficult for others to climb up once occupied. In addition, there was also a legendary grade item box on top. Thinking this far, Sang Yun became serious. If I can climb up, it's almost as good as guaranteeing victory. He'll be the strongest at the top of the cliff. However, while climbing, he would be completely exposed, and all players knew that. From afar, a gun was aimed at that spot, and most were already hidden in the bushes. Aiming their guns and waiting, Sang Yun seriously looked around and studied. Suddenly, Yu Hyuk's message appeared urgently. Anmu, you're not thinking of going up, are you? It's too dangerous there. Even as he said that, he still seemed quite expectant, but that feeling, once you get up there, you'll never forget it. Reading that, he chuckled lightly, relieved. Yes, there will always be someone who can't resist that feeling and takes the risk to climb up. This was the strategy Yu Hyuk and he had devised for Cliff Forest. Yu Hyuk had discussed it with Sang Yun back then. There are some very tall trees nearby. They're lower than the cliff, so you can climb them faster. He He simulated the strategy, pointing with his hand. And you can still see most of the bushes below. He focused on the deduction. Simply put, it's about shooting people who are ambushing those who are climbing up. After a moment, Sang Yun said, "Good, the leaves will provide natural camouflage, so it'll be hard for anyone below to spot me." Turning back here, he carried his bow and arrows and cautiously moved deeper. Of course, many would hit by sound, but bows didn't make noise like guns. Sang Yun curled the corners of his mouth and was already ready to draw his bow. He aimed his bow and arrows straight. That tree. Thinking this far, Sang Yun ran. Those who climb up will be dealt with by the people hiding in the bushes, so I don't need to worry. Good, let's move before others appear. But after only a few steps, Sang Yun faltered. Quickly ran behind a nearby rock. Sang Yun's footsteps cautiously stopped. In front of him was a sniper. Sang Yun was surprised as soon as he saw him. That guy, even though I marked him, he's coming this way. And he went back to the system board and thought, half the people are dead, so first place will definitely be decided here. After a long moment of hesitation, he decided to raise his bow and aim. The comment section immediately exploded. "I can't miss that tree, he's going to shoot." Sang Yun bit his lip and hesitated for a long time. Now the comments below became increasingly excited. "He's going to shoot." After regaining his composure, he confidently aimed at his opponent. "I have no choice but to fight." Sang Yun aimed his bowstring at the sniper. The comments below continuously exploded. "Is he finally using it? Anmu, first shot of the match. Damn it, has he reached his limit too, taking down 50 people with the first shot?" But before he could shoot, he faltered. Viewers were confused to see Sang Yun not shooting and crouching down. What? Why isn't he shooting? At that moment, someone was approaching. Everyone realized it then. There was one more person. He wasn't ambushed from both sides. Fortunately, he found them first, so whom should he shoot first? Sang Yun seriously looked around. What should he do? He was a little troubled. Usually he would just shoot the bow, but he couldn't in this terrain. Sang Yun considered the most dangerous scenario. If he showed his face from the hiding spot, both people would spot him, and even if he used consecutive shots, he would be hit by the other person's bullet. Thinking this far, he finally made up his mind. He thought he should wait for the two people to fight or wait for them to pass, but Sang Yun still stood up, however. That playstyle wasn't what viewers expected from Anmu. He took out 2 arrows and aimed them in 2 directions, and the viewers were delighted. Is he going to shoot 2 people simultaneously? Sang Yun took a deep breath to regain his composure. He released his hands and the arrows flew toward the 2 people's heads. One was lucky enough to be wearing a helmet and barely survived. An arrow, the other one quickly changed direction. Both people simultaneously fired their guns at Sang Yun. Several bullets grazed his body, causing minor scratches to Sang Yun. He aimed for a long time and then released his hands again. The arrows hit the crack in the helmet from before, killing both of them. The system then announced, Onmin Salamander eliminated, 49,100. On Wugaga double kill, 48,100. All the viewers were delighted and continuously sent donations. Sona sponsored 10,000 gold, 3,000 gold, unbelievable. Salamander sponsored 10,000 gold, insane. Now sponsored 500,000 gold. Is this real? Don't be so good, Anmu. I want to be Anmu when I grow up. Double shot only happens in comics, right? It's real. Is it you again? Anmu, don't be so good. The viewers were also having so much fun and continuously commented. 700,000 gold in an instant, 350,000 gold each per shot. Was 500,000 gold just for a reaction? Crazy, Sang Yun replied while recovering HP. Sorry, I missed that part. The chat window also continuously scrolled up. A 500,000 gold donation buried in the chat. This streamer is truly on another level. That's how donations are during combat. Where did my 500,000 gold go? He looked down at his remaining HP bar again. I lost quite a bit of blood in the last battle. Everyone quickly reassured him. It's probably because you don't have armor yet. You almost died. Sang Yun rubbed his chin in admiration. Fortunately, I looted a lot of items at the hospital. While he was careless, a telescope aimed at Sang Yun. The bullet was accurately aimed, but he dodged it. The viewers quickly informed him. Sniper, another explosion followed. How did he dodge that? Wait, he dodged just by hearing the reload sound. Did he really hear it? Hearing it and dodging. Amazing Anmu-style reflexes. Sang Yun quickly ran behind a tree and hid. He carefully scanned his surroundings. He had been sniped before. Snipers were very troublesome, being able to shoot targets from afar, and if they were hero grade or higher, a body shot could result in instant death. He speculated by intuition. The sound of a gun meant the enemy wasn't too far away. Thinking that, Sang Yun raised his bow again. In that case, he curled the corners of his mouth in delight. He could take this guy down. On this side, Doha was continuously aiming. He focused his aim on the tree where Sang Yun was hiding. Doha gradually lost patience when there was no movement. He was currently a diamond-ranked on-life player. Doha frowned in bewilderment. What on earth? Who is that guy? His mind was filled with suspicion. It was a perfect shooting angle, but that guy reacted first and dodged. He wasn't even wearing power armor. How could that be? Doha finally concluded. Could it just have been luck? Thinking this far, he raised his gun and aimed again. It doesn't matter, it's not important. Doha was confident of victory. A sniper wouldn't stop until he killed his target. At that moment, through the telescope, he saw a part of him exposed. Sang Yun felt it and looked that way. He fired a shot without hesitation, but the bullet's trajectory was deflected by another bullet. This startled Doha. What? He was so surprised that he broke out in a cold sweat. There was a collision sound. Was it hit by a bullet? The bullet disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, with a thud, he was startled. An arrow flew and accurately targeted Doha's face, but he blocked it with his gun. Doha was uneasy looking at the arrow embedded in his gun. If I had hesitated for even a moment, I would have been hit squarely. The system also announced, weapon damage, durability 31. He was determined to fight to the end, but with this much damage it was still. Before Doha could think any further, another arrow flew and embedded itself in his gun. The system window appeared, announcing weapon damaged. Doha saw it, got angry and threw his gun away. Damn it! He took out his pistol and fired wildly. He was afraid in his heart, but there was no other way. The gunshots must have attracted other enemies, and there was no longer any choice. He had to deal with him before he got closer. As soon as he thought that, an arrow flew. He instinctively flinched and Doha pulled the trigger, deflecting the arrow. He saw it and laughed triumphantly. This time it worked. I did it. Come on, let's keep going. Sang Yun on this side had already taken his stance and then fired a bullet at Doha's head. He blankly watched his hat shatter. Doha looked around in confusion. Did an arrow fly from the side? But at this moment his concentration was broken and he was hit squarely by Sang Yun's arrow. Doha fell and the system displayed too bad, 41st place. Coming out, he was still in shock. This is unbelievable. How can one arrow do that? Then Doha heard his voice and froze. Thank you for the donation earlier. Inside, Sang Yun was happily thanking the viewers. 500,000 W, is this real? How should I thank them? He was astonished after watching the video. Thank you. Doha couldn't believe his own eyes. What on earth? That guy is live streaming. He had just fought such a fierce battle. He finally gradually accepted this fact. Was I the only one who was serious after all? Seeing Sang Yun's bright face made Doha even angrier. He trembled with rage looking at the cold words, "You are eliminated." He was broadcasting his highlight reel as if nothing had happened. Doha finally let out a silent wail of helplessness. I'll never forgive him. Sang Yun was still very leisurely reading the comments in the forest. Everyone, it's a bit late, but thank you so much for the donations. I didn't have time to react earlier. I'll carefully consider how to react. It's a promotion series, so I can't turn off the stream. Hearing this, the comment section continuously sent messages. Why turn off the stream, you crazy bastard? Are you still thinking about that? Why are you so obsessed with streaming? Didn't you just want to go out and rest? INF, if you pay 700,000 W, you can see Rakan's lost skills and Anmu will end the stream. Sibo sponsored 10,000 W. Hey Anmu, last time I sponsored 1 million W and you didn't react. He gave a cold laugh. That was a mission. It's different from a donation. C sponsored 1,000 gold. Many crying emojis followed and others agreed and felt sorry for him. This is the price of giving Anmu a mission. Sang Yun suddenly had an idea. If you want me to react, why don't you send a reaction mission? This time the online viewers were so angry that they couldn't breathe. This damn guy, what on earth is he saying? Luosupo is about to cry. You crazy bastard. He's already crying. He's really crazy. He quickly changed the subject. Now I'll hide in the tree. Everyone keep chatting. Sang Yun concentrated on climbing the tree. This is an important promotion series, and I like this cheerful atmosphere. Honestly, most streamers don't get the chance to communicate with viewers like this, right? Anmu deserves praise for doing a very good job as a streamer. But isn't Anmu able to communicate with viewers because he's so strong in the game? He sat on a high branch and looked into the distance. Sang Yun looked down to the side and saw a couple busy doing something. Looking in another direction, he saw a sniper's hiding spot. Sitting so high up, it was much easier to observe his surroundings. The system announced, "The blue zone is shrinking," he observed and thought. It has already surrounded the cliff. Soon the survivors will have no choice but to enter the cliff forest. 35-1 Cliff Forest had now become a huge stage for the Diamond Promotion Series. Successfully climbing the cliff meant victory. But surprisingly, all the snipers were ready. Just go up. Abandoning the desire to occupy the cliff is the true secret to increasing survival chances. Other players were already hidden in their hiding spots waiting for prey. Go up, they didn't even notice. But out of the remaining 35 players, 25 were aiming their guns at the cliff. The scene shifted to another side and hurried footsteps echoed. Many people were aiming for victory. They were targeting the person on top and in the tree. Sang Yun grabbed his bow and thought, most climbers lack equipment or are injured, so they can't aim for first place with conventional tactics. He focused on a wounded person desperately trying to escape below. From afar, a group of people competed to climb higher, hoping for a last-minute reversal or for those below to kill each other. One of the leading players was almost there. Just a little more and he could win. He raised his trembling hand closer to the target of victory. As expected, this player was attacked with weapons. As always, they used all their weapons to force him down. Sang Yun silently watched the next player fall. Cliff combat always begins by taking down climbers. Another climber saw that and was secretly pleased. Now I'm in the lead. Suddenly, someone's hand gripped his leg tightly. He was pulled down by the previous player and couldn't move and he screamed in panic. What on earth? Let go of me. The fallen person smiled slyly and thought, do you think I'll die alone? He struggled desperately and eventually kicked that person off. This crazy bastard. Sang Yun drew his bow at the opportune moment, and now he shot one of the people hiding in the bushes. Aim and Norimu eliminated. Sang Yun considered all his movements. I have to attack simultaneously so I don't get pulled down. No one seems to have discovered him. He continued to shoot arrows. Aim and Mayumi eliminated. Sang Yun rechecked the number of people. In an instant only 27 people remained. 4 people were climbing and I killed 2, so the other 2 must have fought and died below. The tactic of targeting climbers is only effective early on. If prolonged, the truce would break and chaos would ensue. He continued to draw his bow. I need to reduce them by half before that happens. Elimination notifications continuously appeared. Vayner eliminated. Bulletproof helmet. Sang Yun suddenly focused on the other side. An arrow flew towards the enemy and caused equipment damage. He was hit in the head by an arrow immediately before even having time to react before his helmet shattered. What on earth, damn it, the system then announced. Aimon West coach double kill, Sang Yun thought to himself. I killed 3 people. Comments appeared. Cool. Is it summer? Not scary. I watched on Anmu's stream. He silently focused ahead. Sang Yun held his bow and aimed at a giant tower. Only 3 people left on the cliff. He continued to take down other players. I have to do it quickly. I need to kill at least 1 more before those 3 die. The system announced double kill 14,100. And then the number of people decreased to 13,100. The system announced. The blue zone will shrink in 30 seconds. Another player was moving frantically. He was shot in the back and turned around in surprise. Damn it, what on earth, this damn guy? He immediately went back behind the tree. Who's shooting a bow from here? Unfortunately, he was continuously pursued. Another player was eliminated, followed by another. Double kill. Sang Yun looked at the players around him and thought, there are many people wearing helmets today. The number of people kept decreasing. 9,100 arrows were continuously fired, eliminating enemies. Double kill. Double kill. Notifications rang out continuously and the player climbing the cliff eventually couldn't hold on and fell. 4,100. The comment section was filled with regret. Another failed climb. Sang Yun didn't miss the opportunity and concentrated all his strength. Now all that's left is, he accurately aimed at the positions of the remaining 3 people. Sang Yun looked around once. 3 people are below the cliff, 1 is wearing a helmet and 2 are not. The system announced double kill. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. I shot 2 arrows and only 1 person is left. He's not dead. That player had high-grade equipment. Sang Yun broke out in a cold sweat and quickly took out more arrows. Damn it, a legendary grade helmet. In that case I have to aim for the person. He froze. There was nothing in the quiver behind him. How could this be? I've run out of arrows. Sang Yun's face darkened. The viewers started to get excited again. How did he kill so many people so quickly? He's in the same position, but he took everyone down. Now it's a one-on-one fight. Sang Yun in disbelief reviewed all the images from beginning to end. Could it be that there were more people wearing helmets than I thought? The last person also wore a legendary grade helmet, so I wasted 2 arrows. He was silent, and other comments quickly focused. Oh my goodness, Anmu has run out of arrows. At that moment the comment section was not so cheerful. We're doomed. Isn't this the first time Anmu has run out of arrows like this? The player was already aiming his gun at the enemy. He targeted this side. A system notification popped up. The green zone was shrinking. Sang Yun sat still on the tree and the viewers sweated on his behalf. Damn it, the green zone is in the worst spot too. What should he do? The blue light was getting closer and closer, but Sang Yun didn't move and remained silent. Sang Yun collected himself and looked up with resolute eyes. As countless lights poured down, he fortunately jumped from the tree and was not hit by a single shot. Sang Yun landed perfectly, and the viewers felt fear towards that weapon. That damn tree is shattering like tofu. It's a legendary weapon, and he's blindly rushing forward. Hiding behind a tree is useless. No, in this forest nothing can stop a legendary weapon. Sang Yun made a reckless decision. He was going outside the green zone. He didn't retreat and ran straight out. Sang Yun gritted his teeth, accepting the consequences. A system warning popped up. Exposed to toxic gas outside the green zone. Critical damage is accumulating. Only 6 health remaining. Sang Yun quickly drank a healing potion. The damage in the late game was truly immense. His health plummeted in the blink of an eye, and 1 more hit would mean instant death. The only comfort was that the toxic gas was so dense that the enemy couldn't see anything. Countless first aid kits poured out, and he hastily put them on his body. His health finally rose to 94, but it quickly dropped to 89 as if the effect was negligible. Sang Yun thought to himself, I've almost used up all my healing items, but I can't keep up with the damage. Now all I have left are smoke grenades, flashbangs, a few explosive grenades and bandages. He picked up a grenade. The explosive grenade was his only offensive option, and if so, it was very definite. Sang Yun looked up, thinking there was no more time to hesitate. He thought it was pointless to ask himself, can I do it, while drawing his bowstring as usual. He had to decide whether to turn back and enter the green zone or just charge forward. It was like dying if he didn't breathe. Inaction meant game over. The player quickly found the target and immediately fired his gun. Sang Yun watched every movement. He pulled out an explosive grenade as he ran. Sang Yun threw a flashbang grenade at the enemy, who covered his eyes in surprise. He focused on feeling a few gunshots and thought, now's the time. Sang Yun desperately rushed forward, his health decreasing faster and faster. He charged straight into the smoke and dust, and the viewers' screens became increasingly blurry. I can't see anything. Sang Yun desperately ran through the smoke and dust looking for a chance to win. Come out quickly. He was startled by movement next to him. An arrow Sang Yun had shot appeared next to the enemy. Found it? The comment section cheered. That was the arrow he just shot, as expected, the charm of a bow. He quickly picked it up. He had to pick up as many arrows as possible before the smoke disappeared. Sang Yun searched for arrows while hiding in the smoke and dust. I picked up 5 arrows. The problem was not knowing where the enemy was. It was a shame to waste one of the 2 grenades, but there was no other way. He threw a grenade with all his might. A loud explosion echoed tremendously. Gunshots were heard and Gang Ho immediately fired back. He shattered the forest in front of him. Sang Yun could clearly see there he is from a blind spot far away. While Gang Ho was off guard, he drew his bowstring and shot an arrow beautifully. All 4 arrows accurately struck the player's armor. Hit, he seemed to be injured. Gang Ho immediately hid behind a rock. Viewers said in surprise, "He got hit 4 times in a row and he's still not dead. Damn, he's wearing really good body armor." It's armor, the bow just weakens when it hits a person. What's important is HP. Anmu seems to be wearing hero-grade armor. It'll take at least 10 hits to penetrate. He only has 1 arrow left. What now, Anmu? Yu-hyuk muttered to himself, trembling with fear on the other end of the phone. How can he win? I knew good items were discarded in the armory and thought the strategy would be fine. Anmu has never missed a shot, but he's almost out of arrows, he muttered to himself. But at this moment Yu-hyuk looked at the equipment of both sides again. Who would have known the last enemy would be using top-tier equipment? The enemy was wearing a legendary-grade bulletproof helmet, a legendary-grade weapon, and hero-grade body armor. While Sang Yun only had a bow and arrow, he was already defeated in the mind game. Objectively speaking, he deserved to win. But now there was no turning back. He recalled his student days, winners and losers, the best and the inferior. I knew the gap between first and second place better than anyone in the world. Yu-hyuk clenched his fist and thought. The Vera ranking system also cruelly reflects that. Most importantly, if he doesn't get first place this time, he might have to fight this damn promotion series 3 more times. The more matches he plays, the less effective the tactics will become. Besides, Sang Yun's condition will get worse, so what should he do? On the computer chat, isn't that Takoyaki? Latako, what are you doing here? Damn it, Tico. No way. Is it really Takoyaki's avatar? What on earth are you talking about? They asked in confusion. Takoyaki. Yu-hyuk was puzzled to see the post. Takoyaki is stopping his training. Is he a celebrity? Stopping his training. He doesn't seem like a streamer. He searched earnestly and many wikis were pinned. He has twice as many followers as Anmu. What? He's even a former pro player. It seems his peak has passed now. He recently ranked in the top 50 in Battle Royale, but after hair loss treatment he went downhill. After hair loss treatment it's always just the past. The more Yu-hyuk thought, the deeper he fell. What on earth are they talking about? People say he lost all his hair because he was too bad during his pro player days, but then suddenly hit his peak with explosive skill. He trembled as he analyzed the people. They're rumored that his skills improved every time he lost hair and after hair loss treatment. His performance plummeted. Yu-hyuk leaned on the table in disbelief. This theory is too plausible. He tried to suppress his laughter internally. Actually, this is no time to be reading this crap. Turning back to Gang Ho, that damn guy is too strong. He was hiding behind a rock, muttering to himself. If I were live streaming, this part would be a huge hit. It's a shame, but anyway, not having the chat open helps me concentrate more. Gang Ho quickly covered his mouth and thought, my streamer habit came out again. From experience, I'm sure to win in this situation. But why do I feel so uneasy? Is it because the opponent is that guy? Anmu, this guy has become hugely famous in Battle Royale recently. I haven't seen him play, but I heard he's crazy. Gang Ho sighed and thought to himself. Today that guy should also be in his promotion series. Is this good luck or bad luck? This game is more about mindset than pure skill. I've cornered him, and I have the advantage. He escaped from the green zone, so he must have used up all his healing potions. He must have used up all his arrows too. Even if he has 1 or 2 arrows left, my 45 health can withstand them. With burning determination he advanced step by step. Good, let's charge before he shoots again. On Sang Yun's side, he was talking to the comment section with a determined expression. I know I'm almost out of arrows. Do you think an archer can't calculate? Wait. Viewers quickly noticed he was chatting. You crazy bastard, concentrate. Sang Yun unexpectedly pulled out 1 more arrow from his quiver. But don't worry, Gang Ho was approaching with confidence and speed. He held up the arrow and said in a very confident voice, with this last arrow, I'll win. Gang Ho approached with high vigilance, unaware of anything. Sang Yun gripped the arrow tightly in his hand, looking dazed. A sudden ear-splitting notification echoed from the system. Safe zone will shrink in 30 seconds. Gang Ho stood outside the safe zone observing meticulously. It's the final zone. He gripped his gun tightly in his hand and followed his gaze. He must have jumped from the armory, so his equipment won't be great. His HP won't be great either, so I'll have to fight him anyway. Ear-splitting gunshots rang out and the nearby tree immediately broke and his cover was also shattered. I don't know the exact location. If I just sweep the area he'll pop right out. He turned back and continued to look at the comments appearing on the screen. Even the rock is turning to dust. A legendary weapon should be this good. Only 1 arrow left. This is serious. He's cornered. Anmu, don't fall to the ground. And familiar voice was heard, and he paused, quickly drawing his bowstring. Don't worry, I told you earlier. Sang Yun tried to shoot the arrow, taking a careful breath with each step. With this I'll take first place, while Gang Ho continued to shoot his gun. His shadow flickered in the corner of his vision. Why didn't you just stick your head out earlier? Suddenly, something struck his belt and Gang Ho stopped shooting in surprise and looked down. Damn it, what is this? An arrow was stuck in his armor and it came from the left. Gang Ho looked around but only saw broken debris. Sang Yun had disappeared from view. What on earth happened? He should be right in front of me. From another angle, the screen glowed brightly, displaying scanning and reasonably good statistics. With this much damage, I can still withstand a few more hits. He ignored what had happened before and raised his gun. First place in this match will be mine. The bomb on his belt suddenly exploded with a roar. Ear-splitting explosions echoed from all directions, shaking the surroundings. The area felt dangerous as if it was cracking. A system notification appeared on the screen. Crazy. Damn it, second place. Returning to the real world, Gang Ho scratched his head. Is that guy crazy? He stared at the screen, furious at seeing his character dead. What on earth is happening? Suddenly the screen flashed and an ear-splitting beep sounded. Is it a game error? I clearly calculated perfectly. Thinking back, he had unhesitatingly pulled out the bomb in the game. Gang Ho could only exclaim in admiration. Looking at it again, that guy is crazy. He pressed the button and replayed the match he had just played. Every detail appeared vividly. No wonder he became so famous as soon as he got first place. The skill gap is like heaven and earth. An arrow flew and perfectly curved in the air. The arrow flew behind my back, Gang Ho carefully observed with suspicious eyes. He was clearly looking straight ahead. When replayed in slow motion, he clearly saw something strange attached to the arrow. What is that? As he zoomed in on the image, Gang Ho couldn't hide his surprise. A grenade. Sang Yun looked around blankly as if he didn't understand what had just happened. The words first place appeared on the screen. He dazed, scratched his lips, muttering something incomprehensible. I did it. The comments were shocked. That's even possible? Awesome, grill it, God Anmu? He opened his eyes wide, unable to believe he had really done it. Did I really succeed? Sang Yun closed his eyes. The attack from just now vividly reappeared in his mind. When he threw the grenade, it flew in a curve just like in reality. But he didn't feel the weight, so he took a risk and tried it. He couldn't believe it actually worked. His heart was filled with excitement, and his emotions were at their peak. This feeling is truly the best, victory in front of the whole world after a fierce battle with a true master. The cheers, the crowd's enthusiasm, and the highly praised protagonist was himself. Son, when you grow up, be a great person like Anmu Hung. Mom, can I be a walnut later? Anmu have me. Crazy. Anmu, you're crazy. Anmu, stop being so good. An indescribable extreme happiness washed over him. Previously, he had been ready for his next move. He had prepared and planned for this promotion series for a long time. Sweat poured down, but Sang Yun still felt an ecstatic joy, the sweet victory after putting in all his effort. He laughed loudly. It's too sweet, viewers roared. What? Anmu laughed. Damn it, you're handsome, but please don't laugh. I beg you. He laughed. Anmu is still a baby. In the dim light, his laughter grew louder and louder. I unconsciously smiled along. What was this feeling? Genuine laughter burst forth and I couldn't stop it. When I looked back at this moment later, did I know then? A deep sigh escaped and Sang Yun seemed to be trying to calm himself. He looked at the comments on the screen and whispered. Shall we play one more match then? He replied cheerfully with a bright smile. This is the last match. Yu Hyuk yawned while looking at the screen. After a period of tension, his body relaxed. The scene on the screen made him freeze. Crazy. He can even beat the one player. Yu Hyuk pretended to shed a few tears as if moved. He joyfully clicked frantically on the computer, his eyes shining with interest. There must be many people who are as moved as I am. I should check Vera 31. When he opened it, countless comments immediately appeared. Yu Hyuk hummed cheerfully, as expected. The news board of Vera 31 was filled with posts about Anmu. Since the match had just ended, the post ranking wasn't yet prominent, but the number of posts was overwhelming. He chuckled to himself. I'm glad there are many people who think like me. No wonder people like community activities. Yu Hyuk suddenly paused and looked at the post rankings with suspicious eyes. The hot post rankings were dominated by articles about Anmu. Countless accounts engaged in heated discussions simultaneously. Trending posts appeared on Vera 31. 8th place, Anmu Manji's human-shaped gun. 9th place was on GF's grenade throw, which became a trending post. Another 9th place, Anmu's double shot, which also made it to trending posts. At that moment a flash went through his mind and he understood everything. This was Anmu's influence on Vera 31. At this, users excitedly sponsored him immediately. Diamond S sponsored 5,000 gold. Let's all enjoy together. Castor sponsored, Anmu warm up a bit. Omen sponsored 50,000 gold. You've reached Diamond, let's celebrate with a mukbang, right? Since he got first place last round anyway, it's okay to use a trick this round. No way. If everyone dies this round, that last first place will be gone too. Anmu, what are you going to do? He chuckled, interrupting. It's alright, Sang Yun waved with a smile. It's fine, I won't let my guard down. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone cheered. That's our Anmu. A single comment appeared before his eyes. Anmu, are you going to the hospital again this time? Without a word, numerous ideas flashed through his mind. He wasn't sure if the path he had discussed with Yu Hyuk would be effective a second time. From the helicopter, Sang Yun observed the landscape below. The first round was much easier thanks to the sudden curveball. But if he repeated the same thing, the difficulty would skyrocket. Moreover, infiltrating the hospital definitely had its problems. He almost missed first place due to the item disparity. Suddenly, an unexpected sound from behind startled him. Everyone parachuted down and comments poured in, creating a chaotic atmosphere. So many people are dropping at the armory. As expected, it's a hotspot. but not as many as I thought. Surely there aren't any tailing groups this round. Sang Yun watched as people parachuted down. No, they were just split up. Due to the sudden curveball strategy in the first round, the stream snipers were confused and divided into two factions. So he thought for a moment and finally decided, I've decided on the concept for this round. Comments filled with curiosity appeared. What concept? Is it the hospital armory again? Sang Yun smiled and leaned slightly, ready to jump. Fan service. As soon as he finished speaking, the comments couldn't believe their ears. Fan service suddenly. I don't really like Anmu's stance on that. What fan service? He lowered his center of gravity and stepped out. At that moment, amidst the shouts in the comments, Sang Yun jumped straight down. He's just jumping. Anmu, at least tell us what you're going to do. He landed softly and stabilized his body. Comments appeared again. How are you going in on the first floor? Why didn't you secure a good spot on the second floor like last time? Sang Yun strode over and vigorously opened the door. Because this round is a fan service round, a group of people who were fighting over items suddenly turned around. I should take care of the fans who've worked hard to find me. The entire room was eerily quiet. Not a sound could be heard and everyone's gaze was fixed on one spot. Suddenly a system notification rang out. Ding ding. A user-sponsored 10,000 W. Group handshake begins in 3 seconds. People put down their weapons and approach step by step. 3, 2, 1. It looked like a fierce battle, but in fact everyone excitedly rushed forward. Bro, just one handshake. Mom, buy me Anmu. Viewers continuously commented in admiration. Are they all stream snipers? I'm getting dizzy, he sighed. Surely they wouldn't come so overtly. Sang Yun turned his attention to the comments on the screen. But isn't that dangerous? Are you giving up the game? Fine, just charge in and die. A light gleamed on the blade in his hand. Sang Yun swiftly charged forward. Hey, everyone seems to have forgotten. He quickly dodged the opponent's attack and comments buzzed again. Anmu has always only used a knife in the armory. As he was attacked, blood splattered from his body, further intensifying the atmosphere. Anmu eliminated Mug Hybrid Mampi. 99,100. First blood. How glorious. He drew his knife and stared at the opponent who was gritting his teeth. Did you think you could break John Zappa's record? As soon as he finished speaking, Sang Yun swung his knife and cut the opponent. Now they didn't even hide. He pushed the opponent hard and his body slammed into the wall. In the blink of an eye, a knife flew from the opponent's hand towards him. Sang Yun grabbed the opponent's wrist. He twisted it hard and the knife fell. Reckless fool, you're risking your life. He swiftly turned his body and precisely slashed, and blood splattered. Sang Yun glanced behind him, ready for battle. From behind, a guy rushed in and launched an unexpected attack. In the blink of an eye, he threw 3 knives and the blades flew towards the opponent. Around Sang Yun, the people who had just been fighting lay sprawled on the ground. Crazy. People flustered quickly left the scene. The skill gap is too big. I'm out. The blonde man stood blankly, looking around. I should go down and check the basement. Before he could leave, a voice from behind startled him. Thinking of going down to the basement, kiddo? He appeared on the second floor with sharp eyes and a bow and arrow ready to attack. The blonde man flinched and his heart pounded. When did that guy get to the second floor? Sang Yun put down his bow and arrows and said, the second floor isn't just for stairs. He aimed 4 arrows downwards and comments buzzed. Everyone lurking below must have been surprised speechless. People were so surprised their whole bodies trembled. Damn it, that smelly duck. Sang Yun's lips curled into a smile. It was a gentle yet unreadable smile. People snapped out of it, shouting confusedly and running. Comments appeared. PTSD mode activated. Psychological shock storm. Everyone must be screwed. This is a type of assassination too. A moment later, bodies lay scattered on the ground. Perfect. Amazing. My stomach ache went away after watching. Comments poured in, sending donations. This is a real breath of fresh air, bro. My throat feels so refreshed. I think I just drank a can of soda. Gubapyeong sponsored 100,000 gold. Refreshing. Dodori sponsored 10,000 gold. As expected of Anmu, Gaigo sponsored 3,000 gold. Bananpeu sponsored 1,000 gold. Pride of sponsored 3,000 gold. Sang Yun smiled and thanked Gubapyeong, Dodori and everyone. I feel really refreshed too. He looked ahead, observing the trends. I broke the record for the fastest armory clear today, didn't I? Sang Yun approached a barrel full of grenades and picked one up. This guy really wipes everyone out. I was able to clear this round quickly thanks to everyone's firepower being spread out, he suddenly said, as if remembering something. Now I remember. I still haven't acknowledged that 700,000 W sponsorship from last round, have I? As soon as they heard, comments immediately asked, should we do it now? But the game is still going on. Seeing Sang Yun pick up his bag and prepare to leave, comments suspected, surely he's not going to acknowledge the donation during the game, is he? He looked straight at the comment section and smiled. I'll do it this round. Everyone look forward to it. Sang Yun cautiously flicked on a lighter and a small flame flickered in the darkness. And he left the armory. As he walked, Sang Yun opened his screen to check. The safe zone missed me again. I'll have to run to the ruins. After running for a long time, he finally arrived. As soon as he reached the ruins, a sandstorm raged and comments shouted, this sandstorm is really something. I can't see anything. My goodness. Sang Yun ignored the comments and stood behind a pillar, closing his eyes and remaining still. Suddenly, the wind swirled from behind the pillar. Sang Yun's eyes widened in surprise, then flashed as he aimed his bow and arrow forward. Comments suspected, why isn't he saying anything? As Sang Yun didn't react, comments buzzed again. I can't see anything. The sandstorm is too strong. Seeing him about to shoot his bow, comments wondered, how is he going to shoot with the wind so strong? In front, a faint figure was slowly approaching. There he is. At first glance it was hard to distinguish from a cactus. The person's feet quietly passed through the sandstorm. He shot an arrow without hesitation. Eliminated Ice Cream Man from quite a distance. 79,100. There really was a person there. It's amazing no matter how many times I see it. What on earth is he using? They buzzed again, ready to continue sponsoring. No need to doubt again, as expected of Anmu. Curious sponsored 1000W. Anmu aren't Vera arrows affected by the wind. He saw the comment and replied, they are, that's why I aimed slightly to the left. Comments poured down from top to bottom. Idiots, look who Anmu is. What can a little wind do? Anmu is an archer. Ryu, Anmu's accuracy drops when he shoots on the move. As soon as one account sponsored, a system notification appeared. Acneed Citizen sponsored 1000W. It went slightly to the left. He's a center leftist. User banned in real life. Yuhyuk quickly typed on his keyboard, what just happened? That reaction speed. His physical abilities are truly amazing. People following the streamer watched him continue to shoot his bow in the game. What is this? Seeing Sangyun still calm, netizens buzzed, he must be wearing a bulletproof helmet. Anmu can't miss. The arrow flew quickly. It shot across the space and vanished. Another death. Keep going. Anmu eliminated pro-bacteria. 77,100. He put down his bow and scanned his surroundings with sharp eyes. It's an assassination in a sandstorm, truly cool. He was like a professional assassin. Sangyun raised his head and looked up. Even the fierce sandstorm couldn't obscure his sharp vision. It seems there's a battle happening over there. I should go closer and watch. Seeing Sangyun advance without any caution, comments suspected, is he going there to fight? He replied, that's right. This round is a fan service round. As he walked, Sangyun smiled to please his fans. I need to get a lot of kills to show everyone. Comments exploded. Oh my goodness, this kind of fan service is truly the best. What's the secret? The only man in the battle royale ran towards the sound of gunfire. Yopomon has appeared again. If Yopo Lee also appeared, it would be perfect. He'll definitely appear after all his equipment is taken. As Sangyun approached, considerable movement could be heard inside. The continuous gunshots suggested there were quite a few people. As he thought, a system notification rang out. Safe zone will shrink in 30 seconds. He hurried inside. The gunshots grew even fiercer. Sangyun opened the map to check the situation. The ruins were about to be swallowed by the safe zone, so everyone was covered in blood. He took out his bow and arrow again, preparing to attack in case of any unexpected situation. A man was approaching. The front was filled with thick smoke, and a group of people quickly rushed over. It's a group, comments said. Must be more than 7 people. What is this? Go another way. Sangyun looked suspiciously left and right and frowned. Wait, why are they all rushing this way? Another group attack? No, that can't be. He speculated for a moment, then suddenly sighed. Seeing Sangyun's position on the map before him, he thought, oh no. He again stroked his head and smiled broadly. It was the only exit. Everyone has weapons. I'm screwed. The scenery changed to a desolate place, and a group of people were heading for the door. In the thick smoke, people walked in a line, and chattering sounds began to be heard. Why are so many guys rushing over? It must be about 7 of them. In front of the door, a man with a bow and arrow slung over his back stood. Other comments followed. Easy. He dealt with 2 people simultaneously earlier. That was a knife fight, but now everyone has guns. It won't be easy. We're in a better position than them. We just need to get safely into the safe zone. He raised his bow and shot an arrow through the smoke. People watching this scene couldn't hide their excitement. Is he just going to push through? Today's a massacre day. One of the group noticed something strange. Someone shouted, the path is blocked. He raised his gun threateningly. Don't block the door, you bastards. Tens of thousands of bullets poured into the door. Sangyun thought, it seems an unavoidable clash is coming soon. As they moved forward, they shot at the door. They were blocking the only exit from the ruins, so a fight was inevitable anyway. Of course I know where I'm jumping. The door, having received too much force, broke and stone fragments fell. Seeing stones falling from the door, he immediately became wary. Immediately after, the door collapsed and comments buzzed again, evaluating. Isn't resisting 7 people's firepower a bit much? Someone shouted. Escape while you have the chance. Something shiny appeared. Sangyun said to those people, escape what chance? He easily targeted the weaknesses of 2 enemies and got a double kill. Anmu Yuri 787, 64,100. Ondora Daraman eliminated, 65,100. Comments admired. Damn it, the curved shot double kill is too perfect. From beyond the smoke, someone said, that guy over there is an archer. He prepared to shoot his bow. All those people were hit by his arrows. Even after Sangyun shot, only one person survived, and that person shouted in a panic, what is this? What the hell is all this? The person's voice trembled. Wait, damn it, my bullets. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow flew towards his head. What's happening? Stats appeared. On Terenia Eager eliminated, 63,100. He relaxed and smiled. It's over. Numerous excited comments poured out. Cool, best. That guy is truly crazy, like a Western movie. Is this the legendary Western archer Anmu? Fan sponsorship notifications appeared one after another. TRC sponsored 10,000W. Who created a monster like Anmu? Wang Buang sponsored 100,000W. First time seeing him. This person is really insane. Let's go, Diamond Bro. Gotchi Boom sponsored. Congratulations in advance on your diamond promotion. High-value sponsorships were pouring in for him. This round truly deserves it, Sang Yun said, looking at the comments. Thank you Gachibum Nim Wongbong Nim Chom Si Nim. He spotted something in the distance. First, I need to move into the safe zone. Sang Yun raised his bow and shot the head of the person sitting in the car. The metal object hit the wall, cracking it and making it dangerous. He dodged the explosion that erupted behind him and walked on. Keep moving. How did he dodge that? If you see them, shoot. Accurate. Who told you to loiter in front of people? The ground was littered with people eliminated by Anmu, he thought, looking at the people he had eliminated. Only 10 people left. My goodness, 33 kills, insane, absolutely insane. At this rate, diamond rank is guaranteed. What's electromagnetic wave diamond? I only know Anmu, Sang Yun thought again. With this, diamond promotion is almost certain. Everyone believed that if he got first place in the first match and maintained his top position, he would be promoted. He raised his bow. Alright, it's time to do a recap for all the donations today. What's with the sudden recap? Surely he's not going to end the broadcast in the middle of a promotion series? No way. Wait, Anmu, are you serious? No matter how crazy he is, he wouldn't do this. End the broadcast here, he smiled. This crazy Anmu. He might ruin the entire promotion series. Sang Yun immediately shot a powerful arrow. This person is really doing it. But why isn't he shooting straight? The arrow flew in a powerful curve. Truly an insane curve. It seemed to curve more than usual, one comment sharply noticed. If the arrow curves at this angle, it will accurately pierce a person's head. No way, damn it, it's really like magic. 10th place. This person is crazy. Purely insane. This person is a genius, truly the best streaming genius, and Anmu's real rank. A phrase appeared. Broadcast ended. Don't turn off this broadcast. Turn it off when you reach diamond, you crazy bastard. Why are you ending it like this? He happily looked at the screen for the post-broadcast recap. Since capsule games cannot interfere with other apps, one must be careful not to accidentally press anything during the broadcast. He tested the hardware function once and it succeeded. Shall we check the results now? He entered the waiting room. As soon as he entered the waiting room, a dazzling aura spread. Sang Yun stared intently at something. A dazzling blue badge appeared. He raised his hand and punched the ceiling, cracking it. Anmu's voice was heard, filled with joy and excitement. I did it, I achieved my goal. Outside, someone kept knocking on the mirror. He kept his promise to the viewers and ended with a recap. What's wrong with this person? Sang Yun, your diamond rank, right? I saw it on the stats page, he replied shyly. Hung, did you check the stats page? Yu Hyuk immediately replied, of course. Quick, people would have all checked, he said again. But seriously, you're a genius streamer. Even the way you ended the broadcast was perfect, Sang Yun replied, flustered. Ending the broadcast with a recap felt a bit over the top. It was just a trolling joke. Yu Hyuk replied, startled. A joke? He said, sounding disappointed. Sang Yun. He wondered why Yu Hyuk was even more angry. Yu Hyuk spoke again. Let me explain. Listen carefully. Sang Yun replied, bewildered. Yes, he said, posing dramatically. That wasn't just a joke. Anmu, the rookie who appeared like a comet, conquered diamond rank in just 1 week and broke electromagnetic waves record by 25. And this ending was the perfect punctuation mark for that journey, he said helplessly. It seems a bit forced. Yu Hyuk immediately thrust his phone in front of Anmu's face. Look at the search rankings right now, he asked, flustered. Diamond? He replied nervously. Look higher. Then you'll know who those search terms are targeting. He was truly surprised. Yu Hyuk immediately said, now you understand why I called the way you ended the broadcast a stroke of genius, right? Other companies hire mercenaries, hold events, and pour money into barely making it to the real-time search rankings. But you, just by the way you ended your broadcast, made everyone seek you out on their own. Anmu was startled. This is the end? He immediately focused on searching. I have to find out. It was as if he had hired 13,000 mercenaries for free. And since he did that with a recap of donations, he even received money. This was the other reason why a genius did whatever he did. He thought, this wasn't thanks to the bow this time. It was pure luck. If he were a true genius, he would be someone who could deeply analyze what most people consider simple luck. A marketing genius. An article appeared. Rookie streamer Anmu conquers diamond rank in just 1 week. Even the official website posted an article. Of course. Anmu is world class. Wow. The way he uses a bow is truly insane. I don't know about other games, but anyway, he's truly amazing. What if this guy played League of Legends? Yu Hyuk obtained information after searching. Most of the posts on Battle Last 31 were about Anmu. It was extremely rare for the official game website to post an article, so people's reactions were natural. It was truly an amazing record. Even now, many players hope for the revival of Kingdom. Is he now going to give up Battle Last and follow the Rose Janita story? He's going back to Kingdom. Kingdom seemed to be a niche game with a very close-knit community, but going back to a small game now would be a bad move. Currently, he is a partner streamer, so he should prioritize games with commercial advantages. To do that, he needs to choose a big game next. If he succeeds again in a big game, then he'll have time to go back to Kingdom. Finally, the news we most anticipated arrived. Yu Hyuk happily read the message he received. Greatly enjoyed watching your broadcast. Congratulations on your diamond promotion, and you also rose in the search rankings. It has become easier for us to install it. Thank you. They had been watching Sang Yun's broadcast. He still felt that all of this was somewhat ambiguous. This wasn't just a congratulatory message, but a thank you message from that arrogant Bobo Games manager. It was truly surreal. Just then, a new message arrived. As soon as he saw the sender's name, Yu Hyuk couldn't ignore this message. It was truly difficult to ignore. It was a message from Manager O. It was a truly wonderful broadcast. The director also learned that he rose in the search rankings. It seems we can go archery together soon. As soon as he read it, he chuckled faintly. The news went straight to that damn director. That aside, Yu Hyuk couldn't help but be proud of Sang Yun's achievements. Numerous streamers collaborated, but all the news was about Anmu. After thinking for a moment, he sent a reply to the message. Since it was an important message, he revised it a bit before replying. A moment later, the message was sent. Yu Hyuk stretched as if tired. It felt like a dream. Everything was going smoothly. A reply immediately came from the other side. Oh right, the advertisement revenue will be deposited tomorrow, so please check. Your GB will also be paid tomorrow, so treat yourself. A moment later, Yu Hyuk approached Sang Yun and informed him, Bobo Games will be posting an announcement today about the collaborative live broadcast. He quickly absorbed the information. Alright, I understand. Yu Hyuk finished his report and immediately changed the subject. Right, but that's not what's important now, he said in a solemn voice. I need an explanation for this. Yu Hyuk, angry, immediately pointed at the almond cereal next to him. What kind of breakfast is this? Yu Hyuk made a displeased expression as if dumbfounded. I had a bad feeling ever since you said you were going to eat breakfast. Sang Yun pouted and retorted. What's wrong with almond cereal? He pointed very forcefully at the bread bag next to him and said, Look at this, you're starting the day with a full stomach. Eating so much for breakfast. Before Sang Yun could finish speaking, he hardened his face and impatiently spoke. Veins bulging, Yu Hyuk retorted. Have you ever seen a sign at a kimchi stew restaurant that says you'll be full after lunch? He avoided eye contact and thought to himself, I guess not. He continued to ask questions. Then what about illegal gambling sites advertising themselves as safe playgrounds? Sang Yun this time replied with great excitement. I've seen that a lot. Yu Hyuk asked him a rather abstract question. And why do you think that is? Sang Yun replied very simply, because kimchi stew is naturally filling. He continued to link his previous questions. Then what about illegal gambling sites? Basically because you go broke if you gamble. They advertise the opposite. He couldn't stand it. Sang Yun grabbed the bread bag and shouted, This is definitely not a proper meal. His hands trembled as if boiling with rage. He tightly gripped the bread bag. And yet you're advertising this as a meal, you damned almond kid. After venting all his displeasure, Sang Yun sighed. A peaceful atmosphere returned and only the sound of his chewing could be heard. Yu Hyuk writhed in pain as if going crazy and knelt down howling. He admitted defeat and turned back to the kitchen. I can't take it anymore. From tomorrow I'll make breakfast myself, Sang Yun still replied cheerfully. He seemed not to care at all. All right, Yu Hyuk's eyes widened and he thought as if unable to understand what had gone wrong. Why do I feel like I'm losing so much? He suddenly curled the corners of his mouth and imagined, all right, good. Then I'll lead you into the world of truly filling meals. This was Yu Hyuk's imagination. Then you'll implore me to make breakfast for you again. He waited solemnly. He asked Sang Yun again. Oh right, the advertisement revenue has come in. And today is the GB payment day. His eyes sparkled and he immediately stopped eating. How much in total? Yu Hyuk quickly took out his phone to calculate. Wait, including the Fang advertisement fee and filming expenses. Sang Yun watched him intently, not taking his eyes off him, and thought I also expected the income to be quite good and I'd already calculated it in advance. But when he added the GB ad revenue and all the donations, Yu Hyuk turned to him, sweating cold as he stammered. 10 million won. At these words he froze. Sang Yun, still not understanding, his eyes wide, asked again, What did you say? Yu Hyuk replied in a confident voice. To be exact, it's 11,560,000 won. Sang Yun's mouth fell open and he stammered. Wait, then his legs trembled and his face turned pale. He listed the payment items one after another. You didn't deduct taxes, insurance, or welfare points? He felt helpless, being too accustomed to this situation. Do you still think you're working at a large corporation? We don't even have social insurance, let alone welfare points. Get a grip, man, Sang Yun stammered with a cunning expression. Of course, Yu Hyuk's mouth fell open, and he adjusted his glasses. Right, both of them shouted with great joy. This 10 million won is ours. Of course they would have to pay income tax later, but for now they decided to postpone that problem. He said to Sang Yun, looking proud, but this is excluding the Onto revenue and kimchi stew ad revenue. The bottom line is, we got it all. Seeing the numbers before them, everything else became meaningless, setting aside the congratulations. They returned to reality and continued to calculate. If we handle the income tax well, you'll be able to take home about 7 million won a month. Sang Yun looked at the number as if unable to believe it, and thought, this is like an annual salary of 100 million won. It feels like a dream, but wait, if I take 7 million won, what about Yu Hyuk? A past memory came to mind. If you start earning more than 3 million won a month, then give me 20. He hesitated a bit in his mind. Of course, the manager's share by contract was much smaller, but still he supported me 24 hours a day. Sang Yun didn't hesitate and approached him to agree. Let's split this revenue 50-50. Yu Hyuk was startled by these words. What? Why? He replied calmly. Consider it your first victory bonus. You were called a manager, but you're actually my partner. And you worked unpaid all this time. He stared, frozen, his eyes wide. Are you serious? Sang Yun handed him his phone. But the Onto revenue must be shared with Ja. No exceptions. Yu Hyuk was flustered and at a loss. Of course. He bowed his head slightly and muttered. You're really? Yu Hyuk looked away and whispered the words in his mouth even more softly. A great person, Yu Hyuk said, blushing. Thank you. Sang Yun smiled, looking at him. Seeing that proud guy who thought the sky was the limit not refuse, he must have really been in need of money. Until then he had to use his own money, and he declared that if the income was less than 3 million won he wouldn't take a single penny. He had endured everything because he believed in himself. A long time later Yu-hyuk opened his mouth again. I'm grateful for that. Sang-yun suddenly looked up. He looked at Yu-hyuk with a determined gaze. Hung, this won't do. Don't feel bad because I'm taking a little less. In fact, I did less work than you. Don't worry, I can always contract with other streamers if needed. Sang-yun readily agreed. Understood. After a long time, Yu-hyuk approached and asked, by the way, what are you going to do with your deity? He was still pondering this issue. I'm not sure yet. For now, I'm taking a break from streaming today. I'm writing the announcement now. Actually, I had a reservation made to celebrate getting paid, but I forgot about it. Suddenly, his phone next to him rang. He glanced at it with curiosity. No way, he didn't reserve a fancy Korean barbecue place, did he? Sang-yun answered the phone. Hello, can I visit today? Yu-hyuk leaned back in his chair. How long has it been since my last day off? He was still talking on the phone on one side. Yes, everything is already prepared. We just need to move it. Yes, understood. He slyly took out his phone and said, shall I do some shopping? Humming. Yu-hyuk accessed a shopping app. Should I buy a brand name winter coat? No, it's not time to spend money on that yet. Should I invest in stocks? Anyway, web black game companies are popular these days. Sang-yun looked at him, puzzled by his arm waving. He approached out of curiosity. Why do you look so excited? Yu-hyuk said, looking ecstatically at his phone. I'm just thinking about spending money happily. Where did you make a reservation? Sang-yun suddenly said something unexpected. The Charnel House. He looked up, unable to understand. A Charnel House? Is that a restaurant name? Realizing something, Yu-hyuk quickly sprang to his feet. Wait, not that Charnel House. He still answered calmly. Yes, he stammered in panic. What's going on? The first thing you did after getting paid was book a Charnel House? Sang-yun smiled brightly and didn't answer. Follow me. The background changed to their backyard. He muttered to himself, why are we suddenly going to the backyard? Yu-hyuk scratched his head and followed. I've almost never been here. Perhaps it was so neatly maintained despite being rarely used that he felt he shouldn't dirty it. He focused on what was before him. Sang-yun stopped and suddenly knelt on the ground. As the wind rustled, he looked down and smiled brightly. I brought you here in advance so you wouldn't be surprised. The person he was talking to was a branch stuck in the backyard. Grandma? Sang-yun knelt sadly before his grandmother's gravestone. His grandmother's last wish was to be interred here. Yu-hyuk asked cautiously. Your grandmother must have been very attached to this place, wasn't she? He slowly stood up. I thought so too, but no, my grandmother said she didn't want me spending my money even after she passed away, and asked to be interred in the cheapest way possible. One of the doctors who cared for my grandmother recently told me this. To take my grandmother to a better place when my circumstances improved, she probably contacted me because she saw my broadcast. He listened silently, gripping his phone tightly. Yu-hyuk awkwardly changed the subject. Let's go, I'll help you, Sang-yun said, bewildered. I can go alone. He didn't agree, tapping his phone. Are you going to take the urn on a bus? Don't be silly, he replied suspiciously. Hung, you don't even have a car. Yu-hyuk didn't indulge Sang-yun's childish behavior. Hey, you don't know how easy it is to rent a car these days? The two set off and a black car sped down the highway. Sang-yun sat in the car holding his grandmother's urn in his arms. Thank you for driving, he replied with a bright smile. You're welcome, it's what a manager naturally does. Then he looked at the person next to him. Sang-yun offered his thanks. Thanks for coming. Unable to look Sang-yun directly in the eye, replied awkwardly. Yu-hyuk Oppa brought me. Seeing Jia's awkward expression, Sang-yun silently smiled. He looked at the urn in his arms and gently caressed it with his hand. The deceased Lee Sun-young. Sang-yun held it tightly and murmured to himself, Grandma, did you see, they're all good people, aren't they? When he lived in a poor neighborhood, there were sometimes people who visited. Old memories resurfaced. There were often uninvited guests. They spoke in different ways but always conveyed a common meaning. Go to heaven. They bothered them, knocking on the door to bless them. According to Sang-yun, they kept bothering his grandmother until they were chased away. But he always worried that his grandmother wouldn't be saved. From a young age, Sang-yun knew his grandmother didn't have much time left. Sometimes he would sadly ask his grandmother, Grandma, what if you're not saved? What if you go to hell? Lee Sun-young sighed irritably. You foolish child, she peeled an apple, explaining to him. A person, no matter how bad, can be saved by others. Not by strangers who only watch from afar, but by treating neighbors and those around them well. Sang-yun hesitated, looking outside. Neighbors, but isn't there a better place than this? Back then, he always asked one question in his heart. Wouldn't God in heaven be better? Returning to the present, Sang-yun looked at the scenery outside and thought, I used to think that way. And Grandma was right. Yu-hyuk concentrated on driving, not paying much attention below as he watched the scenery. The scenery is really nice, he realized one fact. There was nothing wrong with his grandmother's words. Ja, looking outside, seemed to feel something and glanced at Sang-yun. She focused on Sang-yun sitting next to her. His hands trembled as he tightly hugged his grandmother's urn. Grandma, don't worry. Finally, the car stopped at a rest stop. Yu-hyuk quickly got out, hurriedly pointed at Ja and loudly said, I'm going to buy a tornado potato. Don't order the same thing. She followed, criticizing, so childish. Sang-yun, still not understanding the situation, got out of the car and stared blankly at them. He followed, bewildered upon hearing a familiar name. Tornado potato. All three of them had their own food and it looked very appetizing. Sang Yun looked at the food box and wondered. Yu Hyuk hung. Why did you order squid? He deliberately teased him. Are you making a pun? He raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Yu Hyuk quickly explained. No, you kept insisting on tornado potato, so I had no choice. Sang Yun peeked and continued. You could have ordered a tornado potato too, Hung. He was angry, not knowing how to explain. Hey, it's fun to order different snacks and share them. Ja ignored the two and interjected. Eat some tteokbokki. Yu Hyuk picked up a toothpick and started tasting. She added, don't touch the sausage. I licked it all. He jumped back in surprise. What, licked it? But why are you giving it to Sang Yun? Ja laughed loudly and teased. Of course I'm just kidding, Yu Hyuk oppa. The two continued to quarrel loudly. Sang Yun just focused on eating next to them. She was just joking, right? The background changed to a memorial park. Lee Gongdu was already waiting there. I was waiting. You must be Mr. Yu Sang Yun, right? You called, didn't you? The family of the deceased Lee Sun Young. He approached and introduced himself. Yes, that's me. This is my friend, he replied with a bright smile. Your friend came too. You're all very good people. Let's go. The spot is all ready. Sang Yun was surprised by the spacious and magnificent scenery here. As I expected, he recalled the scenery of his hometown village in the photo his grandmother often looked at. Lee Gongdu opened a compartment. The scenery is really nice, isn't it? This is also a very good spot. You can't easily find a place like this. You're lucky. Shall I personally place it? Sang Yun carefully looked at the urn. Yes, he slowly ascended the stairs step by step. Sang Yun carefully placed the urn inside. His hands trembled incessantly, and he slowly lowered them. Sang Yun didn't take his eyes off a single movement. Then another hand suddenly supported his elbow. Lee Gongdu smiled gently and said, just leave it. Sang Yun looked down in surprise. He no longer hesitated, smiled brightly and placed the urn. Thank you. Under the clear sky, the three stood for a long time, bowing their heads before Lee Sun Young's urn. Sang Yun turned around and happily said, thank you all for coming such a long way. Yu Hyuk replied with a bright smile. He looked at Ja and said, I'm sorry for asking such a sudden favor. Thank you. Ja still hesitated slightly. It's nothing. Ja gripped her clothes tightly and fidgeted with her fingers. She mustered up her courage and held out her phone. Then you should at least treat us. There's a famous soup place these days. He muttered to himself. I already looked it up. Sang Yun covered his mouth and burst out laughing. You like soup that much? All right, I'll pay this time. I'll pay for all the drinks too, Yu Hyuk complained, defending himself. Hey, I can't drink alcohol because I'm driving. He easily solved it. Let's return the car and go for a second round, he shouted excitedly. Hung is the best. Time flew by and it was late at night. Yu Hyuk was carrying a drunken Sang Yun on his back, Sang Yun next to him, inwardly re-evaluated. Here we go again, he desperately asked her. Hey, Ja, where are the car keys? What is this? Was she a Pokemon in her previous life? She keeps repeating the same words. He rummaged through her pockets. It's probably in her pocket. I'll check. The backpack was open, but nothing was visible in the darkness. The street lights are too dim. I can't see anything. Sang Yun struggled to find something. This won't do. I need to turn on the phone flashlight. He quickly turned on his phone flashlight. Sang Yun focused on where the phone light shone and widened his eyes in surprise. He saw a black shadow hiding behind the house here. Ja. Who is that? Are they watching us? Brilliant sunlight poured in and she groaned. Then Jia's sigh was heard. Headache. How much did I drink yesterday? She recalled fragments of her memory from yesterday's drinking session with Sang Yun and Yu Hyuk. I only remember going to a second round somewhere, and after that, my memory is hazy. I must have talked and laughed more than usual. Her memory stopped at the moment Ja laughed happily. She closed her eyes, feeling the lingering happiness. It was really fun. It's been a long time since I met such warm people. Her memories were filled with Sang Yun and Yu Hyuk, colored in a warm golden light. Ja recalled her time working at the company, lost in thought. There were only dead cold people at the company. Perhaps that's why the words of the dead were more important than the words of the living there. The cycle of overnight work only stopped temporarily after a colleague died from overwork. The emotion that came before shock was relief. Finally, something was changing. Ja looked at her colleague's portrait and thought to herself, now someone will listen to his words. She became serious. Even if you can ignore the words of the living, you must listen to the words of the dead. At some point, I also became like the dead, like everyone else. Returning to reality, Ja looked at the ceiling and wondered, was this my room light? There was an unfamiliar square light on the ceiling. She looked at the room and thought, the room structure feels a bit strange. Ja sprang up, panicked. Where is this? What on earth happened? Then she remembered Sang Yun and Yu Hyuk taking her home in her drunken state. Jia's desperate cry echoed loudly. The scene changed and a bowl of soup appeared before her. Ja bowed her head, sadly saying, I'm sorry. The answer to her apology was Yu Hyuk scolding, hey, you're going to get into big trouble someday. You're just a kid with a lot of guts. Against his anger, Sang Yun was tasting the soup. Hung, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Ja felt guilty. I can never face these people again, Yu Hyuk continued to lament. I almost died carrying you up and down the stairs. She cautiously said, you should have just taken me home. My house is on the floor below Sang Yun Oppa's. Yu Hyuk frowned. You don't know anything. Sang Yun explained his words. Originally we were going to take you home too, but some man kept loitering in front of your house. At his words, Jia's mind snapped awake. Yu Hyuk recalled the scene from that time, saying we were uneasy leaving you alone, so we just brought you here. Hearing his words, she cautiously asked, a man? Yu Hyuk answered her question. I didn't see him. Sang Yun said he was a little shorter than Sang Yun and his appearance was a bit. Before he could finish speaking, Ja was seized with terror, thinking to herself, it's definitely him. The guy saved us bastard in my phone. She trembled in fear, thinking, now he's even coming to my house? How did the two of you break up? At that voice she came to her senses. Ja awkwardly asked, how do you know, Hung? Sang Yun explained seriously, because of your expression, and from this angle I can see your phone screen clearly. I didn't snoop. At his words she unconsciously glanced at her phone. She looked at a new message from the caller, bastard, and thought, when did he send another message? I clearly told him not to contact me again. Why did he even come to my house? Then the sound of a water bottle hitting the table hard suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Yoo Hyuk poured her some water and said, don't think too much about the past. Hurry up and eat or the food will get cold. Ja held the water glass and obediently replied, yes. The atmosphere became peaceful again, and after that only the sound of Yoo Hyuk teasing Ja could be heard. Jay, eat up. You're too thin. When I carried you I thought I was carrying a puppy, Jay asked, bewildered. A puppy? I'm not that small. Sang Yun burst into laughter, watching them from the side. Scene change. Thank you, Oppa. At that voice Sang Yun inadvertently turned. He asked Jay, bewildered, what did you say? She explained why he had worried about her and taken her home. She fidgeted with her hands and continued, and thank you for not asking me what happened. It's a long story. Sang Yun replied with a bitter smile. You saved their name as bastard, so of course something happened. He turned and said softly, when you feel comfortable tell me. Then I'll tell you my story too, Jay. Jay asked him curiously. Story? What story? Finally he told her with a bright smile, my first love story. His warm light reached Jay. She repeated his words blankly. Anmu's first love. Upon arriving home, Yoo Hyuk, who was doing the dishes, turned to Sang Yun and asked, she got home safely, right? Sang Yun politely replied, yes, I saw her go inside. He said while taking off his coat. I was going to do the dishes. Yoo Hyuk immediately retorted, it's fine, I can't stand the sight of dishes piled up in the sink. Sang Yun continued to persuade him as he entered the house. Leave it, I'll do the dishes while I cook. You've already worked hard, Hung, Yoo Hyuk said casually. Oh right, I'm doing a collaboration stream with Pung San Eom Hung. Upon hearing this, Sang Yun was surprised. When? The dishes were already done. Yoo Hyuk replied comfortably. Tomorrow, 2 hours before the broadcast, so 5 p.m. We're meeting in the game Geese. Yoo Hyuk sat down happily at the table. Sang Yun continued to ask curiously, only meeting online, since it's only duo play? Sang Yun pondered. Pung San Eom rarely does offline collaborations, so that's natural. He was disappointed inwardly. I thought I'd meet him in person. Yoo Hyuk noticed his expression. Ah, you thought you'd meet him in person, but it's not impossible. If this collaboration goes well, I'll recommend you and Pung as models for a new game advertisement. Sang Yun asked in disbelief. Really, Pung and me? Yoo Hyuk immediately said triumphantly. I had a rough chat with Manager O. He asked expectantly, can I look forward to your chemistry? Sang Yun confidently replied, of course. I've watched Pung San Eom Nim's live stream for 3 years. Suddenly he calmed down and said, wait a minute. Yoo Hyuk was curious. What's wrong? What live stream do we have to do today? At Sang Yun's sudden question, Yoo Hyuk was flustered. He realized helplessly, right, I completely forgot. I was so focused on reaching diamond rank. Alright, I'll get my laptop. Let's study quickly. Yoo Hyuk stood up from his chair. Today could be an important turning point for our channel. The screen flickered. Welcome everyone. Soon after, Sang Yun appeared. Hello streamer. The internet community immediately buzzed. What, a live stream at 8 p.m? Hey, did he just hit diamond and he's already getting arrogant? Anmu, a streamer who doesn't forget his duties, turned on the live stream first after work. So this is classic, Sang Yun judged by looking at the viewer count. The viewer count is quite a bit lower than during the diamond promotion series. There's no special event today, so it can't be helped, but once I start the game it'll probably be around 6,000 to 7,000 people. This is fine. Sang Yun was satisfied with his analysis. Suddenly a comment calling for Anmu appeared. Ruby SW Nim sponsored W and asked Anmu, when are you doing a collaboration stream with Pung San Eom Nim? At this comment the internet community started buzzing again. That's right, an article appeared on Naver Portal. A streamer collaboration even made it into an article? On Emu's class. Our Anmumon is that good. Sang Yun saw it and calmly replied, Ruby SW Nim, thank you for your sponsorship. The collaboration will be held tomorrow. Today I'm just going to play some ranked games. My MMR is high, so I might even encounter some of the top master rank players. Viewers immediately commented excitedly, wow, his master MMR is really high. Suddenly a comment appeared asking, can he reach master rank in one go? Sang Yun saw it and replied cheerfully, reaching master rank in one go is a bit difficult. I've worked so hard to climb the ranks, so today I'll just play in a fun, relaxed mode. A curious comment speculated, fun play? Kingdom? No way. Now the comments replied, Kingdom went to America. America went to heaven. Sang Yun's voice cut through the conversation and echoed, then let's begin. The game started. The game scene showed a helicopter taking off. Sang Yun opened his mouth and introduced today's game is 3 screenshots. The screen showed Sang Yun sitting in the helicopter enjoying himself with unconcealed delight. In a PC bang, the young man pointed at the screen and shouted loudly, Mom, it's really crazy. The person sitting next to him was also surprised and asked, W what? The young man continued to shout, hey, Anmu is a god, a saint. The person next to him, too used to this situation, asked, "Watching Anmu's live stream again? Did he say fun play beforehand because he's afraid of getting owned in Master Rank? The stream is blurry, it's not fun," he said mockingly. And the young man replied flustered, "If I don't watch this, I'll really go crazy." Today, Anmu won 3 consecutive games and advanced to the Diamond Rank 4 promotion series. Before Anmu, a notification appeared. "You are eligible to participate in the Diamond Rank 4 promotion series." Live comments exploded. "Damn it, Hung said he wasn't going to Master Rank. Go to Master Rank, what? Can this promotion series be copied and pasted? This is supposed to be fun play. As long as I'm having fun, it's fine." Anmu, seeing that, thought to himself in a fluster, "What should I do this situation?" The notification screen was still brightly lit. The phrase, "You are eligible to participate in the Diamond Rank 4 promotion series." Anmu was confused. "Do I really have to go all the way to Master Rank?